Chapter 221 helped the dragon to force the princess. This must be a bamboo shoot. When the door was knocked, Louis was so scared that he stood up. The first person he thought of was Francesco. My father must have come back before me. I said I would go back with him today. Osicris also thought that it was her father who came to see her before returning to the country. She pushed Louis away in panic, holding the mess on her chest, rolled off the bed, ran to the balcony and tidied her clothes. Osicris' cry of "My dad is back" almost frightened Louis, who was guilty of a crime. To death. If my mother-in-law came in and saw me, wouldn't she shoot me to death? He hurriedly put his clothes together, stretched out his hand to grab the broom and dustpan next door, then rubbed his face, and tried to make his expression as normal as possible. Then he untied the spell on the door and opened the door. As a result, as soon as the door was unlocked, he was pushed aside by a huge force. Osicris, your toilet is leaking. Annabelle rushed into the house angrily, shouted towards the balcony, then pulled a chair over and sat on it, cracking melon seeds. Apparently, Annabelle suddenly realized halfway through that no matter how big or small the matter was, it was not as important as my love. So she came back and caught it cheating. Louis stared at this guy with wide eyes. Why haven't you left yet? Your old cousin wants to talk to you about something important. Do you have something to do? Annabelle responded to Louis with a fierce look. I said, I am here. You bad guy. Don't succeed? Louis was almost angry to death. Last time, this guy ruined his good thing. And this time, this guy ruined his good thing again. At this time, Osicris came back from the balcony. She smiled awkwardly at Annabelle and Louis, picked up her small suitcase, and said, Sir Louis, Your Highness Annabelle, you guys chat first. Mr. Byron just told me that they are waiting for me. I will go back home first. Sir Louis, wear more clothes. When you get there, don't forget to come back and tell me. At this point, Osicris glanced at Louis meaningfully, and seemed to have realized that this guy could come back every day. He had come back so many times before, but he never came to see her once. Today he said goodbye to her forever. Osicris' look made Louis feel a little guilty, and he coughed awkwardly. Osicris walked to Annabelle's side, and kissed her face. I'm leaving. You two should get along well. Yeah. Annabelle blushed slightly and nodded. Osicris breathed a sigh of relief, dragged her suitcase to Louis, put her face close to him, and said in a somewhat reproachful way, Get along well with Miss Annabelle. After that, Osicris twisted her hips, crawled into the fireplace in the living room, and went to meet her mother. Hey. 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 Louis stretched out the broom in his hand with an ugly look on his face, and watched the little old mouth run away. This made Louis look a little ugly. He looked at Annabelle with a bad face. This was the second time. It was like this at the banquet last time, and it was like this again this time. Annabelle was sitting on the bed, with her long legs crossed, cracking melon seeds. Seeing Louis looking at her with a bad face, she smiled coldly, and threw the melon seeds under her feet. Sweep, keep sweeping. Louis was so angry that he went up and grabbed Annabelle's neck, and pressed her down on the bed. Louis was already full of anger. Now looking at the graceful figure, he stretched out his hand, and unzipped the leather jacket. At this moment, looking at the thing that broke free, Louis' head was buzzing, and his eyes were red as he grinned viciously. Stinky girl. You provoke me again and again. Do you have to spank your ass to be happy? Louis, you are really a scumbag. Annabelle laughed coldly. She knew she couldn't beat Louis, so she didn't resist, but she acted like if you dare to touch me, you will die. It written all over her face. What happened between you and Annabelle, if my mother-in-law knew about it? The dragon clan is in need of a son-in-law. Don't dream, you definitely can't choose all of them, between Xiao Dai, Xiao Ao, and Miss Annabelle. And Miss Annabelle is determined to ruin your good fortune. Louis stood up and grabbed his hair fiercely, feeling like he was going crazy. Big sister. What do you want to do? I didn't take the initiative to provoke you. I told you. Louis. Annabelle's eyes turned red. Don't think I don't know what you, a scumbag, are thinking. You don't love her at all. As long as I'm here, you can't be with Osicris. That not up to you. Louis felt a little guilty. Annabelle sat up again, smiled coldly, and cracked melon seeds. It seems that if you want to deal with the princess, you have to deal with the dragon first. Can we have a good discussion? Osicris only sees you as a friend. Can you please stop pestering her? You can't get anything good for yourself, But you are jealous of others. Right? These words seemed to pierce Annabelle's heart. She turned her head away, looking out the window with lifeless eyes. She was already dirty, and did something to let Osicris down. She was no longer worthy of being with her. She didn't know what she wanted to do now, but if Osicris was willing to go back to Dragon Nest with her, she was willing to silently protect the princess forever, and be her dragon knight. Just watch it like that. Annabelle's ridiculous thoughts choked Louis as if he had eaten mustard. And he rolled his eyes fiercely. What wrong with the princess? Why do you have to have a platonic love with her? You always want to lock her up in your dungeon. Don't dream. Annabelle. The princess will never go back to Dragon Nest with you. Even if I'm not there. Thinking of this, Louis felt a little sorry for this guy. He remembered that the storybook mentioned the original plot. The cuckolded prince killed his way through the princess story, including Miss Dragon. He also killed her. In that story, the prince killed a dragon with a dragon spear in the dragon nest because of a bloody misunderstanding. Well, I seem to have killed Miss Dragon. Thinking of this, Louis couldn't help but let go of Annabelle, sat down on the sofa with a dejected look, and rubbed his face fiercely. Getting involved with Annabelle was the thing he regretted the most. Now, he couldn't touch this guy, and he couldn't be friends with him. If God gives me another chance, I will never touch Annabelle again. Louis plans to have a good chat with her. No matter what, this relationship must end here. Fuck me. Louis blinked fiercely, looked at Annabelle. He wondered if he heard it wrong. But he didn't hear Annabelle say anything for a long time, so he moved closer, coughed, and cautiously asked, "Ahem, really?" Annabelle laughed with contempt. "Louis, you are indeed a scumbag. Didn't you ask the princess for a mount? Let Osicris go, I will be your mount, and from now on all my wealth will be yours. But you have to help me be with Osicris. It seems you have misunderstood. This is not the other. I am just your mount. The dragon has invited you. Your Highness, don't be like this. I was hired by the dragon. Go, help Miss Dragon realize her wish one day in the future. I just want to quietly watch her sweet face when she sleeps." Hint: Francesco plans to lead a team to visit Dragon Nest City in a while. As for his daughter and Annabelle, Francesco agrees with the Dragon Knight. The key to this matter is whether Osicris is willing. Maybe you just need to claim that you will protect Osicris, and trick Osicris into agreeing to go, and then let her go at the critical moment. And this matter will be accomplished smoothly. Completion reward: Dragon Treasure *1. Black Dragon Sister Flight License *1. Louis? Isn't this kidnapping? Who do you think I am? Louis cursed in his heart, conspiring with the evil dragon to rob the princess. This is like stealing bamboo shoots. If you can do such a thing, are you still a human being? Chapter 222 Ahem, can I get it for free? After hearing Annabelle's words, Louis complained bitterly in his heart. He would never agree to this. It seems that this matter has reached a dead end. And this dragon seems to be very stubborn. Louis rubbed his face and had a headache. Annabelle smiled coldly, thinking that this scumbag would never refuse her conditions. She zipped up her shirt, pushed Louis away, and threw Louis a contract. It seems that she had prepared this agreement when she went back in the morning. Louis was a little curious about this magic agreement. It seemed to be an ancient contract scroll that he had never seen in this world. He couldn't help but take it and study it. Seeing Louis' expression, Annabelle couldn't help but sneer. This is an ancient contract scroll from the era of the god of magic 3,000 years ago. It can't be easily destroyed. And the terms written on it are also very strict. It's not easy to beat around the bush. This is the specification used when the Dragon Clan signed a contract with the 12 noble families. Unless the god of magic is alive, no one can mess with this contract. It seems that Annabelle did a lot of preparation when she went back this morning. As long as it is signed, there is no need to worry about this devil messing with it. Louis raised his eyebrows. And suddenly an idea came to his mind. Why don't I coax her into agreeing first? And let her stop pestering anyway. This thing is a blank sheet of paper to me. When Xiao Ao and I are together, I will help Sorrento and the Dragon Clan to truly establish peace. Francesco will not think about sending his daughter to Dragon Nest City, and Annabelle will give up the idea. Louis wanted to sign it without even glancing at it. But he found that Annabelle's eyes were a little strange. He couldn't help but secretly slap himself in the face, and pretended to read it carefully several times. After reading it, Louis raised his eyebrows and said, "Annabelle, are you sure you want to sign this agreement with me? Let me become your dragon knight in the future, even willing to fight with me when I need it before I fulfill the contract. You call this a deposit, and then show your sincerity? Really? Stop pretending." Annabelle now looked at this guy pretending. And felt sick. I know what you are thinking. I will not regret it. As long as you are willing to let the princess go. I am willing to fulfill this agreement. Louis shook his head. And sighed in his heart. It seems that Miss Annabelle is really in love. I am simply deceiving her. I stole her, sweetheart. But I'm sorry, for your own good. My good. And everyone good, I can only lie to you. After a while. Let her calm down. And she won't bother to mess with our family anymore. After thinking about it, Louis said he wanted to add 2 more clauses. 1. Annabelle is not allowed to harass the princess again. 2. Before the agreement is fulfilled. The 2 of them can regret it at any time. After thinking about it, Annabelle said that those who regret it will be punished. Louis agreed. And the 2 of them added a few new clauses, and signed them one after another. After signing, the scroll spontaneously combusted and turned into crystal. And in the ashes, there were 2 copies of the contract. Louis breathed a sigh of relief. This way, Annabelle should stay quiet for a while and won't mess around anymore. Okay, Miss Annabelle, remember your agreement. Annabelle nodded. She pushed Louis away with disgust. Walked out of the room. Go to your room. Don't dirty O'Sickery's sheets. Louis? Storybook narration? Louis. Storybook narration. Looking at Annabelle back, Louis picked up the copy of the magic agreement. He looked at the words Dragon Knight, battle and so on, and fell into deep thought. What a misunderstanding. You really are not a serious person. Right? Which knight is this? And this battle of yours? How do you plan to fulfill this contract? Louis began to have wild thoughts again. Apparently, the direction of Louis's bedroom window is more suitable for flying out. Miss Annabelle just wants you to experience the feeling of flying. Fuck you. Louis cursed the book of destiny in his heart. Your prediction is not accurate at all. People have said the word bed sheet. The text in the storybook changed, erasing the previous narration, and new text appeared. Answer A. Miss Dragon is a very jealous person. She has been jealous these days. She is deliberately seducing you. The so-called agreement is just one of her reasons. Answer B. Miss Annabelle knows what you, a scumbag, are thinking, so she fulfilled the agreement like this. She is willing to agree to you, a devil, to replace O'Sickery's. Louis covered his eyes fiercely. It seems that the answer is B. I have misunderstood. I can't clear myself now even if I jump into the Yellow River. If Annabelle shows the copy to O'Sickery's, what kind of person will I become? Louis felt that he had to explain. Then terminate the agreement. Get the copy back from Annabelle. Thinking of this, Louis jumped off the bed in a hurry, arranged the sheets carefully, then cast a cleaning spell, and walked to his bedroom. It must be because I did it last night. Ahem, I went too far. I was also wrong to let people think that I was an unserious person. But I can't make the same mistake again. While thinking, Louis had already pushed the door and walked into his bedroom. Miss Annabelle was lying on the bed, staring out the window in a daze. But the zipper of her leather jacket was not zipped up. Louis suddenly stopped and covered his eyes. After a pause of 1 second, Louis coughed and walked into the room. Miss Annabelle, zip up your jacket first, Louis said seriously. Don't catch a cold. Miss Annabelle ignored you. Louis shook his head. The fireplace was lit. A breeze blew, the curtains fluttered. Louis found that sleet was falling outside the window again. The window had been open all morning, and the curtains were wet. He walked to the window, and wanted to close the window, and lift the curtains, but was stopped. Don't close it, open. I don't want to see your face. Hey, Miss Annabelle, I think you misunderstood. Let's have a good talk. Louis sat on the bed. He zipped her up with his own hands. Louis zipped her down again with his own hands. Louis zipped up again with his own hands. He zipped it down again. Sure enough, the moment when it was zipped down was the most beautiful. Hey, don't look at me like that, Miss Annabelle. We are quite familiar with each other. It's not like I haven't seen it before. Hey, just kidding, let's have a good chat. But it seemed that neither of them knew how to start this topic. So the room fell into silence. One of them looked at the head of the bed, and the other looked out the window, and it was quiet. The sleet outside was getting heavier and heavier. In this quiet little house, the curtains stained with rain and snow were hitting the wet windows, the window sashes were creaking in the breeze, and the firewood in the fireplace burned the water in the pot, and it emitted hot steam. Everything made this quiet and peaceful early winter afternoon seem leisurely and warm. Louis had been trying to communicate with Miss Annabelle, trying to ease the awkwardness, but no matter how hard he tried, Miss Annabelle didn't say a word. But Louis's words may have touched her heart. And gradually, she looked out the window and quietly shed tears. There were bursts of low crying in the room, and Louis was a little embarrassed. He planned to say something else first, to try to break the ice first, and then talk about the things between the two of them. So this chatty guy deliberately used words to tease Miss Annabel. Why don't you talk? Do you really not like chatting? Silent Annabel quietly shed tears. It okay if you don't talk? Can you open your mouth? Silent Annabel quietly shed tears, turned her face away, not wanting to pay attention to Louis. If you don't talk, I grab your horns? I've always wanted to grab them. Silent Annabel, then I grab them? After saying that, Louis smiled and grabbed her horns, trying to irritate her. Annabel bared her dragon teeth and growled a few times. Your teeth are indeed very beautiful. Can you open your mouth? For example, roll your eyes at me, and stick out your tongue? Annabel glared. Well, okay. Let's talk about something serious. I really care about your love with the princess. When I first saw you confessing to her, I was so moved that I almost cried. Annabel cried quietly. You also told the princess that for you, I am willing to give everything. I was so moved that I almost cried. Annabel also cried, but I really don't understand you now. Annabel sobbed. You are angry. I am also angry. Okay. I think we need to communicate, don't you think? Talk. Annabel cried quietly, looking at the snow outside the window. The curtain slapped against the wet window. Just like her heart. Very chaotic. You never speak. What did you say before? What? Can you say it again? Say it. Fuck me. I'm doing it now. Shut up. She broke away from Louis' hand that was holding her horn, turned over, pressed Louis hard on the bed, looked at him angrily. The bed shook violently a few times. Ahem, that. Miss Annabel, don't be angry first. I know I was wrong, but can you cancel the agreement? Anyway, you said you were dirty now, and you are not worthy of being with those sickeries anymore. It's not the first time you have seduced me. This is the third time. Look at how you cooperated. This finally angered Annabel. You scumbag. I will today. Miss Annabel had just said half of her words, and stopped abruptly in the trembling of anger, as if to express her disdain and anger at the moment. She rolled her eyes vigorously, and stuck out her tongue. The storybook erased the answers A and B, then wrote A plus B. Chapter 223, The Land of Four Flowers. The communication between Louis and Miss Annabel finally ended in the evening, because the phone in the study rang. The crystal ball must have been lit for a long time. Louis had not seen it before. It was not until Miss Annabel fell asleep and Louis went to the bathroom that he heard the phone in the study. After answering the phone, Louis learned that it was Edward, who was about to leave with several magicians. Louis told Edward to go first, and he would arrive later. Edward said, there is no witch market open to the public in the Four Flowers country, but he knows several witch markets closest to the Four Flowers country. He has already picked a place to stay. Tonight, he and the magicians will go directly to the hotel in the witch market through the fireplace. After buying the relevant horses and supplies, they will set off for the target location tomorrow. After the communication, Louis put down the phone. He returned to his bedroom from the small study. Looking at Annabel sleeping soundly on the bed, Louis rubbed his face weakly. Who paid the deposit? Thinking of this, Louis couldn't help but curse himself secretly. He quietly used his mind to gently lift the sleeping Miss Annabel from the bed to the ear, and then changed the sheets and quilts. Today's sleep was indeed a bit heavy, and the windows were open, making the entire sheets wet. Using magic spells to make various objects in the washroom. After washing all the flyers and quilts, Louis dried all the moisture in the sheets, put them away, and closed the cabinet and the window. Then he crawled into Miss Annabel's bed, hugged her, and went to sleep. Annabel hummed a few times, and slept soundly. The next day, Louis got up a little late. After waking up, he found that Annabel had left. She left a note, warning Louis to abide by the agreement. I'm going to the Sorrento Palace. Remember your promise. I promised you that I would not harass the princess. But if you dare to go back on your word, I will give the princess a copy of the agreement and show it carefully. Damn it! Xiao should believe me. Right? Ahem, it seems that you finally fell into the trap of the dragon. How should I deal with this matter? How should I tell my mother-in-law that there is one more person in my family? She will not marry me to Dragon Nest City as a son-in-law. Right? Many years ago, Xiao, crying bitterly, in order not to become a victim of the political marriage of the kingdom of Sorrento, made a wish to the Book of Destiny, hoping that a prince could save her. And she was willing to marry him in the end. The prince came, he began to replace Princess Xiao, becoming a marriage partner one by one. Louis rubbed his face fiercely, he felt a headache, decided to talk about this matter later. Checking the time, Louis prepared to leave. And he cleaned the room. While packing, Helen and Yingling came back. They stayed at Kate's place yesterday. And they had been hanging out with Kate and Earl Crowley all day yesterday. They and the magicians were busy with the fleet all day. And they went to the port of Sorrento together. The 7th Fleet came back yesterday. And there was a ribbon-cutting ceremony there. Reporters from all major newspapers and magazines were present. And even Wallace personally led people to the port to support the 7th Fleet. As the person who was responsible for the Rainbow Country incident and the heroine of Silent Harbor, Helen was surrounded by reporters. She did a lot of publicity for the magicians. Wallace also took advantage of Louis' relationship to give Helen an exclusive interview. It is said that Wallace also asked Helen to do some small things. Under Francesco's order, Wallace has been helping Sorrento run several daily newspapers and acting as a consultant for the Sorrento Magic Daily. In the past 2 years, he has been helping muggles understand the wizarding world. Also helped the magicians to promote. After contacting Louis yesterday, Wallace found Helen in the afternoon, hoping that Helen could work part-time as a reporter for the Sorrento Magic Daily and help make a documentary about the Four-Flower Kingdom. So early in the morning, Helen came back clamoring, afraid that Louis would not take her. Lou and I must go. I want to find the truth. Helen held a small notebook with a serious face. Okay. At Helen's request, Louis finally took her with him. After thinking about it, Louis decided to take Daniel with him. Although this guy family had migrated out of the Four Flowers country a long time ago and settled in France, he was still half a member of the Four Flowers country. He could be a guide or something. And Daniel didn't even seem to know where his ancestors lived now. He was going to the Red Palace to attend the wedding. Louis thought it was better not to let Daniel go in vain. So he went to the small study and turned on the magic mirror. Soon, the scene in the magic mirror changed. And a team appeared. There were several knights in the team. And a carriage. Mr. Daniel, who was hungover, was yawning in the carriage. The carriage was large and luxurious, with charcoal fire, blankets, books, and wine cabinets. There were also 2 maids inside to serve Daniel, the young master. It seemed that the travel of this St. Oak scholar was very free. Louis shook his head. He didn't intend to make too much noise. So he wrote and drew a magic circle on the ground. On the other side, Daniel was drowsy in the carriage, and suddenly heard a series of devilish whispers coming from the carriage, which frightened him so much that his hair stood on end. After listening for a while, he found out that it was Louis. And after a conversation, he finally understood the whole story. Daniel was very happy to know that Louis had specially asked him to go with him. He hurriedly opened the window, communicated with the coachman and the knights, and planned to turn back to the city. But as soon as he finished speaking, he felt that the scene around him became like a dream. Then, he was summoned to a magic circle in a daze. He saw Louis, who was smiling. Daniel opened his mouth wide. He knew that many black wizards could summon demons or evil spirits, but he had never heard of any wizard who could summon a wizard without the other party cooperation. The 2 communicated for a while, and then Daniel followed Louis out of the small study. At this time, Helen was packing her luggage in the house, and Yingling was sitting in the living room smoking a pipe. Daniel bowed to Lord Yingling with a little fear. Seeing Lord Yingling nodded to him lightly, Daniel secretly breathed a sigh of relief. His mother and Lord Earl Yingling had a good relationship. If we were to rank them by seniority, he should probably call her aunt. After a few polite words, Daniel could not help but look at his schoolmate Louis cautiously, as if he was very curious about how Louis and Lord Earl Yingling got along. Then Louis touched Yingling's ears, pinched her cheeks, and gave her some advice. Lord Yingling, who usually had a cold face, seemed to be very obedient, and his tail was wagging happily. Kiss me, dear. In the breeze outside the window, Daniel was in a mess. Louis chatted with Yingling for a few words, and after Helen came out with a small bag, he took Helen and Daniel into the fireplace, arrived at the witch market, and met with Edward and others. Edward and others had already prepared the horses and supplies. After Louis came over, he stuffed all the supplies that everyone couldn't put into a small bottle and handed it to Edward. After that, everyone had breakfast together, got on the horses, and set off, because they were lightly equipped, and the magic made the horses move easily. They traveled very fast. At noon, they met the caravan that set out from the Muggle town near the Witch City yesterday morning. In the afternoon, the team was about to approach the border of the Four Flowers country. Along the way, each team member had his own feelings. And in theory, Edward should be the one who felt the most. Edward could be regarded as the purest royal bloodline of the Four Flowers country. And his bloodline originated from the real royal family when the four countries had not yet split. Strictly speaking, he was a second-generation vampire. He was also a real native of the Four Flowers country. But this time when he returned to his hometown, he, who always liked to chat with everyone and tell dirty jokes with his orchid fingers, was very quiet during the journey. But Daniel is a good guide. He is a very talkative person and has a noble demeanor. On this journey, he basically stayed with Helen and Louis on both sides. Daniel family is the descendant of the Rose Grand Duke Wright, who lived 1,000 years ago. Daniel father, although a wizard, has the title of Earl of the Four Flowers Kingdom. Daniel family has several castles here. When he was a child, he often lived in the Four Flowers Kingdom and had a deep impression of his hometown. He also made a lot of plans for this trip. In addition, he has many distant relatives here, so he can be considered a qualified guide. When it comes to the country of Four Flowers, the first thing people think of is flowers and perfume. Daniel looked at the borderline getting closer and closer. His heart was full of joy. He said excitedly, "This is the most beautiful kingdom in the world. It is spring all year round. Flowers bloom every month. Even in winter it is beautiful. As a permanent neutral country, the people of the Four Flowers country have always lived a peaceful life. If there is a fairy tale world in this world, then it must be my hometown. The Four Flowers country." Daniel hasn't been back to his hometown for a long time, but his childhood memories still left him with many good memories. Daniel has been looking forward to returning to his hometown for a long time. Edward hasn't been home for a long time, but he seems particularly silent. Chapter 224 Scarlet Wizard. The magicians have traveled all over the world, and are not curious about what they see and hear on the road. But Louis and Helen have opened their eyes. They found that as they approached the Four Flowers country, the local customs and habits began to gradually return to the past. And when they entered the Four Flowers country, the pedestrians and businessmen on the road became very few. Occasionally, when they came across a village, the people were also very sparse. A small town with more than 7,000 people was considered a very remarkable and famous town here. Louis thought that this might be because they had entered a Muggle kingdom with a medieval culture. This kind of kingdom not only has a small population, but also very few cities, mainly manors and farms. So the population is relatively scattered. In addition, the subjects rarely go out of the territory of the Lord, and most of them have never left their homes in their lives. There are also few pedestrians on the road. However, the scenery between the fields is very good. As Daniel said, you could often see flower fields all over the mountains here. Farmers were busy in the fields, taking care of winter crops and flowers. The windmills in the distance were brightly colored, and the scenery was beautiful. It was like a fairy tale world. But Louis discovered that Daniel did not seem to have traveled around the Four Flower Kingdom before. It seemed that he had stayed in a wizard territory like Helen since he was a child. This time back home, it was the first time Daniel saw what his hometown really looked like. And he also encountered some things that made him uncomfortable. Daniel found that the people in his hometown did not like to talk like the villagers in his father territory. They were very hostile to outsiders. Whenever he asked for directions, the flower farmers, who were busy in the flower fields, would bury their heads in their work and not give any answers. The villagers he met on the road were also in a hurry, often finishing their farm work before it got dark. When Daniel and others politely asked for directions, they never spoke, let alone stopped. At most, he would look up at the team with vigilance, and then pass by the team. Occasionally, he would meet a kind villager who would warn the team that it was getting dark and not to stay on the road. Then the villager who spoke would be pulled away by his companions with vigilance. This made Mr. Daniel very confused. He repeatedly doubted whether his dress was not decent enough, or his words were not polite enough. Because of his accent, he did look like a noble from another place. But it stands to reason that the villagers shouldn't even answer questions when they see the nobles. These episodes did not stop the team from sightseeing and traveling. Mr. Edward seemed to be very familiar with this place. He always took everyone to a beautiful manor or castle to stay. The lords of these castles were wizards from the Red Queen family. Their territories were isolated from the outside world. The villagers had never stepped out of their territories since they were young, so they were particularly simple. Although these villagers were not very good at talking, they were very hospitable and enthusiastic. After Lewis and others entered the territory, many villagers took the initiative to greet them. These territories are like paradise and are closed environments. Daniel finally found the memory of his beautiful hometown in his childhood. The lives of those villagers are very rich. Although they have never left their homes in their lives and have never been to towns or villages outside the territory, the smiles and happiness on their faces are also from the heart. Some villagers are busy in the fields, but unlike the villagers outside, the villagers here all know some magic, which makes the fields here very well managed. The only thing that Daniel criticized was that this should be a wizard territory. But the people in the territory all believed in the moon god. Everyone had a silver V-shaped cross on their body. Even the children had one. What made Helen curious was that although the small houses here were very beautiful, garlic was hung in front of every door, and rice grains or dried flower petals were sprinkled on the houses. She asked many villagers why they did this, but the villagers seemed unable to explain, and just felt that their family was like this when they were young. So when they grew up, they followed the family habits and continued to do so. Some people also said that it was because the kind-hearted Lord liked to dress like this. Lou and I. What the villager said just now was very interesting. Helen said with some amusement, he said that Baron Angus likes to climb on the house in the middle of the night to count rice grains or flower petals. Is this true? Louis and Edward did not speak, but Daniel laughed out loud. Miss Helen, this is of course just a good-natured joke. Daniel looked at the beautiful castle not far away and said, I have heard of Baron Angus. He is a famous gentleman. How could he do such an indecent thing as climbing on the villager's house in the middle of the night to count rice grains? Soon, Louis and others met the owner of the castle. As Daniel said, Baron Angus is a very gentlemanly scholar who once served as a senior official in the Ministry of Magic. He is elegant in speech and well-informed. His smile is very friendly. When shaking hands, Louis noticed that Baron Angus has a body temperature. It's just a little low. Daniel was also very happy to see Baron Angus. He had heard his father mention this Baron, so Daniel was particularly enthusiastic. But after entering the castle, Daniel secretly complained to Louis. He found that there were very few servants in Baron Angus' castle. Nor the luxurious castle was like a haunted house. And the perfume on his body was unusually strong. And he seemed to have obsessive-compulsive disorder and mysophobia. It seems that the Scarlet Wizards of the Red Queen family have some mental problems. Baron Angus was very enthusiastic about Louis and seemed to recognize Louis. It seems that when he was in the arena, this guy who sat in the seat and cast a spell on Gundam remembered Louis. He also knew what Louis was here for. After hearing that Louis was going to the Red Palace, Baron Angus seemed particularly enthusiastic, as if he had seen a son-in-law. The dinner that night was simple. Baron Angus had no relatives, only some servants and knights. So there were only the host and Louis and a few guests at the table. The knights in the castle, who were unusually tall and strong, all wore aristocratic costumes, watched quietly from a distance. Occasionally, he would wipe the saliva from his mouth. Compared to the knights, the servants in gorgeous clothes were much more elegant in their manners. If you didn't look at their clothes, you would probably think they were elegant nobles. Louis chatted with Angus at the table for a while. And what surprised Louis was that after the dishes were served, Sir Angus actually led everyone to pray to the moon goddess before the meal, and also made some confessions. This made Louis look confused. Brother, you are a wizard who can't be more serious, right? The old noble wizards of the 12 great families. And the Scarlet Wizard Louis could not help but think of the faithful wizard written in the agent code again. Oh, you misunderstood, Mr. Louis. After seeing Louis' strange expression, Angus understood Louis' thoughts. He explained, I am not praying to the moon god. This is a meditation ritual to commemorate Miss Alia, the disciple of the great sage Anthony. After that, Angus drew a V on his chest. So I pray, it is reasonable for me to commemorate. You believe in the moon god, right, brother? The dinner was pleasant. Occasionally, Baron Angus would throw some bones with meat on them to the noble knights standing nearby. These knights were all dressed very decently, but when they saw the bones, they started to drool. Then, they lay on the ground and thanked God, then they fell on the ground and started to fight for them. They all seemed to have good teeth. Such a big cow bone, and they chewed it into pieces with a crunch. The servants seemed to be used to it, and showed a look of contempt in their eyes. It seemed that there was a contempt chain among the servants in this castle. The status of the servants seemed to be much higher than that of these knights. Louis originally thought that they were all vampires, but after a few more glances, he found that it was not the case. These servants were all from the village. However, they were students of Angus or went to school outside. After graduation, they chose to return home to follow the Lord, in order to learn some noble magic. They were all well informed. In their eyes, those knights were just pet dogs raised by their masters. At the end of the dinner, Baron Angus asked Louis a request a little abruptly and nervously. "Sir Louis, when you meet Prince Dracula, please tell him that my potion is almost used up. The next batch of potion must be delivered as soon as possible." Baron Angus chewed the steak in his mouth, which tasted like chewing wax, and took a gulp of red wine. "Elegant and crazy. I have been getting thirsty recently. I am afraid that one day I will suddenly follow like my neighbor, and I don't know what I have done to make myself regretful." Chapter 225 1. 2. 3. After Louis finished his meal at night, he took Helen, who was looking for people to interview, back to the kingdom of Sorrento to chat with Helen's sisters. These days, Louis often takes Helen back to meet her sisters. On the other side, after finishing his meal, Daniel took a bath with Mr. Edward in the luxurious bathroom of the castle. "So, Mr. Daniel, although you are a vassal of the Red Queen family, you don't know our Dracula family?" Edward kindly used his fingers to help Mr. Daniel wipe the water drops on his chest. Then he showed a feminine smile and looked at Daniel. Mr. Daniel smiled and replied, "Excuse me, Duke Edward." Like right, Edward never mentioned his title to others in the Magicians' Association. But today during dinner, Daniel heard Baron Angus call Edward like this. "You know, our family has lived overseas for many years. Although I stayed in my hometown for a while when I was a child, my father did not allow me to go out. After I grew up, I went to study at Holyoke Academy. So I didn't stay in my hometown for too long. I didn't know much about the mysterious Scarlet Cough and the mysterious Rose Wizard. The outside world calls the wizards of the Red Queen family Scarlet Wizards. But this name is slightly derogatory. So they call themselves Rose Wizards from the Rose Dynasty." Daniel thought Edward would be unhappy about his wrong words. But he didn't expect Edward to not care. He even often called the Scarlet Wizard the Vampire Lord, and also called himself the derogatory name of Vampire. Very straightforward. This is different from other Scarlet Wizards, who insist that they are just blood addicts. Daniel continued, "My cousin knows the Red Queen family very well. She was sent to the Red Palace to study since she was a child." At this point, Daniel was a little sad. At the beginning of this year, the family unexpectedly received the bad news that the cousin died of illness. The bad news is not just this one. This year, it is the turn of his family to pay the blood tax. Either pay a large sum of money, or dragon blood and Goron blood. To refine those potions that curb the curse, the life essence of powerful creatures is needed. In the past, the family would just pay a fee. But this year, because the Red Queen family lost against Sorrento, they received punitive sanctions from the 12 major families. In the dispute in the arena, the Red Queen family represented the entire group of noble wizards. After all, they have been in charge of the Ministry of Magic in recent years. With the rise of Sorrento, the noble wizards became more and more dissatisfied with the Red Queen family. This punitive sanction, coupled with Sorrento's joint suppression of the Red Queen family, caused the Red Queen family to run out of dragon blood and Gorgon blood that they urgently needed. Therefore, Queen Isabella requested that money should not be paid in lieu of blood this year. However, neither dragon blood nor Goron blood could be obtained. So everyone could only go to the sea to find sea monsters with strong vitality as substitutes. However, in the sea, these things were not easy to deal with. This was simply life-threatening. This matter made Daniel's family worry about it. It was not until Louis mentioned to him some time ago that he could ask the 7th Fleet to help smuggle some blood taxes, dragon blood, etc., and communicate with Dracula about the business matters that Daniel's family was greatly relieved. Although the asking price is a bit high, this is basically the case with black goods. And for noble wizards, anything that can be solved with money is a small matter. After hearing Daniel talk about his cousin, Edward talked about the water droplets on his nails. He knew that many vassals of the Red Queen family, for power, were eager to become Scarlet Wizards, in order to learn the forbidden knowledge how to feed the abyss, the secrets that Agra will not tell you that is only allowed to be learned within the Red Queen family. And the book Scarlet Clothes. The Red Queen family also needs to maintain a certain number of Scarlet Wizards, to share the power of the curse. Those idiots thought they could hold on. And even though Dracula and others warned them again and again, they all lined up to participate in the ceremony. They thought it was sacred, and those idiots had no idea what kind of pain it meant. Presumably, Daniel's cousin was the only one in Daniel's generation who had performed the ceremony. The so-called death from illness was probably because the cousin went crazy and died. In recent years, with the entanglement between Sorrento and the Red Queen family, dragon blood and Goron blood have become less and less. Many people cannot get these potions, and the curse power in their bodies will take effect. In the end, the prophecy of the curse will come true, and they will become real demons. The brave man who killed gods will eventually turn into a demon. Baron Angus is going crazy. Sooner or later, he will be crazy too. All the Scarlet Wizards are extremely afraid of madness. Only his good cousin Isabella is not afraid. After all, others only go crazy once in a while, and then scare themselves half to death. And the elder sister is crazy 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. She scares people to death. Oh, I am afraid that she will not be able to remove the curse. As for these crazy things, they are the secrets within the Red Queen family. After all, this is a scandal involving the 12 major families. Before Mr. Daniel becomes the next generation of Lord, he has no right to know these secrets. His father probably doesn't know much either. Therefore, Mr. Daniel probably doesn't know the curse that the Scarlet Wizards bear. His understanding of curses was probably limited to the fact that Scarlet Wizards could quickly restore their magic and life through blood after being injured. Just like the wizards of the Bull family ate souls. But it was not that simple. Mr. Edward changed the topic. Both of them were very talkative and humorous, so they had a pleasant chat. But what made Daniel secretly complain was that the originally good chat ended with something unpleasant. Daniel curiously asked Edward about the Scarlet Wizard, and hinted that he also hoped to become a Scarlet Wizard. But Edward smiled sinisterly. He did not mention anything about the Scarlet Wizard. Instead, he told Daniel inexplicably that if he wanted to learn more, he should open the window when sleeping at night. He also told Daniel a spooky ghost story. He said that if he saw a person squatting on the balcony and staring at him tonight, if his eyes were red, he must look at him. Do not look away. And do not move. Don't invite him in either. If it stares at you all night, you stand there all night. Remember, it at that time is no longer him. Edward said this at the end, and then stuffed a small bag of millet into Daniel's pocket. It was like a real thing. What made Daniel even more upset was that, when he was getting dressed after taking a shower, Mr. Edward spilled a jar of garlic juice on him. I don't know what was added to the garlic juice. The smell almost made Daniel faint. I went back to the room and wiped it for a long time, but there was still a smell. Mr. Daniel was a little depressed and poured himself a glass of wine before bed and lay on the balcony, and the wind blew. The beautiful night view of his hometown made him feel relaxed and happy. The town next to the castle was peaceful and harmonious. People in this era went to bed very early and got up very early, plus there was a curfew, so after dark, there was no one on the road. Occasionally, I saw a few people, also knights of the Angus family holding giant wolves and torches. There were also big men with thick long hair, running naked in the fields. Daniel shook his head, and suddenly felt a little funny. The person Mr. Edward was referring to lying on the balcony, could he be talking about those knights? Is it true that I didn't recognize them? They were all werewolves. Wizards like to keep some magical creatures in captivity. The villagers also keep some at home. The villagers of the entire territory are actually wizards. And in the eyes of wizards, these things are just domestic dogs. Daniel was a little sleepy. After drinking the red wine in the glass, he stretched himself and planned to go back to bed. At this moment, Daniel saw a strange figure in his peripheral vision. He couldn't help but lie back on the balcony and look carefully at the roof of a house in the distance. There was a thin man squatting on the roof, counting the rice grains carefully. 355. 356. The residents in the house were sleeping soundly. The mother hugged her child, and the husband hugged his wife. Beyond the tiles on the beams, the sound of counting things came again. The husband scratched his back, turned over, and fell asleep again. Daniel blinked hard, wondering if he had seen it wrong. But in the blink of an eye, the figure disappeared. Daniel suddenly felt a chill all over his body, and he persuaded himself that he must have seen it wrong. He shook his head, put down the wine glass, returned to the house from the balcony, and planned to go back to bed. But waves of palpitations tortured Daniel. He suddenly turned his head and saw a thin figure squatting quietly on the balcony. He had no expression on his face. His eyes were bloodshot. He was just looking at him quietly. A drop of sweat ran from Daniel's forehead to the tip of his nose and fell to the ground. He quietly took out the bag of millet from his pocket and threw it on the balcony. 1, 2, 3 The next morning, when Louis was eating breakfast at the dining table, he saw Mr. Daniel with dark circles under his eyes and bloodshot eyes. His calves swayed when he walked. Baron Angus also had some dark circles under his eyes, and his eyes were full of bloodshot. Not only did his calves sway a little, but he also kept crying, as if he had overused his eyes. Louis looked at Edward, who was happily chatting with the two men, with a strange expression. What did Edward do? Angus is his good friend, right? These two gay guys, didn't they do something weird to Daniel one after another last night? Fortunately, Baron Angus has not completely fallen into madness. Otherwise, he would not abide by the ancient convention of entering the house only when invited. It seems that Mr. Daniel is lucky, and he still listened to Edward's advice last night. So, Baron Angus squatted on the balcony and counted millet all night. Mr. Daniel watched him count all night. Both of them had sore legs. At dawn, Baron Angus suddenly returned to normal, and could no longer remember everything that happened last night. But he did not finish counting the millet. In the end, the two of them stared at each other for a long time, and Daniel swept the millet away. Chapter 226 Rose Town. After breakfast, everyone packed up and prepared to leave. Baron Angus and his knights escorted Louis and others out of town. This time, Louis noticed that the simple villagers in the fields, when tending the fields, would take out a small stick, a very simple magic wand. Louis was a little speechless. He had not noticed these things before. After all, only Helen chatted with everyone, and she said that these villagers were very simple, just like the villagers in her family. But these simple villagers are actually civilian wizards under the rule of wizard nobles and wizard lords. However, these villagers have hardly learned any magic systematically. They only know some magic that they are born with, and they don't know anything about magical creatures, and they think those strange magical creatures flying in the sky are normal little bugs and little beasts. Everyone even thinks that people in the whole world are like themselves, and they all know some spells, and when they take care of the fields, they use a small stick to command a dozen hoes. If it doesn't rain for a long time, everyone will ride on brooms to fly to the sky to gather clouds. They also believe that some villagers outside have some docile big dogs, who know how to turn into humans. As for the nobles outside, they must be like Baron Angus, who likes to run to the roof in the middle of the night to count rice grains. Today, because Louis and others came out early, they just caught up with the busy time of the villagers. Those simple villagers wearing coarse linen clothes, after seeing Louis and others, showed a simple smile, then picked up the brooms for sweeping the floor, and flew into the sky. The clouds in the sky were getting darker and darker, and Louis had a strange look on his face. It seemed that this was what Helen had been telling him. The civilian wizards under the rule of the noble wizards, who looked no different from the villagers outside. Those civilian wizards, whose families were particularly rich, would often send their children to study outside. But most villagers preferred to teach their children themselves. And occasionally the Lord would forcibly select some particularly talented children, and send them to the Holy Oak or other academies. Sometimes, the children are sent to the Moon Court. After all, they are all wizards. Baron Angus seems to like to send children to the Moon Court. After all, those Muggle wizards are stupid. After the villagers finish their studies there, they will not become knowledgeable, nor will they become rude. The children who come back from the Holy Oak always secretly discuss their masters, whether they are magical creatures or not. Baron Angus repeatedly asked his knights to escort Louis and others, but Louis refused. Before leaving, Edward left something for Baron Angus. It was the antidote that Edward usually took on time. He had a lot of this kind of thing. The Baron seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw. He held the package and cried bitterly, looking up to the sky and praying to the moon god for a long time. Until Louis couldn't bear it anymore, he grabbed his collar and pulled him up, and that was it. Sir Angus, you said before that something happened in the territory of your neighbor? Louis asked. That territory is not the Rose Town where Duke Light held his wedding, but it is very close. It is a tragedy that some people go crazy every year. Baron John killed all the people he loved. What worse is that there is a plague there. You know, this is a little secret. Sir, whenever the Scarlet Wizards go crazy, they cannot suppress the power of the curse. Those who are killed will become dark creatures such as bloodthirsty, or undead under the power of the curse. Baron John did not create the plague, but the curse that escaped from his body created the bloodthirsty ones, who would not be killed by the plague, and were therefore the best plague carriers. The entire territory was doomed. The bloodthirsty ones are considered low-level vampires. Low-level vampires who cannot use magic. Baron Angus sighed and said, "That territory has been dealt with by the Holy Blood Knights. But many bloodthirsty ones carrying the plague have escaped. Several nearby territories are not as conservative as I am, and are not completely closed. In addition, some territories do not have wizard lords. I'm afraid they will all suffer." Lewis nodded and got on the horse. "No need to see me off, Sir Angus. We leave now. I tell Prince Dracula about your matter. My fleet will trade some potion materials for you." "Wait a minute, Your Highness Lewis." Baron Angus suddenly stopped Lewis with a hesitant look on his face. "I heard from Duke Edward that you plan to go to Rose Town later?" "Yes." Lewis nodded, looking at Daniel, who was still crying and grabbing Edward's collar in the distance. "That guy didn't know what happened in Rose Town yet. He told me yesterday that Rose Town is known as the most beautiful and peaceful place in the Four-Flower Kingdom. He seemed to have a deep impression of this town in his hometown. It is very close to the Red Palace, only more than 200 kilometers away. With everyone walking speed, they can reach Rose Town at noon and Red Palace at night." Hearing Lewis mention Rose Town, Baron Angus felt a little disappointed. Rose Town. A few years ago, Her Majesty Isabella gave the castle there to one of her best friends. Her name is Nani. She is an extraordinary civilian witch. She is very knowledgeable, honest and kind. And I heard that she is engaged to the Duke of Wright. At this point, Angus paused. "It is indeed a beautiful place suitable for holding a wedding." Angus looked a little disappointed. He said to Lewis, "I suggest you take a detour. If you have to pass through there, it is best not to stay overnight there. It is an open territory. The bloodthirsty people often look like strangers, so it is hard to guard against. There may have been infected by the bloodthirsty people. Angus has seen too many wizards who died of the plague." After leaving Baron Angus' territory, Lewis looked at the map Angus gave him, and then led everyone to the next location. The fields around the road were passed by at a high speed, and Daniel felt like he was not riding a horse, but flying on a plane. He wondered if Lewis had cast some magic, which allowed the team to cover a distance of dozens of meters in one step. Maybe he planned to bypass Rose Town and go directly to the Red Palace? Daniel didn't know what Lewis was planning. He really wanted to go to Rose Town to take a look, because it was a Muggle town. "When I was a child, I seemed to have been there with my father. I had a very good impression of it." The team moved very quickly, and an hour later, they completely left Baron Angus land. At 10 o'clock noon, Daniel noticed that roses began to appear in the nearby fields, and it seemed that they had entered the scope of the Rose Town. But these flower fields and the crops in the fields were withered and yellow. There was a beautiful windmill with colorful colors in the distance, but there was no one between the fields. At this time, small raindrops had already fallen from the sky. The country of four flowers was very warm, and the climate and scenery were pleasant. Even in winter, the drizzle was as continuous as in spring. The temperature was not low, and Daniel was wearing a lot of clothes, but he felt cold. This might be because the surroundings were too quiet. A beautiful town gradually appeared on the horizon. There were some pedestrians on the road, staggering towards the town. These people had black veils on their heads and were wearing shrouds, which was very strange. Just when Daniel wanted to stop these people and ask about the situation, Edward suddenly stretched out his hand towards these people with a ferocious expression. And then all the blood on these pedestrians was drawn out and gathered in Edward's hand. Daniel and Helen saw this scene and almost cried out. They didn't understand why Edward did this. He watched those living people turn into mummies in the blink of an eye and fall to the ground. It was like squeezing a few mosquitoes to death. The black veil on the face of a corpse fell off. Daniel and Helen saw that. These dead people seemed to have been rotting for many days, and there were many black spots and pus on their bodies, and they exuded a foul smell. They were completely zombies. Don't touch them, they are bloodthirsty, and they also carry the plague. I have seen too many good wizards die of diseases. Edward looked at the black blood ball in his hand, and then a black-red flame ignited in his palm, burning the blood ball dry. It seems that there are already quite a few of these things, and they have run to Rose Town. It is difficult for ordinary people to identify these things, and as long as one of them sneaks into the city, it will fall into the water source. This made Daniel and Helen a little nervous. Lewis waved his hand in silence and burned the bodies. Then he took out a bottle of potion and threw it to Daniel to take. Super witches like Helen don't need this kind of thing at all. She can even open her mouth to suck away all the diseases in a person. Bear some diseases for him. The three people gave Daniel some instructions. Then got on the horse again and sped up to the town ahead. Something was burning in the suburbs outside the town. There were figures wearing masks and gray coats carrying corpses in the smoke. A strange smell came to their faces, making Daniel and Helen feel panic for no reason. They looked around at the colorful but dilapidated houses. On the wooden doors of every household on both sides, there were big marks painted with lime, or circles, or XS. Occasionally, someone in the house could be heard coughing violently. There were also women crying weakly. On the muddy street, there were corpses covered with sores and black spots. A once prosperous city, because of a plague, has become a hell on earth. Chapter 227. Everyone is here to attend our wedding. Collect the dead. Collect the dead. The sound of bells came from the far side of the street. Several priests rang bells and shouted to the houses passing by with the corpse collectors. They pushed several carts, and followed by several doctors, who covered themselves tightly and wore bird-beak masks. After hearing the bells and shouts, some residents opened the door, carried out the bodies of the dead or the seriously ill who were still alive, and put them on the corpse cart, preparing to push them out of the city for burning. Some residents did not open the door, and the bird-beak doctors opened the door and looked inside for a while, then invited the corpse collector to come in, and took out the lime and painted something on the wooden door. Daniel, don't you want to see the real Four-Flower Kingdom? Edward laughed. This is the real Four-Flower Kingdom. Those vampire lords, who call themselves Scarlet Wizards, have been wreaking havoc here for thousands of years. This kind of scene is too common. Oh, but don't worry. Wait for the Scarlet Wizards to come. Kill all the people in this town. Wipe off their own dirty butts. And then migrate a group of people. And this place will become a beautiful rose town again. Edward himself is a Scarlet Wizard. But he seems to have no respect for the term Scarlet Wizard. He thinks that he and his people are a group of vampires and demons. This may be because his father killed his mother, and the painful and long life his father gave him, which made him hate his entire family group. His memory of his hometown is not good at all. He came here once and never came back. Edward, don't scare Helen. Helen is a little scared. Helen said with trembling lips. Louis, you must have a way to save this place. Right? Louis did not speak. Edward laughed coldly. No one can save the Four-Flower Kingdom, unless all the blood-sucking zombie lords of the Red Queen family are dead. Why? Why is it like this? Daniel looked at the scene in this dead town with trembling lips. His mind was blank. He could not tell which houses had people in them, and which did not. This is not the Four Flowers country in his memory. The beautiful hometown in his memory is not like this. Perhaps, this is the real Four Flowers country. The corpse collector in the distance seemed to have some disputes with the owner of the house, and the cry of an old mother came over. Helen looked over there, and saw that the mother was crying and snatching her seriously ill son from the corpse collector. The mother rushed over, hugging her son, and burst into tears. Even the magician with the bird-beak mask just now said that the son was hopeless. Please, don't take him. Or take me too. The old woman's husband died the day before yesterday. At that time, the corpse collector snatched her husband from the old woman's arms. She burst into tears. The daughter-in-law and grandson were yesterday, and the son was today. He is not dead yet, but like those seriously ill patients, he has been sentenced to death. The corpse collector snatched her relatives from her arms one by one. In just 3 or 4 days, the old mother was left alone. She didn't know whether she should thank the magician or blame him for saving her life. But she was the only one left in the world. What was the meaning of living? The seriously ill son was finally snatched from his mother's arms by the corpse collectors, and then thrown onto the car like a piece of dead meat. The mother jumped onto the car, hugged the body with a dead heart, and lay quietly on the car, like a new body. The corpse collector looked at the mother, pushed the car, and walked out of the city. Louis. Helen looked at Louis with red eyes. This man was already terminally ill. Even with Helen's ability, he couldn't be saved. Louis didn't speak. He looked indifferently at a doctor wearing a bird-beak mask, his eyes full of struggle and pain. They all knew what might happen next. This is the only way. Louis looked at the castle in the distance. He held Helen's horse, pulled Daniel, who was still standing there in a daze, and walked towards the castle with Edward. On this quiet street, there was the stench of rotting corpses, and the smell of burnt meat outside the city in the distance. It was so quiet that it was a little scary. There were many demon hunters wearing leather armor and strange costumes on the roadside. They sat on the stones on the roadside in groups of 3 or 4, wiping their silver swords. There were many corpses around them. Many of the corpses were still twitching. They seemed to have just been killed by the demon hunters. These corpses were all bloodthirsty. Some light and strong men who covered themselves tightly were carrying corpses among the corpses with torches in their hands. Not far away, some priests and doctors wearing crow masks could be seen, holding some lists in their hands, boiling pots of potions. Many living townspeople were queuing here. But these potions could only delay the disease. Once the disease became serious, they still had to leave it to fate. The foreign magician is trying his best to save the city. But the end of the city has entered the countdown. Unsent letter, right. In fact, I lied to you again. You can't understand that magic. But I learned it secretly. A burst of bells suddenly rang in the distance. The bells were very rapid and brisk, as if they were in joy. It seemed that in the distant castle, a wedding was being held. This was the first time the bells had rang in the past few months. Because before this, no one was in the mood to hold a wedding. Louis and others rushed towards the castle. They turned a corner and saw the most beautiful, colorful castle in the city. As Angus said, this is a very beautiful castle, suitable for a wedding. Even though it has been burned to ruins, it is still like a fairy tale. In the drizzle, the repeatedly burning and extinguished embers inside the castle are like roses that bloom and wither in the blink of an eye. In front of the castle gate, there was a red carpet. The carpet was covered with petals, which seemed to have been carefully arranged. The bells became more and more cheerful. On the top of the castle bell tower, there was a beautiful bride in a wedding dress, pulling the pendulum and happily ringing the bronze bell. The sound echoed throughout the city, and it contained a special magic. Suddenly, many scarlet mists slowly flew up from every corner of the town. They seemed to be countless flies. They came from the bodies of the living, the sick, and the dead. When the mist flew out of these people's bodies, the black spots on their bodies gradually disappeared. The bodies of the seriously ill regained vitality. The husband, who was being fed medicine by his wife, stopped coughing. The son, who had been in a coma, slowly opened his eyes from his old mother's arms and looked blankly at the corpse collectors, who looked like stupid geese. On the bodies of those corpse collectors, black mist also kept flying. Suddenly, people in the whole city looked up at the sky, at the red mist that kept flying out of people's bodies, and watched the mist follow the bell and fly towards the castle. In this country of 4 flowers, there is an ancient legend. A legend that has been passed down for thousands of years. The Scarlet Miracle. 1,000 years ago, a terrible evil god and his minions invaded the country of 4 flowers. The demonic tide was eventually repelled, and the evil god was killed by the warriors. But the terrible curse and plague enveloped the 4-flower kingdom. It seems that the prophecy has come true, and the god slayer will eventually become a demon. Finally, a woman named Isabella rang the bronze bell of the Rose Palace. She used an exquisite magic to absorb all the plague and curse into her body. The entire Red Queen family was cursed because of this. To this day, people still worship her as a god. Even though the wizards repeatedly stopped her, the people still worshipped her statue. The woman in red. The statue of the bell-ringing god. The Scarlet God. The Scarlet God. Someone suddenly shouted in the direction of the castle. They saw the bride who rang the bell. The bride is not a god, but just like Isabella in the past, she is doing what only gods can do. But there is a price to pay. The bride held a bouquet of flowers, happily pulled the pendulum, and rang the bronze bell. In the sound of the magic bell, countless red mists flew continuously towards the castle. The mists gradually gathered in the bride body, dyeing her body and the pure white wedding dress scarlet. Gradually, she turned into a scarlet rose. Slowly, this rose, like ashes, gradually began to wither. Miss Nani, don't be afraid. I will protect you all. It all over. Come to my wedding. Unconsciously, the crowds of the entire city have slowly gathered here. Their eyes were filled with tears. In the sound of the bell, they stood on the red carpet covered with rose petals. The wives hugged their sons, who had just recovered, watched the woman gradually burning on the castle, knelt on the ground and cried bitterly. The elderly supported their loved ones, in grief. A doctor wearing a birdbeak mask, a gray leather coat, and the old emblem of the Magician Association on his chest, pushed the crowd away with a wooden look. He took off his mask, watched the woman gradually turning into ashes, unknowingly, and burst into tears. Letter 1. Right, lovely Isabella, give me a castle, it in Rose Town. You must come and see it, it really beautiful. Letter 2. I get along well with the townspeople. I listen to you. We won't invite anyone else, but only the townspeople. Is that okay? Reply, of course, Nani, but can you postpone it for a few days? I have to go to Dragon Nest. I'm about to find the final formula. When I come back, I hold a grand wedding for us. I promise. The whole town will attend. 3 years have passed, and she has been preparing for the wedding, waiting for her lover to come to this Rose Town to marry her. Unsaid letter 1, right? Some strange people seem to have appeared in the town. When will you come back? I am a little scared. Unsaid letter 2, right? I'm sorry. I am actually a reporter, and my mission is to fabricate a so-called truth. I hesitated, because the people of the Four Flowers country hate vampires so much. But I believe in you. I believe you are not vampires, and that prophecy will not come true. The warriors who killed gods 1,000 years ago should become demons one after another. You will definitely find the real potion formula and remove the curse. Unsaid letter 3, right. I lied to you about one thing again. In the past 20 years, I have secretly gone to Isabella's study every day. I have seen the magic. I can do it. She was once just like me. Just an ordinary witch. Isn't she? Don't worry. I will protect you. I saw you. Right. From the moment you sneak into the city, I knew you were coming. I saw you standing at the foot of the castle. I saw everyone came to attend our wedding. Don't cry. Look, I have a reed on my ring finger. We are married. Mrs. Nanny fulfilled her promise. She turned into ashes and gradually disappeared. The rain stopped. A ray of light fell on the earth. In the trance, Helen saw a faintly open door in the sky. She saw a woman waving her hand towards the ground. Soon, a confused shadow flew from the ashes to the sky. Behind her, there was a pair of wings. Maybe, there are really angels in this world. Chapter 228. There is one last blood-sucking zombie. The drizzle gradually stopped, but the sky was still gloomy, and it was getting gloomier, and it seemed that there would be a heavy rainstorm tonight. Bonfires were lit in the city, and the townspeople were in grief, and mourned their loved ones. They also prayed for Lady Nani, hoping that she would be happy in heaven, and that she would return to the arms of Lady Scarlet. The moon goddess would be fine, too. Many people seem to have long been accustomed to such funerals, because in this country of 4 flowers, such situations are too common. Either plague or wolf plague. Sometimes, the disaster is not caused by vampires or wolf plague. But plague and curse will break out for no reason. The evil god has cursed this land. And the curse will break out even if there is no mad scarlet wizard. But large-scale plague like this is still rare. In a few months, many towns have been plagued, the potion has run out. And many scarlet wizards cannot fight the curse on their bodies, making them the source of spreading the curse. What is even more terrifying is the walking source of infection. Those blood-sucking zombies, thirsty blood, will not be killed by the plague, but will carry the plague. After sucking blood every time, they will turn into normal people, blending into the town, and cannot be recognized at all. And every night, every time these guys fall into hunger again, they will quietly suck human blood and spread the plague. The demon hunters and priests of the entire 4 Flowers Kingdom have all rushed to this county. But every night, the famous demon hunters were sucked dry and hung on poles on the roadside. But it was still difficult to stop, until a magician, who claimed to be a doctor, came to the city. He claimed that he had solved the problems of many towns. He got rid of the source of the curse and governed those towns. Other towns were saved, and only this worst place was left. He seemed to be a person who specialized in this kind of thing. Very professional. He could identify every blood-sucking zombie, and he led people to kill those filthy things one by one. But he came too late. The plague had infected everyone, and the whole town was hopeless. Miss Nani eventually sacrificed herself. If it weren't for the magician and Miss Nani, the whole county would have been devastated. Many people were in the bonfire, following the priests in prayer, and thanking the magician and Miss Nani in their hearts. Thanks to them for saving the whole town, saving the whole county. The plague has subsided, and it is difficult for people who have been infected to be infected again. With the potion brought by the magician, the matter has been almost solved. The city has not yet completely restored order, but the several taverns where the demon hunters live are still open for business. Louis and others had a bite of lunch here. Daniel looked depressed. What he saw and heard in his hometown these days, he still can't let it go. the indifferent expressions of the demon hunters in the tavern, who seemed to be accustomed to these things, stabbed Daniel's heart like a knife. Helen's face was also a little depressed. She thought about the dead people, the bride, and the bloodthirsty people wearing black veils. No wonder people reject outsiders. Each of them could be a vampire. Poor Lady Nanny thought of this. Helen couldn't help but secretly look at the magician, who was dining alone not far away. Helen noticed that there was a wedding ring on his ring finger, which seemed to have been put on just now. Does Lady Nanny have one too? Where is that ring? Oh, by the way, I just heard from Louis that he predicted that Lady Nanny's wedding ring was lost in the castle. And the Witchers found it when they searched the castle. But it seems that the Witchers did not return the ring to the magician. Instead, they hid it secretly. Helen couldn't help but glance at the Witchers standing not far from the magician. They seemed to have strong martial arts and magic, but they seemed to be secretly alert to the magician. Aren't these people partners who have fought together? Why do those demon hunters seem to be monitoring the magician? But anyway, it seems that the magician will leave today. I hope he won't have conflicts with the townspeople. The people here seem to be very xenophobic. Helen and Daniel had long forgotten about the wedding and the Red Palace, and Louis and Edward didn't mention it either. They ate their meal slowly, and occasionally pricked up their ears to listen to what the priests and demon hunters were planning outside the city, or what the priests were telling the townspeople. Both of them seemed to be waiting for something. When they were about to finish their meal, Daniel, who had originally looked depressed, suddenly began to look at the magician from time to time. Daniel occasionally scratched his ears, and his expression seemed very confused, and he didn't know what he was struggling with. Finally, he ran to the magician table, and started chatting with the magician with a forced smile. You got the wrong person, sir. The magician continued to eat bread. Daniel apologized with an embarrassed look on his face, and returned to his seat while talking to himself. After a while, he stood up and asked the Witchers if this was Rose Town. After getting a definite answer, he shook his head with a strange look on his face and sat back in his seat. Several Witchers looked at the strangers, who seemed to be attending the wedding. They promised that they would leave after dinner. These strangers were friends of Miss Nanny. The female reporter named Helen was Nanny's colleague. She was from Hollyoak. The certificate on her body had the emblem of Hollyoak. The Hollyoak, they had heard Miss Nanny mention it. That was Miss Nanny's hometown, a very beautiful place. May Miss Nanny rest in peace in the Red Palace. The demon hunters prayed to the Scarlet Lady they believed in. The people of the Four-Flower Country seemed to regard Isabella as a god, and believed that the Red Palace was a kingdom of God in the sky. There would always be a female official who performed the Scarlet Miracle, appearing at the most desperate moment. And at the last moment of their disappearance, they would all be like wearing a scarlet coat. In the afternoon, the castle bells rang again. Many witchers and priests led the townspeople, held torches, and gathered in the square in front of the castle in excitement. Louis and others also came here. In the square, priests extended their hands to comfort the people, and the witchers maintained order. After a while, the crowd gradually quieted down. The chief priest, who temporarily served as the mayor of the town, walked to the platform, invited the magician to come up, and saluted him solemnly on behalf of the townspeople, expressing the gratitude of the entire town residents. However, the residents of the entire square were exceptionally quiet at this moment. They all looked at the magician with complicated eyes. Mr. Magician, the priest said loudly, we are very grateful for your coming and what you have done. But there is still one last vampire zombie. He must die. As soon as the voice fell, the demon hunters who had been ready for a long time suddenly rushed to the platform, tied up the magician, and pressed him to the ground. Mr. Magician, do you have anything else to say? The priest took out a letter and a wedding ring, looked at the magician with a complicated expression, and asked, I hope this is just a misunderstanding. For this matter, the head priest and several demon hunter leaders have been entangled for a long time, because they found that the partner who saved the town together with everyone seems to be a vampire. And this vampire is the fiancé that Lady Nanny has been waiting for. Why would the kind Lady Nanny marry such a demon? Why did she believe in this vampire in the last moment before her death? Some of the townspeople had complicated expressions, and some had eyes full of anger. All the evidence was already conclusive. At noon, the Witchers found a lot of things in the castle, and Mrs. Nanny's wedding ring and letter were only part of it. The identity of Mr. Magician was already confirmed, and everyone had seen too many vampires who looked kind and even innocent. They lied and tried every possible means to lurk in small towns one after another. Once the time was right, They would suck human blood and spread the plague. Under the priest's questioning, the magician did not speak for a long time. Just like when he was eating in the tavern at noon. His eyes were empty and lifeless. There was no light in his eyes. Chapter 229 Cemetery. The priest pursed his lips, looked at the man whom he had admired so much before, and spoke loudly again. He is also from the north. He is from the same place as those vampires. The so-called just solving the problem of another town is all lies. Because he is a demon, he created those vampires. The priest said loudly, Mr. Magician? Tell me, is it you? All the townspeople, all the demon hunters looked at the magician, as if waiting for his explanation. It was me. The magician did not argue. He raised his empty eyes. I did all this. I am a monster. No! No! Helen shouted loudly. But her words, in the next second, were drowned in the tide of people's angry shouts. The townspeople kept roaring, scolding, and throwing things at the platform. Helen grabbed Lewis's sleeve tightly, crying and asking him to help the magician explain quickly. She thought it must be a misunderstanding. But the damn Lewis did not move. Helen begged Edward again. But Edward did not say a word. Finally, the Witcher led the townspeople and dragged the magician to the cemetery. Lewis and Edward just followed the crowd quietly and watched it all indifferently. Everyone began to judge the magician. Helen cried bitterly and watched as everyone pressed the magician face down in the coffin in the cemetery and drove a wooden stake into his heart, nailing him alive in the coffin. The whole thing lasted for an entire afternoon. Before dark, the crowd gradually dispersed. They had more important things to do. In this town, there were still many people who were bitten but didn't realize it. These people hadn't mutated yet. And because the plague on their bodies had been resolved, they wouldn't die. But the curse had already been left on them. And there was no solution. Within a month, they would definitely become demons. By then, they would be normal people during the day. But at night, they would bite their loved ones to death. Everyone must stay here and slowly identify these people. If one is missing, it will be the end of everything. They are all innocent. But they must all die. Although many times, vampires do not spread the plague. But such things cannot be relied on luck. At this time, Helen, who witnessed all this, now has the same dejected face as Daniel. Occasionally, she would sniff the snot in her nose. She could feel that the magician life had completely passed away. He died. The sun had completely set. And the last priest who stayed in the cemetery to pray also left with the remaining young men and demon hunters. In the country of 4 flowers, no one would stay outside at night. And everyone knew that. No one would come here at night. As for the few foreigners, the priests seemed to ignore them, and did not remind them of any unsafe things at night. The priests did not even look at these foreigners, completely treating them as if they did not exist. A few shovels and pickaxes were thrown into the cemetery by a few light-hearted men. In a blink of an eye, the cemetery was empty. Daniel picked up the shovels with a dull expression, intending to distribute them to Lewis and others. Helen sniffed and blinked, somewhat confused. Edward pinched his orchid fingers and pushed Daniel aside very gracefully. Then he hooked his finger towards the grave in front of him. Immediately, the stone soil in the grave rolled out, revealing the wooden coffin inside. Lewis rolled up his sleeves, stretched out his hand to pull out the stake nailed to the wooden coffin, and opened the wooden coffin. Then he grabbed the corpse and slapped him on the face. Lou and I. Why did you whip the corpse when you didn't save him? With a snap, Lewis slapped the magician on the face. The magician slowly opened his scarlet eyes, looking at the pair of eyes that suddenly turned scarlet. Helen blinked and finally understood what was going on. After Daniel took a closer look at the man's eyes and face, his mind suddenly buzzed, and he completely confirmed his identity. But the bright slap mark on the magician's face made Daniel take a deep breath. His heart trembled, and he was almost scared to death. This superboss was the one who was cursed together with Isabella, and he was a demigod, and he is injured now. Mr. Lewis also provoked him. What if he goes crazy at this moment? But what makes Daniel feel extremely strange is that Duke Wright is different from Baron Angus and Lady Nani. He seemed to be rational at all times. It seemed that these guys with superpowers would never lose their rationality. At most, they would be mentally abnormal. Magician Wright pushed Lewis away and sat on the ground. Why did you save me? Lewis scratched his chin, and he thought he should explain, for example, I didn't actually want to save him. I just wanted to take out the formula in his arms. But after thinking about it, He felt that this seemed a bit inappropriate. So it was awkward here. At this time Helen ran over, he patted the dust off the gentleman, trying to pull him up. Hurry up. Sir, if the townspeople find out you are still alive, they will burn you to death. Although you are a vampire, you are a good vampire, a good doctor, you should not be burned to death. I think the lady must also hope that you can continue to live. The magician did not answer Helen's words. His eyes were very empty. He seemed to be discouraged. Like a walking corpse. Get up quickly. Mr. Magician. You didn't do those things. Why do you want to admit it? Helen was a little anxious. She pulled Mr. Magician's arm, but the magician didn't move. Edward came over and said, forget it. Helen. He should have had enough. Anyway, we guys will be tied to the stake sooner or later. It the same. Sooner or later. Why? Helen's eyes widened. She looked at Edward. Her expression a little excited. Because you are vampires? But you are good vampires. Vampires. Hee. Good vampires. Edward suddenly laughed. He nodded and shook his head. Little sister Helen. You are right. We are not blood addicts at all. We are vampires. We have become this kind of monsters a long time ago. But there are no good vampires in this world. Edward suddenly looked at Helen. His face terribly gloomy. Have you seen with your own eyes how those blood-sucking zombies snatch delicate children from their mothers? Or suddenly went crazy and ate their beloved wives? I have seen it. Edward said, I have seen too many. Those blood-sucking zombies. During the day. Maybe a gentle prince, who thinks he is just suffering from some blood disease. They may be a doctor or magician, who has never done anything bad. But once the medicine is stopped, they will be turned into that kind of thing sooner or later. And one day, they will kill their loved ones. When they are covered in blood, they will not even know what they have done. Helen. We are a group of people carrying a curse. We will become demons sooner or later. Edward's eyes gradually dimmed. The Scarlet Wizards think that they have sealed the curse of this land on themselves. And they are looking for a solution to the curse. But we have already become this kind of thing. The cemetery suddenly became quiet. Chapter 230, I can really help a lot. Edward's words made Helen and Daniel feel cold all over. They felt the despair in Edward's heart. Bursts of low sobs sounded from the ground. Helen looked at Mr. Magician, and found that he had covered his eyes, and started crying without knowing when. He had a female wedding ring on his finger. It was placed in the coffin by the priest. Wright was in great pain. His companions, after all, still believed in him. Why do so many people still believe in themselves? Why did Nanny believe in herself before she died? Edward was right. We are not the ones who protect this place. We are monsters. We will become demons sooner or later. Eternal life? Immortality? Immortality? For some people, it is a gift. But for some people, it is a painful torture. For a long time, Wright and his people have been carrying the oath made more than 1,000 years ago. Hiding silently in the darkness. Guarding this kingdom. In the darkness, he was looking for light. He thought he would not be like the ridiculous Dracula, who regarded himself as a normal person. And he did not think there were any angels in this world. Until he saw his own light. The female reporter believed that there was terrible ugliness in the kingdom of 4 flowers. And came to find the truth. She saw the truth. Wallace asked her to make up the story of cults and gods. But she found a history that had been deleted and revised by wizards. It turned out that the former kingdom of 4 flowers was called the Kingdom of Roses. It was a powerful magic kingdom, like Sorrento now. The word Muggle does not exist in the Rose Kingdom. And the Rose Dynasty has been trying to break the blockade of the 12 great families for generations. In order to free the mortals enslaved by wizards from the hands of wizards. In Isabella generation, the most powerful witch in the world 1,000 years ago, was almost successful. Finally, those wizards, because of fear of the power of the Red Queen family, launched a terrible conspiracy. They colluded with the demons and opened a subdimensional door to the abyss in the Rose Kingdom. A terrible invasion appeared. The funny thing is that the wizards thought everything was under control, because the 12 great wizards of that era had power close to God. Until the appearance of the evil god. The degree of opening of the subdimensional channel exceeded everyone's expectations. And a real-world invasion began. In that war, the wizards paid an unprecedented price. And a great family was even destroyed because of it. In the end, the evil god was beheaded by a group of heroes who sneaked into the heart of the demonic disaster. But before the evil god died, he used his life to mobilize the power of the abyss and curse this land. This land eventually became a purgatory on Earth again. And the warriors who killed the gods, and were stained with the blood of the evil god eventually turned into demons. Turned into the descendants of the evil god. Isabella, and the warriors who followed her eventually took on all the curses and sins on behalf of the entire Four Flowers Kingdom. But the price is painful. They will be tortured for eternity, and cannot die even if they want to. Because once all those who bear the curse die, the curse will reappear on this land. These people who want to die have to bear this curse forever, and live painfully in this land. Only the blood of powerful creatures such as dragons, grons, and sea monsters, and the magic potion made from it, can temporarily relieve the pain of the Scarlet Wizards, and make them temporarily return to normal people. In order to prevent the tragedy from happening again, the former god-killing warriors need the help of the noble wizards. Under pressure, the Red Queen family finally compromised, no longer participated in the secular government affairs, and let the Rose Kingdom fall apart and become the Four Flower Kingdom. The Red Queen family also became the new 12 great families. Since then, they have the source of magic potions. But the curse has always shrouded this land. Sometimes it is a sudden curse. At this time, someone needs to seal the curse in their body. Sometimes it is man-made. There will always be some people who lack magic potions, fail to fight the curse, and let the curse leak out of their bodies. They will become demons whose desires cannot be satisfied, and then create tragedy after tragedy in the land they swore to protect. They will eventually become demons. They need dragon blood, or the blood of powerful wizards, not muggles. Obviously, the Red Queen family is the public enemy of wizards and dragons, and they have deceived other wizards from big families. Once these secrets are exposed, Wallace will get a perfect big material. In order to prevent the scandal from being made public, the 12 great families will cooperate with Wallace. By then, they only need to fabricate another piece of news to make the lower-level wizards believe that the Red Queen family is the culprit of all disasters and attempt to become gods. Then the Red Queen family will be spurned by the whole world. The female reporter hesitated under the inner questioning. She had seen the consequences of those curses once. They could not be suppressed and leaked from the Scarlet Wizards. And she had also seen the many Red Palace ladies who rang the bronze bells, turning into scarlet miracles. For thousands of years, the Red Queen family has been in this closed country, fighting against the curse that shrouded this land. They are lonely warriors. And they are also people holding time bombs. But as Wallace said, the curse cannot be eliminated. Measures should be taken earlier to prevent future troubles. The Scarlet Wizards cannot leave the Four Flower Kingdom for a long time. Otherwise the Four Flower Kingdom will give birth to new demons. And the Four Flower Kingdom will often have new curses. And someone needs to bear them. But as long as the Red Palace is built into a new magic prison, and these people who carry the curse will guard this land forever, then everything will be perfect. Throw it away after use. This is the golden rule upheld by the 12 major families. It was these wizards' voluntary act to bear the curse on behalf of the Muggles. They should have known what would happen in the end. It has been 1,000 years, and these simple Scarlet Wizards have not yet recognized the reality. They have not recognized that they are monsters. Now, it is time for them to recognize the reality. And when the whole world thinks they are monsters, these monsters will surrender. Until Nani met Right. He discovered that the female reporter was making up news, and caught her in the act. Nani, Wallace is right. We are not warriors at all. We are monsters. So-called redemption may not exist at all. Right finally let the female reporter go. Nani still remembers the despair and pain in Right's eyes when he saw the manuscript saying that they were monsters. As Wallace said, when these naive people, the moment they recognize the reality, they will surrender. Nani finally chose to stand with them. She believed that Right would find the real way to lift the curse. On that day, the desperate Right saw his own light. He did not do it for himself, but only to live up to Nani's trust and wishes. He strengthened his confidence and went to Dragon Nest City to conduct the last experiment. When Lewis checked the narration, the magician had gradually stopped crying. I have failed Nani's trust. And failed everyone's expectations. Isabella can't have a blind date. I did find the formula for the potion to remove the curse, but I still can't find a substitute for the most important ingredient. I need the blood of the ancient gods. An ancient god needs to exchange blood with the Scarlet Girl Isabella. And in that first embrace, change the divinity in the blood of both. Then use the new blood as the most important ingredient. This requires the cooperation of the ancient gods, and also requires the ancient gods to sacrifice themselves. Isabella had always fantasized that there would be someone who thought she was not a monster, who would accompany her forever, who would stay in her blood pool every day, and tell her stories while bleeding. Even if the formula failed, she could stay in the Red Palace with him forever. She had been preparing for this wedding for a long time. She was indeed a good girl. But where could she find such a person? If things didn't work out, everyone would be buried at the bottom of the Red Palace forever. Who could do such a thing? Isn't this ancient god equivalent to marrying into the Red Queen family? Where can there be such a son-in-law in the world? Wright couldn't help looking at the tall and handsome strange wizard in front of him with tears in his eyes. I want to ask him, are I and Isabella too naive? Louis scratched his face. He didn't read their minds out of politeness, but after reading the narration, he decided to help these people. I want to help, but I definitely can't marry them. The divinity of the ancient god. I have this thing. No need for the first embrace, just change the formula. No wonder Dracula insisted that I come here. He knew I had Akko tendrils in my hand. I can really help with this matter. Chapter 231 Scarlet Palace. Regarding the Red Queen family, Louis actually learned a lot along the way. He also talked with Edward for a long time. Not all Scarlet Wizards are like Wright. Many Scarlet Wizards actually carry a lot of sins. As Edward said, they should have been burned at the stake long ago. It can be said that half of the disasters in the Four Flower Kingdom were caused by these guys. And the incident in Rose Town this time was because a Scarlet Wizard had been secretly sucking human blood. Originally, doing such things secretly was not so serious, but it happened to coincide with the plague. Once the bloodthirsty person carries the plague, then the person infected by the plague will also be infected with the curse after death, and become a zombie infected with the plague. In the end, this plague connected to the evil god curse on those bloodthirsty people carrying the plague, and almost spread to the entire county. On the way, Louis has been thinking about a problem. The medicine must be made, not only for the Red Queen family, but also for these poor people in the Four Flowers country. But as for the handling of the Red Queen family, Louis has been hesitant. He still remembers the scenes in the arena where the noble wizards despise life. In addition, before he came here, Wallace had said something to him. So Louis didn't have a good impression of the Red Queen family. Therefore, he thought before that, maybe finding the big news, it would be a good plan to remove the Red Queen family from the 12 major families. Nanny and Wright finally made Louis change his decision. According to Edward and Angus, many Scarlet Wizard lords were doing immoral things in private. Some extreme Scarlet Wizards even regarded Muggles as pigs and dogs. But there are also many Scarlet Wizards who hold on to their beliefs. They live with Muggles, just like the ancient wizards who saved the world thousands of years ago. As for who should be put to the stake, that is a question between the Ministry of Magic Discipline Department and Francesco. If the Red Queen family joins Sorrento camp in the future, the Red Queen family will have to clean up the house and clean up their own asses. Wright has also been doing this kind of thing. And it is precisely because of what these top people in the Red Queen family have done that the Scarlet Miracle cleans up the house. Louis and Naughty both chose to believe them. Louis reached into Wright's arms and took out the formula. Wright was a little surprised to see Louis take the formula directly from his arms. But after looking at Edward, he suddenly realized that the family had been looking for a potion master to help the Red Palace develop potions. And this gentleman should be the one Edward found. He should know something about potions. Mr. Wright, there are many townspeople in the town who have been bitten for no reason. They have become things like you. It needs a potion to cure it. But your formula is too expensive, and only noble wizards can afford it. We have to perfect this formula, otherwise, with the current formula, we can't save many people. They are all dead. Wright fell silent, and it was true. This formula is too expensive. Where can we find an ancient god to donate blood? And there are so many infected people in the world who are cursed for no reason. Even if the ancient god drains his own blood, how many potions can he make? How many people can be saved? In this country of Four Flowers, there are too many things that can spread plague and curse. Even the Scarlet Wizards themselves don't know how many wild werewolves and vampires are lurking in the world. These dark creatures carry the curse of the evil god just like the Scarlet Wizards. But the difference is that the Scarlet Wizards will use potions to suppress the curse and prevent the curse from spreading. But those dark creatures are difficult to manage. Although the Ministry of Magic has repeatedly increased financial allocations to the Department of Magical Creatures, the problem of dark creatures is a long-term problem. Just like rats and cockroaches, they cannot be eradicated. So this formula needs to be thoroughly improved, to the point where any patient can get help in a very cheap way. Regarding the curse of the Four Flower Kingdom, when Dracula and Lewis first mentioned it. Lewis began to pay attention to it, and read a lot of potion information for this purpose. He also studied the dragon blood potion in Edward's hand. And along the way, as he communicated with many patients, Scarlet Wizard lords such as Baron Angus, he also learned a lot about the curse. So Lewis already had an idea. The reason why the power of the ancient gods is needed in right formula is because the divine elements need to be extracted. In this world, in terms of magic, there is no careful division between magic power and divine elements, but they are collectively referred to as the four elements of wind, fire, thunder and lightning. But there are hundreds of elements that make up magic power. The things that make up divinity also have basic elements. Therefore, according to the current potion science of this era, the divine elements can only be obtained through extraction. But Lewis can synthesize this kind of thing. Of course, if someone can synthesize the divine element at will, then it also means that this person can ignite the divine fire anytime and anywhere. Lewis touched his chin and thought about it. The forbidden wizards have always focused on how to popularize the things of God, and then spread this knowledge to the world. As for how to synthesize the divine element cheaply, as a hero unit of the Forbidden Sanctuary, Grand Secretary Lewis still knows a lot of methods. If you extract the divine element, the cost is very high. For every divine element attained, a god must be killed. But the synthesis method is different. The material does not need to have any divine element at all. And the efficiency is also very high. It is like synthesizing urea. Synthesizing organic matter with inorganic matter. Not only is the quantity large, but the cost is also very low. Although there is no industrial assembly line equipment for synthesizing divinity in the Forbidden Sanctuary in this era, it can still be synthesized in small quantities using some magic circles. The quantity is enough to be useful. Although the divine elements obtained in this way will be of poor quality, it is enough to be used as medicine. It is not used to ignite the divine fire or raise high-level pets like a kuh, but to cure diseases. As for the raw materials, Wright Laboratory should have a lot of information. And from the formula in front of us, the Red Queen family also has a large number of forbidden books of magic potions. As long as we analyze and compare these materials according to the books, then a new formula can be produced. From now on, in the entire four-flower country, and even the entire world, if someone is bitten again, they will no longer have to wait for death and mutation. The future evil god curse will be like a common disease that can be solved, and will be written in the history of wizards fighting against diseases. However, although there is an idea for the new formula, it still needs a lot of experiments. The Scarlet Wizards have been studying the field of potions for a long time, so as long as they teach Wright, Wright can lead them to do this work. Thinking of this, Lewis decided to go to Wright Laboratory tonight. Mr. Wright, Lewis suddenly said, I don't care how you want to die, but the evil done by the Scarlet Wizards should be paid off. In this town, there is still a lot of shit that has not been cleaned up. You need to perfect this formula to save the townspeople and fulfill your wife's last wish. Let her rest in peace in heaven. Wright pursed his lips. His eyes revealed a painful look, and he did not speak for a long time. The strange potion master in front of him was simply talking without any pain. How easy is it to perfect the formula in such a short time? Where can he find an ancient god willing to sacrifice himself? Mr. Wright, don't stand there in a daze. Let me introduce myself. My name is Lewis. I'm from the Cloud Country. To be honest, this time, Prince Dracula asked me to come here for this matter. I've seen your formula, and I can help. This made Wright suddenly excited. He opened his eyes and looked at Lewis suddenly, his face full of disbelief. What did you say? I said, I can help. I'm here to help you this time. Lewis said it again. At this moment, Wright wanted to slap himself. Isabella and Dracula didn't make a mistake. He really came. This guy can really help. He can help too much. At this moment, Wright looked at this good son-in-law who came to devote himself, and was so moved that he almost cried. Mr. Lewis, you really are. Really. Wright was so moved that he didn't know how to describe it. Lewis scratched his head with a strange look on his face. Let go to your laboratory quickly. Mr. Wright. Okay. Okay. Let go quickly. Wright looked at the sky, excitedly grabbed Lewis's arm, as if he was afraid that he would run away. My laboratory is in the Red Palace, it nearby. Come with me. After saying that, Wright waved his sleeves, a vast magical power surged, and then the whole sky turned into a red background. Immediately, everything around them began to spin like a surface of water stained with red fuel. when the surrounding scene returned to normal. Everyone had already arrived in a deep mountain. In the deep mountain, there was a huge dark castle. Louis and others stood in front of the huge stone bridge in front of the castle, looking at the dark castle in front of him. Louis' face became strange. Why did it look like the castle in the Resident Evil game? It looked so creepy. A flash of lightning flashed across, and it seemed to be raining heavily here. Chapter 232. Good Girl Isabella the First. The moment Louis and the others teleported over, they were soaked. Helen quickly put on her little wizard hat, looking at the curious faces around her. Daniel also opened his mouth wide, looking at the heavy rain in the sky. They just teleported hundreds of kilometers away. The family rumors are indeed true. Queen Isabella 4 knights, all have the strength of demigods. Louis looked at the heavy rain pouring on his head, touched the water on his face, lifted his hood, felt a little strange in his heart. Why does this castle look so gloomy? But this castle is really big. It is as magnificent as the palace of Sorrento. Duke Light is the ruler of a principality. Right? He is a retired man. He looks too rich. Doesn't he? Hurry up, Mr. Louis, let my distant niece get you some hot ginger soup. Light grabbed Louis's arm and walked towards the castle. She is a good girl. Louis called everyone to follow him. While walking with the enthusiastic Mr. Light, he thought to himself, there seem to be many good girls in the Red Queen family. But why do people in the Red Queen family like to introduce their girls to others as soon as they meet? Louis looked at the castle in front of him with a strange expression. Look at it. It's so gray, like the castle in the Resident Evil game. There's not even a guard at the door. Maybe there aren't many servants inside. Whose normal good girl lives here? Louis looked at Daniel with a strange expression. Isn't this the Red Palace? Ahem, it's the home of Lord Wright. Mr. Louis, let go in quickly. Daniel lifted his hood and grabbed Louis's other arm. He didn't lie, Wright lived in the Red Palace. Louis looked at Edward with a strange expression again. Edward nodded slightly and said, Sir, the rain is getting heavier. Let go in quickly. As he said that, Edward turned into a puff of black smoke and flew into the castle. It seems that he needs to inform his cousin. He must let his elder sister Isabella prepare well. Otherwise it will scare the boss away, which will be bad. Don't dawdle. It's hard to get in. Let go in quickly. Helen is getting wet. Helen shouted, and rushed towards the castle impatiently. Okay. Louis looked at the castle gate that was getting closer and closer, and said, It seems that we have to stay here tonight. More than just one night. As long as you want. You can stay here every day. Louis' face was a little strange. He didn't understand why the storybook said so. But the storybook didn't seem to want to spoil it for him. Suddenly, Louis seemed to see a red shadow on the wall outside the castle in his peripheral vision, crawling on the wall with a twisted joint. Like a ghost bride. She was secretly looking at him, and kept wiping her saliva. That strange look almost made Louis scream. Could this be the good girl? But when Louis looked, he found that she was gone. While he was in a daze, Louis had been driven to the gate of the castle. With a creaking sound of the gate, a dark hall appeared in front of Louis. He suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. But he still went in. The moment he entered the gate, the stone door closed, and in the dark castle, many candles lit up. There was no magic light, and the entire castle seemed to rely only on candles for lighting, and the owner didn't seem to like lighting them. This made it very dark. Louis followed Wright and others into the hall, and looked around. He found that this was an extremely retro castle, which looked very deep and scary at first glance, as if it was a place that had been silent for thousands of years, and was very simple. But at the second glance, I found that this place is actually very beautiful. The walls here are bluestone without any paint. There is no carpet on the ground, and there is no painting on the dome. But it is full of green vines, and on the vines are small and bright red roses. These roses are all over the stone platform, the walls and the dome, and the colorful flags, weapons, oil paintings, and stone carvings on the wall are perfectly matched. Some small glazed windows on the wall are still emitting the faint light of candlelight, which looks like small lights. It seemed a bit warm in the cold darkness. And those hanging old clocks seemed to be alive, making Louis feel like the castle in Beauty and the Beast, or in Tang Monk and the White Bone Demon. Louis ignored the narration. He felt that the owner here, Mr. Wright, had some taste. Like a careful, young lady who did gardening at home all day. However, there seemed to be almost no servants here. Just as Louis was thinking this, Several servants came over with clothes. Several people changed clothes in several small rooms nearby, and then followed right to a small semi-open living room. 3 sides were open, separated by stone pillars, and the second floor could be seen. The last side was a fireplace, and everyone sat on the sofa here and warmed themselves by the fire. Wright said that dinner and hot water were being arranged, and asked everyone to wait a moment. They would have a meal and take a bath later and talk about other things. After all, after going through so much today, everyone was a little exhausted, and the potion issue was not something that could be resolved in a day or two. We couldn't let our son-in-law bleed as soon as he came home. Louis thought so too. He had to look at Wright reference book. During the chat, Louis always felt uneasy. He turned around and looked in a certain direction, and found a woman in red, who was behind a door, lying on the door, with half of her face exposed, looking at this side quietly. Helen blinked her eyes, thinking that this young lady was very interesting. But Louis was a little scared. If her face was not very rosy flushed, Louis would have thought she was a ghost. Suddenly, half of her face was revealed again, and she looked around. It was Edward. Louis rolled his eyes fiercely. People from the Red Queen family were all a little weird. When Wright saw the girl, there was a glimmer of light in his gray eyes, and a smile from the heart appeared on his face. He waved to the girl cordially. The girl seemed very shy, excited, lowering her head and trembling with fear, excitement, and could not come over. It was not until Edward secretly pushed her that the lady suddenly remembered something, became a little more normal, and was pulled out by Edward. She was wearing a red low-cut long dress, with a ruby pendant on her forehead, and her long golden brown hair was slightly curled. She looked very elegant and obviously dressed up specially. The only thing that was a bit indecent was that she walked as if floating, and she also leaned sideways. The moment the girl showed her face, Louis felt a little familiar. As if he had seen her somewhere before. He had seen the blind date photo Dracula gave him, but he had forgotten it. Louis thought that this might be because of his bad habit of feeling familiar with pretty girls whenever he saw them. Wright introduced Louis and the others to the girl. During the whole process, the girl kept leaning to the side, looking at Louis with her face tilted, her eyes slanted, and her fingers bitten, which made Louis secretly complain, "She is a pretty lady, but she is too shy." It was not until Edward secretly stepped on the woman's foot again that the lady suddenly remembered something and became a little more normal. She turned around. She lifted her skirt very elegantly and bowed slightly to everyone. "Just call me Isabella." Miss Isabella's voice was particularly beautiful and pleasant, sounding like a shy and very shy girl. As a guest at the host house, Louis quickly forced a smile and nodded. "So she is timid and shy. And the girls of the Red Queen family seem to like to be called Isabella." Louis really found it hard to connect this lady with the rumored crazy, bloodthirsty, perverted Red Queen. Blind date? When they first met, they couldn't recognize each other. Unfortunately, Louis didn't read her mind out of politeness. Otherwise he would have found that the voice in the heart of this Scarlet Lady was like the crazy whispers of the evil god of the abyss. And her voice was so noisy that he couldn't hear what she was thinking. Seeing Louis smile at her, the good girl Isabella's face flushed with shyness again. She leaned sideways, bit her fingers, and trembled all over. Edward stepped hard on his cousin's foot again. Isabella quickly straightened her body and put down the finger in her mouth. Chapter 233. I often cannot fit in with the group because I am not perverted enough. Dinner was soon prepared. Everyone sat down at the long table in the small restaurant, waiting for the dishes to be served. Helen unexpectedly had a good chat with this young lady, and Miss Isabella also seemed very well educated, looking like a lady from a noble family. Louis unexpectedly felt that she was very knowledgeable. The only thing that made him complain was that this young lady looked too shy, always looking at him shyly with her face sideways, and biting her fingers. Whenever I went to see her, she would tremble with fear. "Sister Isabella, I'm actually a reporter. I want to interview you." The female reporter Helen happily expressed her identity. Isabella also happily agreed. But perhaps she remembered her good friend Miss Nanny, who had just passed away. Her spirit dimmed a little for a moment. But then she became shy. She answered almost all of Helen's questions, looking like a person who was not afraid of anything. But she is indeed very patient, and her occasional words show that she is very knowledgeable. After listening to the conversation between Helen and Miss Isabella, Louis found that this lady character seemed to be quite good, not as a little neurotic as the first impression. The people of the Red Queen family, who suffered the curse of the abyss, seemed to have some mental problems. Louis couldn't help but think of Dracula and Edward. The only normal one seemed to be Wright, who seemed to like licking forks. Soon the dishes came up. Simple, but generous in size. Especially the plates placed by the servants on Louis's side. Several times larger than others. The food on the table was all meat. Some vegetables. But mostly flowers. Miss Isabella seemed to like them very much. Many flowers had thorns on them, which made her mouth bleed. But she seemed to be so busy chatting with Helen that she didn't notice. Only when he occasionally looked at Louis. He shyly licked the blood on his lips. After tasting a few bites of meat, Louis' face became a little strange. Why are they all sea monster meat and fire dragon meat? Louis' face couldn't help but become strange. Not to mention sea monsters. There are such things in the seafood recipes of the North Sea Kingdom. And they are specially domesticated. The dragons in Dragon Nest City also eat some small sea monsters. The meat of fire dragons can barely be on the wizard menu. These fire dragons without wisdom are regarded as magic potions by the wizards of this world, and as beasts by the real dragons, Gallic dragons. In the eyes of the cruel giant Gallic dragons such as Stover Gallic, they are even pigs, cows and sheep. When they encounter something in the way while sleeping, they just raise their heads and open their mouths, and then they can have a bite. But why is there gore and meat? This thing is a humanoid creature. How long has this family not had a normal meal? Louis did not touch the meat of the Gorons, and Wright and others did not need to eat meat at all. They drank dragon blood potion or sea monster blood potion every once in a while. Now they moved their chopsticks slightly to accompany the guests. Edward even retched secretly a few times. As for the Goron meat, they didn't touch it at all. This made Louis look weird. You don't eat Goron meat, why bring it up? Wright gave him a look. I made it specially for you. I made it specially for me? Louis' face was a little strange. I always felt that this family treated him as a man-eating monster. Louis finished more than a dozen plates, except Goron meat. After dinner, Wright took everyone to a semi-open-air hot spring in the castle. The environment here was somewhat special, and there was a faint smell of sulfur, which made Louis suspect that dragons were domesticated in the castle. After walking around, everyone came to a small hot spring pool, which was full of steam. The left side was for ladies, and the right side was for men, with partitions. Leaning against the warm pebbles, Louis could hear the noises made by the two ladies and maids next door. The surroundings were a bit humid. Louis planned to chat with Wright, who was not far away. So he walked over. Before he got there, he found that Wright was staring at some of his wife's belongings. It seemed that Mrs. Nonny's wedding ring had been strung on a necklace, hanging in his hand. Looking up, with a look of infatuation, Louis couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It seemed that the people of the Red Queen family were particularly infatuated. Right. Sorry, Helen said. Miss Nonny went to the kingdom of the moon god. She will be reincarnated. I think you will see her again in the future. Louis slowly approached. Just as he was about to start a conversation, he was stunned to see that Wright, who was holding the necklace, stretched out his tongue with a fascinated look on his face and licked the ring slightly. It seems that Helen has already told Wright what you want to say to him. After a while, Mr. Wright looked around and secretly picked up a high-heeled shoe from the bath towel on the cobblestone. And this gentleman, it seems that he has a very serious fetish. Well, Mr. Wright is an infatuated man. Louis convinced himself. Louis stayed away from Mr. Wright and did not intend to disturb him. So Louis looked at Daniel and Edward on the other side, planning to chat with them for a while. It seemed that Mr. Edward and Mr. Daniel were getting along very well, as if they were rubbing each other's backs. But why was Mr. Daniel sitting on Mr. Edward's lap? Ahem, Mr. Edward. My soap fell. Can you help me pick it up? Daniel stood up, looked at the handsome Mr. Edward, and said with a smile, Oh, these soaps are really too slippery. Mine fell just now, and yours fell again now. Edward shyly pinched his fingers and pushed Daniel away, threw a wink at Daniel, and bent down. Louis sat back in his seat woodenly, feeling a chill all over his body. He decided not to disturb these two gentlemen. These ancient nobles are simply perverts. He quietly leaned back to his cobblestone and stayed there with his eyes closed. But not long after, Louis suddenly felt a little creepy, and after opening his eyes, he felt that he saw something strange in his peripheral vision. Louis couldn't help but look up at the partition between the male and female hot spring pools, and found that there was a jade hand grabbing the partition. Then, Louis saw half of a face sticking out from the partition. Looking at the red face that suddenly appeared, and the straight eyes, Louis almost cried out. Big sister. You have to lift your body horizontally to see this. Right? Ah? You are floating horizontally. Right? Are you doing backstroke? Before Louis could complain loudly, he saw another white little pretty face. In the same way, sticking out from under Miss Isabella's face. That little face was full of curiosity and excitement. Helen! What the hell is going on? It only been a few hours. Helen, how come you've been led astray? You've integrated into the group too quickly. Or am I not perverted enough to get along well with everyone? Seeing the two ladies' faces getting redder and redder, Louis coughed hard, pulled the towel into the pool, and covered his legs. As expected, Miss Isabella felt shy. Her face turned redder, and after a moment, she shrank back. Helen was still looking excitedly, and was pulled back by a hand. The bath was a little uneasy. After changing clothes, Louis asked Wright and others where the study was, and planned to go to Wright's study with him to look through some books. But Wright did not take Louis there, but pointed Louis in a direction. Then he planned to leave with Edward and others. I will do some preliminary preparations for the potion with Edward tonight. If you don't know the way, asked about furniture and silverware. Chapter 234 Your Majesty, you are really too shy. Okay. After Wright left, Louis looked at the dark passage, feeling a little uneasy. He walked slowly towards the study. When passing by a small hall with a small pool, he found a large mirror on the wall next to the pool surrounded by thorns and flowers. And a table. It seemed to be a place for washing and drinking water. There were many delicate little beetles on the thorns, which seemed to be the magical bubble bugs that wizards often used as cleaning tools. It seems like I haven't shaved for a while. I have stubble now. Louis touched his chin and broke off a flower, and after shaking it, it turned into a sharp razor, and then picked up an interesting little beetle, and after rubbing it, he made soap bubbles. He shaved the beard on his chin. After a few times, he found that the blade could not cut his beard at all, so he applied a sharpness spell LV15 max. This time the razor had a very good effect, and it was very neat when shaving. But he always felt uneasy, as if someone was behind him. He knew who it was without looking, because he didn't feel any ill will. Louis simply didn't turn around to pay attention. Not long after, he always felt as if someone was secretly touching his shoulders and neck. Louis turned his head helplessly, but found that there was no one behind him, and his expression became strange. After sensing it, he found that she had run very far away. Miss Isabella seems to have a very good control over her magic power. There is almost no fluctuation of magic power, and her agility is ridiculously high. It seems that she is the Nightingale of the Holy Blood Knights. The Holy Blood Knights are the knights of the Red Queen family who participated in the God-slaying war. Shaking his head and sighing secretly, Louis continued to shave, and accidentally scraped his chin and made it bleed. The blood flowed down. Damn. Louis cursed secretly, tilted his neck to look at the wound on the mirror, and took out his pocket to look for something to wipe it. A trembling hand holding a handkerchief suddenly stretched out from Louis's shoulder, and carefully wiped Louis's chin. But there was no hand or person in the mirror. Ahem. Thank you. Louis politely stretched out his hand to take the handkerchief, but the hand shrunk back in a flash, as if afraid that Louis would take the handkerchief away. Louis looked back at Miss Isabella in surprise, and found that she was holding ginger soup in one hand, holding a handkerchief with the other hand, and biting her fingers, trembling all over, and looking at him shyly. Oh, it turned out that she was bringing me ginger soup. Well, although this girl is a little weird, she is still kind. Louis thanked him, and took the ginger soup. Miss Isabella took Louis' razor with great grace. As soon as Louis lowered his head to drink a sip of ginger soup, she turned around gracefully, taking advantage of Louis' inattention. She took the bloody razor, extended her tongue greedily, and licked it fiercely. Immediately, she put the bloody handkerchief over her nose again and sniffed hard. The action was very graceful, but the madness and desire in her eyes were outrageous. Oh! No. I can't talk to Mr. Louis anymore. I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself. Cut him into small pieces and put them in a bottle. Just put it next to the pillow. What a beautiful love story. Eternal companionship. Just watching each other silently. Thinking of this, Miss Isabella felt very happy. She bit her fingers and looked at Louis, who was drinking ginger soup with his head tilted up without any malice. Looking at the moving throat, she trembled more and more. Louis heard a series of confusing but well-intentioned thoughts. When Louis finished drinking the ginger soup, he found that Miss Isabella behind him was gone again. Louis put the bowl beside the small pool in silence. This girl seemed very innocent and kind, but she was too shy. But anyway, she was the most normal one in this family. Louis couldn't help but think of the not-so-normal Prince Dracula. I wonder what his relationship with Miss Isabella was. Prince Dracula should know, right? Right? Shaking his head, Louis asked the vines in the pool, "Do you know where the study is?" The vines pointed to the direction of an exit. Louis bowed slightly, and then walked towards the study. After opening the door, Louis walked in and looked around. This study was not too big, about the same size as the principal office. But the books were lined up in rows, several times more than the books in the principal office. Louis's eyes lit up, and after flipping through a few books, he found that they were all magic books from more than 3,000 years ago. That was the most glorious period of magic in this world. Each of these magic books was worth a fortune, and these books seemed to contain some forbidden knowledge. There was a whole row of forbidden books, and the notes were all written in the same handwriting, which was cursive. The writer had a serious mental illness. Looking at the handwriting of these books and notes, Louis felt more and more strange in his heart. After walking around the study, he found an ancient and mysterious floor-to-ceiling mirror that was already broken into pieces. It was covered with dried blood. There were many array crystals suspended around the mirror. The total magic energy was more than 2,000 plus, several times more than the array crystals of the mirror in the Hydra base. Louis walked to the mirror with a wooden face. After using magic to detect it, he found that the forging materials and level of this magic mirror were much higher than the first magic mirror of Hydra. I don't know which magic mirror Francesco had. Louis covered his eyes fiercely. He knew where this was. As for who Miss Isabella is, there is no need to say more. No wonder I always feel that this girl is a little strange. Among the people I have met, the only ones who can make me feel uneasy are Aku and this shy lady. Not including Francesco. Miss Scarlet. Is this the godhead of the evil god? It is no wonder that she is mentally abnormal after being forcibly devoured by the godhead of the evil god from the abyss. It seems that even if the curse on Miss Isabella is cured, her personality will not change at all. However, why did you let me in so casually? They didn't treat me as an outsider at all. Is it because Mr. Dracula had told Isabella before that I was here to help everyone solve the potion problem? Louis nodded, knowing why everyone didn't treat him as an outsider. To solve the curse, I must read their books. They should understand. After flipping through some very old magic books, Louis lost interest. He picked up the forbidden books. He found that, from the annotations, Miss Isabella had problems with translation. Many words were weird and crazy. But the strange thing was that she got them all right. With the eyes of God, she could understand all these books. After reading more than a dozen forbidden books, Louis lost interest in them. Putting down these books, Louis pondered. Judging from the collection of books, 3,000 years ago, the 12 great families were very powerful. It was said that the leaders of those years were all god-level wizards. Now they rule the whole world, and all the resources in the world are tilted towards them. But because of their isolation, they have lost some of the things they have inherited. Therefore, it is still difficult to judge whether the current leaders of the 12 great families have become stronger or weaker than before. But Louis feels that there are 2 points that can be confirmed. Francesco and the Red Queen who have appeared so far both have god-level power. Moreover, these 2 guys may be stronger than their ancestors. Yes, Isabella herself is the ancestor. There are more than 20 forbidden books here, and 2 of them have aroused Louis's great interest. One of them is called Abyss Compendium, and the other is called How to Feed the Abyss Evil, the secret that Agra will not tell you. The 2 books were sealed by Isabella, as if because they were somewhat dangerous and special. She did not want others to read them. Louis thought he would have to work a little harder. But a hand reached out to him, and the book opened automatically. Louis looked up at the bookshelf woodenly and found that there was a person lying on the bookshelf, biting his fingers shyly and looking at him. Her face was flushed, and when she saw Louis' eyes looking over, she turned her head away embarrassedly, wiping her saliva. "Your Majesty, you are really too shy." Louis shook his head and felt a little speechless. It seems that the rumors outside are all untrue. She is not what everyone says. Chapter 235. Is this an advanced pet breeding manual? Your Majesty, you are really too shy. Louis shook his head and looked at the book in his hand. The books have now become their true appearance. The first book looks like a demon with a bloody mouth. The text is twisted and evil, called Abyss Compendium. It records many detailed data of abyss creatures and plants, weaknesses, and how to cultivate, enslave, and refine them into magic potions. Many abyss plants are actually demons. Generally speaking, Abyss Compendium is a medical book that includes curses and potions. It also records many strange and evil magics, and how to deal with such magics. Excellent black magic defense masters are often the wizards, who know the black magic best. The fact that the Red Queen family was able to defeat those demons back then was largely related to these studies. This reference book can still help a little with potions and curses, but it is still a bit difficult to solve the curse that the evil god cast with his life. Lewis picked up the second book, How to Deep Lord, the secret that Agra won't tell you. It seems that this book is a little incomplete. After flipping through it, Lewis found that in this book, in addition to Isabella many notes, there are also many notes from others. It seems that the Red Queen family should have obtained this book from someone else. The original collector of this book should be the Great Wizard family that was destroyed in the war 1,000 years ago. They think this book is a book that teaches mortals how to become gods. The road to becoming a god? Nonsense. It's just ignorant. Judging from the content, this should be a manual for raising high-level magic pets. After Lewis flipped through the book, his face looked a little strange. I remembered what Agra was. Agra is a kind of abyss monarch, belonging to a class of relatively powerful and chaotic ancient gods, also known as the Dragon of Chaos. The Abyss and the 7 degrees of Hell are collective names for countless abysses and hell planes. They span the entire multiverse, and each abyss or hell plane has many monarch-level guys. Depending on the size of the plane, sometimes there are 3 or 4 in a plane, sometimes 7 or 8. They often rule a certain abyss or hell plane together. Agra is an abyss monarch that often appears in certain planes. They are regarded as gods by the dragon clan of certain planes. They are of the same level as Ache. For the leaders of these subplane demons, the sanctuary still has a lot of research. There are many things that have applied this kind of bionics. And many magic and demonology also have the credit of creatures like Agra. This kind of high-level magic pet is not ordinary. If you can raise one, you will be very proud among the grand scholars, among the gods. Lewis's eyes lit up. In this book, there are all the secrets about Agra. After figuring it out, it is not difficult to trick him into signing a contract. After flipping through it, Lewis knew what this book should be called. Guide to Raising Agra? How to Raise/Cultivate an Abyss Evil God. Secrets Agra won't tell you. Yes, he really won't tell everyone his secrets. The Red Queen family won't study this book carefully as a magic potion. Right? And then take it for themselves? Yes. Miss Isabella is suitable to use the things in this book. So, after I read it, I can help her raise her? She does have the potential to become this kind of high-level magic pet. Lewis scratched his chin and glanced at Miss Isabella secretly, but raising such a high-level magic pet may be a bit costly. Forget it. If I have the chance to meet Agra, I can discuss it with it. Miss Ake seems to have a good temper. I don't know if I will have the chance to meet her again in the future and talk to her. The breeding guide is still very interesting. In addition to breeding, it also contains various dissections, etc. All kinds of detailed analysis are very useful for transfiguration. After reading for a while, Lewis found that combining the Abyss Compendium with cultivating the Abyss Evil God and some knowledge in his memory would be of some use to him. He could use it as a reference to learn how to absorb the power of the world, thereby strengthening his physique. Thinking of this, Lewis muttered to himself and drew a magic circle above the 2 forbidden books. Immediately, countless words jumped into the magic circle, forming a torrent that poured into Lewis's forehead. The Red Queen was biting her finger, and her mouth opened wide when she saw this scene. She originally felt that she had not found the real use of these books, and thought that there should be some other wonderful uses. But she never thought that they could be used in this way. After a while, Lewis completed the knowledge indoctrination, and the remaining thing was to slowly digest it. He opened his eyes and glanced at the storybook narration. After you have thoroughly studied these 2 books, you may be able to draw the power of the world to strengthen yourself. In addition, this world rejects outsiders like you or outer gods. Don't be confused. In this world, you are an outer god. Therefore, if you use this method to absorb too much power from this world, you will anger this world and be rejected by the world. However, you have a very good forbidden treasure in your hand. The Book of Destiny forged by another university scholar who collected materials. This undoubtedly saves you the time of researching and forging an excellent tool. It can help you make the world accept you. You already have a lot of sense of existence. And every time the Book of Destiny changes the fate line of this world, you will take advantage of one more loophole in this world, and the world will be more accepting of you. The current carrying capacity of your body fit with the world. Sense of presence 3096. Physical data that can be improved 30.96 strength. Time required less than 2 weeks, maximum 3% per day. Tips 1. In the future, when you transform, your form and breath will be affected. 2. Every descendant of the dragon has the blood of the dragon and the ancient gods Niwa, Fushi, Yen, Huang, Qiyu. After you start to transform yourself with the methods of God, you will gradually carry the breath of these ancient gods. 3. Your appetite will increase. It is recommended to use more biological flesh and blood containing vigorous life essence, such as sea monsters, Gorons, and subdragons. Lewis stretched out his hand woodenly and crossed out the Gorons. He continued to read. 4. When the Book of Destiny gains power in changing the world, you can also use the remaining power. That is to say, you will have upgrade attribute points, 1 point, in the future. Current level LV 29. Free attribute points, 29. I was wondering why I didn't have attribute growth points when I upgraded. After all, the Grand Scholar is considered a hero unit of the Forbidden Sanctuary. Lewis reached out to grab the storybook and looked at his current physical strength. Strength, 78 agility, 51 magic, 156. After thinking about it, Lewis planned to infuse all the power, free attributes of the storybook into his own magic power. After all, he was a wizard. Thinking of this, Lewis used the storybook, a divine treasure, to reoptimize his body, add attribute points. But after clicking on the magic power 4 times, Lewis found that he could not add any more. It seemed that the maximum attribute data he could improve in a day could not exceed 3% of his basic physique. A line of narration appeared in front of Lewis. Hint: strengthening the body requires an adaptation period. Okay. Then click a few times a day. Lewis plans to add all these powers to his magic power if nothing goes wrong. Putting aside the matter of strengthening the body, Lewis looked up and saw the guy on the bookshelf, still staring at him, but this time her head was fully exposed, and she was lying on the bookshelf. She was biting her finger, and blood was already flowing out of that finger. Just watching you silently like that. Maybe. This is a kind of happiness. Lewis pretended not to see her awkwardly. He tidied up the bookshelf and prepared to go back. But he accidentally touched someone's hand. No. No! A trembling voice came from above. Miss Isabella turned her face away shyly. Her scarlet eyes were crazy and weird. And she bit her fingers harder. We are not married yet. Lewis had a black question mark on his face. Why do I always feel something is wrong? Is there any misunderstanding? While Lewis was stunned, the shy Miss Isabella had disappeared. Isabella thought, no. I really like him too much. I can't look at him like this anymore. I will be unable to resist cutting him into many small pieces and putting them in bottles. I will just look at him silently like that every day. Lewis did not feel any malice from Miss Isabella's chaotic thoughts, but felt deep happiness and kindness. Lewis thought, although Miss Isabella is a little neurotic, she seems to be a very nice person. I was just a little too shy. I had planned to exchange some magic with her. Shaking his head, Lewis put all the books on the table that he was not interested in back on the bookshelf, then picked up the candle, carried the 2 books, Abyss Compendium and Breeding Manual, and walked out of the study. The ignorant Tang monk returned to his room with his 2 scriptures. Chapter 236, I just want to make friends with you. Because I didn't know where I lived, Lewis asked about the clocks, statues, and so on the way. And Lewis found that, although they looked beautiful and warm, they were actually demons. On the way, Lewis went to the wrong place and came to an area that looked like a cliff. This area was inside the castle. On the cliffs at both ends, there were many ancient cells. Out of curiosity, Lewis looked at these cells, and they all looked very beautiful. This made him feel like he was walking in the castle of Beauty and the Beast. Out of curiosity, Lewis used magic to detect it, and he found that these cells had been used to hold some things with blue blood stains. They seemed to be some kind of abyss demons. The plane invasion 1,000 years ago caused some time and space cracks in the kingdom of 4 flowers. Occasionally, demons would come out, but they were all made into furniture by the Red Queen family or locked up in cells as food. And some might have been eaten directly by Isabella. Recently, due to the lack of potion materials, all these demons were bled to death. Well, with the Abyss Compendium, when they used the blood of these demons, They can remove the corruption from the demons, absorb their essence. It seems that there should be a blood altar, blood pool, in the Red Palace. Soon, Louis came to the vicinity of his residence. He saw Helen in a small living room. She was wearing a little devil-style pajamas, sitting by the fireplace, and interviewing Isabella seriously. Miss Isabella rested her chin on her hand, biting her finger with a red face, absent-mindedly answering various questions from reporter Helen. After a long time without company, Miss Isabella and Miss Helen had a lot of fun today. From the dirty and wet appearance of the two, it seems that they had gone outside the castle to play. They visited all areas of the castle, which is much more than you have been. On the way, they also peeped at Daniel and Edward, who were massaging each other with oil. It seems that compared to you, Helen and Miss Isabella seem to get along more normally. Is this normal? It seems that I still can't fit in with the group. Seeing that Helen was interviewing seriously, and didn't have time to pay attention to him, Louis shook his head and went back to the room. When washing his face, Louis found that the wound on his chin that he had cut was almost healed, but some blood was stained on his collar. However, his clothes had been washed by the servants and would be dry tomorrow, so it didn't matter. Louis directly took off his clothes and threw them on the chair. After thinking for a while, Louis frowned and came to the window. He opened the window and looked outside. It was raining heavily outside, and it was pitch black. Occasionally, lightning flashed across the sky, and the gloomy and lonely mountains in the distance could be seen. There was no one on the walls around the castle. Louis breathed a sigh of relief. He closed the window and cast a few spells on the window and the door. Miss Isabella doesn't care about anyone. Why does she always care about me? I'm not here to be a son-in-law. Shaking his head, Louis lay on the bed and read a book for a while. Unconsciously, Louis fell asleep. He always felt uneasy in his heart. He dreamed of a crimson god. He was huge, with 6 arms, a pair of stone-like magic wings behind him, and the horns on his head were hideous and huge, like a hammer-headed bloodthirsty shark, covering half of his face. The crimson god spent a while in front of the window, unleashed the spell, and quietly flew into the house. In this dream, the god pupil shrank severely after seeing Louis. I don't know what Louis looks like in the dream. Maybe it's big and thick, very ferocious. After reading it, the crimson god's eyes showed excitement. But then she trembled all over and bit her fingers. Her face was full of shyness, excitement. A feeling of full happiness came from his chaotic thoughts. Louis knew who came, but he was too sleepy and didn't feel any malice, so he just scratched his face and went back to sleep. After a while, he was half asleep and half awake, and suddenly felt someone crawling into his quilt, rubbing against him, and smelling him. Louis couldn't help blushing. He couldn't fall asleep all of a sudden. This is a standard embrace, which makes me feel embarrassed. Well, isn't this a bad idea? This is only the first day here, and I'm a married man. Louis closed his eyes and began to think wildly. Just as he was thinking, he suddenly felt wet on his chin. She licking me? Ahem, this is so embarrassing. Louis couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, and couldn't help but secretly touch it a few times while pretending to sleep. Ahem, I touched it accidentally. It's so soft. Why do you always lick my ears? The good girl Miss Isabella seems to be licking only one place, and it getting harder and harder. And there's something dripping on Louis's face. Louis was a little confused. He secretly opened his eyes, but when he saw it, he was almost scared to death. Isabella, wearing a scarlet coat, was lying on Louis with a ferocious face. Her tongue was more than 2 feet long, and her fangs were frighteningly large. She looked like a ghost bride in a horror movie. How could she be as elegant and beautiful as she was during the day? She was now opening her bloody mouth, stretching out her long scarlet tongue, licking the wound on Louis's chin up and down. Her scarlet eyes were crazy and weird, and her whole body was shaking in excitement. The saliva on the chin was getting more and more, dripping onto Louis's face. Louis almost screamed out in fear. I can't live here anymore. I can't live in this damn place anymore. Lines of narration appeared in front of Louis. Eat you into my stomach. Stay together forever. Maybe this is love. Don't get me wrong. Miss Isabella just wants to be your friend. According to Uncle Dracula, we need to get to know each other first. But I don't know if it's because this woman, who was born for politics and war, has never had a blind date, so she doesn't seem to be good at making friends. Or because she has lived alone for 1,000 years, so she has forgotten how to get along with normal people. So her behavior is a little strange. You decide. A. Help her. Let Miss Isabella lie on the bed. And then teach her how to make friends. Completion reward. Isabella staring at you with curiosity *1. Louis doing strange things *1. Isabella in pain *1. Isabella excited *1. Isabella activated *1. Louis fucked *. Corpse running *. Human stick placed in the blood pool *1. Storytelling *in. Outrageous things *in. Random attribute +1. B. Continue to pretend not to know. Completion reward. Louis pretending to sleep *1. Isabella doing strange things to you *1. Louis in pain *1. Louis excited *1. Same as above. Magic power *1. C. Questioning. Your Majesty, you are so perverted. Completion rewards. Shy Isabella *1. A real fight *1. Half of the castle destroyed *1. Too excited Isabella *1. Helen woke up *1. Sorrento magic daily *1. Mother-in-law 1. Son-in-law 2. Son-in-law +1. Did someone hack Louis *? Same as above. Experience +100. Looking at the narrator, Louis rolled his eyes fiercely. He pretended to know nothing, turned over, but covered his chin and neck. But the scary female demon seemed determined to drink Tang Sung blood. She stretched her head and sniffed Louis's hand for a long time, and then began to pry Louis's hand apart with her hands. The strength was so great that in just a breath, Louis was at a disadvantage in this arm wrestling. He secretly cast several magic spells on himself. But after just a short while, his hand was pried apart by the female demon. More and more water flowed on Louis's neck. Louis squinted his eyes and took a look, and saw that the female demon was coming towards him with her fangs sticking out with a ferocious face. Her eyes were red, and her saliva was flowing out. In the blink of an eye, Louis's clothes and quilt were all wet. It was like being washed in the rain. Chapter 237. How could I possibly covet the Red Queen body? The fairy licked Louis's neck for a while, with an intoxicated look on her face. After slowly licking it wet, she bared her fangs, and prepared to penetrate it. But what a coincidence, the sleeping Louis suddenly turned over at this moment. He smacked his lips a few times in his sleep, scratched his neck, and then his hand protected his neck again. The fairy blinked her eyes, a little cute. My dear, your sleeping habits are too bad. Aren't they? Why are you turning over so well? Is my work in vain? If you move like this, I can't get in. She seemed a little impatient. This time she rolled up her sleeves with a ferocious face. Then she pried open Louis's wrist inch by inch. In order to open the can as quickly as possible, she even rode on Louis's body. The fairy lady's slender body seemed to contain terrifying power. Under her great power, the muscles and blood vessels on Louis's arms bulged, and a thin layer of sweat appeared on his forehead. This is just a scam. Damn mother-in-law, what mission did she assign me? I can't touch her, and all these people are her family. If we really fight, I don't know if I can win. If you lose, you will definitely marry the fairy. Seeing that the hand was broken, the fairy lowered her head. Louis suddenly had a flash of inspiration, and murmured a dream. Miss Isabella, we are not married yet. Louis talked in his sleep, smacked his lips a few times, turned over, scratched his neck, and covered it with his hands. This time, Louis didn't feel the fairy breaking his hands for a long time. He squinted his eyes with cold sweat on his head, and found that the fairy was indeed gone. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. D. Pretend to sleep plus your majesty. We haven't gotten married yet. Magic +1. Strength +1. It seems that she is a good girl. I'm your sister? This female fairy. She wants to eat me. Louis was secretly afraid. After all the fuss just now, he never felt any malice from her heart. Her heart was always full of happiness and sweetness. What the hell? The so-called happiness and sweetness is to suck me dry? Just then, Louis suddenly felt that the female fairy lady came again. Louis quickly closed his eyes. Sure enough, not long after, the shy female fairy lady happily and quietly came out from Louis's bed sheet. But this time, she did not harass Louis for a long time. Louis was a little surprised. He quietly opened his eyes, and found that Miss Isabella had run to the chair without knowing when, and was holding Louis's clothes, sniffing the blood on them. It was like a little girl who had not eaten for 1,000 years saw a pig head. She held the clothes in her arms, sniffed them, and rubbed them with her face for a long time, until the clothes were wet with her saliva. She put them down reluctantly. The person also disappeared from the spot. Only a pile of water stains were left on the carpet. Louis looked at his wet bed, and then at the wet carpet, and his eyes twitched fiercely. It was simply a mobile water dispenser. Before he could complain more, Miss Isabella in a scarlet dress suddenly emerged from under the ground beside the chair. She reached out and took the clothes into her arms, bit her fingers, and shyly looked sideways at Louis on the bed for a while, and then disappeared. Just like the ghost bride who comes and goes without a trace. No wonder Prince Dracula and his friends are always worried that Isabella will scare their son-in-law away. It's impossible to live here. It's impossible to live in this damn place. Louis lifted the quilt, ran to the mirror, looked at Helen there, but found that she was dozing with her chin on her hand, as if she was waiting for someone. After a while, Miss Isabella, dressed in red, walked over gracefully with her skirt lifted. Then she sat down in her seat very elegantly, and Helen suddenly became energetic again, picked up the small notebook she used to take notes of the interview. Why did you take so long to go to the bathroom? Isabella? Helen pouted and complained. Miss Isabella bit her finger, as if she remembered something, picked up her bloody handkerchief, secretly wiped the saliva from the corner of her mouth, and looked shy. It turned out that Helen's exclusive interview was not over yet. Miss Isabella must have gone out halfway, and when she passed by your room, she couldn't help but want to take a sneak peek. Take a look at what you really look like. Seeing Isabella wiping her saliva in the mirror, Louis's mouth twitched fiercely a few times. It seems that Helen is having a lot of fun with Isabella, and you can't seem to pull Helen home in front of Isabella. After all, if Miss Isabella finds out that everyone treats her as a monster, Miss Isabella will be very sad, and the curse will never be lifted. I am also very sad now. Louis sat on the bed and rubbed his face fiercely. He wanted to leave right now. But if he really left, this trip would be in vain. The opportunity for the Red Queen family to truly form an alliance with Sorrento was right in front of him. They could become the first great wizard family to turn to Sorrento. The affairs of the Rainbow Kingdom and the Four Flowers Kingdom also needed to be discussed with Prince Dracula later. Besides, he came here to treat the disease. Helen's voice rang out in the mirror. She asked seriously, Miss Isabella, when you were heading to the Devil Heartland, did you ever think you might die? Yes. We thought we would all die. But we must succeed. Isabella couldn't help but want to bite her fingers, but was hit by Helen, and she put her hand down again. It seemed that Isabella wanted Helen to help her correct this problem. After all, Edward Cousin said before that such behavior would make people think they were monsters. Mr. Wright said before that you almost died when you were cursed. Did you have any regrets about not completing your mission? Helen, the female reporter, asked. Regrets? No regrets. Everyone survived. The whole kingdom was saved. Then you didn't think about anything at that time? Isabella shook her head in confusion. Maybe she did think about it at that moment. I'm not married yet, so a kiss is fine. What a pity. Looking at Miss Isabella's current appearance, I'm afraid no one will be able to kiss her. Who would kiss a man-eating monster? Moreover, before her son-in-law could kiss her, she would probably be dried up. Help Miss Isabella realize her wish. Just like in the fairy tale. Perhaps, the real way to lift the curse is to get a kiss of love from a strange prince. Prerequisite, both of them must rule. And the prince must not regard her as a monster, but must be greedy for her body. Undoubtedly, the way to lift the curse is indeed difficult. Louis rubbed his face fiercely. Miss Isabella, you have a son-in-law. Why do you always think about me? I don't want your body. Which wizard country is that son-in-law from? When will he come to offer himself? I will help her. Okay. Louis grabbed his hair fiercely. He still refuses to accept the reality. But why does she keep staring at me? I'm not a prince. Is it because I bleed? Louis looked in the mirror and found that blood was dripping from his chin. There was no new wound on his neck. But it seemed that the wound touched by Isabella would not heal. Even with his strong recovery ability, it would take several days to heal normally. Louis performed a healing spell, and the wound gradually healed. Is it because I bleed? No. That not right. Mrs. Nani bleeds every month. And Helen seems to have been bleeding these 2 days. Louis counted the days with his fingers. This was confirmed. Wait. Isabella is bloodthirsty. She won't do anything weird to Helen. Right? When he thought of Helen lying there with an innocent face, watching Isabella doing weird things, and asking, Sister, are you doing wood? Louis felt bad. He couldn't help but look at the magic mirror. At this time, Helen's interview seemed to have ended. Helen stretched her body. It was almost dawn. Helen was so sleepy. She hugged Miss Isabella and chatted intimately for a while. Then Helen and Isabella said goodbye to each other. As for Isabella, she also returned to a dark room. There was a coffin in the middle of the room. After coming to the coffin, Miss Isabella, who was very elegant just now, trembled all over. She reached out and carefully took out a few clothes from the coffin and the bloody handkerchief, and smelled it again. Louis covered his eyes fiercely. That was his clothes. At this moment, the fairy lady in the mirror slowly turned sideways, bit her finger, and looked towards the camera. Then, she waved her hand, and the camera went out. Louis grabbed his hair fiercely. It seems that Miss Isabella is going to rest, and she has no intention of harassing others. Obviously, the main reason is you. After all, Miss Nani had been with Isabella in the Red Palace for 20 years, and she had never been harassed. Helen and others also had a good time with Miss Isabella. You are the only one who is not sociable. Why do they stare at our protagonist? Maybe our protagonist should reflect on it. Don't lie to yourself. You are here to sacrifice yourself. I sacrificed yourself to your sister. Louis felt that he had to talk to Right about this matter. Chapter 238. Your Majesty, you should obey this time. Right? That morning, Louis twisted his bedroom, so that no one could enter except himself. And during breakfast, Louis also communicated this matter to Right in a very obscure way, and asked vaguely whether there was any misunderstanding, and he was not here to be a son-in-law. Looking at the good niece biting her finger at the table, looking at Louis shyly, Right immediately understood what was going on, and his face darkened. I told you everything, so you should pretend well. Didn't you scare the son-in-law away? Why do you have to be so anxious these 2 days? The second father-in-law, Right, is more impatient than the first father-in-law, Prince Dracula. But he is also very cunning. After listening to Louis' report, he first hesitated and said that he didn't know whether he was a son-in-law or not, and asked Louis to wait for Dracula to come and talk to Dracula. After using the delaying tactic, the second father-in-law, Right, stood up with a dark face, stood up from his seat at the dining table, and then called Isabella aside and scolded her fiercely in a low voice outside the door. That was the end. When Miss Isabella came back, she had become an elegant lady. She no longer bit her fingers, nor looked at Louis with squinting eyes. Occasionally, when this little problem came back, Edward would pinch his cousin's arm hard with his orchid fingers. He didn't know how Right communicated with Isabella afterwards, but it seemed to be very effective. In the days that followed, Miss Isabella never harassed him again. She seemed to have become much more normal. Whenever she bit her finger and looked at Louis like that, Edward, Right, and even the servants would secretly hit her. This made Miss Isabella always look like an elegant lady. It seemed that everyone had begun to correct Miss Isabella's bad habits. And Miss Isabella's subsequent behavior also made Louis feel a lot more at ease. Louis believed that Right must have taken his words to heart. Miss Isabella bit her finger, entered other people's rooms for a long time, etc. It was not a good habit. It was too scary. Only when he occasionally shaved, a hand would tremble and reach out a handkerchief from behind. Since then, Louis never shaved again, but when he washed his face, a hand holding a razor would secretly shave his face, and every time this happened, sparks would appear on Louis' face. Luckily, Louis had a thick skin. Such a sharp weapon without the 15th level of sharp magic could not cut through Louis's thick skin with the 15th level of magic pattern. But no matter what, normal life was no longer affected. Louis also studied potions with Right and others. He would stay in the study most of the time. Miss Isabella would often appear here quietly. But this time, she no longer climbed the roof or the bookshelf. Instead, she acted like a normal person and sat in the study with Louis and others to study the books. She would often give some suggestions on the potion formula, such as increasing the dosage of the ancient god blood. This suggestion was naturally not passed. Not only that, in order to conduct experiments, Louis also took some blood from her body and conducted research. He found that Miss Isabella, who was cursed, could not leave the Red Palace for a long time. It was like a person imprisoned here. It seemed quite pitiful. For all kinds of questions from Louis, Miss Isabella, the patient, was very cooperative and basically told him everything she knew. Whenever Dr. Louis asked about the patient condition, this quiet lady looked like a gentle and elegant lady. However, she would shyly turn her head away when she was talking to Louis. Louis gradually discovered that this lady was actually quite well educated and knowledgeable. What happened that night might be due to some unexpected circumstances. Not normal. Such as her occasional illness. Until one day, Louis suddenly discovered that when this lady shyly turned her head, she was actually secretly wiping her saliva. Then he realized what was going on. It was all fake. So you chat with me just to suck me dry. This female monster is not worth pitying. After that, Louis twisted the study room. Louis would often report the situation of the Red Queen family to Francesco through the magic mirror. Francesco was very supportive of the Red Queen family. This surprised Louis. It seemed that his mother-in-law was a pure political creature and was not disturbed by the hatred in the past. After all, she had too many enemies. The life and death battle with the enemies was not due to personal hatred, but political factors behind it. Francesco knew the strength of the Red Queen family, and knew that once they lifted the spell, they would have irreconcilable conflicts with other big families. So she tried her best to promote an alliance with the Red Queen family. The Red Queen would be the first big family to turn to the Muggle world, and its significance was too great. The Red Queen family seemed to be full of sincerity. The day after Louis arrived at the Red Palace, the attitude of the Red Queen family began to turn 180 degrees. This made Francesco very satisfied with his future son-in-law diplomatic work. The Red Queen family can be regarded as a lawful evil camp. It is not easy to do such diplomacy well. How much effort and sacrifice did Louis have to make? The mother-in-law couldn't help but make another promise to Louis, promising to fulfill his wish when the matter was over. Louis pondered in his heart. I wonder if the mother-in-law will really fulfill his little wish after this matter is done. For example, he will marry both of her daughters, and in the future, he will take his wives, big and small, human and non-human, to the Cloud Kingdom to hold a lively wedding or something. This time I bring this up. His Majesty should agree to it. Right? He won't think about killing me anymore. Right? After thinking about it, Louis thought it would be better to bring it up in 2 years. Recently, many Scarlet Wizards have come to the Red Palace to participate in experiments, and the whole Red Palace has become lively. Isabella and Helen often stand on the steps together, looking at the lively crowd in the hall below, and they are always a little excited. On this day, Louis walked from the study to the dining room with dark circles under his eyes. He saw that the windows in the corridor were open. He walked to a place and breathed in the fresh air, and felt exhausted. He has been living in the study and laboratory for most of these days. This is his first time to eat in the restaurant. The sky outside the window was a little dim. Louis rubbed his eyes, and could not tell whether it was morning or dusk. He shook his head, and read several reports at his hand while walking. He has helped Wright and Edward to make many kinds of potions, and tested them. The test results made Louis feel relieved. The participants in the experiment were mainly bloodthirsty people, and the Scarlet Wizard volunteer Baron Angus also participated in the experiment. They were originally hungry and thirsty, but after taking the potion, they no longer felt thirsty. According to the data, they performed well in all aspects. Some groups of volunteers, even after being seriously injured and dying, stayed in the sheepfold for a few days. Some sheep were even cut open in advance. But the Scarlet Wizards did not go crazy. They also tasted the meat. These people are now the same as normal wizards, and no longer have a desire for blood. The curse on their bodies is basically gone. However, compared to ordinary wizards, they have 3 more talents. 1. Longer lifespan. 2. Mastery of necromancy. 3. Special talent in blood magic, able to draw magic power and life from the enemy blood to restore themselves. The blood of the evil god that once symbolized the curse of despair has now become a nutrient, making the Scarlet Wizards more powerful. And in the future, when a mysterious curse suddenly occurs in some small towns, it will be equivalent to an epidemic outbreak. At present, there are 3 types of potions that can be used officially. One is the primary potion, which is for newly infected people. One is the intermediate potion, which is for Scarlet Wizards, who have been cursed for less than 100 years. One is the high-level potion, which is for Scarlet Wizards under 500 years old. However, these potions do not seem to be perfect for the top wizards of the Red Queen family. There are about 100 people who do not have suitable medicine. Among these 100 patients, a small number of them are survivors who participated in the war against the evil god, and some are over 500 years old. The degree of curse on them is more serious than Louis imagined, and it requires the pure power of the ancient gods to fight poison with poison. The new formula has been made by Louis these days. Louis plans to go back to sleep, so he made the potion for everyone to try. Thinking of this, Louis rubbed his eyes. He was really too tired. When passing by a small hall, Louis took a look at his current appearance. He was sloppy and full of stubble. After that day, he almost never shaved again. Unless he went to live in Sorrento, he would shave. During this period, he stayed in the study and laboratory, and hardly went out. I don't remember how many days I didn't sleep. Louis blinked and felt a little tired. While walking towards the restaurant, he took a look at his physical condition in the storybook. Then, he couldn't help but cover his eyes tightly. Louis LV 29, 35/100. Strength, 134 agility, 51 magic, 161. Because that night, the scene of Isabella prying his hands apart left a deep impression on Louis. He finally used all the energy, 60, to optimize his own strength. Only 4 points of the first day were used for magic. Now with his strength base, when he adds strength buffs, the difference is exactly doubled. If there are any more female fairies coming, we are not afraid. At this time, several ladies wearing red moon court saint robes came towards us. They were holding hot water and towels in their hands. It seemed that they were originally planning to go to the study to find Louis. After seeing Louis, the beautiful ladies stopped. Louis saw the razors in their hands, and his eyes twitched. He turned around and wanted to leave. Dracula came today, and he must not do anything weird again. If he married another female fairy, there would be enough mahjong tables at home. We are not Tang Bohu and Wei Juai, and I really can't kiss her. Looking at the maids holding razors, Louis thought to himself, I hope everyone can understand. Let's just be friends. Chapter 239. 3 queens are going to meet. Sir, you came out of the study today? A beautiful lady with silver hair and red eyes, while smiling, blocked the way. Everyone joked with Louis and greeted him. Ah! Louis forced a smile, seemingly avoiding these lovely ladies. In fact, everyone got along well. These ladies were Isabella's personal ladies in waiting. They used to be saints and high priests of the Moon Cathedral in the Rose Kingdom. Although they did not participate in the God War of that year, they were the first group of people who came to Isabella and helped her share the curse. In a sense, they can be said to be the saints or high priests of the Scarlet God. In the past 1,000 years, although they served Isabella like maids, their status in the Red Palace was very high. In the entire Red Queen family, except for Isabella elders, they were the ones who had the highest status. Even Edward had to call them sisters. Louis usually got along well with them, and he also heard a few interesting stories from them. One thing is that Francesco was the original creator of the Red Palace 1VN, and finally ran away. As for Francesco's death, it was the Red Queen who found Francesco's magic mirror and defeated him in a fight among many big families. So Francesco can be said to be undefeated in the West. Another thing is that the Red Queen Isabella was severely tricked by Delphinia once. And after the war between Muggles and Wizards, she was impressed by Delphinia's power and bowed to her. So deep down in Isabella's heart, she was very afraid of the little queen witch Delphinia. Therefore, although Delphinia's individual strength was not good, she was feared by many people in the wizard circle. These big gossips made Louis eat a big melon. In order to learn more about the big family, Louis often chatted with these female officials. Later, because of frequent exchanges, the female officials often took the initiative to find him. As a result, Louis also chatted with the silver-haired and red-eyed female official who led the study several times. But since Louis suddenly discovered that every time they had sex with him, they would report everything to Isabella in detail, and Isabella seemed very satisfied. After that, Louis never let them come to him again. How did it become like a maid tasting food? Louis wondered if he had done something wrong. He planned to have a good talk with everyone. The potion did not need to be made using the first embrace method. He did not want to have sex with Isabella, and he would not stay in the Red Palace forever. I have enough debts of love on my shoulders. If I do something weird again, I guess the readers of the storybook will scold me. Seeing that several maids were blocking him in a friendly way, Louis greeted them and lowered his head while holding the book in his arms, wanting to leave. But several maids handed him hot towels in a friendly way. Someone even handed him a razor in a friendly way. Louis politely pushed away the razors in their hands. He took the towel, wiped his face and hands well, and planned to go to the restaurant. But he was stopped by the maids again. Sir, you haven't shaved for a while. The maids held sharp razors and said pleadingly, well, shave tomorrow, shave tomorrow. Louis felt a little sick and pushed away the razors that were coming around. He looked around and saw a half-face secretly looking at this side in front of a door. It seems that it is not morning now, but evening, the time when the sun sets. Miss Isabella should have just woken up. Sir, yesterday you said you would shave today. Look, you haven't shaved for a long time. Tomorrow someone will come to attend the birthday celebration of His Majesty. You can't do this. Everyone will think we are not taking good care of you. The maids gathered around again. How about we help you shave? Sir, tell us, how can we cut your beard? How can we shave your beard? Tomorrow, I will shave it myself tomorrow morning. Louis pushed the razors away again. He walked quickly towards the restaurant. My lord. Please. The maids chased after him. Anything is fine. Louis rolled his eyes fiercely, quickened his pace, and cursed in his heart. Damn it. From the first day I came here, I shouldn't have shaved. Did Isabella take this as some special signal? The maids finally put away their razors in front of the restaurant door, and pretended to go somewhere else because they saw Prince Dracula. Although the regent and Isabella usually treat each other as monarchs and ministers, Uncle Dracula, who has watched Isabella grow up, is like Isabella's father, and has a very high prestige in the Red Palace. Louis has been looking forward to Dracula's arrival in the Red Palace these days. Now that he has finally returned, Louis is excited and angry. He is excited because he has finally found his savior. He is angry because the son-in-law thing must have been spread by Dracula. Louis did not mention this matter right away, but started to exchange pleasantries. The two had not seen each other since they parted in the Rainbow Kingdom. So after meeting today, everyone was still very excited. They were good brothers who had experienced hardships, and Dracula regarded Louis as his savior. Dracula put his arm around Louis's shoulders enthusiastically and sat at the dining table. Louis also found that there were a lot of people at the table today. It seemed that the 4 knights and the top of the Red Queen family had all come. They were all core members of the Dracula family, and they were all real bosses who broke into the 10,000 demons and took the head of the evil god. Louis was not familiar with them, but they seemed to be familiar with Louis. Their younger brother, when he was in the arena, cast many spells on Louis and complained to the bosses about Louis' arrogance. Therefore, although these great lords, because they have been guarding various places in the Four Flowers country, have never been to Sorrento, nor participated in the celebration of the arena, they have heard about it for a long time. Now that everyone has turned from enemies to friends, there are some sighs. And many people also secretly hope that everyone can become closer friends. Of course, at this table, no one mentioned this matter. After Louis got to know these people, he talked to Dracula about what happened recently. Dracula has been in the kingdom of Sorrento to discuss various things with Francesco. 1,000 years ago, the Red Queen family, like Sorrento, was against the big family nobles, although now they have become the people they once fought against. Ironically, but they have never been able to play with other big families. After all, the sufferings that the Red Queen family has experienced in the past 1,000 years all come from the 12 big families. In the eyes of the nobles of the big families, this new family that came up more than 1,000 years ago is also a mad dog tied with a chain. Sometimes it is useful, and sometimes it bites its owner. So the relationship between the two sides is very delicate. In addition, the Red Queen family is a rare family that lives with muggles, so they are open to magic. In many ways, they can pee in the same pot. Now that the chains around their necks have been loosened, they have the right to make their own choices, and they are no longer in conflict with Sorrento politically. Therefore, they are willing to stand with Sorrento. However, Louis can hear that the Red Queen family is not particularly optimistic about Sorrento's current career. As for Sorrento ending, they also have a negative attitude. The Red Queen family seems to be very afraid of the nobles of the big families in their hearts. The main reason why they decided to join Sorrento without hesitation is because they are grateful to Louis for lifting the curse on them. Regarding the Rainbow Kingdom, the Red Queen family has made their attitude very clear. However, because they sided with Sorrento, the Red Queen family might step down early and no longer be able to run the Ministry of Magic. The family in the next term might be the White Queen family. From Dracula, Louis learned that Francesco and Delphinia would come here in person tomorrow to have a secret talk with Isabella I. Both sides attached great importance to this secret talk. Previously, when Louis was communicating with Francesco, he also talked a lot about this matter with Francesco. From some of Francesco's words, Louis could hear that Francesco wanted to use his real identity this time to talk to the Red Queen. After all, There was always a fuss between Xiaoda and Isabella. After the war between wizards and muggles ended, the Red Queen was forced to surrender to Xiaoda. Xiao Dai is always petty. And Isabella has a bad temper. Francesco is worried that if he doesn't keep things under control, his daughter will start quarreling with Isabella as soon as they meet. This will ruin the alliance. Francesco is a little entangled about whether to show up in his true form. But Louis has done a lot of work and persuading before. If an alliance is formed in the future, he still has to be honest with the leader of the alliance. Right? Francesco has made a decision after thinking about it. Dracula already knows Francesco's true identity. He doesn't know how his mother-in-law talked to Dracula. When Mr. Dracula thinks of Francesco, he feels a little scared. Tomorrow, Francesco will come to the Red Palace with the group as Byron, the magic consultant. And she will also have a secret talk with Isabella tomorrow, in her true identity. Should she secretly start a live broadcast at that time, let Xiao know that her mother is still alive? This is a bit of a trap for the mother-in-law. Chapter 240I. Tang Sing. Am going to seek Buddhist scriptures. Okay, mother-in-law, I am deliberately trying to trick you this time. Your Majesty Francesco, if I don't trick you this time, if Xiao finds out that Xiao Dai and I are having an affair, she will definitely kill me. Now it's different. Xiao Dai is your sister, not your stepmother. It's not taboo for you two to marry me together. Oh, the misunderstandings and hatreds in Xiao family are because of the death of her mother, and Xiao Dai became her stepmother. Now the misunderstanding has been resolved. We were sisters before, and we must be sisters in the future. You are all family, you must live in harmony. Louis planned to leave tomorrow after making the potion. Thinking of this, Louis looked at Dracula. Brother Dracula, there is something I must talk to you about. Louis said to Dracula with a serious face, I have been studying the matter of removing the curse, and the potion formula has come out. Now you should all know that these potions do not need to be made using the first embrace method. When we first talked about this matter, I only said that I would help you solve the potion. And I did not mention staying in the Red Palace and marrying Miss Isabella. I came here from the Cloud Country, and I have my own things to do. I can't stay in the Red Palace forever, and I can't marry Miss Isabella. Next, Louis expressed the reason why he, Tang Monk, could not stay in the Kingdom of Women. It seems that Prince Dracula had a premonition about this matter, but the father-in-law wanted to keep this son-in-law. So he pulled Louis to talk for a long time. Dracula spoke sincerely, saying that Louis could come to the Red Palace after he had dealt with his affairs, even if it was just to visit Isabella occasionally. This made Louis very conflicted. If he could get along with Miss Isabella like a friend, then it would be fine for him to come and visit everyone from time to time. But he could hear that Dracula expected him to slowly accept Isabella by getting along with her often, and finally become her son-in-law. Your Highness Dracula, I will come here from time to time, but it is impossible for me. Before Louis finished speaking, he found that the members of the God-slaying group on the long table were quietly listening. Look at those people's eyes. They were all rolling around. Louis's heart suddenly skipped a beat. These former God-slaying bosses, they all came here suddenly in the past 2 days. They didn't just want to force me to stay here, did they? He used mind reading to listen. Dracula, it seems that Mr. Louis is unwilling to stay here. I'm sorry, brother. I have to persuade you about this matter. A certain demigod knight, oh? We are all for the good of Mr. Louis. He will be grateful to us if he stays here for a while. A certain demigod knight, I have already told Dracula. It done. Right, let Louis stay here for a few hundred years. He will find that Isabella is a good girl. I won't be willing to leave. For a moment, the buzzing voices on the long table were transmitted to Louis's mind. They were all thinking about how to kidnap Louis. Louis was almost angry and fell backwards. It was so ungrateful. You are a bunch of scum. You are really a bunch of devils. Right? I really thought too well of these bandits. They are lawful evil. I am now in the Ponzi Cave, into the base camp of the dragon cult. These guys have already determined this stubborn truth, and they will definitely persuade me by any means. Although these guys were all up to something, Louis knew that they didn't really want to hurt him because of this. However, if he really left, they might not kidnap him, but they would definitely bother him. Louis didn't want to hurt him either. He frowned and thought about it. It seemed that he could only use his ultimate move. Louis, what did you say you couldn't do? Dracula asked. Louis pretended to be entangled for a long time, and then said, You must not tell anyone about this. I actually have a wife. Louis had no choice but to use his ultimate move. Wife, this is simply nonsense. And Louis naturally couldn't say that his wife was Xiao Ao. After all, Osikris is the most famous princess in the entire wizarding world, and the whole world is watching every move of this super royal superstar. So if Louis said that he and Xiao Ao were engaged, then Dracula would definitely laugh out loud and say something like, "Brother, don't talk nonsense. How come I didn't know that the princess was married, or had an engagement?" On the other hand, using Xiao Ao's name, it would not stop the Red Queen family from wanting him to be a son-in-law. Everyone knows that the Dragon Clan is thinking about Xiao Ao. After knowing the relationship between him and Xiao Ao, they might deliberately make trouble. Louis brought up Delphinia. Hearing that Louis and Delphinia had a secret engagement, Dracula's first reaction was that Xiao Ao was the queen of Sorrento. Wasn't she? He opened his mouth wide at first, and his face was full of "Are you kidding me?" But within half a second, Dracula's mouth closed again. He suddenly remembered that the king was played by Francesco. So the adopted daughter of the great devil was actually an unmarried girl. The so-called marriage with the king of Sorrento was a play performed by mother and daughter. "Your Highness Dracula, I am already the son-in-law of Francesco family. This is a marriage between the North Sea Kingdom and the Black Queen family. After the marriage, I went to the Holy Oak to study, to help my wife and His Majesty Francesco, and to secretly protect my sister-in-law Osikris. It is my honor to be the husband of Her Majesty the Black Swan Queen. But I also have a lot of pain. Before Her Majesty Francesco reappears, I cannot tell anyone about the relationship between me and the Black Swan Queen." At this point, Louis sighed deeply, in the face of the hospitality of the Red Queen family these days. "I really can't bear to disappoint you, but I really have difficulties in this matter. You should know what kind of person Her Majesty the Black Swan is. Well, she is a good girl. How can I do something to let her down?" Hearing this, Dracula's face suddenly turned pale. "So Louis is the husband of the Black Swan, who is so niggardly and sinister? I have been foolishly going to the corner of the Black Swan shall die." When he looked at Louis again, there was suddenly a trace of sympathy in his eyes. "Being a son-in-law to such a woman, it really hard for you. It not as good as being a son-in-law to Isabella. What a pity." Dracula believed that Louis would never dare to lie about this matter. After all, people would rather provoke the thousand-faced lantern-carrying death 100 times than provoke the poisonous queen once. Louis secretly wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. He would have to discuss this matter with Xiao Dai. As for his mother-in-law, it was fine. She would never believe that the arrogant Xiao Dai would seduce him even if she was beaten to death. So as long as he told his mother-in-law that he was deliberately trying to deceive the Red Queen family, she might even help him cover up the matter and try to keep Xiao Dai from knowing, so that Xiao Dai would not secretly retaliate behind his back. When the topic came to this, Mr. Dracula, who learned that Louis was already a husband, showed a deep sense of loss in his eyes. After a pause, Dracula looked at the man who had saved him twice. The first time, he gave him a new life. And the second time, he gave his entire family a new life. He couldn't ask too much of Louis. He also knew that in this matter, it had always been the wishful thinking of the elders. He hoped that Louis could slowly accept Isabella during his time with her. Prince Dracula sighed secretly. He couldn't force it anymore. He said that he would discuss this matter with Isabella in a while. In the final analysis, this matter was a misunderstanding caused by Dracula. So he naturally had to come and talk to Isabella in person. "Louis, no matter what, the Red Palace will always be open to you," Dracula finally said solemnly. Louis breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that he, the Tang monk, could continue to seek scriptures. Tang monk, this is not the land of women at all. Chapter 241. Unlike me, I only feel sorry for my brother. After dinner that night, Louis went to the bathhouse to take a bath. When changing into new clothes, Louis kept thinking about the words in the storybook. This is not the land of women. After thinking about it, he applied the magic potion he made based on Isabella's blood on his arm. These potions are specifically for this fairy. The fairy lady has not been able to successfully enter Louis's bedroom during this period. But Louis can always feel that in the middle of the night, there is a very unwilling figure wandering outside his room, looking for a way to enter. And Louis felt that she was about to find a way in. Dracula would definitely have a chat with Miss Isabella today. If she refused to change her mind and came to bite him again, these potions would work. One must be on guard against others, Louis said in his heart. After changing his clothes, Louis took his scriptures and returned to his living area. When passing by the living room, Louis glanced at his stubble in the mirror next to the small pool and shook his head. Francesco will be here soon. And many people from noble families will also be here. It seems that it is not good to look so sloppy. It is embarrassing for my mother-in-law. I should shave tomorrow morning. Louis touched his chin. At this moment, Louis, who was bending over and looking at the mirror, suddenly turned his head with a strange expression and looked at his side. I don't know when. A woman in red was standing next to Louis. And she was standing there trembling all over. And she was holding a razor tightly in her hand. The razor seemed to be extremely sharp. Miss Isabella was holding the blade, and blood was already flowing out. Ahem, Your Majesty Isabella, what do you want? Louis couldn't help but frown. Why are you still pestering him? Hearing Louis's question, Isabella lowered her head and didn't speak, but tremblingly stretched out the razor in her hand carefully. Ahem. Miss Isabella, how can you shave at night? I will shave tomorrow. Louis frowned secretly. Sir Louis. Isabella lowered her head and trembled as she handed the razor back to him. She said tremblingly, You have been a little too sloppy recently. Sorrento will have visitors tomorrow. It's not good for you to be like this. You should shave quickly. Louis' face gradually became gloomy. He had already talked to Dracula during the day, and Dracula had also talked to Isabella about this matter. But it seems that Isabella is not so reasonable. This made Louis feel disgusted. He rudely pushed away the razor that was extended to him, without even looking at her, and went straight to the bedroom. But a hand tightly grasped his arm. Louis turned his head with a frown, looking at Isabella, who was trembling with her head down. He wanted to see what this crazy woman was going to do. Please. Miss Isabella seemed to be unable to suppress her emotions anymore, and there was a sad tremor in her voice. Just shave anything. What Louis didn't know was that, under Miss Isabella's scary appearance, there was a soft and delicate heart, which had long been shattered. The day Louis first came Edward, my dear cousin, did you sneak into my boss' room last night? Isabella, I just wanted to see what he really looked like. But he was bleeding. I couldn't control myself. Edward, cousin, I know you have no ill intentions, but my good boss only came here for the first time yesterday. You will scare him like this. He will think you are a monster. Girl, you can't do this. Monster, Isabella has heard this word too many times. But this word has never been so harsh. Isabella's eyes flashed with pain, loss and despair. She hated herself immensely, but she couldn't get rid of this curse. After these pain and despair appeared in her heart for a moment, her mind was replaced by madness again, and scarlet weirdness appeared in her eyes. She has a scarlet personality, she has no resistance to blood, and thousands of years of torture have long made it impossible for her to remain normal for a long time. Monster, evil god, bloodthirsty demon. Everyone is right, she is like a monster, imprisoned in this castle, alone for the whole world, bearing the curse and malice of the whole world against her. Perhaps, in Miss Isabella's heart, she never expected you to stay, nor did she ever think of pestering you, harassing you. Maybe, for such a long time, everything this simple monster lady did was just to prove to you that she was not a monster. And maybe, she has always been fantasizing about Mr. Louis. She doesn't shave because she doesn't like shaving. Not because of the existence of a monster. Please, just shave anything. At this moment, a flash of lightning flashed through Louis's mind, and his chest felt like it was hit by a heavy hammer. He took the razor without saying anything, and then turned around. A few minutes later, Louis turned around with a smile, and on his neck near his ear, there was a wound that was accidentally scratched. He washed the blood off the wound at the sink and returned the razor to Miss Isabella. This razor is really sharp. As he said that, Louis put away his smile and grabbed Miss Isabella's shoulders. Looking at this lady, who was still shaking with her head down, Louis's eyes gradually became serious. Miss Isabella, you are not a monster. I have never thought you were a monster. I cannot stay in the Red Palace, not because I am afraid of you. You know, I cannot be with you no matter what. I will come to the Red Palace often. I hope we can be friends. Isabella. Louis said solemnly with his eyes, You are a good girl. Isabella raised her head in confusion, and after a moment she seemed to understand a little. It seems that Miss Isabella has not eaten for a long time, so her mind is a little confused, and it is difficult to express herself. Louis sighed secretly. According to his speculation on the latest formula, it is impossible to completely solve the cursed problem of Miss Isabella. This is the side effect of the Scarlet Godhead. It is too difficult to solve. Perhaps it is because of this curse, and the divine nature that She has a lot of mental problems, sometimes normal, sometimes difficult to express herself. For this curse, the new prescription can only alleviate the curse. As for how to completely remove it, I don't have too many clues now. I can only pay more attention in the future. You suddenly heard Isabella's voice. She wants to follow you all the time. Her thoughts are too chaotic. It should be interpreted like this. Not yet. I am not rejecting you, Miss Isabella. I mean, when I finish my work here, I will take you to the Cloud Country. It is a beautiful place. Louis has not been to the Cloud Country yet, but he guessed that it should be very similar to the ancient times of his hometown. A hand suddenly stretched out shyly in front of Louis's eyes. Louis blinked his eyes, and found that the blue ribbon wrapped around the finger seemed to fall off. He looked at Isabella in confusion. But Isabella turned her head away. Kind Louis helped her tie the ribbon on her finger. Isabella trembled shyly. She bit her finger, and then put it down. Louis vaguely heard Miss Isabella's inner voice. She seemed to be saying, I hope you go to bed early. Louis patted Isabella's shoulder, thought for a while, he kissed her forehead, and then walked into his bedroom. At the moment when he closed the door, Louis saw Miss Isabella looking at his bedroom with a complicated expression. There were a few words written on that face. You still don't believe me. You still think I'm a man-eating monster. Louis was slightly stunned. And then he suddenly realized it. In front of others, he changed his twisted bedroom back to normal. When Louis turned around again, he saw Miss Isabella biting her fingers, looking at this side with a shy smile. Louis couldn't help but smile. He bowed slightly to Isabella and closed the door. As a result, that night, just as Louis fell asleep, the female demon came to eat him. The excitement in her eyes was beyond words, and her face was full of joy of conspiracy success. In ancient times 1,000 years ago, as long as a man wrapped some precious or vulgar objects around a woman's finger, it meant that the other party agreed to do something for you. And vice versa. Brother, Uncle Dracula said that you are very afraid of your girlfriend. If she knew we are like this, she won't be jealous. Right? Will she not be angry? She is so fierce. Not to me, I just want to feel sorry for my brother he ha ha. In order to suck you dry beautifully, she hasn't eaten for more than a month. Schwalala saliva poured on Louis's face. Looking at Louis' narration, my head buzzed. Knock on the horse. It all a fucking routine. Louis, you are still too young. You actually believe the lies of the female fairy. You are simply living in a dog's stomach. Fortunately, I made 2 preparations. Chapter 242, Is This Also a Kiss? Looking at the ferocious-looking female fairy, who had quietly floated over, Louis, who was sleeping soundly, felt his scalp tingling. But he smacked his lips, covered his neck with his hands, and continued to pretend. Female fairy, you're doing this again? This time, the female fairy rolled up her long sleeves, grabbed Louis's fingers with both hands, and twisted them with a grim smile. And in order to prevent this can from turning over again, she directly rode on Louis's body. When this huge force was transmitted to Louis's hand, the blue veins on Louis's arm popped out. But Isabella's efforts to get Louis to take care of his nutrition were not in vain. The fairy lady worked hard for a long time, but still failed to pry Louis's hand open. Why is this can so hard to open? Miss Isabella wiped the sweat from her forehead and shook her sore hands. Why is this fairy lady so strong? Louis secretly wiped the sweat from his forehead. After a while, Louis felt no movement on his body. After a while, he felt his arm was wet. He secretly opened his eyes, and found that the fairy lady was biting her finger, drooling at the aorta on his arm with shining eyes. Louis smiled coldly and ignored it. Sure enough, not long after, Louis felt something biting his arm. The tiger fangs were very sharp, but after biting for a long time, it failed to break the skin on his arm, rubbing her slightly sore chin. Miss Isabella looked at Louis's arm with a puzzled look on her face, and found that there were runes and golden scales flickering on the skin. This was obviously to guard against someone. Isabella was very angry. Okay, you scumbag said one thing, but it turned out to be a lie to me. Louis was very angry. Okay, you fairy said one thing, but it turned out to be a lie to me. The fairy lady seemed unwilling to give up, and bit the arm artery tightly, causing Louis to grin secretly in pain. After a long time, with Miss Isabella's unremitting efforts, the tooth mark finally broke open, and the can rose a little. Maybe because she hadn't eaten for many days. Everything tasted delicious, or maybe it was just the right taste. The long-awaited blood of the ancient god. made the blood-hungry female demon intoxicated. Gradually, she actually felt a little drunk. She had no strength in her body, and her head was dizzy. She lay on the bed, holding her forehead, and rested on the bed. That quiet look, beautiful and pure. It was not like the ferocious look just now, making people feel that no one should come near. Isabella felt someone kissing her. In the dimness, she opened her eyes slightly, and found that Louis was looking at her with a smile. "You little girl, are you going to bite me or not?" "Hey, wait, don't hold me so tight. Put your legs down, you're strangling me to death. Don't bite my neck." Damn it. There was no conversation that night. Swish, the heavy curtains were pulled open by a white jade hand, and the gentle sunlight poured into the room. A beautiful, pure and lovely, rosy-faced lady lay on the windowsill, with her delicate wrists supporting her rosy face, looking at the scenery outside the window, and gradually revealing a gentle smile. A kiss of true love that I have been looking forward to for 1,000 years. Although, it is different from what I imagined. In that curse, there needs to be a true person to give me a kiss of true love. There was a kiss, and the curse was indeed lifted. The innocent and lovely girl suddenly touched her lips. But Louis didn't kiss her lips last night. Miss Isabella blushed and cursed inwardly, and pushed the window wider, looking at the scenery outside the window. Her blue eyes were full of spirit. Her skin was no longer pale, and she looked like a young girl. How could she look like a female fairy who was more than 1,000 years old? It was like returning to the age of 18 overnight. The only thing in her body that was in common with the past was probably her 2 little canine teeth. So beautiful. She spoke normally. Indeed, it was a sunny day that had not appeared for a long time. The heavy rain last night seemed to have dispelled the clouds and haze that had shrouded the castle for many years. The hideous thorns on the castle now bloomed with white petals, and the fields around the castle and the mountains in the distance were full of beautiful flowers and plants covered with dew. Looking at the scenery of her hometown that she had not seen for many years, Miss Isabella, wearing a blue ancient princess dress, raised her hand, stretched her waist, and gracefully came to the bedside. She slapped her face and hit a pale and scary but, "Get up quickly, lazy guy. Your family will be here today. Why don't you say anything? Brother? Oh, by the way, brother, are your girlfriends coming here today too? If you saw us like this, get lost. I don't want to see you." A weak voice came from the bed. The girl's eyebrows were raised. She stretched out her hand and slapped him many times, until her palm turned red. This was considered revenge. "I let you go this time." The fairy princess rubbed her painful palm viciously, then rubbed her buttocks, limped and hummed a little tune, and walked out of the room. More than half an hour later, Louis slowly sat up from the bed. He rubbed his head, which was slightly dizzy due to excessive blood loss, and got up weakly. When he passed the floor-length mirror, he took a look at his appearance. Above his head, the storybook gave a line of narration to feet. There was also a note: "Your blood is almost dry. Your health is low, and you are in a dying state. The fairy lady did faint last night, but it was a little late." Therefore, Louis was sucked dry in the end. Louis covered his eyes fiercely. Damn it. Why can't I control my bad habit of liking pretty girls? Now Louis in the mirror, his whole body is pale. He looks like he has lost too much blood. The only red places are his waist and neck, and they are a little blue, as if he was strangled by a python all night. The wound on his neck is even purpler, and there are several scary teeth marks on his arms and face. Obviously, last night bargain came at a price. Thinking of what happened last night, Louis's eyes twitched. Miss Isabella is really energetic. Before finding the perfect formula, let Isabella stay in the Red Palace for a while. The curse on her still can't leave here for a long time. Otherwise, I will die. However, I have caused another trouble. How should I tell my family about this? Because the bishop of the dragon cult and Ah Shuang, Helen, play well, so I thought, why not just take her home and play mahjong for everyone? Louis covered his face. The door was knocked, and the maids came in with food, hot water, and other items. Louis asked them to leave everything behind, and drove everyone away. After washing up, Louis found a potion on the plate that was specially used to curb curses. But Louis did not use that thing. With his resistance, a few bites from Isabella would not cause a debuff, but being bitten to death would be more likely. Louis ate some food, and then used magic to heal the wounds on his body in front of the mirror. In the afternoon, his mother-in-law would bring people over. Thinking of this, Louis tidied his clothes and walked out the door. Chapter 243 Blood Altar. Lewis got dressed and went out, walking towards the study. When passing by an area, Lewis felt the powerful life essence there. He knew the direction was the blood pool. Out of curiosity, he went over there to take a look. This mysterious blood pool, Helen has been there countless times. Lewis has also heard Helen talk about it many times. But Lewis has never been there himself. Isabella had very kindly invited Lewis to swim in the blood pool before, but Lewis refused this seemingly friendly proposal. The hall where the blood pool is located is a circular area. The blood pool is in the center, and there is a deep abyss around the blood pool. On both sides of the circular area, there are two suspension bridges connected to the blood pool. In the center of the blood pool, there is a huge stone pillar. Between the stone pillar and the wall in the distance, there are many chains with spells connecting them. On the four walls in the distance, there are also many small doors to get here. The entire blood altar is mainly used to condense the essence of life, and can also be used to summon demons. Occasionally, the Red Queen family seems to perform some demon summoning rituals here, and then join forces with those wizards who have studied in the Moon Court, prepare some holy water, and trick the demons in the abyss to kill them. Especially recently, because of the lack of dragon blood, it seems that these blood mages have to look for demons as substitutes. The blood pool is almost dry now. To synthesize those intermediate and above potions, life essence is required. Otherwise those scarlet wizards who bear the curse will immediately turn into ashes when the curse is lifted. Their life value is actually negative. However, Crowley fleet will arrive at the Kingdom of Four Flowers soon. There are many smuggled sub-dragons in it, and some of them are fire dragons poached by wizards. These life essences are enough for the scarlet wizards. As for the low-level potions used by ordinary people, they do not need to use too much life essence. Although the cost of the materials in the formula is very low, there are a few things that are not easy to get, such as dragon eggshells, and some common herbs that are special to the dragon clan. The demand for this kind of low-level potion is the greatest, and dragon eggshells and herbs are very common in the dragon tribe. There are many dragon beasts in the territory of the Gallic dragon tribe. Although the dragon beast cubs eat eggshells, they will not eat all the eggshells. Therefore, a lot of eggshells are discarded every year. Usually only wizards use these things, and muggles don't use them. Therefore, the supply exceeds the demand. If long-term trade relations can be established with the dragon tribe, the dragon tribe can generate income through trade in the form of small profits and quick turnover. So this is a win-win situation. But the Gallic dragons are a group of guys with arrogant attributes. They think that their shit is noble. Naturally, they will not allow lower creatures to use their things, even the eggshells of their pets. Lewis heard that the dragons under the rule of the Gallic dragon have no food to eat, but the masters served by the dragons have to guard their pride and let their slaves starve to death. At present, the Red Queen family has purchased some dragon eggshells and herbs from the wizards. These materials are enough to solve the urgent needs of those sick people of the Four Flowers. But because Dragon Nest City prohibits the sale of such things, and wizards don't like these things for muggles, there are very few wizards willing to sell goods to the Red Hand family, making these common items very expensive. If you want to completely popularize low-level magic potions, so that more patients in the future can afford them, then you have to break the wizard's monopoly and talk to Dragon Nest City. Aki and his brother, who runs the White Rock Lakeside Dragon Clan Witch Market, are now discussing this matter with Dragon Nest City. After a while, Francesco also plans to go to Dragon Nest to discuss some matters, including some trade matters. If Dragon Nest can open up trade, it would be the best. While walking on the suspension bridge, Lewis looked down at the abyss below, and could see many dragons, gorons, and sea monsters in the shadows. Lewis quietly cast a detection magic and found that among those skeletons, there were some human skeletons, but most of those skeletons had demonic attributes. A few have strong magical fluctuations. They should all be demonized creatures and dark creatures active in the Four Flower Kingdom. Among them, there should be some executed scarlet wizards and black wizards, or noble wizards, who have provoked the Red Queen family. In the final analysis, the Red Queen family should be considered a lawful evil camp. The means they use to deal with their enemies are really cruel. They are straightforward and don't care what others say. They skin and pull out the tendons, drink up all the blood, eat up all the meat, to feed werewolves and other pets, and throw them into the bottom of the abyss. It really too evil. As he said that, Lewis used an evil blood magic on the blood pool, and then he felt a full vitality pouring into his body from the blood pool. and gradually filled his body. His life value, which had already reached the bottom, was directly restored to half. And it was still recovering gradually. It seemed that it would not be long before his vitality would be fully restored. However, there were still some side effects. Louis stretched out his hand and grabbed the heart position on his chest. A black shadow of resentment was pulled out by him with a scream, and thrown into his own shadow for secondary digestion. After moving his body for a while, Louis felt that he was gradually becoming more energetic, and the blood he had lost was also gradually growing back under the stimulation of the vitality. He still felt a little weak after recovering from a serious illness, but with his physique that was more than 100 times stronger than that of an adult man, he would be almost fine after a few hours of recuperation. It was no wonder that at the beginning, Miss Isabella always thought about planting Louis in the blood pool. Planting one Louis could produce a lot of blood. After leaving the blood altar, Louis went to the study. As soon as he entered the room, he was greeted by the noise of noise. The study was full of people, all of whom were the great vampire lords mentioned by Edward, and people like Baron Angus, if placed in this group of people, would only be considered small bumps. These people were all here to join in the fun. Dracula and the 4 knights should also be in the study now. Louis heard their voices, but there were too many people, so he didn't see them. Everyone was looking forward to getting rid of the damn curse as soon as possible. So after seeing Louis, they all gathered around and asked questions. Louis patiently answered some of the questions, and after getting the answers, they all felt relieved. At this time, Dracula, who was not far away from the crowd, said something, so these random people who came to join in the fun all bowed in a certain direction and slowly left. Originally, Louis thought that these big vampire lords were bowing to Prince Dracula, but after everyone left, he found that they were actually bowing to Isabella. It seems that Isabella is sitting on the sofa, chatting with Dracula, Edward, Helen and others. In the morning, Louis did not notice her new look. Now, he almost did not recognize her. Her face has not changed at all, but her temperament has changed completely. In her elegant and pure movements, where is there any neurotic, finger-biting, trembling bad habits? She looks so lively, just like Helen's classmate, as if she is 18 years old. She looked younger than her 28 years old. They were completely different. Louis almost didn't recognize her. Louis looked through the story book with a strange expression on his face, and found that the matter of patient Isabella I had been basically completed, except for Dracula and others to drink the medicine. This meant that Isabella's curse had been lifted. What was going on? Louis's face was full of black question marks. Chapter 244. You still say you are not an ancient god? What going on? Louis's face became strange, and he confirmed the things in the storybook again. He found that the mysterious incident had indeed been basically solved, and many options had become to be claimed. Not only the Queen Francesco has become Louis' property, and there is also an additional ghost cruiser *20 to be claimed. The condition is that after Dracula and others drink the potion, let Crowley talk to Prince Dracula. It seems that Prince Dracula will invest in a lot of ships. When Believe was looking for the Fountain of Youth, the Red Queen family helped the little Count to build a batch of large ocean-going ships in order to find the right potion. Later, in order to trade dragon blood and capture sea monsters, the Red Queen family has been focusing on developing maritime power. Therefore, among all the wizard kingdoms, the Red Queen family maritime power and shipbuilding technology are among the best. They have a lot of good ships, especially ghost ships. The Scarlet Wizard is very strong in the magic of the undead. Louis continued to read. He found that his overall attributes also increased by 10 points. This was the power gained by the storybook through Louis after he perfectly completed patient Isabella I, and changed the fate of the world through Louis. As for the sense of existence, after Louis lifted the curse of Dracula and other remaining cursed people, he would gain 3,000 sense of existence. In addition, the storybook suggested that this sense of existence was only Louis's sense of existence in the eyes of the Red Queen family, because the Red Queen family, in order to avoid Louis standing in the spotlight, would not admit to the outside world that it was Louis who lifted their curse. Your mother-in-law may steal your limelight later, revealing her true identity, and paving the way for whitewashing. This guy who likes to show off. Shaking his head, Louis could not help but secretly look at Isabella from a distance. Her pure and lovely appearance made Louis look very strange. He didn't notice it when he got up in the morning. Now, she looked like a completely different person from yesterday. She looked the same as in the photo. Wright was busy in a small alchemy room in the study with a few assistants. They seemed to have encountered some problems. They waved to Lewis. Lewis walked over and started to communicate with everyone. The preparation of the advanced potion and a special potion had been completed. Only the last step was left. Among them, the advanced potion could solve the problems of many wizard lords. And the special potion was prepared for Isabella. According to Lewis' speculation, this potion was still far from completely solving her problems, but it should be able to alleviate them. These potions all require materials with ancient god divine elements. Based on the alchemy equipment of this era, the quality of the synthesized divine elements is far from enough for this kind of potion. So some real materials are needed. Lewis now has two kinds of materials in his arms. One is the touch of believe, and a dozen hemorrhoids. These hemorrhoids can be divided into medicines for Dracula and other hundreds of lords. Among them, Dracula and the 4 knights need a larger dose, and the others will have a smaller dose according to the situation. The other material is the butterfly wing tendrils on a kabaddi. This is a good thing Lewis got in the Rainbow Country. The useful substances contained in it are 5 or 6 times more than those dozen hemorrhoids. The special potion made is only for one person, Isabella. According to the storybook, the curse on Isabella has been lifted. But because he is worried about the curse on Isabella, Lewis still plans to make this special potion for her. These two materials contain the curse of the ancient god. So after making the potion, some special things need to be added to neutralize the curse of the ancient gods. Otherwise, after the person drinks it, either the effect is not good, or he is cursed by the ancient gods. Since Lewis was removing the curse for the Belize, he began to study the curse of the ancient gods. So Lewis has some special medicines to deal with the curse of the ancient gods. But in order to speed up the time, Lewis did not make such special medicines. According to Wright theory, he has something better. When Lewis went to the Rainbow Kingdom before, in order to deal with a curse, he took some special medicine to improve his resistance to the curse of the ancient gods. Later, he suffered many direct curses from ache, which made his body more resistant to a curse. In addition, he now used the method in the raising/cultivation manual to activate the dragon blood in his body. So his current blood is almost the same as the blood of the ancient gods that Wright theoretically said. This was a lucky coincidence. After the potion in the cauldron was almost cooked, Wright and the others looked at Lewis. They didn't know how Lewis was going to neutralize the curse of the ancient god. Lewis took out a dagger from his arms, cut the vein on his arm, and released blood into the cauldron. Seeing this, Wright and the others looked at Lewis blankly. "You are the ancient god, right?" "Oh, that not the case, Wright. I think you misunderstood," Lewis explained while shaking his head while bleeding. Wright nodded doubtfully, looking at the blood that kept flowing from his arm into the big pot. Lewis's face looked a little strange. "Am I considered everyone breadwinner? Let not talk about whether the breeder Mr. Lewis is everyone breadwinner. But he is definitely Miss Isabella Breeder. Just as the storybook said." Miss Isabella, who was sitting on the sofa in the distance, suddenly stretched her nose and sniffed in the air at the moment when Lewis cut the vein. After seeing Lewis secretly bleeding there, she bit her finger and secretly looked around. Dracula and Edward, who were originally sitting on the sofa, suddenly came over with strange expressions, looking at the blood that kept falling from Lewis's arm into the crucible. They had been through the dissolution with the ancient gods, and were particularly sensitive to the breath of the ancient gods. They could tell the special smell as soon as they smelled it. They all raised their heads woodenly, looking at Lewis. "You still say you are not an ancient god?" It was almost noon. "Think about it, everyone. When you take this potion, you will lose the ability to live forever. In addition, although these potions can remove the curse on you and make you never go crazy again, you will still retain some of the devil attributes," Lewis said, looking at the row of potions on the table. "The curse has transformed Dracula and others too much in the past 1,000 years. In addition, they all have some of the divinity of the evil gods. This means that these people at the top of the Red Queen family will never be able to become ordinary wizards again. But the power of the curse will become the nutrient of these people magic. In the future, as long as these people can dig their own power, many of them will have the opportunity to step into the realm of demigods, with the help of the evil god divinity like the 4 knights. As for immortality, the 4 knights and Dracula and other prince-level leaders were almost immortal under the evil god curse. Even if they were burned to ashes, they would be resurrected from the bodies of those whose blood flowed. Now, This kind of leaders will lose this bug ability of immortality. But they will still have a long lifespan as they are expected to enter the realm of demigods. As for other scarlet wizards, because of the curse, they were immortal even without divinity. But now, when the curse is lifted, even if the curse becomes the nutrients of their bodies, they will not be immortal like before. But they can live for 200 or 300 years, like many great wizards. Many wizards yearn for immortality, such as Ross, who even turned himself into a porcelain doll lich. But the scarlet wizards of the Red Queen family, who have lived for many years, have already lived enough. The biggest wish of many people in this life is to live normally until old age. Chapter 245. Your Majesty, your bad habits should be punished. The youngest person present today is Edward, who is over 500 years old. They all hope to get rid of the curse, regain normal perception, emotions, sense of taste, and regain the right to die naturally. So everyone had almost no hesitation about taking the potion. After listening to the many precautions Lewis told them, they couldn't wait to take the potion. The potion quickly took effect on the curse. Not long after everyone took the potion, their pale skin gradually regained its color. Now, the Scarlet Wizards, perhaps they should be called Rose Wizards. They are not much different from when they went to the battlefield 1,000 years ago. With a swish, someone pulled open the heavy curtains, and in the excitement, he looked directly at the sun with a sense of loss, and then covered his eyes and screamed, "Ah! My eyes!" Lewis's eyes twitched, and Wright pulled everyone aside to remind them of the precautions of normal human life. Staying in the dark castle every day, hiding during the day, and going out at night for thousands of years. Suddenly looking directly at the sun. It would be strange if your eyes didn't hurt. Many people walked into the sunlight in front of the window out of curiosity. Although they didn't dare to look at the sun, their bodies stopped smoking. Dracula even bit the garlic and laughed and cried bitterly. Although tears came out of his eyes, the garlic stopped smoking. Seeing this fool picking up the silver dagger and trying it again, Lewis knew that this potion had no effect on mental problems. He stepped forward to stop Dracula, and then a blade of light condensed on his arm and slashed at Prince Dracula. Prince Dracula looked at Lewis woodenly. "What kind of magic is this?" Lewis looked at Dracula. "4L. Then, Dracula's body was split into two halves like firewood, but his body gradually turned into a pool of blood. A humanoid object also gradually crawled out of the pool of blood on the ground. Seeing Prince Dracula gradually reappearing and condensing his body, Lewis nodded. It seems that his magic power has not disappeared, and it seems to have become a little stronger. If he continues to dig, it will be even stronger, and a wizard of this level will naturally not die by being chopped into pieces. After recondensing his body, Prince Dracula's face was a little pale, and it seemed that his body had received a lot of damage. He endured the pain in his body, holding the garlic clove in his hand, and looked at Lewis with a twitching mouth, as if asking Lewis why he suddenly cut him. "Are you angry now?" Lewis picked up a small notebook and asked while taking notes. Dracula was almost angry to death. "I'm angry." "Ahem. I'm not angry." "Really?" Lewis nodded. "It seems that everyone's temper has improved. After being injured, they won't go crazy. After using magic to detect the conditions of some people." Lewis asked Prince Dracula to take everyone to some large alchemy rooms with equipment to do tests. Helen also excitedly followed everyone to do the interview. The study suddenly became quiet. Lewis looked around the room and remembered that there was still one person who had not been examined. Miss Isabella, dressed in blue, was sitting quietly on the sofa reading a book. She had finished her potion long ago, and the bottle was on the table. "It seems that she is waiting for you to examine her." Lewis waved his hand and drove away the rose wizards around him. After seeing Lewis coming, Miss Isabella smiled gracefully. Those blue eyes and innocent smile made Lewis a little confused. Could the curse have been completely removed? Ordinarily, this potion should not have such a great effect. Thinking of this, Lewis could not help but pick up a strand of Isabella's hair, draw a magic circle in the air with his fingers, and analyzed it with the spell. So strange. So strange. The curse seemed to be gone. Completely gone. Even the Godhead still had some influence on her, but she would not lose her mind, and as long as she was not injured, she would not need blood. Lewis couldn't help but be in high spirits. He picked up the small book in his hand and quickly recorded various data. What made her curse disappear? Lines of narration appeared in front of Lewis. In many fairy tales, a kiss of true love can often remove terrible curses. But wanting to kiss the bloodthirsty scarlet girl is undoubtedly a fantasy. The prince, who had been waiting for 1,000 years, finally gave the monster lady a passionate and deep kiss. But Louis was very strange. But he remembered that he kissed last night. It seemed that it was not her lips. Louis was sure that Isabella's curse had been completely lifted. He felt that the removal of the curse was mostly due to Isabella herself. In the past 1,000 years, Isabella had been fighting against the curse. So in fact, she was almost ready to remove the curse. But because of some psychological obstacles, or the kiss flag she had set and the regrets in her heart, she always regarded herself as a monster. These obsessions, such as "I am a monster, and I will eventually become a demon," were like a tightening door, blocking her way to defeat the curse. She fantasized that there would be someone who did not regard her as a monster, and believed that she would not become a demon. To break this door, Louis broke this door in her heart yesterday, and with the blood of the ancient gods that gradually cultivated in his body, the curse was finally completely lifted. A trembling handkerchief seemed to want to wipe the blood on his sleeves and arms, and Louis pushed it away impatiently. This scene seemed to annoy the owner of the handkerchief. Then, Louis saw the elegant and pure Miss Isabella in his peripheral vision, quietly stretched out his hand, picked up the empty potion bottle on the table, carefully drank the last few drops of the bloody potion, and licked it secretly with his tongue. Louis looked at Miss Isabella with a black question mark on his face. "What wrong with you? I just remembered that you don't need to take the medicine at all, right?" This puzzled look seemed to make Miss Isabella feel a little ashamed. She turned her face to the side, licked her lips shyly, bit her fingers, and trembled as she looked at Louis. "At this taste, Louis? Although the curse has been removed, but the godhood of the Crimson God makes her have some small hobbies for blood, and her bad habits always make her do some strange things. Don't worry, these small hobbies and bad habits may be able to be turned around, Miss Isabella." Louis looked at the silent and empty hall, unhappily pulled out his belt, and said, "Your bad habit needs to be fixed. Lie on the sofa. Hurry up." The poor lady shivered and lay on the sofa, carefully lifting her skirt. Louis's eyebrows stood up, and he felt angry when he thought of the girl beating him in the morning. He picked up the belt, but the obedient woman dodged it. She turned back and smiled at Louis. Her face was full of provocation. "I will beat you to death today. Green tea queen +1. On the other side, the mother-in-law had brought her 2 daughters, followed by Prince Dracula, and rushed to the study. "Your Majesty, this side, Sir Louis is giving Isabella the final diagnosis," Dracula said with a smile. When he thought of his good daughter's current appearance, he felt very happy in his heart. Isabella finally turned back into that innocent good girl. "Oh, Louis' medical skills are good. I usually teach him how to diagnose strange diseases." Francesco's face couldn't help but become proud. Chapter 246. Is this the son? During the conversation, Francesco, who was disguised as Byron, had already arrived at the castle with Dracula. In front of the castle gate, Francesco took a last look at the outside and inside of the castle, and his face looked like he had seen a ghost. There was a beautiful rainbow in the sky above the castle, and flowers were everywhere inside and outside the castle. Beautiful roses were entwined on those exquisite gold and silver utensils, and the petals covered the carpet. The entire Red Palace was like a castle in a fairy tale. So, not only Francesco, but also many members of the wizarding groups from all over the world who had just arrived here, had strange looks on their faces, suspecting that they had come to the wrong place. Under the guidance of Prince Dracula, the visiting group of Sorrento entered the Red Palace. Francesco, who was dressed as the magic consultant Byron, was busy in the hall for a while, planning to select only some people to meet the Red Queen. "Don't let people think that you are here to cause trouble. It's easy for Isabella to be afraid of you now. After all, Isabella defeated you once before with the god-slaying group. And now you are not only much better than before, but you also brought so many people with you this time." Originally, Francesco planned to go with Xiao Dai alone, but after hearing Prince Dracula, who was leading the way, say that Louis was also in the study, he changed his mind. Francesco thought about it, and asked Xiao Ao and Count Yingling to follow him. He planned to let Louis take them to socialize with the princes and nobles of the Red Queen family after meeting Louis. Then he and Xiao Dai will talk to Dracula, Isabella, and the other 2 separately. The group gradually walked towards the interior of the Red Palace. Listening to Dracula's flattery, Francesco shook his head secretly. Ever since he revealed his identity and showed off his skills in front of Dracula when he left Sorrento some time ago, this guy has been a little afraid of him. Gods are also divided into upper middle and lower levels. But no matter what, he should have told the situation to Isabella. That child is very old, but her mental age is the same as his daughter. Very naughty. After Dracula reported the situation to her, she should know that she was not only alive, but also how to say it in the language of the Cloud Country? Yes, she has already achieved great success in her magical power. This time she should not make any trouble, and should have a good attitude. However, I haven't been here for 100 years. Has the change been so big? Looking at the surrounding scenery, the face of the undefeated Francesco in the west became more and more strange. As if he had seen a ghost. She clearly remembered what this place looked like when she broke in here alone and made a scene more than 100 years ago. It was like the underworld. But now, the style here is a bit like the sun. Right? Isn't this wrong? Francesco had a black question mark on his face. And Xiao Dai also frowned. Like her mother, Xiao Dai had also been here. And she was more capable than her mother. Unlike her mother, the sinister and treacherous Majesty Xiao Dai never fought with others alone, but always beat others in groups. When she came that time, she not only chose a time when the Red Palace was empty, but also brought the God Hunters. The Red Queen was tricked by the Black Queen Xiao Dai that time, and she got a big advantage. There were two parties. One came as a group, with a large number of people, and the other was a single big boss. The noise was not small, especially at the end of the fight. The furious Isabella ignored others and only stared at Delphina. So although Xiao Dai got the upper hand in the end, after the fight, both she and Isabella were a little scared. It can be said that both of them scratched each other's face that day, and they still remember this hatred. Since then, Isabella has been thinking about Xiao Dai's blood. So, in terms of who Isabella likes the most, Louis ranks first, Xiao Dai ranks second, and His Majesty Francesco ranks third. Therefore, after His Majesty Xiao Dai entered the door, her face was very gloomy, and her momentum was like looking for a fight. But Xiao Ao's expression was different from her sister. She stood in the bustling hall, looking at the dancing silverware, the rotating chandeliers, and the pendulum telling jokes. She couldn't help but feel that Helen didn't brag this time. It was really interesting here. The people here were also interesting. Take a look at the servants and rose wizards who came and went to entertain the guests. Their ruddy faces were so kind, and everyone seemed to like standing in front of the window to bask in the sun. Funny and elegant, completely different from the spooky place full of evil spirits and vampires that the hateful sister said. The hateful sister deliberately scared me again. What a ghost! Xiao Dai cursed in a low voice. The environment here made her feel extremely uncomfortable. The face became very gloomy. What the hell is that psychopath doing? Osikris secretly pouted, took Yingling's arm, and walked a few steps away from her hateful sister. Unlike her sister, Xiao Ao is still looking forward to today, because Louis told her a few days ago that he would give her a big surprise today. It seems that before giving Xiao Ao a big surprise, Louis will give her a small surprise first. The surprises for her father-in-law and mother-in-law are probably not small either. This way, Your Majesty. Prince Dracula stretched out his hand and led the delegation led by Her Majesty Delphina in front. He said to Her Majesty Delphina, Mr. Louis is now with the wizards, checking the situation for Your Majesty in the study. Delphina snorted. It seems that the brat is acting as a savior again. He is really too kind-hearted. He saved the devils instead of people. The arrogant Majesty Xiao Dai did not speak, while Ms. Byron was curiously looking around. The topic was a little dull for a while. So Princess Ao took over the topic with a smile. Your Highness Dracula, Mr. Louis' medical skills have always been very good. How could Princess Osikris, who likes to show off, miss this good opportunity? While walking and chatting, she naturally mentioned that when she taught Louis to treat diseases in this way, Louis showed his talent in the field of potions. Dracula looked a little strange after hearing this. Little Princess Ao doesn't know that Byron is her mother. Right? Is Louis's medical skills taught by His Majesty Francesco? Or by Osikris? This family is indeed extraordinary. His Majesty Francesco, I'm afraid he is almost as powerful as the moon goddess 3,000 years ago. However, the magic created by His Majesty Osikris this year, it seems really good. As expected of the world #1 princess. I heard that she has the blood of the Witch Queen, the Red Dragon, and can transform into the Gallant Dragon. She is best at melee combat. But I didn't expect that she has such accomplishments in magic. Dracula felt a little serious. He had heard that Princess Osikris had many accomplishments in magic. And today, It seems that the foreign ancient god Mr. Lewis, after coming to the Holy Oak from the Cloud Kingdom, had a lot of exchanges with Princess Osicris. Seeing that little Ao was in the limelight, Her Majesty Delphinia was a little unhappy. And she also boasted that she had taught Lewis a lot of things. In fact, Lewis was a disciple of Francesco. Prince Dracula complimented several ladies. It turned out that Her Majesty the Little Witch Queen had also exchanged a lot of magic with Lewis. He looked at the mother and daughter, and quickly complimented them. It seems that the Witch Queen family is extraordinary. While thinking secretly, Dracula had brought Francesco family of 3, as well as the Empire socialite Count Yingling, to the door of the study. Yingling suddenly frowned and erected her fox ears. Her face suddenly looked a little strange. Chapter 247 Red Queen, Social Death. Seeing that they had already arrived at the door of the study, everyone had different thoughts in their hearts. Francesco felt a little disappointed. I hadn't seen her for many years, and didn't know how the girl had changed. Madame Delphinia snorted secretly. Her mother had been nagging her all the way. The Red Queen was only in her 20s middling. Her mother thought that she and she could talk to each other, so she repeatedly warned her to get along like sisters in the future. How is this possible? See how I give her a head start. Xiao Ao was thinking wildly, thinking about what surprise Lewis would give him after meeting him later. Eng Ling, on the other hand, had her fox ears erected with a side look, and she always felt like she heard the sound of a belt being whipped inside. As for the father-in-law, Mr. Dracula, when he thought of his good niece's high spirits today, his heart was warmed. Her Majesty Queen Isabella finally returned to her original elegant and innocent appearance. Although Her Majesty the Queen is not his biological daughter, he treats her as his own daughter. She has been a good and obedient girl since she was young. Everyone will be surprised to see her true appearance today. As a result, when the door was opened, everyone was dumbfounded. Well, brother, if your girlfriend sees us like this, will she be angry? Ahem, let me go! How dare you? Put down my skirt, you idiot! Uh-huh. Your Majesty, you are really stubborn. Just pout. I won't beat you to death today. Lewis reached out and held the struggling Red Queen there, and gritted his teeth and picked up the belt. At this moment, Dracula's violent cough came from the door behind him. Lewis turned around woodenly and found that his whole family was standing at the door. Francesco? Osicles, is this the big surprise you mentioned? Delphinia, ha 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 ha, Isabella. You made a big mistake today. Am I cheated on? Yingling, I guess right, boss. You are awesome. Father-in-law Dracula face turned pale. Don't you have a wife? Also, what was my good daughter talking about just now? Under the gaze of everyone, Lewis arranged his clothes with a wooden face, and flipped through the books on the bookshelf. Isabella put down her skirt, sat on the sofa with a wooden face, and started reading. After a moment, Lewis suddenly looked at the door. He was surprised. Oh, you are here. Your Majesty. You are in good health. I will leave now, and will not disturb your conversation. Okay, Master Lewis. Isabella lifted her hair, looked at the people in front of the door with wooden faces, and said with some surprise, It turns out that Her Majesty the Witch Queen has come. I was so focused on reading that I didn't notice it. It a bit rude. Social Death *2. A dozen minutes later, Osicris was in the room of the Red Palace. Well, I am just a tutor, because Prince Dracula asked me to help him punish Miss Isabella bad habits. And you know, although she is more than 1,000 years old, she is still a girl at heart. So she is a little naughty, so it is reasonable for me to give her 2 strokes. In Osicris' room, Lewis, the male subordinate, who had just helped Xiao Ao pack his luggage, carved a magic circle and prepared to peek at the meeting. He raised his head from time to time, and looked at Osicris, who was sitting on the sofa with her legs crossed and drinking tea. In the narrowed, contemptuous eyes, he explained awkwardly, "Uh-huh. Sir Lewis, you don't have to explain to me. You should think about how to say these words to Count Yingling." Osicris put down the teacup with an ugly face. I never taught you to cough before. It's simply a bad behavior. It a disgrace to the reputation of the Holy Oak. Osicris knew clearly what a piece of shit Lewis was. A shitty tutor. Look at how happy they were when they were playing hide-and-seek in the study just now. They almost ran away naked. And Lewis just admitted that in order to remove Isabella's curse, he had to give her a kiss of the ancient gods. When Osicles thought of her knight, who kissed someone else, she felt as if her beloved figurine was smeared with saliva by the neighbor naughty kid. And what about this trip to the Red Palace, which was risking life and death? Ha, you are taking a big risk. If we hadn't come early today, you would have been sucked dry. The magic circle seemed to be finished. A hand slowly touched someone's thigh. Osicris slapped the hand away. Looking at Louis' playful face, she wanted to scratch his face. She decided to clarify the relationship between the two. Mr. Louis, please be more respectful. In the Holy Oak, I am your boss. In Sorrento, I am your lord. You are a person with a partner, you should pay attention to your usual behavior. Louis didn't care, and pointed to the scene displayed on the crystal ball in the magic circle for his female boss. In the picture, the 4 people in the study were drinking tea. It seemed that today's little surprise was a bit exciting. Everyone drank tea silently, without saying anything. Her Majesty Queen Isabella's face was a little red. Her eyes were staring at the teacup. Her eyes were a little straight, as if I had died socially. Queen Delphinia's face turned green, and she stared at Isabella with a strange look. She looked as if she didn't know whether to laugh at her or get angry. Prince Dracula's face turned green, and he looked out the window, as if his good daughter, whom he had raised for 1,000 years, had been led astray by others in a few days. Francesco rubbed his forehead, as if he had just tried to start a conversation but failed. What are we here for today? Can we talk about business first? I've shown my true face. You guys should at least give me some reaction. Right? The Dark Lord's emotional intelligence is still very high. Under her efforts, the sky finally started to chat. Prince Dracula, the old man, is also very good at letting go. As he interrupted, the atmosphere gradually eased. As the topic gradually unfolded, Isabella began to bite her fingers from time to time and looked at Xiao Dai. Xiao Dai also squinted her eyes and looked at her mortal enemy. Only the Dark Lord and the Blood Prince were talking about serious matters. And in fact, they were the ones who made the decisions. A mean hand reached out again. But this time, Her Royal Highness had no intention of caring. She looked at the long-missed mother in the picture, and tears had already flowed down her face unconsciously. It turned out that her mother was still alive, and her adopted sister did not have that kind of relationship with her father. Osicris could not help but think of what her sister had said at the beginning. You should go to Dragon Nest as soon as possible. And the vortex between muggles and wizards is not yours to mix up. They had always hoped that I would leave. Of course, there were some political purposes in this. But it was not because they were annoyed to see me, but because they cared for me. They hoped that I could stay away from danger. The question that had confused and tormented me for a long time finally had a real answer. Osicris was already crying bitterly. The pitiful look of the female boss made Louis's heart burn. It seemed that today's surprise still touched little Osicris. Now I am very confused. The opportunity one had been waiting for has finally come. I can finally take advantage of it. Louis, did you know this a long time ago? Your Highness, you must understand my situation. The identity of His Majesty Francesco is very important. When I accidentally discovered it, I was almost killed by her. Really. She warned me again and again not to tell you. If I didn't know that you kept talking about your mother, I would not dare to tell you the truth at the risk of going to the gallows. Osicris covered her face. Suddenly, she was overwhelmed with grief. Her mother was still alive, which meant her father had passed away long ago. So the story that Xiao Dai and her father had been together after her mother's death did not exist at all. It turned out that she had always wronged her mother. She had also wronged her sister. Thinking of the loss and pain that often appeared in her mother's eyes, Osicris knew that there must be a hidden story behind her father's death. Her mother seemed unwilling to tell her about this. But what was certain was that even with the power of her mother and the entire Sorrento, she still could not take revenge. My mother and sister have been accumulating strength. They are trying to change the world and to ask for an explanation from those people in the end. I will not lose my temper with them anymore. I will join them and work hard on the road ahead. Your Highness, I don't know about your father's death, but I believe that the murderer is not your mother. Don't be sad. As your knight, I will slowly find the real answer and give your family an explanation in the end. As he said that, Louis held the Lady Lord on his lap. I know. Thank you, Sir Louis. Thank you. But why did you lift my skirt? Osicris wiped her tears while crying, and pressed her skirt tightly. But it seemed too late. It had been lifted up. Your Highness, your mother has assigned me a new mission. And this time the situation is very dangerous. Louis looked at the contemptuous look on Ao's face, ended the topic, and changed to a new topic. Your Highness, I said that I would give you a surprise today. You haven't seen the big surprise I prepared for you yet. There a surprise? Yes. Look. Louis. Let me go! I'm your boss. Lord. You're so rude. Osycles pushed Louis and scolded him with tears in her eyes. She scolded him seriously, but her hand had accidentally touched Louis several times. Louis heard all the little entanglements and expectations in her heart. Your Highness. I like your serious look. Your Highness. You like this? Louis grabbed Osycles' hand, lowered his head and kissed him. You shameless guy. Chapter 248 Your Majesty, you are so wicked. Looking at the pretty face of his boss, Xiao. Sleeping in his arms, Louis couldn't help but quietly lift the quilt. After admiring her for a while, he couldn't help but hold her in his arms again. Osycles seemed to have been awakened a long time ago. Her face was flushed, but she pretended to be still asleep. In the midst of the tenderness, the door suddenly rang. Your Highness, the banquet has already started. Why are you still in the room? Madame Hathaway and the others seemed to be outside. They didn't understand why His Highness stayed in the room for the whole afternoon and returned to his room at noon. It was already evening now. Why did my sister lock the door? Helen's voice also came from outside the door. The noise outside the door frightened the two of them, and they all got up from the bed. They hurriedly put on their clothes. Osycles blushed. They were not married yet. This kind of thing was a scandal in the royal family. If Madame Hathaway and the others found out. When she thought of her mother's ugly face and Madame Hathaway's angry expression, Osycles felt bad all over. But she didn't dare to let Louis perform the apparition in front of Aunt Hathaway and the others. She had used this trick before under their noses, but they just grabbed her back. And Xiao found that the ants were not only powerful in magic, but also seemed to be able to turn into dragons. If they caught Louis, they would probably beat him to death on the spot. Hurry up. Don't change here. Climb the window. Don't worry. Don't climb the window. But I have to see where it's suitable to stay. I can't just suddenly appear somewhere naked. Before the two of them could say more, they heard Helen chant a spell while Yingling was trying to stop them. Then the door rang softly. Yingling walked in with Helen, looking helpless. Hathaway and other dragon maids also filed in. In their hands, they were holding many utensils for their costumes and jewelry. Your Highness, the banquet has already started for quite some time. Yingling glanced around the room and found that the boss seemed to have slipped away. She couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. You should change your clothes earlier. Her Majesty Delphinia has urged several times, and she is already a little unhappy. Okay, Sister Yingling. Osycles changed her clothes with the help of the maids. Oh, by the way, Sister Hathaway, I have some things in Count Yingling's room. Please help me get them. Osycles was talking to the maids there. Helen walked around the room curiously. She remembered that Louis also came to her sister's place and seemed to report something. Why did the person disappear? Sister Yingling, why is the sofa wet? Ahem, it must be the tea spilled. But it smells strange. Ask your sister. Yingling cursed inwardly, while quickly picking up the rag, secretly wiping the boss and Xiao buttocks. Helen looked at her sister curiously, but was glared at by her sister. She stuck out her tongue in fear. Suddenly, Helen bent down and looked under the bed, but there was no one under it. She scratched her head, opened the closet, prepared to find her sister beautiful new clothes, and then wear them today. But when she opened the door, she saw someone inside. It was Louis, who was tying his shirt and walking towards an empty bathroom. Shoo! Lou and I. You are here. I knew you were here to peek at my sister changing clothes again. Humph! As soon as these words came out, Aunt Hathaway and others looked at the closet with ugly expressions. But there was no one inside. The princess, who was changing clothes with her back to the closet, swayed and almost fainted. She hurriedly and forcefully explained, Mammy, Sir Louis just came to me to report something. I was afraid you would think too much, so I let him hide in the closet. Ling covered her face fiercely. Mammy Hathaway and others looked at the empty closet, and their faces gradually darkened. They felt that there had just been an undetectable space fluctuation there. Red Palace, the public washroom next to the banquet hall. When Louis suddenly appeared from a private room, he could not help but secretly wipe his cold sweat. My mother-in-law will definitely know about this. It over. I have taken advantage of the good cabbage of the Red Queen family again, and her family again. I'd be surprised if she doesn't kill me. If I had seen this washroom a second earlier, there wouldn't be so many things. It seems that some gentlemen are sorting their clothes in the washroom. After listening to the noise outside the private room for a while, Louis simply reached out and reached into the air, and grabbed a few suits. How stupid! How stupid! I should have teleported to the closet in my own room as soon as possible. I just did something bad at noon and was seen by my mother-in-law, and I took someone else's cabbage at night. If my mother-in-law knew about this, it okay. As long as I tell her later, her eldest daughter is also my wife, it will be okay. Thinking of this, Louis felt relieved. After he changed his clothes, he walked out of the single room, sorted out his clothes in front of the mirror, and then washed his face and combed his short hair. A look of not being weak at all. When Louis was looking in the mirror, there seemed to be a few arrogant little guys around him, jumping on the washstand. These little guys, while smoking cigars, while wantonly cursing the senators of the Magic Council who had been against them, the high officials of the Ministry of Magic, and so on. The way they spoke so arrogantly, they were insolent, and extremely arrogant. They didn't seem to be afraid of these words reaching other people's ears. Many aristocratic wizards who were in the toilet, seeing these big guys plotting against other big guys, all lowered their heads and dared not speak. The voices around him were a little noisy. Louis frowned and looked at them, and met the eyes of the little split-haired Wallace. Hey, isn't this our media tycoon? Louis grinned. The little split-haired Wallace who was so arrogant just now, was stunned for a moment, then threw the cigar in his hand into the sky, and then grabbed the wand and did a phantom shift. As a result, Louis reached deep into the void, grabbed the guy collar, and pulled him back. My lord, please listen to my explanation. I really didn't lie to you before. I didn't intend to use you. Seeing the strong warrior in front of him roll up his sleeves and stare, Wallace was scared. Before he finished speaking, Louis lifted him up in the air and slapped him in the face. In the crisp sound, Wallace's molars were knocked out and fell on the head of Archie, who was peeing. Archie was so scared that he shivered and fell to the ground. But I pretended that I didn't see it, and it was none of my business. When the nearby noble wizards saw this scene, they all opened their mouths wide, tidied their clothes, and left quickly. Soon, only Louis and a few goblins, who didn't dare to leave, were left in the washroom. Woo. Dane, sir? Did you get Helen interview record? Louis asked. I got it. Yeah. Well, if you mess around again, I throw you into the Styx and swim on your back. Hearing this, the goblins around were trembling with fear. If someone else said someone would be thrown into the Styx, it would probably be just a metaphor. But they knew that if this guy said it, it was probably true. Go away. Louis put Mr. Little Split Head back on the ground. Little Split Head Wallace held his head and cried and left here. Several of his brothers also covered their faces and ran out with their heads down. But Archie, who was running with his head down in the crowd, was still seen by Louis. Louis reached out and grabbed the back of his collar and lifted him up and put him on the sink. My lord. Archie started to cry, but he suddenly stopped. Oh, no. I don't think I have provoked him recently. I was his wingman a few days ago. Send Annabelle away, hack that big lizard. We are good brothers now. The little dragon Archie was no longer intimidated. He held a cigar in his mouth and laughed with his hands on his waist. Then he took out the cigar box and gave Louis a cigar. After lighting the cigarette for the boss, the two of them started chatting. From Archie, Louis learned that the dragon's opening of trade had been hindered. Archie negotiations with the dragons had failed, and there had been no progress on this matter recently. Archie said, those gallant dragons believe that even their shit is extremely noble, so it is too difficult to get them to trade with muggles. But, Louis, don't worry. I have some ideas about this matter. Archie put his hands on his hips and suddenly laughed evilly. He probably had some tricks up his sleeve. However, Archie kept it a secret. Louis, do you know who is playing you recently? I have some new news. Who is playing me? Louis thought for a long time before he thought of the incident of the faceless man at the White Rock Lake. The White Rock Lake is the witch market of Dragon Nest City. The faceless man killed many people and dragons related to the dragon clan there, which was a big deal. This incident was a smear campaign against himself and his mother-in-law. Now everyone was discussing that the Dark Lord had been resurrected. However, from Archie's next words, Louis heard that there seemed to be new rumors outside recently. Now everyone said that the faceless man was not the Dark Lord, but a foreigner, a foreign dragon. Hearing this, Louis almost fell over in anger. This news must have been spread by his mother-in-law. This is simply diverting trouble. Isn't it too mean? You never think about your son-in-law when you are doing good things, But every time you encounter bad things and troubles, you want me to take the blame? Lewis, I have found some clues recently. The person who plays you should be a person who exists in the dream of a Muggle boy. I suspect that the cause of the faceless man is related to Augusta. Lewis raised his eyebrows. He seemed to have heard Stuart talk about this person. The reason why Lewis had an impact was because this Muggle boy was ordinary. But he was imprisoned in the bottom of the demon prison, and was a roommate with Harold. If it weren't for Paul taking special care of Harold, Harold would not have been qualified to be imprisoned in that special bottom area with that boy. I heard that Augusta turned himself in. Moreover, few people knew that he was actually imprisoned in the demon prison. This was top secret. Even if a few people knew that there was a special young man at the bottom of the demon prison, they didn't know who he was. But the devil prison seemed to be owned by Lewis, the director and deputy director. Paul and Stuart would never hide anything from Lewis. Before that, Stuart had mentioned this person to Lewis, saying that if the boss went to jail one day, the boss and the kid would be put together. It seemed that the single room was very good. Lewis remembered that when Augusta was locked up, it was Francesco who ordered it. It seemed that Francesco admired this young man very much. But in those years of war between upright wizards and muggles, Francesco, the witch queen at that time, had to compromise politically in order to win over the dragons. Under the pressure of the dragons, he ordered Augusta to be arrested. Archie, are you talking about Augusta? The dragon-slaying kid? Is he related to the faceless man? Isn't he an ordinary muggle? A muggle who doesn't even know there are wizards in the world. Lewis was a little surprised. Yes, a muggle boy. An ordinary muggle boy. He killed the Gallic ancestor dragon, Stoker. He is the muggle most feared by all dragons, because he has mastered the art of slaying dragons. Augusta will be executed by the dragons in a while. The faceless man made a big fuss at the White Rock Lake because he wanted to find out the news about Augusta. He seemed to want to rescue Augusta. Chapter 249, I won't do such a thing. The dragon Stoker is a giant Gallic proto-dragon. He is cruel and violent. It is said that when it flies, the shadow will cover the whole city. This may be a bit exaggerated, but if this behemoth can spread its wings and cover the castle when standing on Crawley Castle, Lewis believes it. One breath of this thing will burn up more than half of the dirty mud area of British City. And the Gallic dragon itself has a higher resistance to magic. Once it reaches this size, even Francesco will have a headache when he sees it. In addition, this big guy's ability to move is not slow, like a giant B-2 bomber. Therefore, this super AoE strategic creature, it can be said that he is the one that Francesco fears the most. But this thing was killed by a muggle boy. This is unimaginable. By the way, Archie and Stoker have fought many times. A dragon clan enslaved by Stoker once kept several muggle kingdoms. The muggles in those kingdoms, like slaves, mined gold for Stoker and created wealth and food, while serving as stog food. For this matter, the wizards did not care, because this was an unspoken rule between the dragons and wizards. The bold Archie, when he was young, got his first pot of gold from Stog. He did this with the intention of saving those kingdoms and making a name for himself. At that time, Archie made a bet with Stog. But when Archie won the bet, Stog regretted it. Finally, during the negotiation, Stoker allowed Archie to manage some dragons and help him manage part of the territory. Since then, the Stoker group was established. The dragons in the Stoker group had a new way of life. And the muggles in the small part of the land managed by the Stoker group were no longer harassed by the dragons. But Archie's great plan to save the Muggle kingdom still failed. In the end, only a few people were rescued. But there was a boy who did something great in the end. He was Augusta, the Dragon Slayer. For many years, in order to save their homes, countless Muggle knights challenged Stoker. Humans always overestimate their own abilities. Whenever humans do those ridiculous things, the masters of these worlds will laugh out loud. For Stoker, this is a very interesting spice of life. For this reason, Stoker even set up a dungeon to make his life more interesting. But no one could imagine that a little muggle would pass the test and kill Stoker. No one could imagine that the dragons would one day begin to fear muggles. Augusta saved his homeland. And the dragons who once enslaved his homeland also left the land out of fear. Humans were saved and started a new life. But Augusta paid a price for this because the wizards and upper-level dragons were furious about Stoker's death and were also very scared. In order to vent their anger, the dragons intended to destroy those muggle kingdoms. And the wizards, who claimed to protect the ancient code, turned a blind eye to it. They even deliberately let it go. Those muggles really need to be taught a lesson. But those dragons who went to that land were killed by Augusta. None of them came back alive. The dragons felt real fear, and they no longer went there in person, but began to send dragon groups. And the real disaster also befell Augusta hometown. After all, there is only one Augusta in this world. In the end, Augusta reached an agreement with the dragons and wizards for the future of his hometown. He decided to use his life to exchange for peace. A few days ago, when Archie was negotiating business with the dragons, he heard that this kid, who was imprisoned at the bottom of the magic prison, would be sentenced to death in a few days. Archie was very curious and admired this muggle kid who killed his former boss. I have always wanted to meet this kid and have a chat with him. Archie used various connections to find out about this kid. Logically, this kid should be locked up in the Dragon Clan. But Archie searched all his connections and found no clues about him. Finally, he began to cast a wide net and bribe many high-ranking officials and members of the Ministry of Magic through his own connections. In the end, he also bribed Bull. The whole world was paying attention to Augusta. Bull originally kept his mouth shut and did not reveal this matter to Archie. But Archie gave too much money. In addition to Lewis' relationship, Paul finally gave Archie a favor. Paul created an opportunity for Archie and Augusta to spend 15 minutes together, and they had a simple meal together. During the chat, Archie unexpectedly discovered that this kid had dreamed of a faceless man. He claimed to be Augusta's mother, and he vowed to save Augusta. This made Augusta extremely confused because he had a mother who was an extremely ordinary woman, just as ordinary as his father. In Augusta's words, the most extraordinary thing his mother had encountered in her life was that she was pregnant with her beloved son. This was the case for every mother. The only slight difference between Augusta's mother and other mothers was that her mother had been pregnant with him for 4 years before giving birth to him. It seemed that Augusta was indeed his mother's biological child. But the faceless one believed that she was Augusta's mother. Therefore, Augusta's life experience became a mystery. Seeing that his death was approaching, this little thing bothered Augusta a little. So, in order to fulfill a little wish before his death, Augusta asked this friendly and seemingly omnipotent little goblin to help investigate his life experience. In Archie's subsequent investigation, he found a clue: the White Queen. But the White Queen was an abstinent person. If she had an illegitimate child, then this matter would cause a sensation in the entire wizarding world. Archie naturally didn't dare to ask the terrible White Queen in person whether she had secretly given birth to a son. After all, this was equivalent to asking His Majesty Francesco about the safe period. And even if he asked, the White Queen would definitely not admit it. However, Archie felt that if the equally terrible Mr. Lewis took Augusta to ask in person, the White Queen would definitely give an answer. Lewis, this matter can clear your name. Moreover, if Augusta can be released from prison, the trade negotiations between me and the dragons will definitely make progress. Archie put his hands on his waist, popped on a cigar and said with a smile, if you want to gain the friendship of those arrogant and stubborn dragons, the best way is to make these bastards feel fear. And in this world, the thing that the dragons fear the most is Augusta, a human boy. The reason why Augusta was executed was because he was not feared enough by people. I have a very good plan. Lewis, I promise, as long as you can get Augusta out, I can clear his name. He is a Muggle king recognized by the dragons. As long as he comes forward to negotiate trade, those big lizards will find a reason for themselves to use Augusta Kingdom as an intermediary to open trade with the Muggle world. Archie felt that if Lewis killed Hog, the giant dragon that was as famous as Stoker, Lewis would also terrify the dragons. But Lewis would definitely not do something that would lead to his own social death. Sure enough, he heard Lewis say something like this. What a joke, Archie. You want me to jailbreak? This is illegal. I have finally cleared my stain, and you want me to commit a crime? If the jailbreak is exposed, I won't be able to have fun outside in the future. But after Lewis said this, he became entangled again. Lines of narration appeared in front of Lewis. This kid who likes to stir up trouble and fight for justice, after hearing about Augusta, felt very unhappy with the Upper Dragon Clan, so he wanted to intervene. Mission: teach the Dragon Clan to be dragons. Save Augusta, prison break, and take him with you. Teach the Dragon Clan to be dragons. Hint: Archie's evil plan is not bold enough, but it gave Fate some inspiration. Maybe killing the Gallic Proto-Dragon Hog is a better suggestion. Reward: 1. Augusta Dragon Slaying Guide *1. Hint: after you rescue him, you will learn this skill from him, which will make you more efficient when dealing with giant creatures. 2. Black Dragon Sister *1, Sundra Princess *1, Sexy Queen *1. 3. All attributes plus 15, experience plus 500, presence plus 30,000. 4. Cloud Country North Sea Country Route *1, 5. Dragon Clan Friendship *1. Black Dragon Sister. Needless to say, it must be Annabelle. That stinky girl. Sundra Princess. No matter how you look at it. It must be Osikris. The guy who always pretends to be serious, but says one thing and means another. Sexy Queen. When Louis thought of this word, he couldn't help but think of Xiao Dai calves in flesh-colored high socks. And she is also the sexiest one he has ever seen. It seems that as long as I kill Hog, Xiao, Annabelle, and Majesty Xiao Dai, they will admire me for my feat. As soon as this year came out, Louis secretly slapped himself. What a joke. Killing the proto-dragon is equivalent to killing the king of Sorrento. This is a crime. It is a matter of social death. Chapter 250 Grey Boy and Princess. Louis felt that, no matter how he looked at it, Xiao Ao and the other two would not admire him just because he killed Hog. Right? On the contrary. They would stay away from him because of this. Right? What does this North Sea Country route mean? Wouldn't it be because after he killed Hog, that everyone had to run away together? But if that was the case, why weren't there any slutty foxes, female anchors, pretty widows, and green tea queens? But apart from this reason, there is no reason for the Black Dragon Sister, the Sundra Princess, and the Sexy Queen to appear together in the rewards. Right? Why does this option appear? Destiny is sometimes very strange and often unexpected. Even in storybooks, it is impossible to fully predict it. Who knows if this originally tortuous and difficult story will eventually become a funny journey because of some strange processes. Don't fool me, you scumbag. Louis felt that when Anthony was making the storybook, there were definitely many problems that were not dealt with. The time was too short. This made the spirit of the storybook very naughty. Moreover, there was no bookmark on the book, let alone a pen. If a book has no bookmarks and pens, how can it be modified or saved? I have to find some materials myself and add some patches to the storybook. After looking at the task again, Louis ignored it. I might try to get Augusta out. But how could I and Augusta do such a thing as slaying a dragon? Those rewards must have been predicted wrongly in the storybook. After all, this is a crime. A social death. I am a good person. How could I do such a bad thing? Thinking of this, Louis felt annoyed again. Not to mention slaying a dragon. Even jailbreaking is also a social death. But it seems that as long as Augusta is released from prison, Archie can operate the trade of raw materials for medicines needed by the Four-Flower Country. Let's do this for now. Archie, I think of a way to deal with this. Louis thought. Maybe he should talk to Francesco about this. Wizards like to show off. And before killing someone, there must be a show-off trial. This trial, which was originally bound to be sentenced to death, was turned into an acquittal by me. Which would be interesting. Or a jailbreak. Maybe the prisoner doesn't come that day. Or follows you from outside that day. And walks in together with dragon blood all over his body. Which would be more interesting. Am I crazy? I will never go to jailbreak. I will never help Augusta kill the Gallic proto-dragon. While smoking and chatting with Archie, people came and went in the washroom. Louis noticed that. They were all secretly talking about the quarrel between the Witch Queen and the Red Queen. These two, one is the Green Tea Queen, the other is the Venomous Tongue Queen. The quarrel between the two is really interesting. Add to that Isabella's sudden change today, her birthday, the Witch Queen visit and other factors. All the focus was on these two majesties. Louis suddenly remembered what he was doing today. He actually stayed in the toilet for more than an hour. At this time, Louis also found that the crystal ball on his wrist had been lit up many times. He quickly said goodbye to Aki and went out. After lighting up the crystal ball, he found that it was Yingling. She said unhappily, "Boss, why did you stay outside for so long?" The little girl, Xiao, was waiting impatiently. Isn't she busy with her family affairs? Louis lied casually. But he felt that he was not lying. After all, if the matter of the Dragon Clan was handled well, Sorrento's trip to Dragon Nest City would be much smoother. And if many trade agreements could be reached, the magic potion of the Four-Flower Country would also be settled. Okay, come here quickly, boss. Xiao has been waiting for you to invite her to dance. In just a few moments, The people who want to invite Princess Sorrento to dance, the first dance, are almost lining up at the door. If you don't come, the ladies under my command will not be able to stop it. Dancing? Louis did practice. In order to dance the first dance with Xiao Ao at the banquet today, Louis has been practicing secretly with his sister-in-law Helen these days. Because of his outstanding dexterity, Louis has learned well. Dancing is simpler than martial arts. But Isabella seemed to say that it was her birthday today, so she wanted Louis to dance the first dance with her. Thinking of this, Louis covered his eyes fiercely. What should I do? Can Isabella dance the second dance with me? Then pretend that I am actually the first dance? Oh, by the way, Isabella seems to be busy fighting with Xiao Dai. God help me. My dear Black Swan Queen, you really helped me a lot. Oh, but it seems that I have never danced with Xiao Dai. Is this a bit too much? But Xiao Dai will never dance with me in public, but she is a jealous person. Then I will invite her to dance privately in the evening. At this time, Louis' thoughts are still very simple. While thinking, Louis has entered the door of the banquet hall. It is very lively here. Today, many noble families all came here. Whether they are the minority of noble wizards who are inclined to Sorrento, or the noble wizards who are hostile to Sorrento, all came here. However, the nobles who can attend Isabella's birthday today, even if their families are hostile to Sorrento, they have very good relations with the Red Queen family Sorrento. In addition to the elite noble wizards, many big men like Bowl, the thousand-faced lantern Death, also came. Therefore, this grand banquet was very lively. Those who were qualified to attend the banquet today were either princes and nobles, senators, famous socialites, celebrities in the wizarding world, etc. In the past, everyone was vying to please bigwigs like Bowl at the banquet, and they were usually the focus of the banquet. But today, there were only two people that everyone wanted to please, and the focus of the banquet was mainly three places: the host Red Queen, the Wizard Queen Black Swan, and the world-first Princess Osiris. Among the three focal points, one is Xiao Dai. She stands at one end of the banquet hall. The second is Isabella. She stands at the other end of the banquet hall. It looks like they each have their own territory. The two seem to be chatting elegantly with the nobles of the great families around them, but in fact they are fighting openly and secretly, as if whoever has more flatterers in his territory, and more prestigious and famous people, will have more face. From time to time, the two of them squinted their eyes, and stared at each other fiercely. They seemed to want to secretly scratch each other's faces. Today's spectators were also standing on one side to please this queen, and standing on the other side to please that queen. Some noble families, who did not want the two to have a harmonious relationship, were fanning the flames. Everyone was busy and happy. But these clever ghosts were probably busy in vain, because the future and direction of the two families mainly depended on the Loki Prince Dracula and the masked Francesco. They were the real bosses behind the scenes. The two of them gathered quietly aside, and had a happy chat with some people who really knew the inside story. These people who really controlled the two families were in harmony. Among the three focuses of the banquet, one was Xiao Dai, and the other was Isabella. The last focus was the unmarried princess of the wizard world, Sorrento, and the Red Dragon clan. The people gathered here were even more than the nobles on Isabella's side. This is not surprising. After all, the unmarried young nobles present today account for more than half of the men at the banquet, whether they have a dance partner or not. They all come here intentionally or unintentionally. In addition, the big star of the Fox family, Earl Yingling, also stood here with a large group of celebrities, which made those young dignitaries gather more. They were like bees seeing honey, buzzing around this place, expecting the princess to say a few words to them. Just say a few words, and then it won't be too late to go to the Witch Queen or the Red Queen to please some big guys. Today's banquet is so important. If you can tell everyone on this occasion that the princess favors you, and even successfully invite the world #1 princess to dance with you, then, for many young people, it will be just like the story of the gray boy and the princess. If you accidentally drop a walking stick or a hat, a handkerchief, a boot, a men's stockings or cosmetics, and then the princess returns it the next day, then maybe the fairy tale that the whole Muggle and wizard world is paying attention to will come. Chapter 251. The Great Demon King eyes narrowed in anger. 999. The reporters attending the banquet today were all waiting for the super big headline meeting boy. And the chatterboxes, who are known as the first paparazzi in the wizarding world, followed the little leader Helen, like a group of small fish being fed, sometimes wandering around Xiao Dai and Isabella, and sometimes taking pictures of my sister. I don't know what to do. As a little person who never participates in high society social activities, I am unknown. Louis smoothly moved through the crowd at the banquet. When he saw that Isabella and Xiao Dai didn't notice him, he lowered his body and came to Osikris secretly. There were many men and women here. Daniel, Xenia, and others were also here to join in the fun. But there were more unfamiliar young gentlemen and ladies. The crowd gathered in twos and threes, discussing current events and hot topics, but their eyes were looking at the red imperial pearl from time to time, looking forward to finding an opportunity to come forward and talk, or even dance with her. Many people were blushing and hesitating, thinking about opening with such words. But they didn't have the courage to step forward. Her Highness and the noble ladies around her had too strong aura. Finally, a reckless boy covered his face and sneaked through the crowd and came to the front of Her Highness. Then, he didn't say anything, and after a slight salute, he directly extended his hand to Her Highness. Everyone was slightly speechless and laughed secretly. There were too many such scenes today, but His Highness did not seem to have the taste to dance. Although the boy looked tall and handsome, there were indeed many handsome and elegant talents today. Moreover, he was a little too rash. Such a straightforward action was really too abrupt. Therefore, he would definitely be embarrassed. But what was surprising was that such a straightforward invitation actually succeeded. His Highness just shyly extended his hand and came to the dance floor with him. This caused an uproar again. The whole banquet was almost silent. When everyone saw that, after the princess danced with the boy, she actually put her head on his chest, Helen took the reporters to take pictures crazily, and shouted that the boy was her brother-in-law. Hearing this, those boys who had not caught up with the princess before, beat their chests and stamped their feet. Princess Helen is the sister of Princess Osikris, what she said, isn't it an official announcement? But when Louis heard his sister-in-law calling him brother-in-law in public, he was so scared that he wanted to cover his face. Sure enough, he saw Isabella seem to be looking at this side, and he quickly turned his head away, pretending that it was not him. Louis, you really said that to Isabella at that time? You said I was your fiancé? The dance had ended at this time, but Osikris still put her head on Louis's chest to the slow rhythm of the music. It was as if she was afraid that her boyfriend would be snatched away by other fairies to dance. But it seems that only one person wants to dance with her boyfriend. So this scene actually makes those men who want to invite Xiao Ao to dance anxious. After she said the word fiancé, her pretty face was already red. Of course, Your Highness. I was so anxious at the time that I blurted out that I know this may offend you. But Your Highness, you know, I think so in my heart. Plus, they all want to keep me in the Red Palace. So, I just dared to bring you out. Please forgive me. Osikris did not speak, but just leaned her head against Louis's chest, closer. The pretty face became more rosy. But Your Highness, I later found out that Her Majesty Isabella seemed to have misunderstood. The person I was talking about was actually you, but Her Majesty Isabella seemed to have mistaken Francesco's daughter for Her Majesty Delphinia. Please don't let your sister know. Otherwise, if she finds out that I caused such a misunderstanding, and her innocence is tarnished for no reason, she will have to kill me. Princess Osikris believed Louis's words without a doubt. If Louis, the bastard, was thinking about her sister, Osikris thought it was possible. But to say that her sister was in love with Louis? Isn't this hilarious? Why not say that the Black Dragon Princess Annabelle was in love with Louis? Annabelle wanted to kill Louis, and so did her sister. How much trouble did Louis cause her sister for her? So, her sister had long been resentful of Louis. Osikris even suspected that her sister would secretly steal drugs for Louis. In the Rainbow Country, she really did such a thing. In any case, her sister and Louis did not get along very well. And with her arrogant personality, how could she look down on Louis? A stinky guy? She did not dislike him. As Louis spoke, he and Osikris walked down from the dance floor. Louis continued, as for our affairs, I will explain it to Miss Isabella again later. This matter must be explained clearly. After all, you are the only one in my heart. I cannot tolerate such misunderstandings. It okay. Louis, she will know today. Osikris took Louis's arm. When she thought of the scene where the green tea girl seduced her boyfriend, Xiao Ao secretly gritted her teeth. Louis was almost scared to death by these words. Whatever he feared, it happened. Before he could explain his lie, an elegant voice rang beside the two of them, and a hand also held Louis' other arm. Louis, can you teach me how to dance? I heard from Helen before that you are a very good dancer. Sister, Can I borrow your boyfriend? With a loud noise, the crowd around was in an uproar. They looked at Princess Osikris, who was holding Louis' arm, and then looked at Her Majesty the Red Queen, who was holding Louis' arm. Open your mouth wide, you look like you have seen a ghost. Click. 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 Helen's eyes were filled with gossip. She waved her hand, and the cameras in the hands of her subordinates flashed wildly. Isabella smiled elegantly, and secretly pulled Louis aside. Why are you joining in the fun? Sister-in-law. Today is my birthday. I hack you up. Xiao Ao smiled elegantly, and secretly pulled Louis aside. You coquettish bitch. You know he has a girlfriend. But you still come to flirt with him? I hack you. Amid the flashing sounds, lightning flashed between Isabella and Xiao Ao's eyes. There was silence all around. The wizards from the great families opened their mouths wide, as dumbfounded as geese. Francesco in the distance narrowed his eyes slightly, and Dracula also narrowed his eyes. The favor of the world first princess, presents plus 1,500. The favor of the Red Queen, presents plus 1,000. Happily gained presents, 250 by 10. The noble Majesty Isabella, on her birthday, actually walked through the crowd and took the initiative to invite a boy to dance. And she was also competing with the noble princess for a dance partner. Anyway, this scene will definitely be on the headlines tomorrow. Newspaper headline for grabbing a dance partner, presents plus 2,500. Presents gained through joy, 250 by 10. In the choice of who to dance with next you decide. A. The pure and lovely Queen Isabella. Completion reward. Isabella first dance *1. Isabella Cloud Country Mahjong table spot plus 1. Gift? No, you are the best birthday gift. *1. Angry Xiao, Louis. You liar. *1. Francesco squinted eyes *1. Shall die rage value plus 100. The big devil son-in-law minus 1. Strength plus 1, agility plus 1, magic plus 1. B. The beautiful and gentle Princess Osikri's little boss. Completion reward. Isabella Cloud Country Mahjong table quota minus 1. The second, third, fourth, fifth and sixth dances *1. A kiss with Xiao Ao in public *1. Shall die rage value plus 100. Angry Isabella, Louis. You liar. Isn't your wife the witch queen? *1. Shall die pleasure value plus 3. Surprised and angry Xiao Ao big mouth *9. All daily headlines *1. Social death plus 1. Francesco narrowed eyes *999. Experience plus 300. At this moment, looking at these narrations, Louis blinked. Coincidentally, the prophecy of the storybook this time is exactly the same as the result I thought in my heart. Louis' face turned ugly. This time the prophecy is accurate. If it goes like this, he will definitely die. Facing the invitation of Isabella and Xiao Ao, Louis first forced a smile, nodded and shook his head, and then secretly looked at Xiao Dai in the distance, while the princess and his majesty were confused. Louis kept winking at Xiao Dai. Come and save me! A few words were written on his face. As long as the witch said she wanted to talk to him, he would temporarily avoid this matter. However, Delphinia raised her head, squinted her eyes, and looked at Louis. I just want to see you die in front of me today. In despair, Louis finally looked at Francesco, who was full of murderous intent, and sent her a thought, Aunt, save me. After hearing the voice of his chief nephew, Francesco almost fell over in anger. Are you kidding me? See, Aunt, save me. Magic plus 3, Isabella and Osikri's best friend plus 1, strange wire rope best friend relationship plus 1, Francesco goddaughter plus 1. Louis? Mother-in-law. The undefeated lady in the West. Isn't she eager to kill me now? Why would she help me marry them all? It seems that she will recognize Isabella as her goddaughter in the future. It seems that mother-in-law is a hypocrite. She actually likes to marry her daughter to me. Louis feels bold to make a move. Chapter 252 The Promise of the Cloud Country Louis. Your Majesty, there is one thing I must confess to you truthfully. The Red Queen family insisted on keeping me in the Red Palace. Therefore, I had to lie that I was your son-in-law, and the husband of Her Majesty Delphinia. Please help me cover up. Xiao Ao and Isabella are arguing. If they talk about this later, I'm dead. Ahem, I told Xiao Ao before. I told Isabella, I'm Xiao Ao fiancé. Francesco? Francesco's face turned ashen. Not only did you steal my cabbage, but you also cuckolded my nominal kingship? Francesco, Louis, you are dead. Don't mess with my daughter again. You must marry into the Red Queen family this year. Louis? Louis' face was ashen. Louis, Your Majesty, I really had no choice, Your Majesty. They all wanted to bleed me. Especially after Prince Dracula knew that I was the Prince of 9 Dragons Jinhai of the Cloud Kingdom. He was determined to marry the North Sea Kingdom. But if I really represent the North Sea Kingdom to marry the Red Queen family, when there is a conflict of interest between Sorrento and the Four Flowers Kingdom in the future, who should the North Sea Kingdom favor? Louis communicated with Francesco with his mind here, and Xiao Ao had already bowed slightly to Queen Isabella on the other side, and started the conversation. Judging from the content of the conversation, it seems that the three of them are very good friends. So they are joking with each other. Therefore, there is harmony in the conversation. And the reporters around are also taking pictures with smiles on their faces. They are going to promote the friendly relationship between the two countries, and the Queen and the Princess have a very good personal relationship. But Louis heard all kinds of hints from the two people. And the two of them were almost exposing the lies that Louis had told before while chatting with Smiles. Louis was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. But he could only laugh awkwardly. He kept asking for help from Francesco. But after Francesco told Louis that he was dead, he never responded again. Louis could not help but show a look of despair on his face. If Francesco had not seen him spanking Isabella today, he would probably come to the rescue after talking about this today. After all, this political creature is extremely sensitive to politics. He also wanted to tie himself to Sorrento. So, in theory, as long as he said this, everything would be done smoothly. But today Francesco seemed really angry. Not only did he not come to save the situation, but he went to chat with Xiao Dai. Seeing Isabella and Xiao Ao looking at him with a smile in their light chat, Louis nodded and shook his head to them again. This time, both of them seemed a little angry. It over. You didn't follow your destiny in the end. Listen to the storybook, you played too much. The result of selecting all is. Your Highness, may I invite you to dance? An incredibly handsome man walked over gracefully, and he slightly extended his hand to Osikris. Louis and the other two turned their heads and looked over, and found that it was none other than Ms. Byron. After learning about his mother identity today, little Osikris has not spoken to her mother yet. She didn't know how to face her mother. According to Louis, her mother didn't want anyone to know her identity. So although Xiao Ao wanted to get close to her mother, she could only suppress her longing for her mother, and pretend not to know her. After all, she and Byron were not familiar with each other. Seeing her mother in front of her, Xiao Ao's face was calm, but her heart was beating wildly. And she was extremely excited. Xiao Ao secretly pinched Louis fiercely. At a banquet like today, we can't make things too awkward. Xiao Ao had never thought about making everyone lose face. She was so careful that she even thought before coming to the party, since today was Isabella's birthday, should Louis be allowed to dance with Isabella? After all, she was the winner, giving Isabella some comfort, and letting Louis explain the situation to her was the right thing to do. It was just that Louis' current attitude made her a little angry. But now, a step that she couldn't refuse was in front of her, so Xiao Ao pinched Louis hard, telling him to be honest for a while. She decided to let him go for the time being, put her hand in her mother's hand, and walked off the dance floor with her mother. During the dance between little Ao and her mother, the mother and daughter were full of thoughts. Osikris could not help but recall the time when she was a child, dancing on her mother's feet, and her eyes were wet without her realizing it. Mr. Byron, you and my mother look so much alike. Can I treat you as my relative? Silly child. I am your relative. Do you remember Stia when you were a child? I mean, when you were a child. Aunt Stia often mentioned you to me. Francesco wanted to slap himself, and almost let the cat out of the bag. Aunt Stia? Little Ao was slightly stunned. Yes, the fairy from the cloud country. The Tantian divine tree. Tears suddenly fell from the corners of Osikri's eyes, and she leaned on her mother's arms. It turned out that her mother had always been by her side. On the other side, Louis and Isabella had also left the dance floor and picked a dance. At this time, Isabella was just like little Ao and Louis just now, putting her head on Louis's chest. Isabella's heart was full of sweetness and happiness. But Louis was always paying attention to the other side. After seeing Xiao Ao and her mother reunited, Louis felt relieved. It seemed that the mother-in-law would take Xiao Ao away early, which made Louis feel a little relieved. Francesco couldn't help but want to meet his daughter in her true identity. I guess Xiao Ao didn't have time today. Louis secretly glanced at Xiao Dai in the distance again. I don't know what Francesco talked to her about before. Or for other reasons. Xiao Dai was already busy with her own things. This woman who puts ambition first is not like others who only care about Louis. And today, Sorrento has just reached an agreement with the Red Queen family, and many nobles still have doubts about the future direction. So Xiao Dai, as the Witch Queen, as the protagonist, still needs to calm people's hearts. Therefore, even if she is a little unhappy now, she will not directly trouble Louis like others. She will find a time when she is free. Let this Beihai country, the Prince of Jiolong Zhenhai, prove who he is loyal to. Finally, I managed to escape today. Louis breathed a sigh of relief. Louis, today is my birthday. Louis quickly came back to his senses and said, Your Majesty, I will give you a birthday present. No, you are my best birthday present. Isabella leaned on Louis's chest and said a lot of things in her heart with a blushing heartbeat. Unconsciously, the two of them had come to the quiet and deserted balcony. Beyond the curtain, after a brief whisper, Louis hugged His Majesty's shoulders and looked at the beautiful night view outside the castle. Today, the Four Flowers Kingdom is full of flowers. And the scenery is beautiful. The red palace of the Four Flowers Kingdom seems to have turned back into the beautiful palace in the fairy tale. Many magical creatures have also returned. Under the night sky, the vines on the castle are full of fluorescent flowers. And the lush flowers and trees in the distant mountains and forests are also full of bright spots. And the elves are flying among the strange plants. Looking around, it is hard to tell whether the starry sky is above your head or under your feet. The topic gradually turned to the Cloud Country. It seemed that Isabella was very curious about the Cloud Country. She imagined that she could go there with Louis one day. What kind of place is the North Sea Country? Louis? The route between the North Sea Country and the Eastern Continent has always been blocked. Isabella was very curious about how Louis got here. She was also very curious about the Cloud Country. People all over the world were curious. Isabella believed that Louis must know a safe route to the North Sea Country. She looked forward to going to his hometown with Louis one day in the future. Maybe? Well, I haven't been home for a long time. But it's beautiful there. Louis thought to himself. What is the North Sea Kingdom like? What is the Cloud Kingdom like? It looks like it has a touch of the ancient style of his hometown. So, I want to say that there are flowers blooming there. Which should be correct. Right? Can I go with you? Of course. I am willing to take you wherever we go. What about Dragon Nest City? Well, of course. I am willing to take you wherever we go. I really want to go and see it. Isabella talked about the Four Flower Kingdom. She really wanted to go to Dragon Nest City with Louis, travel to various places, and stir things up, to make Xiao Dai angry. But she was not sure how much time she could spare to participate in Dragon Nest City. If she went, she could only go later. She had a lot of things to do recently. The curse of the Red Queen family had been lifted, but the Four Flower Kingdom was still in the process of division. The Four Flower Kingdom had to be divided under the pressure of the 12 major families. People have been looking forward to regaining the glory of the past. The Kingdom of Four Flowers has been divided for too many years. And many dark creatures have been wreaking havoc here. Isabella is looking forward to going to the Kingdom of Clouds with Louis one day in the future. But before she leaves here, she can't leave a mess to Uncle Dracula. Only if Isabella the First reappears in the mortal world can the fragmented kingdom be united again. And the hatred in the past. And the long-term vision of overthrowing the great family. This is a long-term task. The same dream as Francesco. Don't worry, Louis. It won't take too long. Isabella narrowed her eyes. The hatred of 1,000 years ago. Many people have forgotten. But she can still remember it vividly. Every night when she fell into madness, she would dream of the faces of those enemies. Many people's ancestors may have died now, but their descendants, who are still committing evil, are still alive. Oh, Louis, there's one more thing I need your help with. Isabella mentioned the herbs in Dragon Nest, as well as raw materials such as dragon eggshells. She also hopes to trade with the dragons. The Kingdom of Four Flowers has many dark creatures and subdimensional demons that occasionally travel here. If you want to deal with them, wizards alone may not have enough manpower. If some lords can tame some dragons, it won't be a problem. There are almost no real muggles in the Kingdom of Four Flowers. Witchers are everywhere, and they are all wizards. Even if the lord does not know magic, there are people who know magic following him. In addition, there are many civilian wizards here. They were once blocked in a territory by the Scarlet Wizards. Now everyone is no longer afraid of curses, and the wizard villagers can go outside. Therefore, the Kingdom of Four Flowers is already a magic kingdom in a sense. So there are conditions for taming dragons here. And because of the large number of wizards and demon hunters, the demand for various magic items in the Kingdom of Four Flowers is very large. But when the Four Flower Country stands with Sorrento, the great wizard family may impose various sanctions on the Four Flower Country, and trade will be cut off. Then the Dragon Clan will become an extremely critical trader. There are many magical items and raw materials in the Dragon Clan territory. Once the huge magic labor force of the Four Flower Country is combined with Sorrento advanced ideas, many magic products will be produced. So Xiao Dai will go to Dragon Nest City in a few days, to some extent, to strive for trade. I heard that the Witch Queen will go to Dragon Nest City to discuss business in a few days. The Witch Queen Isabella mentioned with Xiao Dai. I don't trust her. But I trust you. Don't worry. Your Majesty? Louis nodded. He subconsciously glanced at the meeting room in the balcony, and saw His Majesty the Black Swan, with a stern face. She had just finished chatting with the wizards around her, when she saw Louis looking over. She looked up at Louis and left the meeting room with a cold face. Brother, your girlfriend seems to be jealous. Isabella lifted her long hair, looking at Xiao Dai angry back, and smiled triumphantly. But when she saw Louis's fiery eyes looking at her, Isabella felt a little scared. She wanted to take a few days off. She pushed Louis away, not planning to tease him anymore. Louis, my uncle called me. I come to see you tomorrow. Chapter 253 I summoned you, stranger. After leaving the venue, Louis ran into Stuart, so Louis asked about the whereabouts of his mother-in-law and Xiao Ao. From Stuart, Louis learned that Xiao Ao was pulled into the room by his mother to talk. Presumably at this time, Xiao Ao had cried himself to sleep in his mother's arms. Seeing the red eyes of the old eunuch, Louis knew that the mother and daughter had talked a lot today, and as an old housekeeper, Stuart was also watching, wiping away a lot of tears. Louis secretly laughed. It was estimated that Stuart only knew Francesco's true identity today. Louis had a feeling that Francesco seemed to be gradually revealing her true identity. He didn't know what kind of plan she had. After comforting Stuart, Stuart said something. By the way, sir, today, His Majesty specifically talked to the eldest lady, Xiao Dai, and asked her to cover for you and pretend that she was your husband. In other words, in front of everyone, you should show that you are lovers. As long as someone thinks you are lovers, they will believe that you are the husband of the eldest lady. At this point, Stuart's face looked a little strange. He suspected that Xiao Dai and the boss really had a relationship. What did Delphina say? Louis raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. Well, the eldest lady didn't say anything at the time, but just looked at you with disgust. This matter gave His Majesty a headache. Boss, I feel that His Majesty seems to be planning to marry his eldest daughter to you. So she said a lot of good things about you to the eldest lady today. Stuart, the traitor, started to tell tales. It seems that in his heart, he feared Louis more than Francesco. Louis' face became strange. It seems that Francesco thought that Louis' so-called marriage of his eldest daughter was just wishful thinking. But this proposal suddenly gave Francesco some ideas. It seems that she actually took the initiative to do this. Francesco would never believe that his arrogant eldest daughter would really have a relationship with Louis. But Francesco seems to force you to make your fake play come true. After listening to Louis' nonsense, Francesco actually thought of letting his eldest daughter marry Louis. There must be a reason. After all, your mother-in-law doesn't intend to marry both daughters to you. The storybook has repeatedly reminded you that you can only marry one, but you have been dreaming of choosing both, and sure enough, this doesn't work. Louis ignored the narration, but he was stroking his chin, and his face became strange. By the way, my lord, the eldest lady is going to the Red Queen's study. She just told me that if I see you, I should tell you where she is. She probably has something to ask you. Hearing that Xiao Dai was waiting for him there, Louis was a little surprised. After arriving at the door of the study, Louis found that this study, which he had turned into a magical twisted reading room, was actually opened by Xiao Dai. Is this a deliberate show of strength? A show of power? After opening the door, Louis found that the lights in the study were all on, which seemed to indicate that Delphina was in a bad mood today and was not going to chat with him. Something new? Louis's eyebrows raised. After a quick look around the study, Louis saw Xiao Dai sitting in front of the fireplace. She was sitting on the sofa drinking tea and reading a book. When she saw Louis coming, she raised her head and glanced at Louis, and her stern face was almost frozen. Louis walked over with a smile. Sir Louis. Madame Delphinia snorted coldly, and said, I heard you say in private, what is the relationship between me and you? No, your majesty, how dare I say such a thing? As Louis said this, he seriously took off the high heels of her majesty the queen and stroked her calves. He thought in his heart, my wives are all beauties, but Xiao Dai is still the sexiest. Don't touch me. What is your relationship with Isabella? We are innocent. Your majesty. We just had to kiss each other to remove the curse. If I really had a relationship with her, why would I bring you up to get out of it? The Black Swan believed these words. She felt that even if Louis had the courage, he would not dare to provoke everyone at the same time. It seems that the situation is the same as she imagined. It was Isabella. That little bitch. Who knew that she would come to the Red Palace at noon. And asked Dracula to take her to the study. Seeing this scene, she was half right. But Miss Isabella. She didn't expect Louis to beat her with a leather belt without saying a word after catching her. Xiao Dai felt that there must be something wrong between Isabella and Louis. But it should not have gone that far. What about Osikris? Of course she is innocent too. Louis rubbed his wife's feet. And he thought to himself, Xiao Ao is black. Xiao Dai is flesh-colored. I like it so much. I want to kiss him. Louis, don't think I don't know what you said to my mother, what your plan. Her Majesty showed a trace of anger on her face. I don't know if she suddenly discovered something. She has completely treated Louis as her private property and follower. She doesn't allow her sister to have any relationship with Louis. For Delphinia words, Louis said what he wanted to say to people, and what he wanted to say to people. Although I don't know if Louis will suddenly change his face after the incident. But now, he is saying it in a nice way. Or, he is taking it as a hobby. Your Majesty, I only have you in my heart. Louis said these words against his will. Looking at his concubine's slender legs. His eyes getting hotter and hotter. He thought to himself, Xiao Ao slept with my mother today. Isabella doesn't seem to want to accompany me today. And Sister Yingling is not feeling well. So Xiao Dai is the only one left. You must not offend your wife before going to bed. Otherwise you will have to sleep on the sofa tonight. Delphinia had no idea what Louis was thinking. She let Sir Louis touch her calves, raised her head, and said coldly, Don't you want me? Prove your loyalty to me. Sir Louis. Xiao Dai continued, I give you a chance. Xiao Dai, who didn't understand Louis at all, was so crazy that she thought Louis was really loyal to her. Not just greedy for her body. She started talking to herself. This time when we go to Dragon Nest, Osikris will be guarded by the red dragons. I need you to help me hand her over to me. I will be very useful. You will do as I say. Send her to me. She only trusts you. Louis's face was full of black question marks. Wondering if he had heard it wrong. What is this devil girl up to? Why does it look like she has made a very thorough plan? And it seems that she has been preparing for a long time. This devil girl is really thoughtful. I didn't even receive any news. Her mother seemed to know nothing either. I don't know what Xiao Dai wants to do. Although she doesn't seem to want to hurt her sister, how could I possibly do such a thing as standing on both sides? Well, at most I would take sides, and secretly help Xiao Ao bully this always strong sister. Louis frowned, looked at Delphinia, and said, What are you going to do? Her Majesty Delphinia could not have expected that the guy in front of her, who had just made a solemn promise to her, would turn his face and refuse to recognize her, and say what are you going to do? She frowned. But she still patiently said something to the loyal servant she summoned. You ask too many questions. Just do it. Forget it. Louis threw away the calf in his arms, stood up and picked up his coat. I'm going to find Isabella ladies in waiting. Seeing that this dogman not only turned his face and disowned her, but also said such shameless words, Delphinia's face darkened. But seeing that Louis was about to leave, she became a little anxious again. Come back soon. You despicable outsider. You must help me. I summoned you to this world. Louis's pupils shrank slightly. This little devil actually figured out that I was not from the Cloud Country, but an outsider? When did she figure it out? Did she guess it after the Rainbow Country? She also participated in the summoning? One day Francesco will not tell me again that she was the one who played Anstia? Chapter 254. Do you know what to do? Louis thought about it. He suspected that there was a certain possibility that Anstia was Francesco in disguise, as her aunt to accompany her daughter. And that ID card was the identity she left for herself, which she used to plant in this world. She might want to summon a woman. After all, She planned to marry her daughter to the dragon clan, and didn't want to summon a prince to marry her daughter. So maybe Francesco only suspected that he was a foreigner, but he was not sure. Why did Xiao Dai think that, since she summoned me, I would definitely be loyal to her? Could it be that according to the normal process, the one summoned here would be a tool man? Anthony once. Couldn't he just be commanded by fate? In the end, because his presence was very low, he disappeared after completing the task? Fortunately, when I came here, I created a custom identity. While Louis was thinking about it, Xiao Dai thought that she and Louis had exchanged secret codes. She saw Louis stopped, sat on the sofa opposite, and looked at her with a strange expression. So she couldn't help but smile slightly. So, what do you want to do? Louis asked. He thought to himself, I will never hand over Xiao Ao to some evil queen. But what does she want to do? I'm so curious. After thinking about it, Delphinia finally held her temper and explained the matter to Louis. Louis, I am doing the real thing. And I am the only one doing the real thing. My sister is not fit to be the king of Sorrento. And my mother is too soft-hearted. Delphinia's eyes burned. I need a chaos among the dragons. You must help me. Why do we need a civil strife among the dragons? Louis was a little confused. If I hand Xiao Ao over to you, will the dragons be in chaos? Also, why do the red dragons guard Osikri's layer by layer after we go to Dragon Nest? Seeing that Louis still didn't know what Princess Osikri's meant, Delphinia showed a hint of mockery in her eyes. Louis, you are indeed a foreigner. You don't know the history of this world. Osikri's is the world's first princess. She is the princess of muggles, wizards and dragons. She has all the inheritance rights. Delphinia's eyes were filled with jealousy and unwillingness. Some people are born with a golden key. They don't need to make any effort. They can reach a height that no one can touch. And some people have to work hard to fight for a piece of their own world. Delphinia was distracted for a moment, and she continued to tell Louis about the blood relationship and inheritance. The Witch King Isolde was the descendant of the Duke and Wizard of the Red Dragon lineage, and the grandfather of the Witch King Isolde was the leader of the Red Dragon. Therefore, my dear sister, you don't just have the right to inherit the throne of wizards and muggles. You have the right to inherit the throne of the Red Dragon King. According to the rules of the Dragon Clan, the king of the Gallic Dragon Clan must be a giant dragon that manifests the ancient bloodline of Gallic, and must be the strongest dragon. In Delphinian narration, Louis gradually learned that the dragon race has always been a male dragon, and a large group of female dragons. The grandfather of the Wizard King Isolde was the same. The old dragon had many queens and many offspring. Although there are not many dragons that can manifest the blood of Gallic, there are still dozens of them. But in the war between wizards and humans from several decades to more than 10 years ago, the ignorant red dragons not only did not stand on the side of the Isolde royal family in Sorrento, but stood on the side of the wizards. Yingling mentioned this matter before. The red dragons did not help Sorrento, but the black dragons helped Francesco. At this point, Delphinia's eyes showed murderous intent, and she said coldly, So, those guys who have the right to inherit the Red Dragon King have all been killed by my mother. Now, in the entire Red Dragon lineage, there is only one adult Garrick Red Dragon Prince Daimao who has the right to inherit, and his basic sequence is very low. According to the seniority, he is the nephew of Osikri's, and the blood he manifested is not good enough. On the contrary, a girl with Isolde bloodline has manifested the most outstanding Gallic bloodline. She has the most noble bloodline among red dragons, and the most noble bloodline among wizards. Her magic power far exceeds that of the same kind of dragons. When she incarnates, even Annabelle and her brother are not her opponents. Once her identity is recognized by the Dragon Clan, she will be the first heir of the Red Dragon and the future Red Dragon Queen. But the Red Dragon put forward a condition that she must marry the Red Dragon Prince, and the Dragon Clan will recognize her identity. At this point, Delphinia sneered. Do you understand now why my mother insisted on sending my sister to Dragon Nest City? You should know that my mother spent so much effort and killed so many wizards and dragons in order to make my sister the queen of the Red Dragon. My mother's preference for my sister has always been a knot in Xiao Dai's heart. When she said these words, she felt a little sad. She continued, When my sister was young, her mother took her to Dragon Nest. But this matter was interfered by the Black Dragons. The conditions proposed by the Black Dragons were not bad, as long as Xiao Ao represented Isolde and married the Black Dragon Prince. That is, Prince Zeke of Nifa. The Black Dragons would form an alliance with Sorrento. However, Because of Xiao Dai's love spell, Annabelle interfered. She ruined her brother's plan. The Black Dragon Gallic Proto-Dragon leader, because he doted on his good granddaughter Annabelle, allowed Annabelle mischief. In addition, Prince Zeke of Nifa, he already had a beloved girl. He didn't want to marry Osikris. So the Black Dragon Prince Zeke was also happy with his sister mischief. Delphinia said, Mother has always hoped that Sorrento could form an alliance with the Dragon Clan. Now, both the Black Dragon and the Red Dragon are vying to be with our princess. No matter who Osikris marries, the other party will hate Sorrento from now on. Unless the Black Dragon Princess Annabelle and the Red Dragon Princess Osikris marry the Red Dragon Prince together. In that case, the three families will become a true alliance. And the Black Dragon and the Red Dragon, who have a grudge, will reconcile because of the Isolde family. This is undoubtedly a very good thing. The tradition of the Dragon Clan has always been that the leader controls most of the spouses. Some Black Dragons also hope to marry Red Dragons. Of course, some Black Dragons oppose this matter because of grudges and past disputes. This time, we are going to discuss this matter. Mother hopes to establish a new alliance with Black Dragons and Red Dragons through marriage. This way, 2 of the 7 dragon clans will stand on Solendor's side. This temptation is too great. As a princess of a country, her destiny is to make some sacrifices for politics and her kingdom and people. And anyway, this is also for my sister, to find a good in-law. Why don't you agree? So, my mother has always been planning to marry my sister to the Dragon Clan. This idea has never changed. It's just because of your appearance that she hesitated. She hopes that I can also make sacrifices for the country and marry you. That would be perfect. But I don't want the Black Dragon and the Red Dragon to unite. They are too powerful. Once united, Sorrento will become the weakest one in the alliance. My sister will marry those dragons eventually. The Red Dragon Prince is a good husband. Much better than you. So I won't ruin this. But I hope to make the Dragon Clan chaotic before she marries. There are many people who want to ruin this marriage. If Osikris suddenly disappears, the first thing the Red Dragons will think of is probably the Nifa Black Dragons. And what I have to do is to frame her. Delphinia looked at Louis. This time, little Osikris will be guarded by the Red Dragons, and you just need to get little Osikris out and give him to me. Then I will send her to a suitable place. And by then, the Dragon Clan will be in chaos. Don't worry. I won't hurt Xiaoyou. And no one will know who did it. After the matter is done, before I marry you, I allow you to keep in touch with your women. Except Isabella. According to Delphinia meaning, after you become her son-in-law, you won't even want a concubine. And perhaps, these plans are not the real purpose of this ambitious queen. Anyway, the evil queen has invited you to give the princess to the evil queen. Completion reward, Sexy Queen *1, Muggle King Green Hat *1, Sorrento Magic Kingdom *1. Louis ignored the narration. He was now mad at Xiao Dai's words. But Xiao Dai is right about some things. My mother-in-law is too partial. Okay, mother-in-law, that Red Dragon Prince can marry 2 at once. I have helped you so much, can I marry 2? My mother-in-law is always thinking about marrying her daughter to the Dragon Clan. Right? I will ruin this marriage. And Annabelle, she will not marry any of you. Louis narrowed his eyes. He has decided he is going to break the prison. He wanted to get Augusta out. On the one hand, he needed Augusta to take the blame for his marriage. On the other hand, Louis also needed Augusta to make a big fuss in Dragon Nest, so that Sorrento could mediate and reach a trade agreement with Dragon Nest. Of course, he had to keep an eye on Augusta. Otherwise he might get hot-headed and kill the Dragon Hog, which would be a big deal. I'm afraid no one can take the blame for you. I hope Augusta can keep an eye on Louis, and don't let Louis get hot-headed and make things too big. Louis rolled his eyes and ignored the narration. As for Xiao Dai's request, go wherever it cool. Why should I listen to her? Why does she think she's so charming? Do you know what you should do? The proud black swan raised his head. Louis felt a foot quietly hooking his leg. I ruined the marriage, and it was enough to make my mother-in-law angry. How could I help Xiao Dai mess up the Dragon Clan? But the little wife still needs to be coaxed and deceived. Otherwise, I have to sleep on the sofa tonight. Fortunately, Louis made this coaxing decision. Otherwise, when you make things too big, no one will be able to help you clean up. Remember, at the end, you must find Delphinia in her bedroom. Louis rolled his eyes again. The foot on his leg became more and more dishonest. Louis looked at Delphinia with a burning gaze. Don't talk nonsense. Your Majesty. Pay some interest first. Louis grabbed the dishonest foot, kissed it hard twice, and then hugged her in his arms with a burning gaze. Be good. Let me hug you. Louis. I miss you so much. I will give you a son. Chapter 255. Sir, times had changed. Francesco stayed in the Red Palace for a few days, and then left. After she and Dracula decided on the general direction of the alliance, they handed over the rest of the matter to the ministers, Xiao Dai and Louis, who had a great reputation in the Red Queen family. So Louis and Xiao Dai became partners. For this pair of enemies, except Isabella, no one thought they were a pair. Xiao Ao also advised Louis to control his temper and fight less with his sister. It seems that the relationship between Princess Osicris and her sister has undergone some subtle changes. In other words, since she knew her mother was still alive, the relationship between Xiao Ao and her sister has changed. They used to not say a word when they met, but now they are bickering all day long. Although the elder sister is always thinking about marrying her younger sister to the Dragon Clan, and she looks like she hates her younger sister, she is very caring towards her younger sister in private. The relationship between the two sisters has gradually become better, and Yingling, a sweet-talking flatterer, actually gets along very well with Xiao Dai, a guy with a very bad personality. What shocked Louis was that, I don't know what kind of magic this vixen used. One day, Xiao Dai arrogantly told Louis that she decided to change her mind. If she married Louis, she would allow Yingling to be her lackey and maid. For this, Louis secretly rolled his eyes. As a response, Louis turned into a master of time management. He followed Xiao Dai and ran back and forth between the Red Palace and Sorrento. Xiao Ao would often follow his sister and Louis to the Red Palace. And it seems that little Osicris is even busier than Louis. She often switches back and forth between Isabella and Delphinia. This makes Louis very frightened. Little Delphinia is fine. Louis really hopes to see the relationship between the two sisters return to the past. But the one Louis least wants to see together is little Osicris and Isabella. But Osicris has been very close to Isabella recently. It seems that it is because of Helen. So the two gradually have a good impression of each other. There was a kind of as long as you don't touch my man. We are good friends between the two. This kind of good friend relationship is like walking on a tightrope. It seems that Xiao Ao admires Isabella very much and regards her as a model of princess and queen. Isabella seems to see her own shadow in Xiao Ao, which makes the relationship between the two very close. Isabella seems to regard Xiao Ao as her sister-in-law and a little traitor. She often gets together with Xiao Ao to discuss how to trick the witch queen Delphinia. This made Louis feel guilty. He was very worried that when the two of them chatted that day, they suddenly found out that they were not best friends, but brothers-in-law. Louis often patched up the lies between the two of them. But soon, Louis was worried about another thing. He suddenly found that, since someday, Isabella could not help but lick her fingers secretly when she looked at Xiao Ao. And every time this happened, Xiao Ao's face would turn red. Louis knew that Osicris had the blood of Gallic. She was a real red dragon princess. After Louis taught Osicris how to activate her blood gradually became pure. This made Louis very worried that Isabella would secretly bite Osicris in the middle of the night. You know, these two best friends often sleep together. So Louis often checked if there were any strange teeth marks on Osicris. There had never been any strange teeth marks on Xiao Ao's body. And Isabella seemed to care about Xiao Ao very much, especially when Xiao Ao was not feeling well. The elder sister care was almost meticulous. This made Louis gradually feel relieved. He felt that he should be worrying too much. But what made Louis a little strange was that, occasionally when Louis suddenly appeared next to his two best friends, they always seemed to have done something wrong. Louis wondered if the two were hiding something from him. Louis sent Yingling to investigate the matter. But after a few days, Yingling came back with a red face and told Louis that everyone was fine. This made Louis wonder if this vixen had been bought. But before Louis had time to understand the situation in depth, he was dragged into various noble meetings by Delphinia. Because Louis had a lot of faith in the Four Flowers Kingdom, so during important exchanges between the two countries, he had to show up. So this idle man often attends various meetings or social events. At first, Louis hated this kind of socializing. But gradually, Louis discovered that, when the noble ministers of Sorrento and the Four Flowers Kingdom get along and communicate, all kinds of ridiculous fun often appear. In the eyes of the Sorrento people, the lords and nobles of the Four Flowers Kingdom are just like ancient people. This makes the Sorrento people feel a strange feeling when they come into contact with the nobles of the Four Flowers Kingdom. According to Lewis, it feels like the time travelers have suddenly returned to the 13th century. This made the nobles of Sorrento often do things that surprised the wizard lords of the Four Flowers country in some small matters. This once made the wizard lords firmly believe that those Muggle nobles of Sorrento were all magicians. For this reason, Lewis even explained it to the stupid lords like Baron Angus, who had never come into contact with people outside the wizarding world. But they just didn't believe Lewis's explanation. What worse is that these nobles of Sorrento are guys who hang out with court wizards and magicians all day long. So they all like to talk about magic, and they actually know a little bit. And some nobles, before coming here, even learned a few tricks from the magicians. This made it even harder for Lewis to explain. Later one day, when Earl Crowley, in front of Lewis, used magic powder and magic circle to perform a little trick in the meeting, Lewis looked at everyone's expressions as if they had seen a ghost, and he shut up completely, and gave up explaining that all the Sauron people were wizards. Whenever the wizard lords saw their Sorrento noble friends driving vintage cars, or riding their own airships, hot air balloons, and gliders to show off to their friends in their territory, these ancient people of the 13th century would marvel at them, and comment on the wands, revolvers, and strange objects they brought with them. Some noble wizards didn't even recognize their faces. And when the wizard lords, who had never entered the modern world, visited the cities that never sleep in the kingdom of Sorrento, impressions like the Sorrento wizard, the mysterious wizard city, etc., have been deeply rooted in the hearts of these ancient people. These things also made Lewis understand the arrogance and prejudice of the noble wizards, who had been closed for a long time. They despised Muggles and never contacted them. One day, when Muggles developed things that looked more and more like magic, Muggles became wizards in their eyes. Just like what Prince Dracula often lamented. The times have begun to change. Chapter 256: Pressure from the Wizards of the Great Noble Families. After the two kingdoms gradually came together, the Magicians' Association became the busiest and most lively place. Originally, Lewis thought that among the nobles of Sorrento should employ the most magicians. After all, when everyone went to the Kingdom of Four Flowers, they would come to ask for a few magic consultants. But what they didn't expect was that, as the two kingdoms came into in-depth contact, the biggest employers became the wizard lords of the Kingdom of Four Flowers. The wizard lords of the Four Flowers Kingdom often have very strong magic power, but their cognition and knowledge are in the ancient 13th century. They rule a small territory for their whole lives and have almost never left their homes. They hold on to ancient things all their lives and have no understanding of new things. The magicians have traveled all over the world and have rich knowledge. They lack ancient knowledge, but they are representatives of new knowledge. Most of them have also studied in the STEAM Academy, the Mechanical Academy, and even the newly established Magic and STEAM Academy. So they not only know magic, but also know astronomy and geography. So from magicians, wizard lords can often get what they desire. The same is true for magicians. The number of ancient magic books collected by wizard lords often makes Bach and others drop their eyes. In addition to Bach and other knowledgeable magicians, graduates from the Mechanical College and other places are also the most popular people among the lords of the Four Flowers country. The lords hope to make their bare territories and castles brightly lit, hope to have tractors in their fields, and hope that their countries can also have future wizard cities, and let the terrifyingly large whale, airship, float over their city. These magicians and graduates from various colleges in Sorrento came to the Four Flowers country to help the noble wizards build and exchange knowledge with the wizard lords here. Everyone got what they dreamed of from dealing with it. And as the curse of the wizards of the Red Queen family was lifted, many wizard territories gradually began to open up to the outside world. And more wizards walked out of their own small circles and poured into the people. The STEAM and Magic Academy in Sorrento has become the most popular place. In addition to the academy, there are many more wizards and magicians in the cities of the two kingdoms. For the people of Sorrento, they are used to seeing magicians, so they are not afraid of magic. The people of the Four Flowers Kingdom have long lived in a world full of magic. Therefore, in their view, there are only a few more demon hunters, magicians, and priests of the Moon Court who are more knowledgeable about magic in their town. There are many lords like Baron Angus. So many civilian wizards still think of themselves as priests. Most of the civilian wizards are also very simple, so the lives of civilians have not caused too many troubles. On the contrary, the territories of the Four Flower Kingdom have become safer. Of course, conflicts and various problems often occur, But in the reforms of Prince Dracula and Francesco, these contradictions are gradually becoming the driving force for social development. Every time Louis comes to the Red Palace to do business, he will find the changes that have taken place here. And these changes are not just about the addition of steam engines and electric lights. Louis discovered that the nobles and small kingdoms in the secular world have become frequent visitors to the Red Palace. It seems that the Kingdom of Four Flowers is gradually changing back to the Rose Empire, and the Red Palace is gradually returning to the center of the empire. The Kingdom of Four Flowers and Sorrento are also gradually forming a magic alliance, which is almost the opposite of the magic parliament. Therefore, the wizards of the big families are paying more and more attention to the two kingdoms, and the pressure they put on them is also increasing. The wizards of the Red Queen family, because of their special nature, have to live with muggles. This is a privilege that was set after the Red Queen family joined the Magic Council 1,000 years ago. Therefore, the Kingdom of Four Flowers itself is a special kingdom that allows wizards to travel around. In addition, the Ministry of Magic is still under the control of the Red Queen family. So regulations such as wizards are not allowed to go to Sorrento, and are not allowed to teach magic to magicians have become empty regulations. This opens a convenient door for the communication between the two kingdoms. In the past 2 months, the voices calling for the Red Queen family to step down from the Ministry of Magic have been getting louder and louder in the wizarding circle. I am afraid that in a few months, the Ministry of Magic will have to change its term. Now, the Red Queen family is seizing the time to revise many regulations of the Ministry of Magic. They strive to settle many things before stepping down, although the provisions similar to laws need to be changed through the motion of the Magic Parliament. But the Ministry of Magic can still make its own decisions on many regulations. The wizards of the big families have begun to impose various sanctions on the Kingdom of Four Flowers and Sorrento. Such sanctions are nothing to Sorrento, because it is already on the blacklist of the Magic Council. So it makes no difference whether there are sanctions or not. But the impact of these sanctions on the Kingdom of Four Flowers is disastrous. At present, the Kingdom of Four Flowers has almost cut off trade with the wizarding world. For the wizards of the Kingdom of Four Flowers, this is like cutting off many magic necessities, plus social death. What worse is that, in the past 2 weeks, all the major magic academies, including the Holy Oak, have not allowed wizards from the Four Flowers Kingdom and Sorrento to enroll. Only the Grand Masters can enter the major academies. For Sorrento, this matter has not changed anything, but for the wizards of the Four Flowers Kingdom, it is a matter of life and death. The descendants of their own families have lost the upward channel in the wizarding world. Even the wizards of the two great families of Isolda and Erlinda have received multiple warnings from the Magic Council. The royal family of Sorrento is from the Isolda family, but their number only occupies a small part of this family, although Xiao Dai and her mother are from the Erlinda family. The Erlinda wizards, who follow them, only occupy a small part. Most people are fence-sitters. Therefore, all along, Erlinda and the Isolda wizard family have not really turned to the Kingdom of Sorrento. Recently, in order to draw a clear line with the Kingdom of Sorrento, the two big families have even begun to act as the vanguard of the big family wizard group. Even Helen father, Delphinia uncle, Francesco cousin, Grand Duke Orin, has written several letters to Helen, asking her to go home. Helen naturally did not listen to her father. These sanctions made the trip to Dragon Nest a very critical matter. Two kingdoms, one wanted to develop magic, the other could not do without magic. But the sanctions of the Magic Council made both countries lose the source of trade for magic materials. Therefore, the dragons outside the wizarding world have become a very critical trading place. In addition, the neutral dragons have always been at the balance point between wizards and muggles, so both the wizards of the great families and Sorrento hope to find some new balance on the dragon side. So this time, the wizards of the great families will also go to Dragon Nest City. And they will also do their best to obstruct the trade negotiations between Sorrento and the Dragon Clan. Recently Louis, who had been wandering around with the nobles, has been called back to the Kingdom of Sorrento by Francesco. The trip to Dragon Nest City has gradually been put on the agenda. Chapter 257. Well, of course when Louis returned to Sorrento, it was already after the new year. Recently, Xiao Dai, Xiao Ao, and others were busy with various matters in Dragon Nest. Since Francesco needed to stay in the Kingdom of Sorrento and then rush to Dragon Nest, Xiao Dai and her sister had a lot of things to do. Yingling and Kate, the two big secretaries, were also busy. Only Louis was the most idle, staying in the palace all day. However, as a male relative, he naturally could not live in the princess' bedroom. He could only live in an area of the kingdom that was reserved for foreign visitors. Occasionally, he would live in the Royal Hotel or Crawley Manor. Since Francesco discovered the affair between Louis and Little A, Mammy Hathaway has been watching them more and more closely. Louis could hardly enter the princess' bedroom. But Little A often came to see Louis secretly when his mother was away, so Crawley Manor became the place where the two of them would date. Occasionally, when Isabella visited Sorrento, she would also live in the Royal Hotel. But recently everyone has been very busy. Louis has been living like a monk. But in the past 2 days, a female anchor suddenly sneaked into Louis's bed. It is winter vacation now, and Lilith has come to live in Sorrento. Lilith has actually graduated from the Holy Oak a long time ago, and is an adult wizard. The reason she stayed in the Holy Oak before was for the degree of a scholar, and the title of a high-level wizard. At the end of last year, she had already obtained these 2 ratings. I thought I could start to be free and easy. But my sister Yingling stuffed her into the School of Magic and Steam. She and Helen will learn forbidden magic and muggle knowledge here, and serve as lecturers for potion courses and magical creatures courses. Seeing that school has already started, the 2 young ladies originally had a lot of things to do, but this time, the 2 young ladies were determined to participate in the trip to Dragon Nest. And because the number of people in the visiting group of Sorrento will be large, Xiao Ao thinks that the 2 of them are not a big deal. Therefore, Xiao Ao put them in the visiting group. Recently Lilith and Helen have been together all day, going crazy everywhere. The 2 girls have been almost all over England recently, saying that they are now teachers of muggles, so they need to learn more about the muggle world. So the 2 are basically inseparable. However, occasionally Helen would feel very strange about the sudden disappearance of her big sister. She often went to the big sister room to look for her, but she always found that the big sister was not in the bedroom. And Helen found out that her big sister seemed to be seducing her brother-in-law. Today Helen came to catch her, when she secretly came to Louis' living area in the palace and quietly opened the door of the study. She saw Lilith, the bad guy, stepping on her brother-in-law back while he was lying on the sofa in the study. But after watching for a while, Helen felt a little strange. Because shouldn't stepping on the back mean stepping on the back? But why was Lou and I lying down? Lilith didn't seem to be standing either, but sitting on the sofa. And it seemed like she was stepping on Louis's stomach. Helen eavesdropped. Is it better my sister, or me? Both are good. Louis lazily leaned back, resting his head on his arm. Humph, I won't do it. Well, of course your sister wouldn't play this game. Louis smiled and grabbed Lilith's little feet, thinking, Yingling likes to wear gray, and Lilith likes to wear white. I like it so much. Ha! Lilith, you are here. Helen rushed in angrily. Louis was so scared that he quickly covered his legs with a blanket. Lilith, on the other hand, looked fearless and deliberately put her feet on the blanket. Helen was so angry that she jumped onto the sofa and pushed Lilith away. During the argument, Helen even took off her shoes, as if she was good at stepping on the back. And she would step on my brother-in-law back. Then the 2 angry guys jumped onto the blanket while arguing. Louis grimaced in pain. Lou and I, why are you still carrying your magic wand? It hurting my feet, Helen said as she pushed Lilith. Hey you 2. Get down here. What? You just asked Lilith to step on your back. Helen can step on your back, too. Let Helen step on you. Don't let Lilith, the bad guy, do it. Helen was about to lift the blanket. Don't cover me with the blanket. Turn around quickly. Social death is coming +1. Don't step on me. That all. Right. Don't quarrel. Help each other. Be gentle. With Louis' comfort, the 2 sisters finally stopped quarreling. Looking at the lovely Sister Helen, Louis's heart began to beat wildly, and even his voice trembled. Hey, Helen, are you tired of standing? Do you want to sit down and rest for a while? Helen seemed to find something wrong at this time. She remembered the scene of Lilith sitting on the sofa just now. Her face gradually turned red, and her palms were sweating from nervousness. Her voice trembled. Sit down. Sit down is okay. But Lou and I, my sister. But before he could finish his words, the sound of a key opening the door suddenly came from outside. Where are you going to sit and rest for a while? Yingling's voice came from the gate, as if she had just come back. Lilith was so scared by her sister's voice that she ran to the desk and pretended to write a paper. Helen also felt a little guilty, ran to Lilith, and flipped through a magic book. But these 2 guys were caught by Yingling. Although she didn't know what the 3 of them were doing here. Ling still grabbed the ears of her two sisters and drove them into the fireplace. Then Ling used a spell to send them to the port of the Steam and Magic Academy. The ship would sail in the afternoon. After cleaning up her two sisters, Ling looked at Louis. Louis pressed the blanket on his legs and looked a little embarrassed. Didn't you go out? Why are you back? Ling rolled her eyes at him unhappily and cleaned up the messy study. I thought you were watching the Son of Lant in the academy. But I looked for you at the academy port for a long time, but couldn't find you. The fleet will set off in the afternoon. You are still fooling around here. Stay a little longer, the ship will be gone. Fuck, I almost forgot the date. These 2 days. Louis was busy discussing the prison break with Archie, and ended up forgetting the date to go to Dragon Nest City. Get up quickly. I cough, you go out first. It's not convenient for me to sit up now. Ling blinked, somewhat confused. She came over and lifted the blanket, and couldn't help but open her mouth wide, and glared at Louis. The filthy bastard. Sure enough. He did something bad. It's fine if it is Sister Lilith, but today he actually set his sights on Princess Helen. This guy needs to be taught a lesson. Ling angrily fanned her long eyelashes on her peach blossom eyes, and taught Louis a lesson. Is it better for His Majesty and His Highness, or for me? Ling raised her head and lifted her hair, and said with a wink, both are good. Louis leaned back lazily, and touched Ling Fox's ears. Humph, I won't do it anymore. Well, of course you are the best, Xiao Dai and Xiao Ao, they won't play this game. As for Isabella, Louis didn't dare to be so affectionate with her. Chapter 258 Son of Lant, Crimson Angel 2. The ships were all docked at the port of the School of Magic and Steam. Because Dragon Nest is a dangerous route, a lot of preparations need to be made. Many engineers and magicians have been busy here for some time. Some new ships of the 7th Fleet are also being built here, including the Princess of Sikris, which Louis invested in after a huge loan. This super battleship will have some special features. It will not carry too many artillery, but it will carry many new technological products in the school, including the miniaturized Son of Lant. It will be the first mothership in the world. Because the ship will not leave until the afternoon, Louis and Ling wandered around the School of Magic and Steam. The two gradually walked towards the Lant base in the school. Recently, there are many new people in the school. Some of them are from the Four Flower Country, and some are from the Rainbow People. These people are not necessarily wizards, and they are dressed very simply and look like civilians. Occasionally, there are people wearing wizard robes. They are all new here. When these guys walk in the academy, they are like Granny Lou entering the Grandview Garden. They poke here, look there, and are very curious about all kinds of steam-powered mechanical objects. Occasionally, when they encounter something that emits steam, they are often startled and ask what kind of magic it is. When Louis came here today, he also looked like he had seen a ghost, because he found that those unethical wizards had activated many things in the academy. Many steam robot models that were still in the conceptual realm came to life. Louis even saw an old car that walked on its rear wheels on the road. These strange things must be the work of the Scarlet Wizards of the Red Queen family. These elite noble wizards, the youngest of whom is more than 100 years old, have also learned forbidden knowledge. So their magic power and magic level are very high. Nowadays, these Scarlet Wizards can be seen almost everywhere in Sorrento, especially the Magicians Association and this academy. Many people have become professors of the academy. In the eyes of these Scarlet Wizards, if a magic academy does not have those animated creatures running around, it really goes against the name of the Magic Academy. So they did a lot of strange things. It seems that they have completely integrated into the group and participated in many mechanical projects that interest them. When Louis came to the large base where the Son of Lant was stored in the academy, he saw a group of Scarlet Wizards. Edward Goodfriend, Baron Angus, was also here. These Scarlet Wizards were originally noble gentlemen, but now, in the company of Yodel engineers, they have also been infected with many strange habits. Their clothes look weird. The red waistcoat and trousers are originally good, but they have to be patched with frayed edges. They also wear goggles on their heads, and their hairstyles are weird. Lord Baron Angus, do you have to dress like this to look cool in sci-fi? Looking at the Baron Angus with his afro, Louis' face turned strange. Oh, you misunderstood. Lord Louis. Baron Angus looked at a strange-looking little plane not far away, then touched his afro very elegantly and said, during the last few tests, there were several small explosions and several small fires. I was on the plane at the time. As he spoke, Baron Angus pulled off a few strands of burnt hair. then raised his full mouth of black teeth and smiled at Louis. It okay. It okay. Louis looked at the engineers and wizards around him with a blank expression. Some of them had big hair, and some had thin hair. His eyes twitched. It seemed that it would be abnormal if there were no fires and explosions here every day. After the Scarlet Wizards joined the School of Magic and Steam, the engineers in the base seemed to be more and more daring when it came to innovation. With the Scarlet Wizards, the incredible ideas in the heads of the Yodel engineers were often turned into reality in strange ways by these super wizards with their magic. Judging from the strange-shaped test products placed in the base, engineers are even trying to piece together all kinds of weird things, including brooms and airplanes. But guys like Lant don't really intend to use these new sci-fi products as carrier-based aircraft for the Princess Osicris? Looking at the strange object with a long metal broom head in the front half not far away, Louis' face became more and more numb. It was floating in the air, as if it was struggling to fly, and it was shaking back and forth. Moreover, Louis can understand that there are many runes on the broom head. Louis can also understand that the broom head is a bit sharp. But why does it look like blood is dripping down? Looking at the broom head that is vibrating at a high frequency, Louis suddenly feels unwell. Who designed that? Louis looked at Mr. Baron Angus with an unpleasant expression. Baron Angus smiled elegantly, and then bowed slightly. Dayo, that little brother is not talented. Which is exactly what I mean. You are a gay. Right? What is this thing used for when it flies? To poke dragons? It is indeed quite long and shakes violently. Oh, Mr. Louis, it is not a carrier-based aircraft. It has a handle at the end. I named it Blood Curse High Frequency Vibration Knife. It is currently under testing. In the future, it will be used by the Scarlet Angel. The Scarlet Angel is the new name of the son of Lant after the modification. Those are carrier-based aircraft. As he said, Baron Angus stretched out his hand to move Louis's body, and moved it to another direction. There is a small plane that looks a little bit normal. They are carrier-based aircraft. The Steam Academy itself has a very high technical foundation, and has also excavated many blueprints over the years. In addition, the Red Queen family also has a lot of information, which has led to the development of various projects in the past few months. This small plane, which is more than 3 meters long, is currently the most successful product, which is perfect for the Yodel people. It is called the Alchemy Dragon Eagle. It looks like a metal shark. There are 2 egg-shaped red crystals on the left and right sides of the buttocks, and the shark head is a gun muzzle painted red. And there should be a red crystal inside. The more Louis looked at this thing, the more he felt that its shape was a bit wrong. And Yingling's face became more and more shy and rosy. It was not until the busy engineers nearby added 2 small wings with upright propellers to this thick and long plane with 2 egg-shaped magic thrusters that Louis breathed a sigh of relief. A little Yodel pilot jumped on it, put on goggles, and many white halos appeared on the body of the egg-shaped thruster. Then the Alchemy Dragon Eagle floated into the air, bypassed various obstacles in the base with an extremely flexible trajectory, and flew out of the base gate facing the sea. The flexibility of this thing is close to many flying creatures, and its theoretical maximum speed is close to the speed of sound. The only flaw is that this thing is actually open-top, but its ability seems to be not to be underestimated. Not only can it carry alchemical bombs, but its head can also emit a traceable restraining magic ray. With the magic power of these alchemical dragon eagles, 7 or 8 of them together can tie up a flying fire dragon in the sky and turn it into a red cocoon. This thing can take off and land vertically, and its size is very small. Once the mothership such as Princess Osicris is built, it can carry hundreds of alchemical dragon eagles. This is enough for a fleet to dominate the air within the sea area where it is traveling. Even if a group of dragons encounter it, they will retreat. The 7th fleet is the royal fleet, and more than half of the income from trade goes into my mother-in-law coffers. So as long as Lord Louis is willing to pay to upgrade the fleet, my mother-in-law doesn't mind handing the test product to her Lord Louis, and giving priority to installing it in the 7th fleet for training and testing. Of course, once Sorrento goes to war and needs this fleet, the fleet will completely obey the kingdom command. However, we are all family anyway. When his mother-in-law encountered trouble and needed a fleet, Louis would naturally not stand idly by. So Louis did not care about his mother-in-law little thoughts. After all, Louis was determined to marry her 2 crown princes home together. Thinking of this, Louis could not help but look at the 6-story behemoth not far away. It has been more than half a year since the Colosseum, and the son of Lant has changed a lot now. after the Scarlet Wizards joined the project. The missing components of the Son of Lant LV2 were also filled with everyone's joint efforts. Although it is still very punk, its appearance is getting closer to Gundam. At present, it looks like a hideous and weird steel knight. The crystal on its chest has also turned into a large red turbine. It looks like a burning furnace. Blood red magic power keeps pouring out of it and flows to every part of the Son of Lant body. Son of Lant, Crimson Angel, LV2. Latest core kit, Blood Mana Furnace *1, Blood Curse Magic Circuit *N, Forbidden Spell, Red Queen Family *N. Latest accessory components, Blood Curse High Frequency Oscillating Knife *1, Giant Rune Chain Magic Gold Hexagonal Hammer *1, Quasi-Electromagnetic Cannon, 800 meters per second. Just take a look, anyway. Except for the knife and hammer, you probably won't be able to use the other things, and it may not be the same as other pilots when you use it. Explanation. Although the magic hub has not been manufactured yet, but the clever engineers and wizards have taken out a piece of blood essence stone that has been deposited in the blood pool for thousands of years, using the technology of the blood altar and the magic hub to re-alchemize the blood essence stone and the crystal array, transforming the Son of Lant into a monster. Main magic attributes. 1. Magic plus 1000. 2. Magic recovery 20/S. 3. Blood magic damage and effect plus 200%. 4. Bleeding effect LV10 max 5. Damage aggravation LV10 max 6. Basic magic immunity, dragon level. 7. Basic physical immunity, dragon level. 8. Blood pattern defense spell, plus LV5 additional protection. 9. Dragon Sword Lewis Forbidden Summoning Spell, incomplete because of a lot of modifications. It seems that these spells are already a little incomplete. But if you complete it, then with the terrible magic power of the Son of Lant now, even if you are thousands of miles away, it can cross the plane and come to your side. The following is the instruction manual written by the great engineer Lant for you. 1. Once some large creatures are cut by it, the wound will continue to expand, and blood will gush out like a fountain. And if some giant creatures are pierced by a spear in the heart, there is no doubt that it will be a dragon-slaying artifact. 2. A line of very small font. There are still some defects at present. Please drive carefully, don't fly at full power. What is written in that line of small font? Lewis stretched out his hand in the air to complete the summoning spell, while frowning. No matter, it looks so powerful anyway. Wow! There is a forbidden blood magic on this blood-cursed knife. Instant kill blood blade. Well, you can study it carefully at sea. What is written in the test report? It can create a blood blade over 20 meters long, and cut off a ship as big as a large fire dragon in the distance, with a magic base of 1000. Why is the power so small? Oh! It turns out that it is just engraved with a level 3 rune. I have seen this magic, and there is no need to use the rune on the blood blade. With a magic base of 1000 points, it should be able to cut off a mountain. It is really a good set of French armor. This time when I arrived at Dragon Nest City, if there was really an irreconcilable contradiction, don't blame me for wearing it. Of course, Lewis thought he would not wear this French armor. After all, he just went there to let everyone know him. There is no need to kill dragons randomly. Normally, it is like this. Chapter 259 Royal Cruise? I want to pose at the bow. After a walk, Lewis and Yingling met Xiao, Helen and Lilith. Xiao was taking a group of foreign wizard visitors to visit the School of Magic and Steam. After Lewis strolled with them for a while, the whistle at the port began to sound. Xiao had also finished the tour. It seemed that her schedule was quite tight. She looked like a busy person. Everyone looked at the time and went to the port. Standing on the port, Lewis and others saw many large ships on the sea in the distance. They sailed thousands of miles and almost occupied the view, like a sea wall. It seems that this time when he went to Dragon Nest City, Sorrento brought a lot of commercial goods and many warships with him. If he fought with some fleets at sea, the fleet might be many miles long. This is not all of Sorrento fleet. Once the kingdom enters a state of war, all the large ships in the country will be requisitioned and modified. The number of wooden battleships may reach hundreds or even thousands. Among these ships, there are some ironclad ships. There are not many of them. Sorrento only dispatched a cruiser ironclad fleet this time. But in this world, most of the kingdom's ironclad ships cannot even make up the number of a cruiser ironclad fleet. So as long as they do not encounter the magic warships of the 12 major families, or super sea monsters, they are almost an invincible fleet that cannot be sunk in this sea area. The flagship of the cruiser ironclad fleet is the Queen Delphina. This ship is a true steam ironclad battleship. Even at such a long distance, it is still very conspicuous. The black hull looks so huge. The magic cannons, the big chimneys, and the crystal arrays are like chaotic telephone poles, making the whole ship look like a hideous sea monster with many barbs. Looking from afar, you can see many wooden ships and ironclad ships in the distance, with flashing light shields. It is some kind of barrier. It seems to be testing the results of the work in recent days. The defensive magic barrier cannot be used for a long time on the fleet at present. So the defensive effect of this barrier is almost zero. It is mainly to prevent ghosts in the sea from suddenly boarding the ship. It can also protect the people on the ship from being mentally polluted when crossing some strange sea areas, or being affected by the sudden magic riots on the sea. During this period, the ships participating in the trip to Dragon Nest City have completed the layout of magic barriers in various ports. Now these ships have met here, including many ships of trading companies, and the accompanying 7th Fleet, which is also here. Dragon Nest City is a mountain of gold on the sea. Any ship that can go back and forth smoothly can return with a full load of gold. But in normal times, it is difficult for any fleet to reach Dragon Nest City. This is partly due to the sirens and ghosts, but not the main reason. Because these things can be avoided, as long as the fleet has some experienced navigators, and then, like this time, make adequate magic defense, then these dangers can basically be avoided. But those dragons wandering around the sea near Dragon Nest City, looking for food, are the real nightmare of the sea. They have the ability to cross the ocean, and their range of activities is very wide. There are traces of dragons in the sea and islands within thousands of kilometers near Dragon Nest City. The invincible fleets in the Muggle Kingdom, in front of these overlords in the sky, are just mobile granaries with no ability to fight back. No matter how large the fleet is, as long as it encounters a dragon, then those poor ships will be helpless. If the dragons burned a few ships and left, then it would be fine. But the key is that after the fleet encounters the dragons will often target the fleet. And as long as they encounter a dragon, other dragons will come to eat continuously. Those dragons will follow the fleet like wolves, until the entire fleet is played and burned by them. And until all the meat on the ships is in their stomachs. And even a huge fleet like Sorrento, in the eyes of the dragons, is just a buffalo with horns on its head, which can fight back a little. Unlike the sea monsters of the North Sea Kingdom. The reason why the dragons of Dragon Nest attacked the fleet was not because the Gallic dragons could not control it, but because of the special order of the Gallic dragons. The dragons did not allow any ships to approach Dragon Nest. Therefore, only a few forces that were allowed by the dragons could occasionally go to Dragon Nest. The fleet of the Stog group was one of the forces that could occasionally pay tribute to Dragon Nest. But the Stog group could only be allowed to go to Dragon Nest once in a while, when the dragons needed it. The dragons will not attack this kind of fleet, because in the eyes of the dragons, these ships are not coming here for trade, but for tribute. Of course, the dragons will return the tribute, and the tribute is much more valuable than the tribute. Tribute and return of tribute. This is trade in the eyes of the dragons. This time, Francesco has put a lot of thought into getting the fleet to Dragon Nest. Regardless of whether this negotiation trip to Dragon Nest can be successful, there has to be a trade. So there are a lot of ships. Compared with the huge navy of Sorrento, the 7th Fleet is a little pitiful. If Louis wants to slap His Majesty Francesco in the face with stocks, he has to keep working hard. But compared with the time of the Rainbow Kingdom, the current 7th Fleet has doubled in size. Part of this is due to maritime trade, but the biggest credit is still the investment Louis has made in the Red Palace. The magic barrier work of the 7th Fleet has also been completed soon, and Kate is arranging the relevant logistics here. The temporary captain of the 7th Fleet, Ironbeard Maru, is also here. This guy is a younger brother recruited by Louis in the Four Flowers country. Helen privately nicknamed this fat pirate leader the Walrus. It is indeed very descriptive. I heard that this guy once encountered a rare Styx tide in a special sea area. Although he escaped from danger, his body was left with strange marks from the curse, such as the beard that looked like 2 metal lightning bolts. Another example is the big fleshy nose that looks like a walrus. The last time we went to the Kingdom of Four Flowers for transportation, it was the fleet led by Ironbeard and Crowley brother. Earl Crowley was not on board. He was mainly responsible for matters other than fleet navigation, such as logistics, goods, finance, trade channels, etc. And recently he has also intended to gradually hand these matters over to Kate. This matter is mainly because of Francesco. His Majesty intends to train this all-round Governor Crowley to be a political expert like Dracula and become the Prime Minister of the future kingdom, to free Francesco from the heavy affairs. The old Prime Minister of Sorrento was just a puppet. In addition, Francesco didn't trust him. So the old Prime Minister had been laid off when Francesco centralized power. Therefore, the position of Prime Minister has always been a mess of people taking turns. It is a person who was chosen to do something just to balance the interests of the nobles. So it is basically vacant. When King Iger was alive, he wanted Crowley to be his real Prime Minister. Iger had a very good vision, and Francesco followed Iger's will. For a long time now, Crowley will still serve as Admiral. This time he is the commander of the entire fleet. Francesco gilded Crowley. Crowley has not returned to politics for a long time, and he needs to regain some reputation. Therefore, the small team of the 7th Fleet is under the charge of Ironbeard. As for Lewis and his friends, they will take the royal cruise ship in the center of the fleet, which is called the Black Swan and is the sister of the Victoria. Trib movie Victoria Hitting the Iceberg was filmed on the Black Swan. Lewis had long wanted to pose with everyone on the bow. Thinking of this, Lewis quickly caught up with many ladies and magicians and headed towards the Sorrento Royal Cruise Ship. Chapter 260 It Like Digging for Gold. Unconsciously, Lewis had followed several ladies and entered the super cruise ship named Black Swan. When mentioning Black Swan, we have to mention Victoria. Victoria is the name of King Iger's mother, and Victoria is the first steam cruise ship in the Kingdom of Sorrento after entering the steam age. It was shocking when it was born, like a moving mountain on the sea, claimed to be unsinkable. But this flag eventually hit an iceberg and sank to the bottom a few years after it was launched. The Black Swan was a new ship built after the sinking of the Victoria. It was larger than the Victoria and used more mature steam and magic technology. In peacetime, it was the peace envoy of the Sorrento royal family when they visited various kingdoms. But once the war came, as long as it was modified, it would become an armed transport ship with terrifying transportation capabilities. The interior of this ship is very large, and it can easily accommodate several thousand people. Its interior is also very luxurious, like a mobile palace on the sea, compared with other cargo ships or warships. The living conditions in this ship are really good. Therefore, the ministers of various countries, nobles, chambers of commerce, and relatives and families who followed the fleet to Longchao City for negotiations and trade, as well as those who followed the masters to travel and join in the fun, basically all lived here. Each ship has already established a magic network. As long as you dial the bus number in the telephone booths on the ship and report the code of the relevant ship, then the wizards on the bus will verify everyone's identity and authority, and then connect to the relevant magic network, activate the crystal array in the telephone booth, and transmit the person in the telephone booth to the designated location. When visiting the interior of the Black Swan, Shreve and other crew members were talking about the last movie shot on this ship. In between the topics, everyone couldn't help but secretly take a look at Lewis, who was following the 3 ladies, carrying a bunch of suitcases, and the 3 beautiful ladies in front of Lewis. In the eyes of the crew, these 3 elegant ladies, each with different styles and temperaments. They are all suitable to play the leading roles in some big movies. Her Royal Highness the Princess is the most elegant, Count Sakura Ling is the most gorgeous, but the most suitable one for the filming of Victoria is Miss Kate Crawley, the daughter of Admiral Earl Crawley. Hearing everyone quietly discussing their girlfriends, Lewis couldn't help but curl his lips slightly. He had this feeling since the first time he met Kate. However, when these 3 ladies were together, each one was more serious than the other. Especially recently, everyone seemed very busy, and the mother-in-law and father-in-law were also very strict. So he and everyone had hardly met recently. This time, the father-in-law was very busy on the trip, and the mother-in-law was not there either. So it was a great opportunity. I must pose with a few beautiful ladies on the bow. Thinking of this, Lewis could not help but secretly look at Kate, who was chatting with Xiao Ao. After looking at the beautiful lady wide-brimmed hat on her head, he could not help but secretly touch the goose feathers on her hat. Kate turned her head with some doubts and blinked her eyes. Xiao Ao and Yingling also looked over. "Hey Kate, are you taking care of the 7th Fleet recently?" Lewis quickly found a topic. Seeing that Lewis was busy and not deliberately flirting, the ladies talked to Lewis about the 7th Fleet in a friendly manner. Xiao Ao and Yingling knew something about the 7th Fleet, but when it came to the fleet and maritime trade, Kate was the one who knew the most. She has been managing the 7th Fleet recently. She is very clear about all matters. After the chat, Lewis found that the storybook integrated the information of the 7th Fleet. On the way, Lewis glanced at the storybook. 7th Fleet LV2. Destination, Dragon Nest City, 200% profit time, 1 month description. The fleet has not yet reached a stable trade relationship with Dragon Nest City. So before the trade is concluded, it is hard to say how long it will take to conduct it. Armed merchant ships, 50 ships, 30 new ships, expected profit this time, 200%, 15,000 pounds per time, asterisk 50 ships equals 750,000 pounds. Description, the 30 new merchant ships are donated by the Red Queen family. Magic cruisers, 30 ships, 30 new ships, guns, 30 to 40 gun/ship expected profit this time, 200%, 12,000 pounds per time, asterisk 30 ships equals 360,000 pounds. Description, you sold the original 10 Ares Hammer ships to Francesco at a high price. And at a low price. Half sold and half given away, 30 magic cruisers were obtained from the Red Queen family. In some small kingdoms, they are already considered level 5 battleships. Magic battleships, Queen Francesco, level 1, Queen Isabella, level 1, the expected income this time, 300%, 500,000 pounds per time, asterisk 2 ships equals 1 million pounds. Description, Queen Isabella, invested by Isabella I. Mothership, Princess Osikris, under renovation. Description, 1. The source of this ship is mainly loans. But the big banker Kentucky believed did not discuss repayment and interest with you. It seems that the money was not taken out by the bank, but funded by the Believe family. Don't think about it. After the ship is built, they will definitely come to you for something. Perhaps about the North Sea route. 2. You gave a lot of money, and this ship was modified from the former Princess Osikris. Therefore, judging from the construction efficiency of the hammer of the God of War, after you return from Dragon Nest City, the ship should be ready. 3. Considering the size of this giant mothership, its profit will far exceed any of your current warships. Total net profit of Dragon Nest trip, 2.21 million pounds. Seeing this, Lewis's eyes lit up. This 2.21 million pounds, after deducting the next investment in commercial goods, the remaining money is enough to add 2 second-level battleships, or a dozen light cruisers. The profit of Dragon Nest is really huge. If we can achieve stable trade, I can earn a lot of new ships with a round trip. Judging from what Kate said before, the dragons really need the supplies on the ship. According to Archie, although the dragons have a lot of valuable supplies, they have no place to exchange what they lack. Once a stable trade is reached, both sides can exchange what they have. This is of great benefit to both sides. But why are the dragons so stubborn in not allowing trade? They even want to ban the sea? Archie told Lewis that this is because of the arrogance of the dragons. In their eyes, they are at the top of the food chain, and the Solon people are at the bottom of the food chain. Carnivores will naturally not trade with herbivores. Even a powerful fleet like Solon is considered a tribute by the dragons. Indeed, even these hundreds of ships are just a group of wildebeests in the eyes of the dragons, who control the air. So they are indeed very arrogant. Lewis is very curious about how arrogant the dragons are. After flipping through the storybook again, Lewis noticed that there was a line of small font at the bottom, which seemed to be a hint. He took a look. Hint, there are many more ships and cargoes on this voyage. Although many of these extra cargoes are shares of the Red Queen family. My mother-in-law wants to use your money to develop the 7th Fleet. So your income remains unchanged. You still get a fixed share of the extra profits. And the rest will be settled by Francesco and the Red Queen family. My mother-in-law is trying to get my money again. Ha, you think I'm working for you for nothing. Right? Just watch. Don't even think about marrying Xiao Ao to the Dragon Clan. I'm going to marry both of your daughters. Thinking of this, Lewis couldn't help but glance at Xiao Ao, who was walking in front of him, and secretly touched her, but the serious Xiao Ao pretended that nothing had happened, and that he knew nothing. He continued to chat with everyone with a smile. But he reached out and hit Lewis's hand viciously. It seemed like he meant to say, "Don't mess with me. When these 3 guys get together, each one is more serious than the other. No, it's not easy for everyone to come out for a trip. I want to take a photo with everyone at the bow." Lewis smiled and looked at Xiao Ao's long legs from behind. He also looked at the calves of Kate and Yingling, who didn't know what would happen tonight. 3 good girlfriends, each dressed in a unique way, and had different personalities. But their legs all looked very long. Chapter 261. These photos must be shown to the Muggle King. During the time when the Black Swan was docked, O'Sickeries and others seemed to have visited several times and had chosen their rooms. So they were very familiar with this place. Lewis followed many ladies to the residential area. The corridors here looked a little narrow, and the doors seemed small. It seemed that each room might be just a small compartment. But when Lewis followed O'Sickeries and others and entered the ladies' room, he found that it was actually a luxurious suite. There are not only several bedrooms inside, but also living rooms, living halls, study rooms, dressing rooms, etc. All kinds of facilities and furniture are also complete, especially the princess bedroom, which is just like her bedroom in the Sorrento Palace. It seems that in order to prevent someone from sneaking in the middle of the night, the three sisters are planning to live together recently. The two younger sisters live next door. As for Lewis's room, Xiao also helped him choose it, which is just opposite the suite. Compared with the ladies' bedrooms, it was just like a doghouse, with a small washroom. This made Lewis look a little ugly. It seemed that each room was expanded and decorated by the wizards themselves. The ladies had come here many times before, and even brought a lot of furniture. But no one helped Lewis to tidy up the room. According to Xiao, you can sleep anywhere anyway. This was a bit annoying. After putting away all the things, everyone went out, came to the deck, and accompanied Her Majesty Delphinia to participate in the sailing ceremony. After the entire fleet officially set sail, the people who were resting on the various ships also came to the big ship through the telephone booths on the ships and attended a dinner hosted by the Witch Queen. Lewis didn't like this kind of occasion. He wanted to go outside to the bow to take a look. Looking out the window, Director Triff had taken a photo with Miss White Fox and several female stars at the bow. There were crowds of onlookers all around, and everyone looked very envious. My girlfriend is much prettier than Miss White Fox. Okay. She is also more famous than them. Lewis felt a little sour. Seeing that the professional photography teams on the bow were about to leave, Lewis could not help but ask everyone again who wanted to go outside to get some fresh air. Only Archie wanted to go with him, but Lewis refused. The ladies seemed very interested in the banquet. According to them, many friends who had not seen each other for many years came today. No one was willing to secretly fulfill his dream with him. This made Lewis feel a little depressed. Finally, when Lewis walked through the banquet hall alone, around the swimming pool, and came to the bow, there was no one near the bow. They were all driven away by a pair of Royal Navy guards standing there. The guards would naturally not stop Lewis, but seeing that he came alone, they showed a hint of smile in their eyes. Everyone stood there neatly, with no expression on their faces, but the laughter in their hearts was heard by Lewis. Guards, it seems that no one wants to take a photo with Sir Lewis today. So pitiful. You idiots know nothing. You don't even read the newspaper. I won't bother with you. He said this in his heart, but Lewis still said a few words to himself loudly. Ahem, my beautiful and famous girlfriends are all vying to dance with me today. It a headache. I have no choice but to come out and get some fresh air alone. Ahem. The guards secretly curled their lips. Not far behind him was the entrance to the banquet hall, but the surroundings were quiet. Standing at the bow facing the wind, Lewis held a wine glass, looking at the sea in the distance, feeling a little depressed. This happy trip. It didn't look happy at all. It seemed that his famous and beautiful girlfriends would not take photos with him today. They all pretended that they had nothing to do with him. And the crew was gone. No one helped take photos. Hey, what is Sir Lewis sighing about? A cold voice sounded beside him. Lewis turned his head and saw that Her Majesty Delphinia, who was wearing a black evening dress, had been standing beside him without knowing when. Your Majesty? Lewis glanced at the guards who were watching the place quietly, and bowed slightly to the Queen. Her Majesty the Black Swan waved her hand, indicating that there was no need to be polite. She was holding a glass of brandy in her hand, and her face was slightly ruddy, as if Her Majesty the Queen had just drunk a lot of wine at the banquet. What Lewis had never expected was that Her Majesty actually spoke more today. She even mentioned the classic scene on the bow of the movie Victoria, and there was a hint in her words. Then, Her Majesty handed the wine glass to a guard, stood on the bow, and blew the oncoming sea breeze. She also lifted her long hair and looked back at Lewis intentionally or unintentionally. The faces of the royal guards around were a little strange, and everyone looked at their toes expressionlessly. Guards, is this the famous and beautiful girlfriend you just mentioned? She is indeed famous. Damn it, We didn't see anything. Louis' face was also a little strange. He glanced at the guards, who were becoming more and more expressionless, hesitated slightly, finally coughed, stepped forward, and hugged the queen's waist from behind. This pose was finally taken, and someone carefully raised his sleeves, and used the pocket camera in his sleeves to help take pictures. However, the guard didn't seem to intend to send the secretly taken pictures to Louis or Queen Sorrento. Instead, she was going to secretly send the recorded contents to His Majesty Iger to have a look. The Muggle King Green Hat +1. The brief intimacy made the two friends feel a little excited. But recently, Anne Hathaway and others would stay with the Queen to serve her. In addition, there were many royal guards and ministers on the ship, all paying attention to her, so she didn't have much time to go out alone. However, the Queen asked Louis if he could sketch, and said that he would have time one afternoon. Louis readily agreed. After agreeing on the time, His Majesty happily returned to the banquet. Louis walked in front of the guards, who looked like statues, and took the Queen wine glass from someone's hand. Then, he took a sip of the wine glass with red lips, and stood at the bow of the ship, thinking back to the scene just now, feeling a little disappointed. And the slightly messy and angry complaints in the hearts of the guards also reached Louis's ears. This trip seemed to be a little interesting. Ah, Louis sighed. What are you sighing about? Sir Louis? A slightly serious and concerned voice sounded beside Louis. Louis turned his head with a strange expression, and found that Princess O'Sicries, who was wearing a pure white evening dress, had been standing beside him at some point. She was also holding a wine glass in her hand, and it seemed that she had just found a suitable opportunity, avoided other people, and came here. The heroine face was also rosy, obviously because many people toasted her today. Your Highness. Louis glanced at the guards, who were becoming more and more expressionless and looking at their toes, and bowed slightly to Her Highness. Her Highness waved her hand, indicating that there was no need to be polite. And then she talked about the movie, and handed the red wine in her hand to the second guard. So, the second photo was taken naturally. It was still not prepared for Louis, but naturally it was given to His Majesty Yige. A few minutes later, when the princess left, Louis stood alone at the bow. The faces of the guards around him became more and more wooden. His Majesty Francesco, you won't come early for this reason? Hey. Louis couldn't help but sigh again. Lou and I, what are you doing? Helen and Lilith each held a glass of champagne, looking at Louis with curiosity. The guards also looked at him with wooden faces. Your Highness Helen. Half an hour later, when Yingling and Kate left the bow together, Louis looked at the 6 glasses in the hands of the 6 guards around him, and stared at the guards for a long time. After that, Louis took the glasses back one by one, drank them all and threw them away, then forcibly snatched the small camera from the sleeve of a guard, made a copy, and returned the camera to the guard, patted his butt, and walked away. At the banquet, he toasted the 3 princesses with many glasses of wine, told them the history of rum, and let the 3 sisters taste several kinds of liquor. The banquet that night was very happy, and everyone was a little drunk. After returning to the residential area, everyone said goodbye in the corridor, and Louis returned to his room. He took a shower, read a book on the bed, and an hour later, he came to the suite opposite. Lilith and Helen were watching a movie in their sister's suite. After scolding the 2 goalkeepers for not disturbing their sister's rest, Louis drove them out of the room. Then he frowned and tidied up in the living room, and then opened the door of Xiao Ao's bedroom, intending to see if they were asleep, and not to chat too late. The dim bedroom was slightly filled with the smell of wine and fragrance, and the snoring of the 3 ladies faintly reached Louis's ears. He looked at the 3 beautiful ladies on the bed, whose chests rose and fell slightly with breathing, and for a moment he could not tell who was who. Oh! Everyone slept well, and no one got up at night because of drunkenness. Then I can rest assured. Louis shook his head secretly, changed into pajamas, and went to bed to rest. Soon, Louis recognized Xiao. She was sleeping in the middle. Xiao seemed to wake up halfway, but he was pretending to sleep, and he didn't dare to speak. It smells so good. I like your serious look. Your Highness' pretty face is so beautiful. Soon, Yingling and Kate on both sides were also awakened by the noise, but they were also pretending to sleep, and they didn't dare to speak. Yingling and Kate also looked so beautiful. Can I come here more often in the future? I'm so happy. Chapter 262. I'm here to rob a prison. The next morning, when eating in the restaurant, the 3 sisters who had sobered up seemed a little embarrassed. But Louis could hear from the three of them that everyone was still very happy last night. After all, everyone woke up later, and under the influence of alcohol, everyone was very happy. After dinner, Louis was reading in his room, and Archie came over and talked about Augusta and the rob. As for the rob, the two had been discussing it for a while. Louis can leave at any time, but Archie needs to arrange the follow-up matters, so that Augusta actions in Dragon Nest can be effective. That's why it was delayed until today. Louis, no one in Sorrento has seen Augusta. He can pretend to be a noble and arrive in Dragon Nest by ship. I have arranged his identity and room. Let him follow you for the time being. When we get there, I will understand the situation there, and then we will discuss the following matters. As he said that, Archie gave Louis a magic map of the prison. This map was drawn by Harold, so its authenticity is guaranteed. However, since the route of the bottom floor of the prison changes frequently, the route may be a bit complicated. So, if you can't tell the way, you can ask the warden or the prisoners. Archie said, "Can you ask for directions? Have you arranged everything?" Louis showed a relieved look on his face. Louis was very reluctant to try the prison break. The reason why he agreed to it so readily was because of Archie's assurance that his prison break would be smooth. Yes, that's right. As long as you show up as the Faceless Man, it will be smooth sailing, Archie said with a forced smile. In the past 2 years in the demon prison, the number of flower card prisoners has doubled. Who can fail to recognize the real Faceless Man? Archie believes that everyone will not recognize the wrong person. Others are fakes. The impression they leave on everyone is still not deep enough. He also doesn't have the boss' unbridled arrogance. When it comes to using the identity of the Faceless Man to break into the prison, Louis feels like he is throwing dirty water on himself. But the dirty water on the Faceless Man has been thrown countless times by the White Queen. Now that things have come to this, then it is probably the most appropriate to use this identity to break into the prison. After Archie left, Louis contacted Harold. After asking Harold about the situation of the demon prison, Louis found that this guy really left a back door in the demon prison, so that when he goes in again, he can get out smoothly. After receiving the coordinates, Louis drew a magic circle according to the coordinates. Looking at the gradually forming secondary portal, Louis rubbed his face, put on his sea devil snake robe, and felt a little nervous. The White Queen has played the Faceless Man countless times, and Francesco seems to have occasionally played a guest role. So the real Faceless Man has long been forgotten by everyone. Right? I wonder what their habits are, and what clothes they wear. If I don't play it well, will I be exposed? Moreover, this prison holds the most dangerous dark wizards in the world. I heard that there are many terrifying monsters guarding it. I might meet some big bosses. So Louis was still a little nervous. Luckily, Mr. Harold gave me a back door. I heard that the coordinates are very safe. I hope I won't encounter anything scary on the way, or get into trouble. Unconsciously, the portal in front of him has been opened. With this little bit of nervousness and tension, Louis stepped into the most terrifying six-sided prison in the world. Bull, stop pretending. This time, no one can stop us from getting out. A flower card prisoner stood at the door of the office, looking at the warden who was writing quietly at the desk, and shouted loudly. At this point, he and his companions looked at the small door on the other side of the office. That was the only way out of the entire magic prison. Although there were many dangers and strange things on that road, as long as they could successfully rush into that door, they would have succeeded halfway. Don't be afraid of him. He's just pretending. He's not as powerful as the rumors say. Since we can get to this office, it means that his repertoire is limited to describe a donkey in Guizhou running out of tricks. Another prisoner leader wiped the cold sweat from his head, looking at a corpse in front of the office threshold. He couldn't help shaking all over. Just now, a fool stepped into the most unenterable door in the devil prison. And this is his end. Now no one even knows how he died. Everyone said that this was Bull's last resort, but no one dared to step into the room. There was a lot of noise outside the office, but no one dared to step into the door. In the passage outside, the prisoners were fighting fiercely with the warden. People kept breaking through the blockade of the passage and rushing into the office. Wardens kept coming from all over the prison. Many areas of the prison were in chaos. It was obvious that the prisoners had planned this riot for a long time, and they had successfully broken through to the office. The only obstacle left was the gatekeeper, Mr. Bull, the director of the prison. As long as he is killed, the prisoners will have no worries. Therefore, Bull must die today. However, This thousand-faced lantern-carrying death god continued to write something without any hurry, and did not even look at those people. This calm attitude made it impossible to tell what he was thinking. Perhaps all this today was just a game in his boring and long life. In these years, this strongest demon warden in history has left too many legends. In addition, the young man who entered the room first half a minute ago died suddenly without any warning. So no one wanted to be the second one to come forward. For a moment, there was a stalemate. The prisoners were secretly checking if there was anything strange in the room. But they found nothing. The warden who kept coming in the passage kept fighting with the prisoners outside the door. The prisoners were almost unable to hold on. The situation was urgent. And there were constant urging voices coming from outside. Amidst these urging voices, among the crowd confronting Bull at the door, a prisoner leader was suddenly pushed in by someone behind him. At this moment, the unlucky leader was so frightened that his eyes were bloodshot, and he was angry at his teammate who stabbed him with a knife, and also afraid of this room. He had mixed feelings in his heart. Bull was the same. After the unlucky prisoner leader was pushed into the door, he fell flat on his face. But after falling, he did not die without any signs like the previous person. Even he himself did not believe that he was still alive. Everyone was stunned for a moment, and in a flash everyone understood everything, and in ecstasy they stretched out their hands, pointed at Bull, and released the long-awaited spells towards him. Countless spells flew towards Bull, but Mr. Bull still lowered his head to write something, without even raising his head. But the goddess of fate raised her head. At this moment, the void in front of Bull suddenly fluctuated like the surface of water, and after the countless spells entered the space area like water ripples, they all suddenly disappeared. But the prisoners did not stop instead. They became more ferocious. These desperate criminals either did not attack, or would fight to the death once they did. Not only did they continue to release spells, they also gradually stepped into the office. They stared at the void with their eyes fixed. It must be something summoned by Bull. Kill it! This is his last resort. At the same time, in the air, a faceless man in a black magic robe, looking at the map in his hand, emerged, and all those spells hit him. But his body resistance to magic seemed to be more terrifying than that of a dragon. He cultivated his body using the method of the ancient god of the abyss, making most of the magic ineffective. Only the magic of a few wizards, with extremely high magic base, had an effect on him. But it only grew some small bean sprouts on his robe. The faceless man flicked off the small bean sprouts on his arm, and looked up at the prisoners outside with confusion. At this moment, the voices of those who were chanting spells crazily at the door suddenly stopped. And everyone looked at the faceless face in a daze. And suddenly their eyes widened, as if they had seen a ghost. Lewis also looked like he had seen a ghost. A voice suddenly rang in everyone's mind. Why is it an office? Is the coordinate an office? Why are there so many people? The office suddenly became quiet. Is it real, or is it a fake? A prisoner suddenly swallowed his throat, and asked in a cold sweat. Someone answered him in this quiet room. Someone suddenly screamed, and fainted on the ground. The crowd suddenly dispersed, and many people seemed to be extremely mentally polluted after seeing the ancient gods, grabbing their hair and running out madly. Why are you all so scared? It seems that they usually dress like me? Lewis looked at the people running away, looked at his magic robe with a strange expression, and then looked at Bull. How much dirty water have those guys thrown on me? They make everyone afraid of him. Bull didn't answer for a long time. Lewis frowned and pushed this guy, and found that he had fainted at the moment the prisoner fell into the room. Chapter 263. You are the only normal people in the entire demon prison. After waking up the useless Bull, Lewis asked for directions. After learning that a real riot had occurred in the demon prison, Lewis felt a little annoyed. Why did I encounter such trouble as soon as I came here? Sir, riots happen every day, but the areas are different every day. Boar wiped his wet pants, with a bitter face, looking at a dim lantern on the table and said, the death lantern used to suppress the demon prison is almost extinguished. It won't be long before this place will be completely lost. After listening to Bull's words, Lewis took the lantern and looked at it. Oh! It turned out to be a real wonder. It seems that the disciples of Anthony the Great took the fire from the sticks and made something out of it. It is indeed about to go out. It seems that it has been more than 2,000 years since the divinity was used as fuel. As he said this, Lewis scooped up his sleeves, took out a big bag, and threw it on the table. These are some divine elements that he synthesized in the Red Palace. He can make these things at any time. Although the quality is not very good, it is still enough for this kind of ordinary forbidden wonder. After teaching Bull how to use the lantern correctly, Lewis helped him repair the forbidden artifact. "Sir, are you here to break into the prison?" "Ah." Bull cursed Archie in his heart. "I knew it. How do I get to the bottom floor?" Lewis repaired the lantern and gave it to Bull. Bull opened his mouth, wanting to remind Lewis that there were two special beings at the bottom floor. But after thinking about it, Bull shut up and pointed out the route to his boss on the map. "Sir, if you encounter any strange people, don't believe their lies and let them out." "Yes, I will pay attention to strange people," following the route Bull pointed out. Lewis left the office and headed towards the destination. Along the way, there was no one in the passage, not even the warden, which made Lewis a little confused. Didn't they say that there was a riot in the demon prison? After a while, Lewis had already followed the map to the lower levels of the demon prison. There were gradually more people here, but they were all prisoners who stayed in the prison obediently. The warden seemed to be very confident about these prisoners. Look, many of the cell doors were not locked, just closed. But the prisoners had no intention of going out. And these prisoners seemed to have some special habits. Some of them liked to look at the wall and shake their feet, shiver, and some liked to pee against the wall, but they didn't like to take off their pants when peeing. As expected, the people in the demon prison are somewhat mentally ill. Shaking his head, Lewis followed the several secret passages that Paul had pointed out before and directly reached the lower floors. This is the area that changes frequently, and there are no cells. The entire area seems to be a subdimensional space between the netherworld and the surface world. There is a dark sky above, and countless soul catchers are wandering around in the sky. The surrounding passages are like an open-air maze, and the walls reach the sky. It looked like there had been a fierce battle here before. There were many cracks on the surrounding walls, and a thick layer of ghost dust on the ground. That was what was left after the soul catchers died, but in this dark place, it wouldn't take long for them to be reborn. After walking for a while, Lewis couldn't tell the directions. In order to save time, he looked around from a distance, planning to ask for directions. After a while, he saw a group of people in the distance, who seemed to be fighting. Lewis couldn't help but raise his eyebrows in his heart. It seems that there are several familiar faces. This seems to indicate that you are close to several areas on the bottom floor. Lewis went straight through. But before he could ask any questions, the prisoners who were fighting with the warden all ran away screaming. Lewis grabbed a few screaming and running prisoners in his hand, and asked about the paper figures in his hand, but found that these guys could only scream, and their thoughts were extremely confused. They all looked mentally ill. Shaking his head, Lewis let them go, and looked at the wardens with a little embarrassment in his heart. Several wardens who were fighting just now were now repairing the surrounding walls carefully, or sweeping the floor with brooms. All of them looked like they were busy, and didn't see anyone. But they seemed very friendly. After Lewis asked about Augusta's situation, everyone told him with a smile on their faces. After asking a few more questions about the secrets of the maze, everyone told him what they knew. This made Lewis secretly happy. It seemed that Archie had indeed done a lot of work. It seemed that just as Archie said, he had already taken care of everything here. After looking at the map in his hand, Lewis nodded. He planned to ask about the situation again. But when he turned back to find the warden, he found that the guys who were busy repairing things and sweeping the floor just now were gone. There were only a few brooms and magic wands left on the ground. This made Lewis, who came to rob the prison, a little confused. But he had already asked about the situation clearly, and the maze in front of him was no longer a thing in his eyes. He quickly found a high-dimensional warp point in the maze that led to the bottom of the magic prison. After entering it, he passed through several layers of the magic prison and came to a corridor that looked like a hotel. This corridor was set up alone in a completely empty subplane. It was better to say that it was a sealed place than a prison. Harold had stayed here before. But in fact, according to Harold Level, he was far from being locked up here. But this guy was the most hated person by Paul and Stuart. So he had the honor to stay here for a few times. His puppet was given life here. And he also learned a lot from the two masters as a student here. There are 7 doors here, and each door is a separate room. Currently, there are only 3 rooms with people here. But Lewis doesn't know about this. According to Bull Idea, this is the best environment in the entire magic prison. Everyone doesn't ask the big men who stay here to be as honest as prisoners, as long as they don't make trouble, don't go out to cause trouble, and can live here quietly. And the big men here are also extremely dangerous big demons, so there are no warden here. People who can enter here are basically mysterious beings that cannot be killed. Therefore, it can only be sealed. But in recent years, there has been an exception. There is an ordinary muggle here. He can be killed, and he will soon be sent to the Dragon Clan for execution. Looking at the 7 guest room doors, Louis scratched his head, and couldn't tell which one was closed by Augusta. After knocking on 2 doors, no one responded, but the 3rd door seemed to be unlocked. It can be opened. Is Augusta staying inside? Going in directly? Would it be impolite? I can only bother you for a moment. After thinking for a while, Louis opened the door and walked in, and found that it was a huge studio. But the furnishings in the room were in a mess. In this huge room, there was a disheveled guy, and he was painting nervously. Louis politely asked where Augusta was, but the guy looked up and asked what year it was. Although the painter was very friendly to Louis, the two of them were talking at cross purposes, and Louis shook his head and went out. After Louis left, the painter was troubled by the time issue. He finally decided to go out in the next 2 days. On the other side, Louis met an interesting and polite guy in the 4th room. This room was a vast farmland. The sun was very gentle. The field was full of flowers and crops, as well as many scarecrows with pumpkin heads. It seemed that this field was created by the owner of the place. It was a created space. Friend, please don't trample my farmland. Are you new here? A voice echoed in Louis's heart. Louis politely bowed to a scarecrow. Then he flew into the air and came to the side of the scarecrow. Louis, no. 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 Sir. I'm here to visit the prison. Scarecrow, it must be Augusta. No one will visit the mentally ill next door. As for the visit, Mr. Scarecrow did not seem to be surprised. The Scarecrow continued, you must be planning to take him away. My followers are saying that the Faceless Man is planning to rescue him. It's strange. You don't seem to be the Faceless Man. It's a pity that no one will help me take care of the crops. After Augusta came, many beautiful things grew in this abandoned field. But if no one takes care of them, they will slowly wither. The environment of the demon prison is not suitable for the growth of crops. Maybe I should go back outside and find a farmland to bask in the sun. Louis could only comfort Mr. Pumpkin Scarecrow for his sadness. The two chatted for a while, and the communication was very good. These 2 gentlemen seemed to be the only normal people in the whole prison. Those strange people that Bull mentioned seemed to be locked in other rooms. I really want to go outside to take a look. But there is a seal on my body. Little Augusta can't help me break it. Can you help? Of course. Louis tore open the seal on the Scarecrow. Thank you. Faceless. This saved me more than 300 years of time. I don't know if they are still alive. We haven't had a party for a long time. In addition, Mr. Faceless, I have another unwelcome request. You say, ahem. This is a bit embarrassing. I don't know what clothes people wear outside now. Can you lend me one? Louis blinked, took out a suit from his sleeve, and hung it on the Scarecrow. Thank you very much for taking the time to attend our party. After a friendly exchange, Louis said goodbye to his new friend. He followed the Scarecrow instructions and came directly to the door of Augusta's room. Chapter 264 The Great Dragon Slaying Guide. After leaving the room of the Pumpkin Scarecrow, Louis went directly to the room opposite. It looked like a gym, and Mr. Shaquille O'Neal was applying hair growth tonic here. The two looked at each other for a moment, and stared at each other for a long time. Louis bowed slightly and left the room. Sorry, I'm sorry. After a while, Louis opened the door again with a wooden face, and the burly super strong man was already sitting there with his back to Louis. Finally. He looks a bit cool. The Scarecrow is talking about the opposite side. Right? This person is Augusta? This face looks like a celebrity. Right? Well, he doesn't look black, just a little dark. Fortunately, he has alopecia areata. Just a little bit like him. The tall, strong, black and fat man looks like O'Neal. So it shouldn't be Mr. O'Neal who traveled through time. After hesitating for a moment, Louis finally opened his mouth. Mr. O'Neal, can you play basketball? No need to say more. The strong man suddenly raised his hand, interrupting Louis's words. I won't go with you. Just halfway through. The strong man frowned and turned around. Looking at Louis, who is O'Neal? What is playing basketball? Ahem. Sorry, Mr. Augusta. You look a bit like a friend of mine. I just called the wrong name. Louis looked a little embarrassed, and said, let me introduce myself. I am not the faceless person who claims to be your mother. My name is Louis, and I am Archie friend. I heard from Archie Mr. Augusta nodded. He looked at Louis, and said with a complicated expression, "Thank you for coming, but I'm sorry, I can't leave. Sir, you will be put on the execution ground in a few days. Are you really not going to leave?" Louis frowned, somewhat puzzled. "Archie told me that if you die, the dragons will no longer have anyone to fear, because there will be no more war gods in this world." "God of war?" "No, Lord Louis. I am not a god of war. I am just a person who has summarized and verified the path of our ancestors. Our dragon-slaying technical outline has been passed down. This world is already full of Augustus. The dragons will understand what kind of constraints and responsibilities they, the eldest sons of Gallic, should have. So, there will be no more evil dragons in this world. But this is not because of me, but because we once existed. And I should also end it because my hometown needs time. I hope my death can win a short peace for my hometown. Thank you for your kindness, but I have decided to stay here. Queen Francesco has promised me that as long as I die, there will be no dragons to harass our kingdom within 100 years. Augusta has been in the prison for many years. He still thought that Queen Francesco was still in power. But what he said now is not wrong. Francesco will indeed fulfill his promise. It seems that he has made up his mind, hoping that his death can bring a brief peace to his hometown. Louis felt that he must not waste so much effort to come here in vain. But out of courtesy, he still patiently listened to Augusta's story. "Mr. Louis, people outside say that I killed all the dragons by myself. They make me look like a god. I do have extraordinary power in the sky. But if it weren't for my companions, I would have died in the dragon breath of Stog." What Augusta said seemed to make sense. In Louis's opinion, this guy is indeed much stronger than Aaron, the champion of the Stover Dragon Arena. But not so outrageous. He can kill a large fire dragon, or have a chance to kill a Gallic dragon like Prince Zeke of Nifa. He can even fight the Dragon Slayer Gundam alone. This is indeed very strong. But if facing a super behemoth like Stoger, it is still too difficult. "Mr. Augusta, what exactly is that dragon-slaying outline?" In Louis' question, Augusta gave him an answer. "The dragon Stoger rules our country. He is like a mountain. In our eyes, he is as powerful as a god. In order to find some fun in his long and boring life, he set up a dungeon and promised that as long as someone can pass through the dungeon and defeat him in the end, our kingdoms can be free. For hundreds of years, heroes from various kingdoms have fought one after another and died continuously. And the pioneers have gradually summed up a real technology in the bloodshed of their predecessors. A technology that can defeat the dragon after the reptiles unite as one." In Augusta's words, Louis couldn't help but show a lot of respect on his face. At the same time, he also felt a little strange. That Shiraishi Stog was completely asking for trouble. He couldn't live a good life. But he had to set up an experience field to upgrade the big monster for everyone. Among the sacrifices of countless human heroes, they finally summarized a strategy for the Dragon Clan. Now this strategy has been verified by Augusta team. In the countless adventure guilds in this world, there are too many adventurers and magicians with strong individual strength. They can verify the outline of slaying dragons. So as long as the strategy is handed over to those adventurer guilds, then it will continue to be passed on. Humans will no longer be afraid of dragons. Perhaps one day in the future, dragons will finally surrender to humans. This is just as Augusta said. The dragons will be honest. But their honesty is not because of kindness, but because we once existed. And because there will continue to be people like us in the future. There is no doubt that these dragon slayers who left behind the art of slaying dragons, are the great heroes of this magical age. The world will gradually change because of them. The dragon will bow its proud head because of them. Mr. Augusta, please allow me to salute you and your companions and pioneers, but you cannot die like a coward. The right to speak in this world is in the hands of your enemies. They slander you, myth you, and make you into a peerless god of war. People all over the world believe that you can do such things because you are the god of war. Even the elders and folks in your hometown believe that there will never be another Augusta in the world. Now these people deify you, and then tear down your statue. Think about it. Who will believe that there are still people who can do what you have done in 30 years? The so-called dragon-slaying outline will also become a lie and a scam in the public opinion of wizards and dragons. People will discard it like a worn-out shoe. Indeed, those wizards and dragons have been promoting the theory of bloodline and the theory of personal heroism. This view partly stems from the inherent arrogance and prejudice of wizards and dragons. The other part sits from their fear. And the theory of bloodline and heroism is also the biggest slander against the Augusta team, and the biggest slander against the dragon-slaying technical outline summarized by the pioneers. Maybe one day in the future, there will be a second Augusta. But your homeland has to waste hundreds of years in the darkest years, and even fall into decline, and will never rise again. You can't die without leaving behind a dragon-slaying outline. You have to tell the world that you are not a god of war. Tell them that this dragon-slaying outline is something that everyone can learn. Otherwise, after you die, there will be another god of war named Augusta in this world. During Lewis' narration, Augusta's eyes were fixed on the ceiling, lost in thought. As Lewis said, the title of God of War is the greatest insult to Augusta and to his dead companions. Augusta pondered for a long time, and he finally told Lewis that perhaps only a real death could break this cycle. In that death, he wanted to let the world know that he was just Don Quixote who challenged the windmill, and proved to people that he was not a god. Dragon Nest, the place that the world is paying the most attention to now. There are muggles, wizards, dragons, and countless reporters there. And in this play, he will usher in his true end. Augusta said a lot to Lewis. His words came from the heart, and Lewis was a little moved. Although it seems that this guy doesn't need to die. There are obviously many better ways. Right? But Augusta seems to be extremely stubborn. Or, he has always wanted to challenge the dragon hog, which is bound to die. But isn't this the most perfect ending for a warrior? He wanted to tell everyone the secret of the dragon-slaying guide in front of the whole world, and then die at the hands of Hog. Prove that he was just a mortal. No, there's really no need to do this, Lewis said excitedly, grabbing Augusta's hands. No, there's no need. Augusta grabbed Lewis's hands, staring at him seriously. It seemed that this big guy was not easy to convince, and the atmosphere was so good that Lewis could hardly refuse his little wish. Okay, I help you, Augusta, Lewis said, very moved. Augusta was also very moved. Find more reporters. Okay. Lewis nodded slowly with tears in his eyes. I call Wallace when I get back. He and many of his reporters are on the ship. I asked them to set up their equipment at Hog Place. Make a big news. Okay. But the two people could never have imagined that things would become more and more weird. Just like that, the jailbreaker Lewis took Augusta out of the cell. At the door, the two met a painter with a drawing board on his back, and a gentleman with a scary pumpkin head, wearing a suit and a tall hat. The two gentlemen were locking the door, and they looked like they were about to leave. So the four of them put their hands behind their backs and visited the prison while chatting. Finally, in Paul's office, the four of them chatted with Mr. Paul for a while. I heard that Lewis was interested in sketching and planned to draw some pictures for his girlfriends. So the painter left him a few notebooks of his own. In the end, the four people left some contact information and went their separate ways. Only the head of the demon prison, Bull, was left with a cold sweat on his face. The only one who could communicate normally with these big demons was probably the boss. As a result, the next day, Lewis saw big news. The end of the world is coming. The faceless man is doing evil again. Release the three giants of the demon prison. At the dining table, Lewis looked at the newspaper in his hand, listened to Xiao Ao and everyone discussion, and his face was extremely ugly. The newspaper made a very clear analysis, saying that Mr. Bull, the head of the demon prison, was alone in the face of the faceless man and the three big demons, and was ultimately defeated. Let them go. According to the newspaper, this battle was earth-shattering. The reporters even interviewed several eyewitnesses, pseudonyms, but they were obviously prison officials and prisoners, who swore to the heavens that the faceless man who came this time was definitely not the fake ones that had been rumored outside. Because he is the most arrogant one. Didn't Archie say that he had arranged everything? Liar. All liars. They all seemed very friendly, but as soon as I left, they all betrayed me. Also, this is the devil's prison. Right? Why do they allow reporters to interview casually? Are the warden just there to do nothing? Perhaps it was Mr. Bull who wrote the manuscript. After all, Wallace's men, but they don't have the writing skills of the great writer Bull, and can't write the fierce fighting scene. Lewis's face became even uglier. Chapter 265 Dragon Nest City, a miracle born from the body of Gallic. In the following days, Lewis, who called himself a magician, would compete with Mr. Augusta in swimming in the sea whenever the fleet encountered a storm at sea, or drive away and kill some sea monsters that appeared near the fleet. Lewis could indeed swim around in this sea with his flesh body, after all. His strength was almost 300. The power, upgraded attribute points, obtained from the Book of Destiny, could be used to strengthen his magic power, by using the sense of existence, and the power obtained from nature in the Agra training manual could only increase his physique. Originally, his power was more than 100. After solving the curse of the Red Queen family, his presence increased by more than 3,000. After the banquet in the Red Palace, his presence increased by more than 5,000. And the newspaper a few days ago gave him more than 3,000 presents. This made his power almost twice as much as his magic power. Regarding this matter, Lewis could only sigh. After all, a magician needs a good body to use magic better. Right? Sometimes after Mr. Magician Lewis added a bunch of LV-15 buffs to himself, Augusta would always complain about who is the god of war. In addition to occasional swimming, Magician Lewis naturally did not neglect magic. He studied the forbidden, instant-kill blood blade magic that originated from the Red Queen family. This is the magic that Isabella created based on the forbidden learning, LV-10. Because the two of them could communicate frequently, Lewis got started quickly, and was better than his teacher, LV-15. Now the blood blade he released could instantly cut a 5 or 6 story long, thick-skinned sea monster in half. This was not much different from the terrifying magic power of Isabella. So if he put on the French armor that could increase magic power by 1,000. Son of Rant, Scarlet Angel 2. He could cut off a mountain as he wished. Compared to other powerful magic, the most powerful thing about this magic is that it can be engraved in the spiritual world, and then cast instantly when casting. Although it is not as good as the big move of tearing stickers, which involves dimensions and distorts reality, and its effect on monsters that are not afraid of being cut is relatively average. It is better in that it does not require guidance and chanting when casting, and its effect on targets that are afraid of physical attacks is immediate. Even if the target is not killed in one blow, the soul will be injured, and the body will be drained of all body fluids after being hit by the blood blade. This is a typical evil black magic that kills the opponent at the slightest disagreement. It fits Isabella's previous personality. In addition to training, an excellent magician must know some art, so Lewis has been studying painting recently. When the rookie painter Mr. Lewis finished the last painting for his girlfriend in the cabin, the fleet also arrived at the Dragon Sea, averaging exactly one painting per week, including Miss Annabelle Share. She heard from her friends a few days ago that there was a fleet on the sea, so she flew over. On this day, Mr. Augusta, wearing a wig and beard, brought his new female companion, Archie, Mr. Wallace and others to the door of the princess suite and knocked on the door. As they expected, Lewis was inside drinking morning tea and chatting with everyone. It seemed that everyone was getting along well these days. Although Mr. Augusta was tall and had a fierce face, he was a gentle and kind person in his heart. Although his name was known throughout the world, few people had actually seen him, including the Dragon clan. Few people knew him. Augusta, wearing a wig and beard, looked quite different from before. Although he was very burly, he was not so conspicuous standing among the Dragonborn. Everyone thought that he was Aki's friend. He was indeed. Everyone had already agreed that after arriving at the Sea of Dragons, they would watch the wonders of the Dragon Nest City on the deck. Augusta had been thinking about this matter. He was afraid that he would be impulsive when he saw the dragon. So he came to call Lewis early in the morning, and planned to follow Lewis from now on, so that he could keep an eye on him. As they chatted, they came to the deck. There were already many people gathered here, and there were many girls and gentlemen in hot swimsuits, sunbathing in the swimming pool. Sometimes someone would lift up their sunglasses to look at the huge shadows that suddenly passed by in the sky. They were the dragons that came to escort. These dragons have gradually appeared near the fleet since last week. The range of their activities is very large, and the entire Dragon Sea is their hunting area. By the swimming pool, Lewis drank tea while listening to Xiao Ao telling about Dragon Nest. Xiao Ao spent her childhood here. Although her childhood memories were somewhat vague, she was still very familiar with the dragons. According to Osikris, there were many islands in the entire Dragon Sea, and there were dragons on each island. Dragons lived with humans. Augusta hometown was on a huge island. As for Dragon Nest, it was the center of all the islands. All dragons will often go there. There are 7 main dragons in the sphere of influence of the Sea of Dragons: Red Dragon, Black Dragon, Green Dragon, Blue Dragon, White Dragon, Bronze Dragon and Gem Dragon. It is said that, when this world was still ruled by dragons and gods, the gods were the rulers of this world, and the ancestors of the 7 dragons, They were the guardians of this world. Therefore, the ancestors of these 7 dragons called themselves the guardian dragons of the world. After they established diplomatic relations with wizards, they also gave themselves a common surname, Gallic. Some wizards believe that the original Gallic was an ancient ancestor dragon that did not belong to any dragon species. Its body was often terrifying, like a god. After its death, its body turned into Dragon Nest City, and 7 dragon tribes were born. And once a dragon in a dragon tribe manifested the blood of Gallic, its body size could exceed the limit of 30 meters, 8 stories high, and it became larger and more terrifying with age. The purer the power in the blood, the faster it grows. In the Dragon Sea, there are many islands. The island where Dragon Nest City is located is not the largest one, but it is the most unique, because this island is located under the Mount Gallic. Under the Mount Gallic? Louis was a little confused. He just noticed that Xiao used the word below instead of at the foot of the mountain. Xiao did not say much about Louis' doubts, but chatted with others. After all, everyone would see it soon. Not long after, there were loud shouts from the deck. Louis and others stood on the bow, following Osikli's finger, and looked at the distant horizon. On the sea level, a huge mountain was gradually rising, like Optimus Prime, or a big chimney, reaching the clouds. As they got closer, people felt the size and terror of the mountain more and more. At noon, people gradually saw many tiny black dots flying from the mountain into the clouds. This is the mountain of Gallic. If it was once a dragon, then its body would probably be as big as a province. According to the structure of this mountain, it should be a peak that suddenly rises from the ground, and there probably won't be any flat land around it. But Xiao said that the area of the island where the entire Dragon Nest City is located is larger than a province. There are millions of people living there, and tens of thousands of dragons. Could it be that the human kingdom lives on the mountain? With such doubts, the fleet gradually approached. In the afternoon, the mountain became clearer. Louis found that there was an extremely small gap between the bottom of the mountain and the sea surface. It turned out that this huge mountain was not connected to the sea level. It was suspended in the sky hundreds of meters above the sea level. When the fleet gradually entered the shadow of this towering mountain, people suddenly discovered that this huge mountain of Gallic was hollow. It was like a dragon with its wings folded, its head biting its tail. It was suspended in the air. It was like an inverted giant bowl, or a chimney. There was an island below the Mount Gallic. The island was so huge that when the fleet was about to arrive at Haikal, people could actually see the mountains, forests, and grasslands deep in the island. It was said that there were lakes, lava lands, and craters in the ancient forest on the island. They were all trapped in the hollow Mount Gallic. Louis suddenly understood why Xiao said, "There is an island in Dragon Nest City." He also understood why she said, "The island is under the mountain." This is the real island under the Mount Gallic. The huge Mount Gallic is like a crater suspended in the air, and the Mount Gallic plus the island is the Dragon Nest City. For humans, this is a very vast land, but for dragons, it is a big city. Humans live on the ground in this city, and dragons live in the sky. Mount Gallic is so huge that it has its own climate. Louis looked up and could see the inner wall of Mount Gallic, which was like a cliff thousands of feet high. But when Louis looked to the other side, he could not see the cliff at the other side. He could only see the dark shadow, like a mountain range in the distance. It was the inner wall of the other side of Mount Gallic, which was like a huge mountain range standing on the horizon, reaching the clouds. Here, the sun is put into the mountain. Every day when the sun rises, there will be a long and narrow shadow across the giant island, slowly passing over the ground. The scene where the shadow passes is the same as the scene when the sun is blocked by clouds. When the sun rises completely, it is put into the Dragon Nest City and appears above the crater. There are many caves on the inner wall of the Dragon Nest City. Dragons fly in the clouds on the inner wall of the Dragon Nest City, making waves of clear dragon roars. In the sky above the island, you can see many floating boulders and small islands. It is said that in this Dragon Nest City, once you fly a few hundred meters above the island, the gravity will gradually decrease. And those floating boulders and islands contain a large amount of magical minerals. These magical minerals make the floating island resonate with the Gallic mountain, allowing them to float in the sky in a weightless state. This is the most suitable place for young dragons or wizards to practice flying. Xiao spent her childhood here. She has many good memories of this place. The only regret is that she has not been to the Red Dragon district of Isolde several times, when she came to Dragon Nest City as a child. It was the era of the war between Sorrento and the wizards. The Red Dragon and Sorrento had a bad relationship, and the Black Dragon was Francesco's friend. Xiao's childhood memories of the Isolda district are very limited. She only remembers that the people there lived a very wealthy life. This is indeed a rich and beautiful land. Here is the eldest son of Gallic, the dragon that protects the world. And there is also the evil dragon, who claims to be the eldest son of Gallic. Chapter 266 Adventurer Paradise. The fleet has entered the seaport, following the huge river, crossing the plains, gradually heading towards the Isolda Red Dragon district of Dragon Nest City. More and more dragons led their groups of dragons, flying towards the fleet from the distant mountains, volcanoes, or forests. When many dragons spread their wings, it would be mistaken that they were bigger than the ship. They are indeed not small, but compared with the giant dragons such as Hog and Stog, they are still small lumps. When the dragons came between the fleets, they began to drive away those curious creatures in the air, escorting the fleet. The big guys that were driven away were all bipedal sub-dragons. Pterosaurs, 8 or 9 meters long, or 5 or 6 meters long. In the eyes of humans, they were terrifying giants. But in the eyes of the giant dragons, they were just small things that were only preyed on. When many dragon beasts saw the giant dragons flying over, they were frightened and fell into the water in the huge shadow. When all the dragon beasts in the sky were driven away, some giant dragons gradually turned into human forms and landed on the ship. The leader was actually Prince Zeke of Nifa. They would also follow the fleet this time to visit the Isolda Red Dragon clan. Louis couldn't help but look at the huge dragon nest, Mount Gallic. In the sky, he found that most of the people living there seemed to be red dragons and black dragons. This made Louis a little confused, and he couldn't help but ask Xiao. According to Xiao, the 7 dragon tribes have different needs for climate and ecology. The most mysterious gem dragon lives in the depths of the earth, where Dragon Nest leads to. Most of the white dragons and blue dragons live in the islands in the coldest area in the north of the Dragon Sea. There are also some white dragons in the northernmost part of Dragon Nest, and at the top of Mount Gallic. As for the green dragons who like the towering ancient forests, the green dragons in Dragon Nest live in the Emerald Ring Mountain on the giant island. Some bronze dragons live in the dragon area of the Holy Oak. Some like to travel around the world, and the rest like to stay in the most central city of Dragon Nest in human form. They study space and magic with blue dragons. Therefore, there are more red dragons and black dragons here. But Archie has a different opinion. Louis, among the 7 dragon tribes, the leader of the blue dragon is a dead otaku, who stays in the city all day to study magic. The leader of the bronze dragon ran to the crack of time and space and never came back. Now a young man is in charge. As for the gem dragons, the richest guys, they stay in the underground world all day, muttering about the awakening of the Earth Mother, and don't care about anything. The 4 leaders of the remaining 4 dragon tribes, nicknamed sex, gambling, wine, anger, sex, and the leader of the green dragons, Stog, was killed by Augusta. The new leader is a little boy with a weak personality. At present, they have almost become vassals of the red dragons. For nearly 100 years, the green dragons will not dare to be arrogant again. Betting, he is the leader of the white dragons. Because of a bet with Francesco decades ago, he led a group of white dragons to explore the North Sea route. He is still missing and probably dead. So 5 of the 7 dragons are either very mysterious, or don't care about things, or are deadheads, or are like the Stoker green dragons, who are keeping their tails between their legs. On the other hand, the furious red dragon Hog, and the old drunkard black dragon Jaffer. They are the 2 oldest dragons in Dragon Nest City. These 2 guys are very strong, so their offspring are also very arrogant, dare to run around and bully people, and spread seeds everywhere. So you can always see them. Hearing this, Louis couldn't help but be curious, if the red dragon and the green dragon mate, what will be born? I heard that the dragon beasts here often suffer, just like people in some places, who like to hack sheep butts. On the banks of both sides of this big river, Louis saw many dragons of different shapes. They are like herds of beasts and flying birds, and can be seen everywhere in the sky and on the ground. There are also many carnivorous and herbivorous dragons on the grassland, some of which even have small wings that make people smile. And some even have beautiful colorful feathers. Some dragons even look like giant horses, and are pure white. If they didn't have 6 legs, Louis would almost mistake them for unicorns. Or maybe they were alien species from the Cloud Kingdom. Looking at the various creatures on both sides, Lewis felt like he had come to the world of Monster Hunter. Perhaps there are no dinosaurs in this magical world. And these dragons are the dinosaurs of this world. The giant dragon is the Tyrannosaurus Rex. And the fire dragons of various shapes are medium-sized carnivorous dragons that can breathe fire. A group of small black shadows appeared among the tall grass in the distant grassland. Lewis looked closely and found that they were a group of people wearing dragon shells, dragon armor, and holding giant blades. They were chasing some dragon beasts. Looking carefully, those people all had horns on their heads. But some of the horns were grown on their heads, and some were helmets they wore. Here, it seems that dragonborns and humans live together or cohabit. Judging from the iron tools and clothes in the hands of these primitive tribesmen, they seem to be in the 7th to 10th centuries. Many people's beards are tied like whips, and their faces are covered with various totems and paintings. But if you look closely, you will find that those totems and paintings are all symbols of magic. And these people's physical fitness is not ordinary. In any adventurer guild, they are top adventurers. It seems that, if the map of the entire world is divided into adventure levels, Dragon Nest City is definitely a high-level adventure place. It is also the dream paradise of high-level adventurers. Because whether it is a herbivorous dragon or a carnivorous fire dragon, they are all of great value. Whether it is their scales, shells, feathers, or even dragon feces, they can all be used for alchemy, medicine, or as magic materials. The crowd on the ship suddenly exclaimed, and the reporters frantically took pictures in a certain direction. Lewis, Xiao and others looked over there, and found 3 or 4 tribesmen, their upper bodies naked and covered with totems, blocking the way of the dragon beasts. Those dragon beasts were 8 or 9 meters, or even 10 meters long. The tribesmen were like small reptiles in front of them. But those tribesmen were not afraid at all. Suddenly, those 3 or 4 people suddenly pounced on the oncoming dragon beasts. In midair, their bodies gradually became larger, and in the blink of an eye, they all turned into 5 or 6 meters long dragons. The largest female chieftain turned into a dragon that was even 6 or 7 meters long. However, even with such a length, it is difficult to compare with the tonnage of those large dragon beasts. However, the dragon form of the tribesman is very agile. Just like the 4 lions that pounced on the buffalo, they locked the throats of several dragon beasts together and pressed them to the ground. Soon, the tribesmen behind rushed over, and they cooperated with the leaders like ants to successfully capture the dragon beasts. Nifa people? Lewis blinked and couldn't help but say. The word Nifa made the faces of the surrounding Nifa people darken. They shouted angrily. Hearing someone scolding Lewis, Annabelle crossed her arms and smiled. But the Nifa Prince Zeke was so scared that his face turned pale. He quickly calmed down the tribesmen, so as not to anger this real monster. Lewis, don't talk nonsense. Xiao looked at the indignant Nifa people, who were gradually going away, and whispered in Lewis's ear, but I also think those tribesmen are like Nifa people. It is said that the Gallic tribe often selects some people from these tribes to become their tribe members. Most of them are illegitimate children. Illegitimate children? Lewis asked curiously. Yes. I heard Annabelle whisper to me before that the tribe there holds some special ceremonies every year. They will select the strongest man or the most beautiful woman and present them to the Lord. That is, the Gallic dragon tribe. The lords will take these people back to their own palaces and release them after a while. Occasionally, when particularly outstanding offspring are born, the illegitimate children will be taken back by the Gallic dragons. Isn't it just the evil dragons catching beautiful women and bringing them back to the dragon nest? Lewis complained in his heart. Thinking of this, Lewis' heart was full of grass mud horses. Fuck, the humans and dragonborn here will all become dragons. What will this hybrid look like? In addition, Prince Zeke of Nifa always calls himself the eldest son of Gallic, so before the hybridization, will all the creatures in the entire dragon nest have the blood of Gallic? When Duke Light was looking for the potion formula of the Red Queen family, he had stayed in Dragon Nest City for a long time. According to his notes and research, the Gallic dragons have a trace of the divinity of the ancient gods, and Light has also accidentally discovered a faint divinity of the ancient gods in other creatures. Lewis suddenly looked at the huge Gallic mountain in the sky that reached the clouds. Could it be that at the beginning of the world, there really was an ancient god named Gallic? And it is like Pangu in Dragon Nest City, all creatures in Dragon Nest City have been blessed by its flesh and blood? If so, then the so-called Gallic dragon clan is not unique, or all humans in Dragon Nest City, dragon descendants, should also have the surname Gallic. Chapter 267 Polite Dragons. In the afternoon, the fleet, which was several kilometers long, sailed along the wide river and gradually entered a beautiful lake. And a huge city built along the lake gradually appeared in people's eyes. The first people that the Sorrento delegation visited were the Isolde Red Dragons. This was not for a blind date, but for trade. In fact, Dragon Nest City has always had trade relations with various wizard kingdoms. Even Dragon Nest City has sent many fire dragons from wizard kingdoms to protect those kingdoms, which is equivalent to sending pet dogs. Grand Duke Orin has many of them at home. But Dragon Nest has never reached a real trade with the Muggle Kingdom. So if the Muggle Kingdom of Sorrento wants to establish formal diplomatic relations with the Dragon Clan, it needs the Dragon Clan Gallic Council to make the decision. Although the current Dragon Nest City, the Black Dragon and the Red Dragon are the most powerful, but among the 7 major Dragon Clans, each Dragon Clan has a seat in the Gallic Council. So this matter must be done with 4 votes. Currently, Sorrento can handle 3 of them. One is the Blue Dragon and the Bronze Dragon. They both have a good relationship with the Holy Oak. The Blue Dragon loves magic, and Sorrento is willing to share the Forbidden Book, so it is easy to deal with. And an important elder of the Bronze Dragon is the old dragon of the Holy Oak who swore to kill Lewis, and has a dirty trade with Archie. The third one is the Black Dragon Clan. When they helped Francesco, it was the Great Demon King who used several large ships full of good wine to deal with him. And over the years, Sorrento has already won the respect of the Black Dragons. In addition, the Black Dragon Clan often exchanges with Sorrento, and is very interested in Sorrento goods. Therefore, the Black Dragon Clan is willing to trade with Sorrento. Therefore, it is not a problem for Sorrento to get 3 votes. But the 4th vote is a bit more complicated. Sorrento has no relationship with white dragons, green dragons, gem dragons, and even has a grudge against white dragons. And red dragons are relatives of Sorrento royal family. Therefore, the first dragon tribe Sorrento visits is naturally the Red Dragon. If it fails, he will go to the Green Dragon. This city by the lake is the Isolde Palace of the Red Dragons. The buildings in this city are extremely huge, and there are many giant towers. All the buildings are built around the huge palace in the center. At first glance, it feels very prosperous. No wonder, the land of Dragon Nest is particularly rich, and there are many dragon wizards with magical powers. In addition, those large dragons obey the command of the Gallic Dragon Clan, making the materials and labor here very sufficient. So if the masters here want to build something, it is very easy. In Dragon Nest, the area belonging to the Red Dragon is very large, and most of the Red Dragons live in the Gallic Mountain in the sky and the lava land in the center of the island. As for the Isolde Palace, it was originally a small town of dragons and humans. Later, it was built by Red Dragons. In the entire Dragon Nest, the first dragons to build a city were actually Blue Dragons and Bronze Dragons. It is located in the center of Dragon Nest. The reason for building the city was to imitate wizards to study magic. Later, various dragons began to follow suit. It seems that the upper dragons seem to like living in the way of humans. This may be the change brought to them by the powerful 12 wizard families. From many architectural styles, traces of wizards can be seen. It can be seen that the dragons are imitating wizards and studying magic. It seems that they have a great fear of the wizards of the 12 great families in their hearts. This makes the dragons start to learn from humans or wizards. The Great War of Gods 3,000 years ago, which was finally won by wizards, left a deep impression on the dragons. Even now, the dragons are very impressed by the 12 great families. It is said that a few years ago, the gods of the North Sea Kingdom, that is, the warlords who did not listen to the orders of the crooked-mouthed Dragon King, drove the sea monsters to Rob, and the Ice King, the Fire King, and the White Queen came to support them. Otherwise, in that overwhelming sea monster tide, the dragons would have a headache. The dragons are in awe of the North Sea Kingdom, because the crooked-mouthed uncle is like a living Gallic to the dragons. Although the North Sea gods are not interested in the outside world, they have always been friendly. When Francesco traveled west, the crooked-mouthed uncle recognized her as his niece and gave her a copy of Zhenhai Jing. In the past, the North Sea Kingdom and Dragon Nest City also had some trade exchanges, and the commercial goods of the Cloud Kingdom that often flowed into the eastern continent came from this trade route. But in recent decades, North Sea countries seems to have had a lot of troubles. Not only is the shipping route completely closed, but there are also frequent sirens coming to harass. This also makes the connection between Dragon Nest City and the wizards of the 12 great families closer. The ships gradually approached the ports of Isolda City. The fleet gradually approached several ports on the lakeshore. What surprised Lewis was that there were few ships in Isolda City, but there were many ports and docks. And the facilities are very complete. Many ports seem to be newly built. Lewis couldn't help but look at Archie with some doubts. Archie comes here often, but his fleet doesn't need so many ports. So it seems that these ports are usually vacant. And those new ports seem to be specially built for the Sorrento delegation. Face-saving project. Archie looked at the rows of dragon guards in golden armor on the port, and whispered to Lewis secretly, "Those dragons can do anything for face." Lewis couldn't help but look at the dragonborn guards in golden armor with some doubt. Those guys seemed to have been standing here for a whole morning. Each of them was as strong as the assistants of the dual champion Aaron. They were about 3 meters tall, and they all held huge cattail fans in their hands. Those cattail fans were so big that they blocked the road behind the port. Even if Lewis and his team stood on the boat, they couldn't see the scene behind the cattail fans. The scene seemed to be very solemn indeed. Did the dragon tribe attach great importance to Sorrento visit? Lewis could not help but feel a little puzzled. Not long after, the Black Swan also docked. Then Lewis saw that the Witch Queen Xiao Dai face turned cold, as if she was a little unhappy with the dragon tribe welcome ceremony. This made Lewis a little confused. Soon, the merchants and ordinary nobles on the deck were invited back to the ship by Sorrento royal guards, leaving only the official envoys of the visiting group. Out of curiosity, Lewis also stayed on the deck. It didn't take long for Lewis to understand what this face-saving project meant. Soon, the Red Dragons came aboard in square steps. The officials of the Red Dragons first saluted the Witch Queen Xiao Dai, but they did not kneel on one knee, but touched their chests to show their respect. Lewis and other people with titles followed the etiquette of visiting guests, and they touched their chests to show their respect to the Red Dragons' welcoming delegation. As for the sailors, they all knelt on the ground. The Sorrento delegation came this time to visit and trade. But looking at the posture of the dragons, it seems that Sorrento came to pay tribute. Sorrento seemed to have known about the bad habits of the dragons for a long time. In addition, Sorrento had something to ask of the dragons this time, so they were very spoiled. The whole process was very complicated, and Sorrento was also very cooperative. These dragons really need to be dealt with. Lewis, the king of Kowloon Sea, suddenly understood why Xiao Dai was unhappy with this kind of welcome ceremony. He also understood why His Majesty Francesco did not come to attend the welcome ceremony today, but would come to Dragon Nest City later. Obviously, the mother and daughter were very unhappy with these red dragons. But because the 7 major dragon tribes were very united, they were also the balance point between muggles and wizards, and they were the target of competition. So although the Great Demon King and the Black Queen were very unhappy with the dragon tribe in their hearts, they were a little helpless against them. Thinking of this, Lewis could not help but secretly glance at Prince Nifa. The Nifa dragons were all watching coldly, and it seemed that they did not have a good relationship with the red dragons. Lewis remembered that when the Nifa people came to Sorrento, they were arrogant enough, but compared with the red dragons, they were still far behind. Therefore, it seemed that the Nifa people were polite in this Dragon Nest City. Chapter 268, The People of Gallic. The moral character of the ministers of a kingdom is directly related to the king. The current Grand Archon of the Nifa people is Prince Nifa. Although this guy likes to show off, he is still very easygoing. And he is also very perceptive. So the officials of Nifa Black Dragons seem to be much better than those of Red Dragons. At least they know politeness and never show off in Solendor. And the current ruler of Isolda Red Dragon is Prince Tortoise, the great-great-great-great-nephew of Hog. It looks like the eyes of the Red Dragons are all on the top of their heads. Xiao Ao and Annabelle knew what kind of person Daimao was. The 3 of them were not much different in age, and they often fought when they were young. Xiao Ao and Annabelle seemed to have a very bad impression of this Red Dragon Prince. When Xiao Ao came to Dragon Nest City, it was after Sorrento and the wizards had a truce. At that time, the only heir of the entire Red Dragon clan was Daimao, since the relationship between the Red Dragon and Sorrento was somewhat delicate at that time. Xiao Ao had always lived in Nifa City. However, the Red Dragon Prince Daimao often went to Nifa City to flatter Xiao Ao and Annabelle. However, the 2 princesses did not pay much attention to him, and were very disgusted with him. At that time, the Red Dragon Prince Daimao had already begun to rule, and it has been more than 10 years now. It can be said that since his childhood, his unreliable ancestor Hog had handed over the city of Isolda to him. I don't know how capable he and his cabinet are in governing, but the laborers, who are responsible for loading and unloading goods at the port seem to be very rich. They all wear silk, gold bracelets, gold earrings, etc. And even the thing that looks like a collar around their neck is pure gold. Many dragon laborers are naked, but they are covered with gold powder. It seems that Dragon Nest City is still in a feudal slave society. It reminded Lewis of the society of the Pharaoh era. However, although the dragons were very pretentious, the welcoming scene was very solemn. Not only did they build a large number of new ports for Sorrento fleet a few months in advance, but the welcoming team was also very luxurious. Soon, Lewis and other envoys of the visiting group got off the ship and were invited to ride on huge golden carriages. These carriages were lifted by dragon slaves who were dressed in gold and silver and covered in gold and silver powder. Because the weather in Dragon Nest City is hot, there are many mosquitoes. In order to prevent the guests from being harassed by mosquitoes, many naked dragon slaves are standing on each golden carriage. The slaves are covered with honey. When Lewis and others' carriage team was lifted up, the guards holding large cattail fans at the port in the distance made way. Then Lewis saw the welcoming team that lined up from the port to the palace. Both sides of the road were covered with dragon guards. The team gradually moved towards the palace. The nearby streets were filled with many people who were welcoming them enthusiastically. They were all dressed in luxurious clothes, wearing gold and silver. According to Archie, Dragon Nest City has a caste system, and they especially like to pretend to be rich. How to pretend to be rich, Lewis still doesn't know, but the city he saw in front of him is very prosperous. On the way to the palace, the delegation saw. The houses here are big and beautiful, the doors are made of fine old wood, the window sashes are embroidered with gold and silver threads, and even the trees are hung with gold and silver ornaments, and use silk of various colors to act as flowers. The ministers of Sorrento could not help but marvel, sighing at the dragon race ability to govern the city, and also sighing at the beauty and richness of the city. The people here must live and work in peace and contentment, and have a rich life. After all, the officials who just greeted them said that there was not even a beggar in the whole city. There was not a single poor person either. But Xiao Ao frowned. She remembered that there was a golden dragon beetle area here, where there were all kinds of people, and there were many poor people. But their faces were filled with hope for life. It was the most interesting place in Isolde. It also brought great shock to Xiao Ao in his childhood. There must be no poor people in Dragon Nest. And she has always wanted to change the social relationship between the Sky People and the Ground People in Dragon Nest. The Sky People are those who can turn into dragons, the Nifa people who claim to be the eldest son of Gallic, the Isolde people and other 7 major dragon tribes. The Ground People are those dragon descendants and humans, and among them, there are often people who can turn into dragons. And these people on the ground are called the second sons of Gallic. According to their surnames, they can only do one thing in their lives. Even if they can turn into dragons, it is still the same. So how can there be no poor people here? Osikris thinks that she is also a second son of Gallic. But now she is considered to be a person with the most noble blood. She believes that in this Dragon Nest City, although everyone has different innate abilities due to different races, they should not get along like this. At least the people of Gallic should not worship the Sky People like gods. And the dragons should also take on the responsibility of guardians. The proportions of the Red Dragon Palace are a bit out of balance. It is too huge, as if it was built for giants. There are also several huge dragon head statues at the door. After they moved slightly, Lewis found that they were imprisoned here, with only one head showing. This palace is different from the palaces of the blue dragons. It is like the sacred oak tree, built for the study of magic. Many blue dragons live there. In Isolde Palace, there are very few red dragons. Even the bad-tempered hog does not live in this palace. This is actually just a showpiece. It is a palace built by the dragons for trading with wizards. It is mainly for visitors, like Sorrento, to have a place to communicate with the dragons. Hog actually lives in the lava land. He lies in a crater where lava flows all year round. So the prince, who often lives in the Isolde Palace, is the Isolde Prince. He manages all humans living in the Isolde area, and the Dragonborn. He is their nominal monarch, and his title is the Prince of Isolde. This title of Prince is a special title for the heir of the Red Dragon King, the great-grandfather of Xiao Ao 300 years ago. At that time, the Isolde King had this title. He was the Wizard King, the Muggle King, and the Red Dragon Prince. More famous than the current Great Demon King. Red Dragon Prince Daimao also seems to want to be such a king, but he doesn't seem to have any proper tune. According to Archie, he is a foolish idiot. The visit to the Dragon Nest city of Sorrento is a big event, but he is not in the palace. Standing at the gate of the palace to welcome the Sorrento delegation, there are several red dragon dukes and cabinet ministers. On the huge horns on the heads of these dukes and ministers, there are heavy silver rings. This shows that they are not pure-blooded Gallic. It seems that what Xiao Dai said is correct. Those who have the right of inheritance were killed by her and Francesco in the war more than 10 years ago. This has created an embarrassing situation. Now in the entire Isolda district, the most honorable person is Princess Osicris of the Sorrento mission, or Duke Osicris of the Red Dragon. Although she did not inherit the title of Prince Isolda, her great-grandfather had many titles. So Xiao Ao still has a nominal small dukedom in Dragon Nest City. Although the Red Dragon Duke and the ministers were also very arrogant, they were very respectful to Xiao Ao. Although Xiao Ao's right to inherit the throne of the Red Dragon clan had not yet been recognized, she was a real Red Dragon Duke. Moreover, her Gallic bloodline was purer than theirs. Therefore, Xiao Ao had both bloodline and status in the Red Dragon clan. On the contrary, the dragons did not seem to be particularly interested in the Witch Queen Xiao Dai. It seemed that everyone knew that after the Four-Flower Kingdom incident, the noble wizard lords of the big families were extremely dissatisfied with their queen. Therefore, Xiao Dai now feels like she is being sidelined by the noble wizard. But what surprised Louis even more was the attitude of those dragons towards the 4 dragonborn maidens standing beside Xiao Dai. Those dragons were just trying to please the maidens like dogs. Louis knew that. Anne Hathaway and others were not from the Gallic dragon tribe. They were standard dragonborn. So this kind of flattery was definitely not because of their bloodline and status. In addition, the 4 maidens were not only of ordinary origin, but actually had grievances with the Gallic dragon tribe. When they followed Francesco, they killed countless dragons. But the Red Dragon dukes and ministers did not bear any grudge against the 4 dragon maidens of humble origins, but tried to please them deliberately. When talking with the Witch Queen, they never ignored the 4 maidens. It was as if the 4 maidens were the Witch Queen, and Xiao Dai was a maid. This made Xiao Dai look a little ugly. The snobbishness of the dragons also broadened Louis' horizons. No wonder Archie said before that these dragons did not know how to be polite, and only knew how to respect the strong. Or, they were all cheap bones. Chapter 269. What a coincidence, Your Majesty, I am the same. The Isolda Palace is divided into 2 large areas, the underground and the underground. The inner palace is underground, and the outer palace is above ground. After the Sorrento delegation arrived here, they settled in a place in the ground area of the palace. Although Hog Tu Mao and Francesco have never come, the delegation got busy as soon as they settled down. The people they visited were not only the elders and lords of the Isolda Red Dragon, but also the people from the Blue Dragon, Bronze Dragon and Black Dragon. So he was running around the whole Dragon Nest city. On the one hand, he was canvassing for the trade vote of the Garrick Council. On the other hand, he was talking about interests with the dragons, who wanted to have a profitable relationship with Solando. As for the nobles and merchants from Solando, who came this time, they were also very busy. Those outside the delegation all lived in the post station. Before they came, they formed a large chamber of commerce, and after they came, they ran around the whole Dragon Nest city, responsible for handling matters after the delegation has reached an agreement. But the busiest among all people seems to be Her Majesty Delphinia, or rather, Delphinia's subordinates. This sinister woman on the surface does nothing and seems to be idle. But in fact, Louis discovered that in the Sorrento Chamber of Commerce spread across various dragon cities, there are many people from Delphinia. And in the delegation, many nobles and wizards who are loyal to His Majesty Yaij on the surface are actually Xiaoda people. These people have been secretly contacting the Gallic dragons in various dragon cities. On the Red Dragon side, Xiao Dai people are not focusing on Gallic, but on the Dragonborn. If one day, the Red Dragon side suddenly gets in chaos, these Dragonborn will probably take the opportunity to make a big thing. And the facts have also verified this point. Every time Louis coaxes his concubine Xiao Dai to sleep, Xiao Dai will mention the agreement between the two. But Xiao Dai is too ambitious, and many of her ideas are too dangerous. In addition, Louis' idea was to get something for free. So he had no interest in what this sinister little wife wanted to do. It seems that no matter how things develop, Xiao Dai will probably be tricked by Louis. After all, she didn't think that the trouble caused by the Red Dragon later would be so big. Louis didn't expect it either. Gradually, Isolda Palace became a place where various dragons often came. It seemed that some forces and some dragons were secretly waiting for that big event to happen. Louis also discovered that Xiao Dai had very good relationships with blue dragons, bronze dragons, and green dragons, and even seemed to have some political shady dealings with white dragons. But what surprised Louis even more was that he was actually very popular among the dragons. Later he learned that it was because of the newspaper about the Stover Dragon Arena. It was also because of the publicity of Prince Zeke of Nifa. The Dragon Slayer Gundam was quite famous in Dragon Nest City. Especially the words Dragon Slayer. Mr. Gundam, as a two-headed Gron, was originally a beast living in Dragon Nest. Many dragons died in its hands. In his contact with the Blue Dragon, Louis unexpectedly discovered that the Blue Dragon City seemed like another sacred oak. It seemed that the Blue Dragons really regarded the other creatures in Dragon Nest as the children of the ancient god Gallic. In the eyes of the Blue Dragon, the Gallic dragons were the eldest sons of Gallic. So the Blue Dragons are very concerned about managing the city. Although the cities of other dragons are not as good as those of Blue Dragons, they seem to be okay, or each has its own characteristics. The most distinctive one is the Green Dragon. It seems that since the death of Stog, these green dragons have become more sensible, but they are not very good at managing the city, so the people in the Emerald Crater live like druids and Amazon warriors. The tribes that I saw on the first day of Dragon Nest were the civilians ruled by the Green Dragons. According to Archie Plan, Augusta would talk to the Green Dragons to get the fourth vote. In this way, even if Louis ruined the marriage between Sorrento and the Red Dragon, it would not delay the trade negotiations between Sorrento, the Four Flower Kingdom, and the Dragon Nest City. But after Louis found out that the Hawksbill Prince and the Red Dragon Hog, who had never shown up, seemed to think that you were begging the Red Dragon to marry the princess, and had been deliberately controlling Sorrento, Louis gradually changed his mind. He felt that these Red Dragons needed a lesson. He planned to have a good talk with the Red Dragon King Hog. He planned to see how bad the bad temper of this rumored bad-tempered Red Dragon King really was. These 2 days, because Mr. Hog didn't come, Mr. Louis, who wanted to have a little good talk with him, was temporarily free. Originally, Louis planned to go for a walk in the city, but considering that Augusta was not suitable to show up too much outside, he stayed in the palace and didn't go out. Occasionally, Louis would tour the palace with Xiao Ao and others. They were often joined by Prince Nifa and Princess Nifa, and Augusta. Strictly speaking, the Red Dragon Palace was Xiao Ao Castle. It was just that it was now inherited by her nephew. So the Red Dragons were very courteous to Xiao Ao. When Xiao Ao was young, she spent most of her time in Nifa City with her mother. She had not been to this castle many times, so she was a little curious about it. Louis was also very curious, and was also surprised, because he found that there were many hot springs in this dragon palace. It seemed that there was a lava river under the city of Isolda. According to what Xiao Ao said to Louis, in all the palaces of the Dragon Clan, all the ground areas were not considered inner palaces. The inner palaces were underground, and the area was generally larger than the ground area. Under the entire Dragon Nest Island, there were many places with lava rivers, and the urban areas of the major dragon clans were built above the lava rivers. In the Isolda Palace, the lowest level is a huge underground palace, which is connected to the lava river. The Red Dragon Prince and his concubines all live there. They also lay eggs there. However, the Red Dragon Prince has not been in the Isolda Palace recently. The Red Dragon Dukes told Louis and others that the Red Dragon Prince had important matters recently, so he was not in the Dragon Nest City. However, Louis heard from the Red Dragons that the Red Dragon Prince had recently gone to Hog territory and had sex with his ancestor concubines. The kingdom of Sorrento came to visit specially this time, but the person in charge, Mr. Daimao, was not there, which was somewhat embarrassing. Or, Mr. Daimao seemed to be deliberately trying to manipulate Sorrento. If he didn't marry the princess, he wouldn't want us to vote in the Gallic Council. In fact, marrying Xiao Ao was the Red Dragon Prince's wishful thinking, and it was also his lifelong dream. The Red Dragon Elders and Dukes actually didn't agree with this matter. They only wanted trade. But Francesco wanted Sorrento to make a deal with the dragons, and wanted Xiao Ao to get rid of Louis, the scumbag, and marry the good son-in-law, the Red Dragon Prince. So after Francesco came, she became busy. However, she came this time, not as the king, but as Byron. According to her idea, she would go there, as Xiao Ao uncle, and talk to the Red Dragon King Hog in private. And then the two of them, as parents, would let Xiao Ao meet with Mr. Tortoise, the Red Dragon Prince. and have a blind date, and the matter would be over. But the Red Dragon King Hog didn't seem to be so easy to meet. Even Mr. Tortoise seemed to be not so easy to meet. Therefore, Francesco's request for an audience was basically blocked by the Red Dragon Dukes. It not that the Red Dragon Dukes didn't want to marry Sorrento, but they felt that the unknown magic consultant Mr. Byron was not qualified. Even when Francesco asked Xiao Dai to come forward, the Red Dragon Dukes didn't give him face. This was partly because Xiao Dai pretended to obey, but the most important reason was the arrogance and deliberate manipulation of the Red Dragons. The attitude of these Red Dragons is extremely bad. And these days, every time Francesco comes here, he has to see the snobbishness of the Red Dragons. If you ask who the Red Dragons are most afraid of, it is probably Francesco, the great devil who has killed countless Red Dragons. But this time, the Red Dragons are blind to him. Francesco can reveal his true identity for the sake of face. But as soon as she shows up, the 7 dragon leaders and the heads of the 12 major families will all be there tomorrow, and then kill the big boss who is causing chaos in the world. It is not necessary to use the 12 great families. The 7 dragon clans alone may be enough. After all, the strength of the 7 dragon clans is comparable to that of the 3 great wizard families. And each great wizard family forms a group of 1,000 people, which has the ability to make gods turn around and leave. Therefore, Francesco is very shy about the identity of the great devil. He has always been communicating with the Red Dragons as Byron. So Francesco was frustrated by the Red Dragons, which made Louis very happy. However, Francesco seems to have made some progress these days. According to the gossip given by Archie, she seems to have obtained permission to meet with the Emperor. She plans to go to the Lava Land today to talk with Hog as Byron, in order to help her good daughter get rid of Louis. The scumbag. Her mother has put a lot of thought into it. Coincidentally, Louis does not plan to wait for Hog to come, like His Majesty Francesco. He also plans to go there today. However, this matter has been delayed for a whole morning. Perhaps, Louis and the Hawksbill Prince must meet in the city of Isolda. Chapter 270, I Am a Rational Magician. Although Louis was very curious about what happened to the Red Dragon Prince, he did not plan to wait for him in the palace. And he did not know that Francesco was going there today. He just heard Wallace tell him that Wizard, Muggle reporters prepared a global interview meeting in the Lava Land this afternoon, specially interviewing the Red Dragon King Hog. By the way, although the Red Dragon King Hog had a particularly bad temper and could get angry easily, it was said that even if he met a guy he could not beat, he would go up to fight him in a rage and leave him covered in wounds. But this guy is very face-conscious and likes to show off. Xiao Ao is just like that. Therefore, the Red Dragon King Hog prepared for this interview for several days, and even practiced the script, speech, and dragon roaring movements for several days. Therefore, the goblin's flattery in the interview was a good thing for the old dragon hog. And the scene of today's interview was also very grand. And there were enough reporters. This made Hog very happy. Augusta was also very happy. Augusta had been looking forward to such a decisive battle, and then died as a warrior. So early this morning, he came to knock on Louis's door. Louis saw that. It was too early, but it was said that it would take more than an hour for Lungfei to go there. So Louis thought it would be better to go earlier. But before he went out, the door rang again. After opening the door, Louis found that it was Osikris, and the Black Dragon brother and sister were with her. They didn't know Louis's schedule for today. They came here in the morning to invite Louis to go shopping. Osikris hasn't been to the city for a while, and neither has Louis. So Louis was curious. But Louis had something to do this afternoon, so he didn't plan to go shopping with him. But when Louis found out that Annabelle was relieved when he said he wouldn't go, he changed his mind. Would this female dragon try to snatch little Osikris? No wonder Xiao Ao was alone. Even Helen, the follower, didn't follow him. Everyone was sent away by Annabelle. She must have had bad intentions. Louis decided to accompany them for a walk otherwise. If Xiao Ao was tricked by Annabelle to go home, it would be bad. When they were done shopping, when Xiao Ao returned to Isolda Palace, with Anne Hathaway and others by his side, it wouldn't be too late to go to Hog Place. It would take more than an hour to ride a dragon to the Lava Land, but if you drove, Son of Lant, if you stepped on the accelerator a little harder, supersonic speed, you would be in front of Hog in about 10 minutes. So there was plenty of time, so Louis considered the idea of going to the city for a walk. But let's make a deal, Augusta. If you run into your familiar dragons in the city, you must not get carried away. Just chop them down with one strike. Louis was very worried about this big warrior with a rage bar. Well, okay, you watch me. Augusta has been having bad luck recently, but although these red dragons are arrogant, they are much better than Stog and his cubs, and they don't seem to have done anything unethical that dragons should do. So he felt that he could still control his temper. Sometimes things just happen so coincidentally. It seems that things will change today. I hope Augusta can persuade Louis. Louis rolled his eyes fiercely. He believed that things would change. But what does this have to do with whether he can be persuaded? First of all, his plan is very rational. Secondly, as a magician, I am also very rational. Unlike Augusta, there is no anger bar. Look, I won't slap Storybook Face today. After Louis agreed, little Alha was very happy. Prince Nifa was also very happy, but Annabelle's face darkened. Louis's eyebrows raised involuntarily. It seems that he guessed right. It seems that Annabelle is indeed up to something bad, and her brother doesn't know that his sister is going to do something bad. When everyone went out of the palace, Louis found that Annabelle and her brother were a little strange. It was just an ordinary shopping trip. But she and her brother looked solemn. And they used magic to hide their horns. Louis shook his head and smiled. These two guys. When they were in Sorrento and Hollyoak, they wanted to make their horns bigger, so as to show their noble bloodline and status. But in Dragon Nest City, they were so low-key. On the way, Mr. Zeke, the Prince of Nifa, chatted with Augusta, a new friend he had recently met. The two of them have been getting along very well recently. And Mr. Zeke, who is 2.3 meters tall, also has a good impression of Mr. Augusta, who is of average height, friendly and gentle. Therefore, he likes to get along with him very much. Prince Zeke of Nifa feels that they may be very predestined, because he feels like he has seen Augusta somewhere. Fortunately, Augusta, the dragon slayer feared by all dragons, always wears a wig and a beard. Otherwise Prince Nifa would have been hiding behind Louis now. As for Miss Annabelle, she was originally accompanying Xiao, but as she walked, she came to Louis and asked him in a low voice when he would take Xiao to Nifa City. She seemed to have had enough of staying in the disgusting city of Isolde. She wanted to take Louis and Xiao to her own dragon palace as soon as possible. Then she would never come out again. I'm afraid she will be disappointed. Regarding this matter, Louis looked at Xiao in front of him speechlessly. Annabelle, the female dragon, wanted to secretly hide Xiao in her dragon nest, and then hug her to sleep. Now she wanted to add herself to the people in the building. She and Xiao would never be hugged by her to sleep in the dragon nest. It would be better for her to hug them. However, after Annabelle mentioned this matter today, she did not ask about it as usual. It seemed that this was related to what her grandfather had said to her recently. Grandpa had hesitated recently, and said that little Annabelle might meet Daimao first. I heard that this young man seemed to be quite good. Of course, the old Black Dragon King also repeatedly expressed that his affection for Daimao was not because he sent wine every month, nor was it because of the pressure from the Black Dragon elders. This made Annabelle feel very bad. She would never go on a blind date with that disgusting idiot. This made her stop talking and remain silent. Louis did not chat with this bad-tempered girl, but took Helen and Xiao for a stroll. As for the blind date, those red dragons deserved a lesson, so he didn't take it seriously. Soon the group walked out of the palace, and gradually walked towards the most prosperous blocks near the palace. Louis had been extremely curious about these blocks. During these days, he was in the palace, and he could overlook the entire city, and the most prosperous area was here. Usually it was bustling here, and there were a lot of cars and people. And the piles of goods in front of each store were also very eye-catching. This made Louis feel like a monster hunter, and he had the idea of buying some goods here, getting armor, a big sword or something, French armor, a magic wand or something. Before, Louis had never had the opportunity to come here to shop, and today he finally had the opportunity to take a close look. Chapter 271 Reptiles. They should look like reptiles. Osikris told Louis that she had been to Isolde several times in her childhood. In her memory, it was a very rich and beautiful place, second only to the Holy Oak. Louis didn't know what Isolde looked like when Osikris saw it in her childhood, but from what he saw now, it was far more prosperous than the southern area of the Holy Oak. There were many vehicles on the road, all pulled by huge dragon beasts, and they looked very busy. This was the same as what Louis saw on the balcony of the palace. It seems that there are very few people on the road. Even fewer people than cars. This may be because the entertainment here is relatively poor. It may be because they have just left the palace, and there are fewer people near the palace. However, The people seen on the road are obviously wealthy and noble, and they all live in several blocks near the palace. These people are dressed luxuriously, behave properly, and have their own stores. They are also busy in the stores, guarding. The store entrances were filled with all kinds of good goods, and when the store owners saw passers-by, they would walk to the door and politely touch their chests to greet the passers-by, showing the best side of Isolda's city to foreigners. Indeed, after the Sorrento fleet arrived in the city, various chambers of commerce ran around the most prosperous areas in the city all day long. So these stores were often visited by Sorrento merchants, and perhaps in order to leave a good impression on the merchants. Many stores looked newly renovated. After walking 2 streets, O'Sickeries and Lewis frowned slightly. It seemed that they found something wrong. There were few customers patronizing those stores. Those who occasionally patronized were all merchants from Sorrento, and there were no locals. Moreover, the merchants from Sorrento had always been looking forward to coming to Dragon Nest City for trade, and the demand for orders was also very large. However, the merchants they met on the road seemed to have lost interest in these stores, with various goods piled up at the door. The merchants seemed to be looking for something in the city. Occasionally, some merchants would enter some stores and communicate with the store owners, and then leave with disappointment. The store owners would also force a stiff smile and send the guests away. Many black question marks popped up in Lewis' head. It seemed that although there were many goods in front of these stores, the store owners did not seem to sell any goods. But if you don't sell anything, what kind of store do you open? And Lewis gradually discovered that those cars running back and forth seemed to be empty, as if they were deliberately running back and forth, making the whole city of Isolda very lively and busy. Perhaps all this is for someone to see, just to make her smile. A shop not far away opened by a dragon noble suddenly heard a noisy sound. It seemed that the noble who was in the shop had a dispute with the merchant. Lewis stood at the door and watched for a while with some curiosity. The guests were members of the Magician Association. They hoped to buy the goods at the door. The price was several times higher than the last time they came to negotiate. But the dragon noble named Sir Anselm begged in a low voice, and he didn't want the merchant to buy the goods. I'm really confused. Sir Anselm, you own a store. But why do you only have these goods at the door? And you don't sell them? Is it because my price is too low? God has mercy on me. The 4-flower country really needs these things. As long as you are willing to sell them, I am willing to increase the price. God of Gallic. Sir, it not that the price you offered is not high enough. And I also know how much you need these goods. But the people of the 4-flower country need them. And I need them too. Please, I really can't sell these goods at the door. Speaking of which, Dragon Nest City has some origins with the 4-flower kingdom. Back then, it was these giant dragons, who claimed to be the guardians of the world, led the dragon army, and helped the 4-flower kingdom to repel the demon tide. And the red dragon King Hog, the black dragon King Jaffer, and the green dragon King Stog were the veterans of that year. But not every dragon is like a blue dragon, suitable for governing a city. The arrogant and stubborn bad-tempered hog has always only valued bloodline, and will not look at dragons. Since the store was opened, but no goods were sold. This puzzled the magicians, and most of the stores in the whole city were like this. Even if someone sold goods, the price of the goods was ridiculously high, and the store owners did not dare to let anyone know that they sold goods at such a price, because the prince stipulated that when foreign merchants came to shop, the price of each item could not exceed 1 copper coin. The land of Dragon Nest City is very rich, and the people governed by the proud red dragons should naturally be extremely wealthy. They should show the demeanor of red dragons. But even if the prince gathered the richest nobles and wealthy families in the whole city together, and forced them to open shops in these few blocks, these nobles and wealthy families are finding it increasingly difficult to survive. Whenever foreign merchants, wizards, visit the city of Isolda, it is the most difficult time for the people in the whole city. This is the first time that the Sorrento delegation has come this year. In addition, the demand for magic potions in the 4-flower kingdom has made the demand for orders from magicians and merchants more than 10 times the total of the wizard kingdom in previous years. Therefore, the nobles and wealthy families in the city are like ushering in a doomsday. As for the Gallic red dragons, they never trade. After all, most of them live in the sky. Occasionally they come to the ground, and it is also to the palace. The things in the city have nothing to do with them. After all, this is the territory of Prince Isolda. Perhaps, the whole city has become a dungeon for the Red Dragon Prince. And the things in this city are all his personal toys. A team walked through the street. The structure and size of the team were the same as those of the Nefarians that Lewis saw in the Holy Oak. It was just that the Isolde people were the stars of the dragons. The one who was being adored by the crowd seemed to be a concubine or maid of the Red Dragon Prince, who was not very important. At this moment, all the humans and dragonborn in the entire block knelt on the ground and pressed their heads to the ground. This was the prince rule. Reptiles should look like reptiles. This place was no longer the Isolde city that Xiao had visited. Lewis rage value plus 100*1. When the team passed by Lewis, the magician and other foreigners, the concubine took a look at these standing foreign reptiles, and a look of disgust appeared in her eyes. This attitude is a kind of influence from the top down. Perhaps the reason why Annabelle and her brother hid their dragon horns was not to keep a low profile, but because the city of Isolde was special. They didn't want the people of Gallic to kneel down wherever they went. This city made them feel sick. The governor of Nifa City, Prince Zeke of Nifa, shook his head. He patted Augusta, whose eyes were full of anger, to remind him not to cause trouble, and then urged everyone to leave. As for Mr. Lewis, Prince Nifa did not appease him. After all, he was a magician, without a rage bar, and would not do anything impulsive. After all, magicians are always rational. Looking at the team going away, Osikri shook her head with a complicated expression. She pulled Lewis and left the street. Chapter 272 Golden Dragonfly. The scene she saw on the street made Osikris feel bad, but she suppressed her bad mood and patiently comforted Lewis. Or, she felt that she had to say something. She didn't want Lewis to have a bad impression of Dragon Nest City, nor did she want a few fish to spoil the whole pot of soup. Lewis, the situation in the city does not represent all of Gallic. But since more than a decade ago, Prince Isolde here led the team to participate in the war between wizards and Sorrento, and died at the hands of his mother. The new Prince Isolde took office, and the whole city has become more and more different from before. When Daimao came to power, he was only 44 years old. To us humans, this age is very old. But among the dragons, he is just an immature child. In addition, he has a bad temper. He did a lot of foolish and immoral things just for fun. And you know, among the 7 dragon tribes, conservatives like the Red Dragon rarely come into contact with people on the ground, and therefore never pay attention to people's livelihood. This makes the old dragon hog of the Red Dragon family, and the conservative idiots of the Council of Elders, think that Tortoise has been doing a good job. After all, those old dragons only sleep all day, and this city does look very prosperous. But even if those old dragons knew the situation here, the governor would still be Tortoise, because he is Prince Isolde. Also because he is the only heir. The Red Dragon Code cannot be changed, so the Red Dragons have no choice. Speaking of this, Osikri sighed deeply. The Red Dragons are gradually losing the appearance of the eldest son of Gallic. It seems that Osikris has heard about the situation in Isolde City. So today Annabelle invited her to go out for a walk, so she wanted to take a look, but she didn't expect it to be so exaggerated today. Osikris said a lot, but along the way, Lewis became like Annabelle and began to keep silent. Unconsciously, several people have walked out of the rich area just now and came to a special area. This place was once called the Golden Dragon Flea area, because it is close to several ports. It is the place where most outsiders gather. There are all kinds of places here, and they are full of wizard style. Those things outside that the dragons have never seen can be seen here. And those lustful red dragons can always meet those exotic girls here. Occasionally, a dragon would come here and have an interesting story with those mysterious witches from aristocratic families. Of course, there would often be unlucky red dragons who would meet damned wizards and be willingly blackmailed of their treasures, or lose some money in gambling. Foreigners brought here all the new and interesting things that the dragons had never seen before. Those cunning little reptiles were very bad, like blood-sucking dragon lice, but they were made of gold. As the name of the golden dragonfly shows, the red dragons both love and hate this dirty area. Osikris came to this city when she was young. It used to be a bustling market with all kinds of snacks everywhere. It was also the favorite gathering place for the Crow Gang and the Beggar Gang in the city. It is said that there used to be a secret witch market here, where some folk auctions were often held. Occasionally, rare dragon cubs or eggs will appear. At that time, the upper dragons will join the wizards in a frenzy to grab those pets. The wizards hope to use these dragons, which are special to Dragon Nest City, as the guardians of their own territories. The upper dragons hoped to use them as playmates for their children, or as breeding animals for their own ranches. The various adventure guilds of Dragon Nest City are also here. These guilds were brought by wizards, but they have developed well in Dragon Nest City. The guild is mainly composed of dragons, humans, and wizards. People in the guild make a living by hunting dragon beasts, and often accept tasks issued by the upper dragon clan, such as herding dragon beasts, hunting sea monsters, capturing rare dragon beasts, exploring the sea, etc. Occasionally, there will be some bounties for conquering evil creatures such as Dragon Slayer Gundam. So this place used to be a mixed bag of people, and it was extremely lively. The streets were also full of various strange stalls. But now there is nothing here. No stalls, no dragon adventurers and monster hunters, and no clever little beggars. In other words, this place is now more prosperous than the former Golden Dragon Lice district. There are as many cars and people here as in the rich area, and people are still dressed in luxurious clothes, wearing gold and silver, and even the trees are hung with silk. And the people here behave very decently. But these people in luxurious clothes are pale and thin, with dull eyes. Osycles didn't quite understand why these people were dressed so luxuriously, but looked hungry. She also didn't understand why there were no beggars here. A salty and humid sea breeze blew in the distance. A group of dragons wandered on the lake far away from the city wall. They were spewing hot dragon breath towards the lake, burning something. A terrifying idea appeared in Osycles' mind. Her Royal Highness suddenly lifted her skirt and ran anxiously on the street, looking for the slum and those little beggars in her memory. It had just rained a little in the morning, and the streets were a little muddy. The splashing mud and water made the princess' skirt full of mud. But Osycles didn't care, and she never found the poor people in her memory. She had a very bad premonition in her heart. There couldn't be no beggars and vagrants here, because no matter how prosperous a city is, there will always be poor people, especially in Dragon Nest City, because every year there are dragon beasts harassing each tribe, which makes many people who have lost their homes come to the cities in various dragon areas every year. The dragons didn't know how to arrange a living for them. They only knew to give them some money. But this made the number of vagrants in the towns in Dragon Nest City increase. All the poor people from all over the world wanted to live here. Many wizards, who lived well in the Wizard Kingdom, would also find ways to stay in Dragon Nest City. And every year, there were people who couldn't survive in other dragon islands, or who were displaced to Dragon Nest City due to sea storms. Most of them would commit themselves to this Golden Dragon Lice area in order to make a living. So there are slums here. There are shacks everywhere. Osycles also remembered that when she visited Isolda City as a child, she and Annabelle secretly came to the slums to play. She remembered the shock she felt when she saw those poor people looking for scraps in the garbage mountain. But it has been half a month since she entered Isolda Palace. Every day, she looks at this area from the balcony of the palace, looking for the slums she had seen in her childhood. The dirty garbage dumps and poor people there left her with deep memories. And she was also deeply impressed by those poor, but smiling faces full of hope for life. She remembered that the children told her that the garbage of the dragons was very valuable, and that she would become rich one day. It didn't matter if she couldn't afford to wear luxurious clothes, because living here was better than living in war. Because it was safe here, with her father and mother by her side. There are also interesting people from all over the world. On that day, the young princess swore that one day she would change all this. But the slum is gone. The running white crystal high heels suddenly stepped into a small pit full of mud and water. The high heels broke, and the princess fell to the ground in embarrassment. At the moment of falling, this witch lady who was born with remote viewing suddenly saw many pictures. Those were dirty, smiling faces of children full of hope for life. A sudden fire struck, and those faces suddenly became desperate and painful, calling desperately for their fathers and mothers in the flames. Osycles, with mud and tears on her face, looked up at the slum in front of her. It had been replaced by a beautiful garden square. In the center of this huge square, there stood a statue of a woman, whose face was so similar to Osycles. It seemed to have been erected recently to welcome a certain guest. Many royal dragon guards stood on both sides of the road leading to the statue like sculptures. In the center, a noble man wearing a crown, pure white prince clothes and white stockings, stood with his legs crossed, leaning on a scepter, and elegantly looked at his masterpiece. Every time he came back from outside the city, he would come here to see it again, to see the most beautiful scenery in this city. Mr. Prince was very focused, and did not notice the crowd coming not far behind him. However, several concubines around him heard the sound of the princess falling. They fanned themselves, turned around, frowned, and looked over here. It was indeed that little bitch with dirty blood. She heard the news that His Royal Highness had returned. So she carefully arranged an encounter. And there was a fake fall. Looking forward to the prince coming over and helping her up. Look at her crying on the ground. So ugly. She doesn't look like a princess at all. Sure enough, the noble Prince Tortoise found her. The prince first showed a look of surprise. Then smiled. Walked towards her with an elegant step. Chapter 273. A dog that licks the dog will not die well. The noble prince in white adjusted his lace collar, showed the most standard smile. He lifted his white fur cloak, started to walk, gracefully bypassed two small puddles, and walked towards the princess, who needed help. But a big hand reached out first, or rather, very roughly, and simply pulled the princess up from the ground. It was a tall man in a black magician robe. He had no expression on his face. When he looked at the statue again, his face was frighteningly cold. The prince's face was also frighteningly cold. Red Dragon Prince Rage Value plus 100. But the noble white prince still suppressed his anger. The black-robed magician should be Byron, who had always wanted to see him. Yes, it should be him. He is the princess' uncle. But this guy really has no sense. Didn't he see that the princess was waiting for him to come? Forget it, there's no need to be angry with him. He had always wanted to marry this mixed-blood princess to himself, so that the royal blood of Sorrento could be more noble. This time, the princess was brought by him. Thinking of this, the prince's face softened. He walked over, looked at the princess' dirty skirt and face. For a moment, he thought about whether to wipe it for her, but he finally covered his nose subconsciously, pushed away half a step, and bowed slightly to the princess. Your Highness O'Sickeries, it's been a long time since we last met. The princess opened her mouth, and her tear-stained face was full of questioning, begging the prince to give her the answer she wanted to hear. For example, the kind of demolition that Louis had mentioned. In response to the princess' question, the prince's face showed a trace of doubt. But then he smiled suddenly. He turned sideways and pointed to the statue. Your Highness O'Sickeries, this is the gift I prepared for you. Look, I made this statue myself. Where is the slum? The princess' lips trembled slightly because of her anxiety and uneasiness. Where is that slum? Slum? The prince looked puzzled. Why are you asking about this unsightly thing? Those dirty reptiles, and the garbage that breeds them should not be in this city. And those dirty homeless people and beggars, who pick up garbage everywhere. At this point, the prince took out his handkerchief and wiped the rouge powder on his cheeks. Gallic. Those idiot ministers have been helpless about this problem. But as the lord of the city, how can I let the distinguished guests see such a terrible side of the city? Therefore, in order to solve this problem that Isolde has always had, I came up with a clever little plan. At this point, the prince smiled proudly and described his plan. As the prince narrated, the eyes of the nearby dragon guards showed painful expressions. Many people they knew died in the disaster, but they could only watch it all. They were like statues, standing there. They shouted in their hearts, hoping that the princess would marry them soon and change everything. In the end, I used some food and winter clothes to successfully gather these stupid garbage together, and then burn them all. Several human followers beside the prince smiled and clapped their hands, praising the prince for his decisiveness and wisdom. And those damn fishermen. They should have been thrown here too. I really don't understand. The prince suddenly became angry. Why don't they listen to advice? They paddle their broken boats every day and want to go out to sea to fish. But anyway, Annabelle paid for them, bought them clothes and jewelry. So I allowed these reptiles to exist. The prince showed a look of disgust, as if he had made a great sacrifice in this matter. However, as he spoke, his face began to smile again. But no matter what. Now, there are no poor people in Isolde City. At this time, the Nafa siblings and Augusta, who were not far away, had come over. After hearing the prince's self-evident governance plan, Augusta's face turned frighteningly cold. But Zeke held his shoulders. The Nafa siblings and the Red Dragon Prince seemed to have always been mortal enemies. They were both furious at each other's behavior, but they could do nothing about both sides. When Annabelle heard the old story brought up by the Hawksbill Prince, she became even more angry, but was suppressed by her brother. Looking at the two idiot black dragons brainwashed by the blue dragon, the prince smiled disdainfully, not wanting to pay more attention to them, but once again looking at the expressionless magician who was looking at the statue. He found that this person didn't seem to be Byron, because he had black hair and black eyes, and he looked like one of those annoying people from the Cloud Country. It should be the strange magician called God of War Louis VI. For some reason, he got a little angry when he saw this person. Prince anger value plus 100. Why? Why? Why do you do this? As the prince was narrating, Osikri's whole body was shaking, and her lips and face turned pale. Why did you do this? Because we will hold the most solemn wedding in history in this city, and I don't want the goddess in my heart to see these ugly things. The prince touched his chest and bowed slightly. After struggling for a long time, he finally made a decision. He took another half step closer to the princess, and slowly stretched out his hand to the princess, intending to grab the princess' dirty little hand and give her an elegant kiss. A blood blade suddenly flashed out, covering everyone's vision. The sky and earth were all red in the light of the blood blade. People were dazzled by the red light. A shrill dragon roar sounded, and the earth rumbled a few times. The light gradually dissipated. Prince Zeke of Nifa and Annabelle stretched their heads and looked at the scene in front of them like stupid geese. They found that the road from half a step in front of the princess' feet to the statue had disappeared, and was replaced by a huge crack. The dragon guards on both sides of the road, who had just witnessed everything, did not even react. They looked at the statue in horror, and found that it was still intact, except for a red dragon-shaped bloodstain, and a few small human-shaped bloodstains. That was their prince and his followers. The concubines and maids under the statue turned pale, collapsed to the ground, and urinated all over the ground. There was gravel in front of her feet that fell into the gap in front of her. A concubine screamed in fear and turned into a red dragon and flew into the sky. Several other concubines and maids who had reacted also seemed to react, and they all turned into dragons and flew away. It seems that they are going to inform Hog. Louis casually turned the space around the dragons into a Klein bottle, then picked up the pocket watch and added an energy infusion, slowly rolled up his sleeves, and tore them off one by one like peeling stickers. During the whole process, those arrogant red dragons, big and small, screamed in fear in the air, just like flying reptiles in front of gods. In this struggle, the dragon's wings blew up whirlwinds in the air, and many pieces of rubble flew up from the ground. Osikris, Nifa brothers and sisters, Augusta and others, looked at the huge crack in front of them, the dragon-shaped remains on the statue, and the tortured dragons in the sky, which were in a mess in the wind. Augusta looked at Louis woodenly, and there were 10,000 horses galloping in his heart. Didn't you persuade me before I came out? Not to make me hot-headed? What do you mean? You should keep an eye on me? Who is watching whom? You mean I should stop you? I'm sorry, brother. I misunderstood. I will have another cellmate. I feel so guilty. What should I do now? Under the questioning eyes of the crowd, Louis threw the stickers in his hand into his magic painting to keep them. Then, he looked at everyone and gave them an answer. Dogs who lick the smack will not die well. Chapter 274. A dog who licks the brows will not die well. Louis muttered in a low voice, ignoring the dragon guards, who were gradually surrounding him with weapons around the two sides of the ravine. These loyal guys have great courage, although they hate the prince in their hearts, but their own duties are driving them to do something. Protect Her Royal Highness the Princess. And Isil the Royal Dragon Captain shouted, awakening the guards, and in an instant, everyone had an epiphany. At this moment, all the dragon guards were moving slower and slower, and were deliberately working in the gully. Many people could jump more than 10 meters, but they fell into the gully. Louis. Osikris looked at Louis with a complicated expression. This matter was too big, and during this period, many wizards from big families were also in Dragon Nest City. Once this matter was spread, it would not be as simple as just the anger of the 7 major dragon clans. At that time, all the targets would be directed at Louis. If his mother didn't hand him over, it would mean that the dragon clan and the wizards of the 12 great families would be angry with Sorrento. His mother was never an emotional person, but Louis didn't seem to care at all, just wiping the blood off his hands. This made Osikris wonder if he had made up his mind to go to the demon prison and be a cellmate with Mr. Augusta. Damn, Louis. Well, this is considered to be the fulfillment of our agreement. Come with me. Osikris. Annabelle suddenly grabbed Osikris' shoulders tightly. She seemed to be in a very complicated mood and was making some kind of decision. Agreement? What agreement do you have with Louis? Osikris looked at Annabelle with some confusion. Annabelle ignored Osikris. She said to Louis, you and my brother take Osikris back to Nifa. I will stay here and kill all the dragon guards. Then we will say that I killed the Red Dragon Prince. Don't listen to Annabelle. Annabelle, go home early, don't hang around here. Louis broke Annabelle's hand that was holding little O's shoulder. He said to Osicris, you go back to the palace with those dragon guards. I will help you get back the things in Dragon Nest City that belong to you. Bullshit! Louis, where are you going now? Don't make trouble anymore. Go home with me. The red dragons will tear you apart. Annabelle was furious. But before she could say anything, she saw Louis pulling Augusta to perform a teleportation. And then Louis and Augusta, who looked grim, disappeared. Annabelle's face turned grim. She looked at Osicris, then at the place where Louis disappeared, and didn't know what to do for a moment. While she was anxious, Annabelle saw a big red metal object outside the city, slowly flying towards the lava land. As if taking its time. It seems that Louis is going to have a chat with Hog. But he doesn't seem to be in a hurry at all. After all, the press conference has already started, and judging from the current situation, it seems that he is not in a hurry to chat with Hog in the press conference. It is more suitable to chat in private. Louis is not in a hurry to go over, but Annabelle is very anxious. Annabelle knows that, besides the red dragon, Hog is extremely arrogant and has a bad temper. It is impossible for him to chat with a reptile. And Louis is also a person who never spoils children. When the two dragons meet, they will probably fight without even mentioning the Red Dragon Prince. Annabelle doesn't know who will win, but she is very worried about Louis' safety. She thinks the best decision now is to let Louis return to Nifa City to hide. With her grandfather present, at least he can be kept safe. As for Xiao Ao, she is the heir of the Red Dragon, and it wasn't her who killed the Red Dragon Prince today. So even if this matter is reported to the Gallic Council, it won't be a big deal for Xiao Ao. Anxious, Annabelle turned into a dragon and chased after the son of Lant in the sky. It seems that Louis will definitely catch up with this press conference. On this side, after Annabelle left, Osicris also stood on a big rock and called the Dragonborns who gathered around to her. She said a lot to the Dragonborn guards and pointed out a clear way for them to chase the faceless murderer. Xiao Ao said that she did not know the unknown murderer either. The suspect disguised himself as Louis and followed them just to meet the Red Dragon Prince and ask where Augusta was imprisoned. The Red Dragon Prince did not give an answer, which angered the murderer, who was furious and killed people. When he just cast the spell, the princess and others also saw his true face. A faceless man. He must be the faceless man who had caused trouble in the Dragon Clan Witch Market, Dragon Nest City and Demon Prison in order to rescue Augusta. And it seems that the Augusta imprisoned in the demon prison is not the real Augusta. The faceless man is still looking for him. For Augusta, he will do anything. So it is very dangerous. After this, many dragon guards were a little bit confused, and they couldn't tell whether the princess was telling the truth or confessing to them. But now that the old Prince Isolde is dead, the only heir of the new Prince Isolde is the princess in front of them. These dragonborns who are royal guards are all from royal families. Although they usually act like statues, they are all very cunning. Everyone has been looking forward to the princess becoming a princess and taking charge of the city of Isolde. They don't want the princess to have any relationship with the murderer. At least not in public. Otherwise, it would be a usurpation of the throne. The statement in front of them is beneficial to the princess's succession. In addition, this statement is very reasonable. So the Dragonborn guards can't tell whether it is true or not. Therefore, the guards kept the princess' words in mind. On the other side, Prince Syke of Nifa opened his mouth wide after hearing what Xiao Ao said. He rolled his eyes and decided to make this matter a reality. So he discussed it with Xiao Ao and rushed back to Nifa's city. As for the Dragonborn guards, some of them sent the princess back to the palace, while others tracked down the murderer. Some of the guards, who were chasing the murderer, secretly ran back home on the way and informed their families that they had made plans for Isolde's city. There was only one heir left. When Osicris was taken back to the palace by some guards, the first person that Osicris thought of was her sister. She didn't know why she thought of her sister first, but she felt that she couldn't talk to her mother about this matter before discussing it with her sister. Perhaps deep down, Osicris thought that her sister would help her protect Louis. After all, it was rumored that her mother wanted to marry Louis to her sister, but she didn't expect that her crystal ball couldn't contact her sister, and she suspected that her sister was attending some confidential meetings. After asking her sister followers, Xiao Ao learned that her sister had attended a meeting of the 12 wizard families in the morning. Osicles asked the wizards, who followed her, to inform her sister and come back as soon as possible, in order to avoid any trouble with the 12 wizard families. She did not tell the wizards too much, but she believed that her sister would be able to guess something. She even suspected that her sister did not actually go anywhere, but was hiding somewhere. Recently, there was a dark tide in the city of Isolde. Maybe her sister had been preparing for something. She guessed right. Her sister was looking at the magic mirror with an ugly face. At this time, her mother, who was originally going to Hog, also got the news. She found Osicles and asked about the exact situation. In her mother's sweet talk, Osicles told her mother the truth. Chapter 275. Your Majesty, I have cheated you again. Francesco was extremely shocked when she learned about this. She cursed her cheap nephew in her heart. He was simply blowing the whistle. But she soon thought about what happened next. The faceless man's statement was completely untenable. Louis had used the magic of the instant kill blood blade countless times when he was at sea. Except for Isabella. He was the only one in the world who could use it like this. So Hog would never agree that the faceless man was the murderer. The Dragon Clan is the balance point between wizards and muggles. Once it leans towards wizards, the situation of Sorrento and the Kingdom of Four Flowers can be imagined. The current situation in the world is extremely tense. If Prince Isolde is assassinated and becomes the fuse of the First World War, then everyone who comes to Dragon Nest City today will become a sinner in history. What worse is that the Great Wizard family controls the strategic weapon of the subplane gate, and has opened it in the Kingdom of Four Flowers. Once the war escalates to a point of no return, those wizards will do anything, and the Muggle world may face the end of a demonic invasion. And Louis is too greedy. I gave my eldest daughter to him, but he still thinks about his youngest daughter. What does he want to do? Become the next Isolde Wizard King? So after laying the foundation for the Sorrento Magic Kingdom, who is the monarch? Francesco allowed a loser and an idiot to marry his daughter. But he didn't want his son-in-law to be such a capable and disobedient person. This matter needs a scapegoat no matter what. He can forget about marrying Xiao Ao and Xiao Dai. He should pack up his things and go back to his North Sea Kingdom. At that time, as long as the conflict is directed to the North Sea Kingdom that scares the dragons and wizards, then no matter whether the bad-tempered Hog recognizes Xiao Ao inheritance rights, the Gallic Council will also recognize Xiao Ao's status among the Red Dragons, and then put pressure on Hog. And the Dragon Clan will eventually extend an olive branch to the Kingdom of Sorrento and the Red Queen family because of the terror of the North Sea Kingdom. Everyone will work together to face the outside world. It just so happens that the crooked-mouthed cousin wants those warlords, who collude with the ancient gods, to die sooner. When the time comes, he will bleed a little, and have a good discussion with him to classify a certain warlord as the King of the Nine Dragons Sea. Everyone will act out a drama with internal and external cooperation, and then clean up those troublemakers on the route between Dragon Nest City and the North Sea Kingdom, and then say that Louis is dead, so that everyone will be happy. And he could also put his devil hat on Louis's head, and then his plan to reveal his true self would come into being. Damn, Louis. Don't blame me for cheating you. Thinking of this, Francesco comforted Xiao Ao. He asked her to go back to her room to change clothes, and said he would take her to see Hog immediately. As a result, Xiao Ao just entered the room and found that the door could not be opened. The whole room was twisted, and he could not use any magic to get out. After trying all kinds of ways to get out, Xiao Ao lay on the bed and cried. It seems that my mother is going to go to Hog herself and betray Louis. Louis seems to be going to Hog too. I don't know who Hog will believe in the end. I heard that my great-grandfather Hog has a bad temper. Although he doesn't like his nephew, the murder of the heir will definitely make him furious. I hope Louis can come back smoothly, because Louis doesn't know how to get to the lava land. But Augusta knows. So after Louis teleported Augusta out of the city, after asking for directions, he summoned his beloved punk classic car, Son of Lanter, Scarlet Angel 2, and planned to drive over there later. After checking that there was no one around, Louis recited the 3 words Dragon Sword, and then, under Augusta's wooden gaze, Louis opened his arms, flew into the sky, and merged with Scarlet Angel 2 in a very childish way. Looking at the little reptile Augusta on the ground, which was staring at him blankly, Louis couldn't help but feel a little proud. Although from a modern perspective, it is still a bit punk. It looks like a knight in armor. Not sci-fi at all, and not Gundam enough. But it should still be very advanced in the eyes of ancient people. Louis snapped his fingers, and the Crimson Angel also sucked him into the cockpit. Then Lewis drove the Crimson Angel slowly towards the lava land. Because the gravity in the sky of Dragon Nest City is weak, and the magic power of the Son of Lant is very huge. The Son of Lant is in a state of weightlessness after flying into the sky, which makes Lewis, wearing this 6-story high French armor, look like he is walking in space. He looks like he is dawdling. According to the time, the press conference seems to be about to start, but Lewis seems to be dragging his feet. Fortunately, he went over to have a private chat with Hogg after the press conference. After flying a few times, Lewis couldn't help but recall the last time when he drove too fast and caught fire due to friction with the air. In order to prevent himself from accidentally igniting his French armor when racing, Lewis cast a lot of magic on it to make it have no friction with the air. After these magics, Lewis also found that when he was wearing this French armor now, it was almost the same as wearing a very bulky magic robe. He could directly add buffs to himself, the Scarlet Angel, and he could also use it to release magic in this combined state. Feeling the 4-digit magic power in his body, Lewis felt refreshed. As expected, he still needed good equipment, although it seemed that he was still many times behind his mother-in-law, and the circulation of magic power was not smooth. But the total amount of magic power was real, reaching the threshold of the god level. Lewis had a feeling that his 15th level magic in this situation must be different. How is it, Augusta? My French armor is not bad? Lewis smiled and looked at Augusta beside him. But Augusta didn't say anything for a long time. Just looked at Lewis with that look. Augusta, you call this French armor? Don't think I haven't seen French armor. Wait. What are we doing today? Lewis. Augusta looked at Lewis with a somewhat ugly expression. Don't get too excited later. Well, don't get too excited. I have a good chat with Hogg. You can't kill little Grandpa Azu. Augusta's words made Lewis look a little embarrassed. It was agreed that Augusta would play Don Quixote today and challenge the Windmill Hogg. But he couldn't help it just now and killed Hogg's distant nephew first. How should he talk to Mr. Hogg about this? I just promised Mr. Ao that this lie was blown. But how to make up for it? If His Majesty Hogg, the King of Red Dragons, would rather die than live in disgrace, and would not appoint a crown prince no matter what, and would also teach me a lesson, what should I do? I heard that he seems to have a bad temper. You seem to have discovered this problem. You decide to prepare a speech like this. A. Confess and be lenient, move him with sincerity. Hello Hogg, someone killed Prince Isolde the Red Dragon, now your only heir is Xiao Ao, so hurry up and confer the title on her. Completion reward. Damn skinless Red Gorin, referring to the Son of Lant, I'm so angry. 1. Bad-tempered Hogg Dragon Breath 1, World Boss Seat *1, Senior Sister White Queen Applause *1, Chat between the top 10 wizard families, and the 7 dragon clans *1, Running Corpses *2, Random Attributes +3. B. Trick the mother-in-law. Hello Hogg, your offspring has been killed by the devil again. Are you angry? Ha! Do you want me to tell you who she is? Completion reward. Damn Francesco, I'm so angry. 1. Bad Temper Hogg Dragon Breath 1, World Boss Seat *1, Senior Sister White Queen Melon Eating *1, Francesco, 10 wizard families, chatting with 7 dragon tribes *1, Running Corpses *3, all attributes +1. C. Poke him a little, Hogg, I tell you a secret hey. Completion reward. You sit at home, and the pot comes from the sky? I'm so angry and it hurts. 1. Bad-tempered Hogg Dragon Breath 1, Crying Dragon *1, Mother-in-law Betrayal *1, World Boss Seat *1, Senior Sister White Queen Eating Melon Seeds *1, Moon Goddess, Francesco, the top 10 wizard families, and the 7 dragon clans want to talk to you *1, Running Corpses *4, Uncle Crooked Dragon King Attention *1, The Appearance of Cloud Country *1, The Fear of the Eastern Continent *1, Lewis, who continues to be cool in Cloud Country *1, Experience +300. What a bad idea. ABC. Chapter 276 Why did you draw your sword? Magician? But according to this prophecy, I seem to be doomed. Lewis refused to stab Hogg to death. After all, he had just killed his distant nephew, and if he killed him again, it would be a bit too much. It is rumored that Mr. Hogg, except for his bad temper, had not done anything bad. He even helped the 4-Flower Kingdom to expel the demon tide. It can only be said that he did not care about the people on Earth, which made his descendants mess around. He just needs to be punished. He is not a big devil, so why would he kill someone just because of a disagreement? So Lewis only planned to poke a little. And he also believed that the reward given by the storybook to ABC was wrong. And it must not be tactful enough. He decided to have a chat with Mr. Hogg, who has a bad temper, and be more tactful. As long as he is sincere enough, and expresses the kindness in his heart, Mr. Hogg will definitely understand. Look, the one who died was just a distant nephew. How could he be as close as his granddaughter? The old dragon actually liked his granddaughter Xiao Ao in his heart. But he didn't recognize his granddaughter because of his face. But as long as he convinced him with reason, Mr. Hogg would understand the situation and put aside his face. Maybe he would even tell him that he had long disliked the distant nephew, who was only 8 degrees away from him. Thinking of this, Lewis nodded deeply, decided to wait until after the press conference, and then go and talk to him face to face. But the situation doesn't seem to allow you to go later. The terrifying Annabelle is flying towards you at a rapid speed. Augusta suddenly slapped Lewis hard. Lewis, there seems to be a big guy behind us. Just when Lewis was distracted while driving, Augusta stared at the big crystal ball in the cockpit with an ugly face and pushed Lewis. Lewis took a closer look and found that it was indeed a big guy. A huge black dragon, including her tail. She was more than 10 stories high. Although in terms of tonnage, she might not be as big as the thick and large Son of Land. But when she spread her wings, she was extremely terrifying, and looked 2 or 3 times bigger than the 6-story high Crimson Angel. Lewis recognized Annabelle from her beautiful horns at a glance. She was very fast, and it seemed that she used magic during her flight, so that she had almost no friction with the air. In addition, the sky of Dragon Nest City has no gravity, which makes her reach subsonic speed. Suddenly, a cloud of mist burst out from the huge black shadow. The huge shadow in the sky flew over the last kilometer in the blink of an eye and grabbed the Son of Land. It looked like it wanted to pull this big guy home, but it seemed to have failed. Although the Son of Land was now in a state of weightlessness, its horsepower and inertia were extraordinary. Annabelle cracked her nails, but it did not slow down this punk Gundam with terrible mass. As a giant dragon that often hunts, Annabelle immediately realized that this big guy could not be dragged successfully. Without a moment hesitation, she blew a few breaths of dragon breath at the Son of Land, and then pushed it hard with her horns, but found that she could not destroy this big guy. Obviously, this big guy is much stronger than the last time he saw it. Unless it runs at full speed and hits some flying birds, fire dragons, at supersonic speed, it will not be broken at all. Annabelle realized this problem, and directly let go of Lewis' French armor, and flew quickly towards the lava land. It would take an ordinary dragon more than an hour to reach the lava land from here. But with Annabelle's current speed, it would probably take less than 20 minutes to fly there. Everything happened in just a few seconds. Looking at Annabelle going away, Lewis was confused, not knowing what she wanted to do. Annabelle actually made such a decision. Perhaps this means that the curse that the evil queen cast on the Black Dragon Princess has been broken by you without knowing it. Why is this guy chasing me? What decision are you going to make? Are you planning to have a bloody plot like I killed the prince? Stop talking nonsense. Lewis, can you drive faster? As a man, you can't let a girl take the blame for you, Augusta said with a serious face. Who asked her to take the blame for me? Augusta's words made Lewis's head hot. Suddenly, a lot of steam gushed out from the body of the Son of Land, and the surging magic power surged in the body of the Son of Land. At the same time, the space behind the Crimson Angel suddenly twisted. And then, the Son of Land, which clearly said 300m/s on the dashboard, instantly passed the Black Dragon at a speed 10 times the dashboard speed. And it flew faster and faster. At the moment when Lewis started the maximum horsepower, a line of narration appeared in front of him. Distance to the lava land, 30 seconds. Damn it! Lewis, am I hallucinating? I think I saw the 2-headed mountain in the lava land. Stop now, there are a lot of dragons over there. Don't hit the flying dragon beasts. Ahem, there seems to be something wrong with the magic circuit. It seems that I have to glide at high speed for a short distance, and I can't stop the car all at once. Then what are you doing with the sword? Ahem, to prevent the plane from hitting birds or something. By the way, also say hello to Mr. Hogg. A shocking red blade suddenly appeared in the sky. It was like a huge fire cloud, split the clouds, and reflected the whole sky in crimson. Seeing the huge fire cloud, a group of small flies and fire dragons, as big as the Son of Land on the road, were instantly wiped out, and flew quickly towards Hogg, who was posing on the double-headed mountain. Augusta almost fainted from fright. It all over now. Ha! You said you would help me hold a press conference and find more reporters. You liar. In the lava land of Dragon Nest City, there is the square ranch of Hog, the king of red dragons. In his huge pasture, there has always been a special kind of large dragon beast. They are four-limbed dragons, with extremely strong hind limbs and front limbs spread out with fleshy wings. They have no tail or teeth, and their bodies are made of lava. When they spread their wings, you can see the burning flames and flowing lava between their wings. Wizards often mistake these toothless fire dragons for phoenixes. These toothless fire dragons cannot breathe fire, but their bodies are often larger than fire dragons. Their wingspan can often reach dozens of meters. When they stand there, they are like a large 6- or 7-story residential building in the community. These terrifying big guys live in the lava land, and are the few dragon beasts that are not afraid of the Gallic dragons. In addition, they are ferocious and aggressive, and their intelligence is relatively low. Therefore, the Gallic dragons don't like to wander around here, in order to avoid being injured by the bulls domesticated by their ancestors. Even if some dragons choose to build nests in the lava land, they will choose a location close to the edge, because the center of the lava land is the holy mountain guarded by these toothless fire dragons. And on the top of this holy mountain that erupts lava all year round, the gods in their hearts live. Compared with the toothless fire dragon, this big guy is the real skyscraper. Many large toothless fire dragons can only compare with its thick head. The double-headed mountain in the lava land was originally one high and one low, one with a top and one without a top. But because of the existence of this guy, the two mountains look equally tall. He is like a huge mountain, covering the volcano with a big hat. The lava flowing out of the volcano keeps flowing from under his body into the lava land. When looking from a distance, it is impossible to tell whether this sleeping big guy is a dragon or a mountain. Chapter 277 Earth-Shattering Press Conference. Hog sleeps in the volcano for many years, and often sleeps for centuries. However, due to frequent geological activities in recent years, Mr. Hog's sleep is not very peaceful, and he wakes up more and more often. Mr. Hog's temper is as unstable as this active volcano, and every time he wakes up, Mr. Hog will lose his temper. Very fierce, very scary. But he seems to be in a good mood these days. Many red dragons serving him here even saw him secretly posing a lot. Just like what those little goblins with honey on their mouths said, the great red dragon king will show his majestic demeanor to the whole world. Let the muggles, wizards and mother dragons all over the world all worship him. These little coaxing kids are really good at making people crazy. The witchcraft in their hands can not only make those aggressive fire dragons bewildered, but also make them pose in various shapes for their photos. Even the god of the fire dragons has posed countless times on the double-headed mountain. It is said that Mr. Hog is not very smart, and it seems to be true. But no matter what, among these photographers who have been squatting on several nearby hills with long guns and short guns for several weeks, there will definitely be someone who can win this year's Animal World Photography Award. Foolish dragons have always been the hottest animal photography subject. The lava land has been very lively recently, and today is even more lively than the previous few days. There are many more hot air balloons and airships in the lava land. The reporters who participated in the interview in the airships and hot air balloons, holding a magic wand in one hand, driving away or deceiving the brainless dragons in the sky with tricks, holding a recording crystal in the other hand, looking at Mr. Hog posing in various poses on the crystal ball, and asking various questions in turn. There will definitely be an unprecedented big news today. When the magician Byron suddenly appeared, everyone smelled the scent of this big news. As expected, Byron did not expect that there would be so many people here today. It seemed that Byron was in a hurry. He quietly pulled Wallace, and seemed to try to get Wallace to trick Hog into ending the interview, so that she could talk to Hog alone. As a result, before Byron could say a few words to Wallace, Mr. Hog, who was not far away, suddenly turned his head and stared at Byron in the crowd. So the first big news of the day, just when no one expected it, suddenly appeared. Francesco, I knew you were still alive. How dare you come here? Are you ready to die? Mr. Hog roared like a dragon and posed in a cool way. As if he felt that his pose was not elegant enough, Mr. Hog changed his pose again. Then he sprayed a mouthful of sticky phlegm at Francesco without saying a word. At this moment, flashbulbs flashed in every corner of the lava land. And the reporters had also thought of this small news. Oolong! The fool Hog mistakenly recognized Francesco's brother as the former witch. causing a war. Or outrageous. What did the cunning Red Dragon King do to make the headlines? At the same time, Hog's terrifying dragon breath was already spraying towards Francesco. Francesco stretched out his hand and unfolded a huge barrier to resist this terrifying dragon breath. She protected the unlucky Wallace beside her. Then her face became extremely ugly. How did he recognize me? That damn Lewis. He came before me? Francesco knew how stupid this dragon was, but she had planned to come here to trick her son-in-law today, so she was a bit mean, thinking that it was her son-in-law who came here first and exposed her. And by the way, she also put the death of the Red Dragon Prince on her forehead. Therefore, her face was extremely ugly. Especially when those flashes of light came out. The Great Demon King felt even more uneasy. But now that things have come to this, since her identity has been exposed, Francesco does not intend to pretend anymore. Fortunately, she, like Lewis, had prepared a speech when she came here. Your Majesty, Hog has good eyesight. Francesco took off the tricorn hat on his head, and calmly touched his chest and bowed slightly. Francesco is no longer the Witch Queen now. And she did not come here today as the Muggle King of Sorrento. So the gift was very generous. She said, thanks to you, I am not dead yet. As soon as she said this, there was silence around Francesco. And Wallace looked at Francesco like a goose. Half a breath later, reporters from all over the lava land also heard Francesco's words through the radio magic circle around them. The flashing lights in the entire lava land suddenly stopped for a moment. And then, there were more violent flashes in every corner of the lava land. Shock! The big stupid dragon unexpectedly hit the mark and revealed a shocking secret. Amid the flashing of countless cameras, Mr. Hog's eyes showed a smug look, and then he changed his pose, planning to roar like a dragon first, and then clap his claws or something. So the bad-tempered Mr. Hog became furious, and began to roar, and the roars made the entire lava land tremble. If the 5 good brothers in the distance were not asleep, they would definitely be able to hear it. But even though Mr. Hog made such a loud noise, Francesco's clear voice also rang in everyone's heart. Please calm down. Your Majesty, Hog. I came here today to clarify the misunderstanding between us. Your descendants did die in the war, which is a great pity. But I have never killed any red dragon with my own hands. And that war was also started by the Dark Lord. That big devil is the real sinner. For a long time, people have been saying that I am the Dark Lord. But anyone with a discerning eye knows that those are just rumors. As the Dark Lord's greatest enemy, he has been throwing dirty water on me. And after I was condemned by thousands of people, he finally found a chance to assassinate me. I saw his true face. He is a faceless wizard. He comes from abroad and is an outer god. He is extremely powerful. Like a god. I can't resist a single move in front of him. Ahem. Really. He was too scary. So I had to fake my own death to escape. And secretly track down the Dark Lord's true identity in the mortal world. To clear my name. And give him a social death. In Francesco's words, she cleared herself completely, saying that she was not the great devil, and threw a lot of dirty water on the great devil head. Just like decades ago. This world needs a world boss. So that wizards, muggles, and dragons can live in peace. Francesco used to play 2 roles. But in the end, because of the secret manipulation of the moon goddess and an unexpected enemy, she played both roles. Her husband died in her arms. Now God has given Francesco a good son-in-law to help her completely clean up her name and replace her as the world boss. She naturally has to seize this good opportunity. Although the path taken by the Kingdom of Sorrento conflicts with the interests of the 12 great families, even after she cleans up her name, she will still be a thorn in their eyes. But the titles of anti-human, anti-wizard, anti-dragon, anti-social, etc. that he had in the past were all taken off. All given to his good son-in-law. As for today's whitewashing speech, although it was a bit too unexpected, but Francesco made many things reasonable and convincing. After the speech, Hog and the reporters were a little dumbfounded. Even Wallace, who knew a lot about Francesco, believed her lies, and thought of the second big news sleeping on straw and tasting gall. For world peace, His Majesty Francesco efforts. At the same time, reporters are also looking forward to today's third big news. Who is the faceless dark devil? At this moment, all the people/dragons stood up and listened. Even the flashes in every corner of the lava land quieted down. Only Hog's eyes showed a hint of cunning for a moment. Are you still making it up? Your eldest daughter Delphine told me secretly before. She said that you are actually the Dark Lord. I agreed to such an interesting, boring press conference, just to make your identity public. Indeed, some of my descendants died in the war. It is not entirely your fault. But this anger, and this face, we must settle it clearly. Now everyone in the world knows that you are still alive. When I go back and tell my old brothers that you are the Dark Lord, I will see how arrogant he will be in the future. However, although the cunning and bad-tempered hog was very angry, he did not intend to expose the matter in person. If he was so reckless, he would not have survived 1,000 years ago. But today matter, he did not intend to end it like this. Tell me quickly, who is he? Mr. Hog became furious. His whole body stood up in anger, and he let out a shocking dragon roar. He was about to spit dragon fire on Francesco. It seems that Hog is like, no matter what you say, I will beat you up today. After all, Francesco will never fight back today to clear her name, and he will explain while being beaten. And there are so many reporters today. If I beat up the most powerful witch queen in history in person, and put it in 10 or 8 newspapers, wouldn't it be a great honor? Damn little reptile. Don't think I have believed your sweet words. I will let you see how terrible Hog temper is now. Before he finished speaking, the sky in the distance suddenly turned red, just like the red sunset glow at dusk. A huge fire cloud, emitting a dazzling light, was flying towards the side at a very fast speed. Wherever it passed, the clouds in the sky were all split in half. The huge, aggressive and ferocious fire dragons in the clouds were like small flies in this red fire cloud, disappearing the moment they came into contact with it. Mr. Hog stared at the terrifying red light coming towards him, and subconsciously lowered his head. Then, in the dazzling red light, he felt a chill on his horns, and then heard a series of earth-shattering roars behind him. In the crazy flashing of the cameras in the entire lava land, Mr. Hog, who was squatting on the ground, covered his broken horn on his forehead and turned his head slowly and woodenly in front of people's eyes. The two-headed holy mountain not far away was collapsing in the earth-shattering collapse, and gradually became a single-headed holy mountain. It seems that another big devil is coming. Chapter 278. I was once in a state of extreme anger. In the midst of the landslide, Francesco and Hog, with their eyelids twitching, saw with their own eyes that the two-headed holy mountain suddenly turned into a single-headed holy mountain. The highest mountain with a top, as if it had been slashed by the sword of the god of war. The top of the mountain collapsed directly. The whole mountain seemed to have an avalanche. Countless pieces of rubble kept rolling down from the mountain, and the whole mountain was seen to have lost half its weight. The volcano suddenly erupted. The entire lava land trembled, and the sky was reflected in blood red. The toothless fire dragons wandering in the sky witnessed all this, screamed in fear, and flew away in all directions. The entire lava land seemed to have ushered in a sudden doomsday catastrophe. The balloons and reporters on the airships turned pale. Or rather, compared to the landslide, they were more worried that Hog would go crazy in anger. The bad-tempered Hog once said this himself: dragons are different, and the power of dragons cannot be generalized. He was once extremely angry, and a giant dragon slid and used its horns to break the belly of the ancient god. Ancient gods. Those ancient gods who can devour the world. But the sword of the god of war Louis VI seemed to be able to cut the belly of the ancient god. Thinking of this, the reporters felt very complicated. They picked up the camera excitedly again, looking forward to this unprecedented battle. But they were worried that Hog would really lose his temper in extreme anger. Then all the airships and balloons in the sky would be in trouble. And something worse happened at this moment. Seeing the bad-tempered Hog standing upright, he was already sitting there touching his horns and shaking with anger. But a strange-looking steel giant knight came in front of him at a very fast speed and flew around like a fly. The red steel giant was not as big as Hog horns. The space around the steel giant was also a bit weird. Just like a Klein bottle, which confined it to an area in the air, it couldn't stop, making this high-speed moving red armored knight, as if it was delayed and dropped frames, constantly flashing back and forth in the air in front of Hog's eyes. Wallace recognized the iron giant at a glance. It was the son of Lant. Hog had said a few days ago that if this kind of ridiculous gadget appeared in front of him, he would smash it with a slap. And now this ridiculous gadget not only appeared in front of Hog, but also buzzed around and said something. "Hello, Your Majesty Hog. Someone killed Prince Isolde the Red Dragon. I'm here to report the news for you. Now your only heir is your great-great-great-granddaughter Osicris, so hurry up and crown her. Your heir was killed by the devil again Tell me if you are angry. Do you want me to tell you who she is? Constantly pointing at Francesco, who looked wooden. As long as you let me poke her a little, I will tell you. Hey! While speaking, this irritable little fly also picked up the long sword in his hand. It looked like he was going to poke someone with this toothpick, but because the son of Lant was still in the Klein bottle, the toothpick was always waving in front of Hog's nose. The words and actions of this irritable little fly simply added fuel to the rage of bad-tempered Hog. Seeing that Hog was also in extreme anger, his whole body was shaking more and more violently. Suddenly, there was a loud noise from the ground. Francesco on the ground saw woodenly that a waterfall with a sulfur smell flowed down from between the legs of bad-tempered Hog, extinguishing a large area of lava. This must be before the battle, to excrete the useless garbage on the body. The reporters frantically took photos, looking forward to the next epic battle. As expected, the bad-tempered Mr. Hog suddenly spread his wings and quickly rose to the clouds in an instant. As he rose, he even made a sound of explosion, and the turbulent airflow blew the boulders on the ground into pieces. Even the hot air balloons and airships in the sky fell to the ground. If the reporters on the ground were not in Francesco barrier, the action of Hog standing up alone would be enough to shake the reporters into pieces. Don't go, Mr. Hog. I haven't told you who the big devil is. Keep pointing at Francesco. Louis' cry rang out from the son of Lant, and I'm your great-great-grandson-in-law. My name is Louis. The giant in the sky turned around and stared at Louis with big eyes. Get out. It seems that your actions today may be a little too tactful, which makes Mr. Hog a little difficult to accept for a while. Seeing Mr. Hog flying higher and higher, the camera also followed his body, waiting for his signature dive. According to rumors, the cities he passed by would be reduced to ashes in the terrifying shock wave and set on fire. But Mr. Hog seemed to be flying farther and farther away. Not long after, he disappeared. Reporters? The handsome Dark Lord of the two Dark Lords is real, and the faceless Big Devil is also real. Obviously, they exist at the same time. Hog finally reflected his mood at the moment in his actions and speed. Magic +3, all attributes +1, experience +300. Many cameras are still looking at the distant sky, looking forward to Mr. Hog dive. No one was paying attention to the ground. Only Francesco, staring at her son-in-law, who was losing frame in midair. Louis gave his mother-in-law a look, thoughts, ahem. The Red Dragon Prince was killed by the faceless man. I came to report the news. The mother-in-law returned a look, thoughts, oh, what a coincidence. Me too. Augusta rubbed his eyes, and gave the two people a look, thoughts, what is this press conference for? Several words appeared in the eyes of the three people at the same time. What should we do now? It is definitely impossible to throw dirty water on the Red Dragon Prince. After all, the current situation seems to be more serious than the death of the Red Dragon Prince. And today, Louis drove the Scarlet Angel of Sorrento. I don't know if Hog can accept Louis's nonsense that he just came to report the news. But Francesco thinks that if he doesn't want the Muggles and the 7 dragons to go to war, this matter must be explained. Francesco couldn't help but look at the collapsed half-mountain in the distance. She felt that with the knife just now, this matter should be easy to explain. After all, those stupid dragons don't know how many people are there to make the son of Lant like this. This is undoubtedly another dragon-slaying outline. Sorrento, who has mastered this technology, is qualified to make friends with the dragons. He is also qualified to trade with them. Francesco plans to go to the Gallic Council to have a chat. The matter of reporting the news is easy to explain, and the matter of the death of the Red Dragon Prince is also easy to explain. It easy to say, and it not difficult to say, but you need to give a suitable reason to make Hog look good, and then let Louis use this reason to talk to Mr. Hog privately. How to deal with this matter specifically? I'm afraid I have to ask my smart and sensible eldest daughter. And I need to talk to the Black Dragon King, and let him play a supporting role in the Gallic Council. Thinking of this, the mother-in-law looked at her son-in-law helplessly, and found that the guy was picking his nose in the cockpit. He obviously did it on purpose today. Look at his arrogant look in front of Hog just now. She was completely convinced by Louis today. Hog was also convinced. Chapter 279, What to Do. Francesco felt that, even if he told Hog in person today that the war was started by the great devil Louis, and told him that his distant nephew was also killed by Louis today, he would definitely say that he was not. In Louis's mind, he probably knew clearly that if Sorrento could marry the princess to the Red Dragon Prince, why not to marry Prince Louis of the North Sea Kingdom? And the Red Dragon Prince character was really not good. In addition, if he got a son-in-law again, He might really turn Dragon Nest City upside down. In this world. Except for him. I am afraid no one dares to marry his little daughter. But the key is that the Black Dragon King has always wanted to marry his daughter to the Red Dragon. Now that their son-in-law is gone, Annabelle has no one to date. Will the Black Dragon give up? The Black Dragon Prince is present today. The Black Dragon King is probably clear about the situation. It is said that Louis and Annabelle have always had a very bad relationship. Although Annabelle also hates the Red Dragon Prince very much. Today Louis killed the Red Dragon Prince in front of her. Which is like slapping the face of the little Black Dragon Princess. I don't know what she will do next. What can we do? His Majesty the Great Demon King felt a little headache. But now that things have come to this, we can only talk about it first, and see what the Black Dragons say. Francesco felt that the Black Dragons would never let Louis become their son-in-law just because the Red Dragon Prince died, right? If they really asked for this, I would marry my daughter to him. Okay. In any case, the Red Dragons have been a little too arrogant recently. After Louis dealt with them today, many things that will happen next should be able to be discussed. As long as the death of the Red Dragon Prince can be handled well, so that Dragon Nest City can still have some face. Or not completely tear its face with them, then everything will be fine. After thinking for a while, Francesco communicated some of his thoughts to Louis. Except for the son-in-law. Francesco said that she would go to the Black Dragon to talk to the Black Dragon King Jaffer. Let Louis find Delphinia to help Louis clean up his ass. Looking at the back of the son of Lant flying away, Francesco sighed. I don't know what conditions the dragons will put forward in the future. Whether they can accept the benefit of opening up the North Sea route. With Louis, the Prince of the North Sea, he can still make a fuss about this matter and fool people. After Louis separated from Francesco, he drove his friendship back to Isolda's city. When he was chatting with his mother-in-law just now, he acted very calm. But he was a little nervous in his heart. No matter how bad the Red Dragon Prince was, he was still a prince of a country. It would be better for him to go back and kill him secretly with another identity. Oh, I'm hot-headed. It all Augusta's fault for not persuading me. Thinking of this, Louis couldn't help but look at Augusta, who was rubbing his bald head beside him. Hey, Augusta, let not challenge this big windmill. Why don't you come to our magician guild and spread your dragon-slaying skills all over the world? Don't talk nonsense. Louis, I have given up the idea of committing suicide. But you are right. I have thought it through. I have decided to live in the name of my friends. Let's spread our dragon-slaying skills to adventurers all over the world. What Augusta said was actually what Louis had in mind all along. The dragons of Gallic, who were supposed to be the guardians of the world and responsible for resisting foreign invasions, had guys like Prince Hawksbill Turtle, mainly because they lacked reverence. One reason was that the upper-level wizards spoiled them too much. Today, I have told Hogg what reverence is. The other reason was that the lower-level civilians spoiled them too much. Augusta and the adventurers would tell these dragons what reverence is. Even if there are evil dragons like Stoger and Hawksbill Turtle in the future, people will want their lives. On the way, the two chatted while driving. Augusta said a lot today. He had been with Louis in the Isolda Dragon Palace for a while, and had seen too many dragons. He had also heard the stories told by the dragons when Louis chatted with them. There were bronze dragons who liked to record history and often prevented wars from breaking out. And blue dragons, who liked to study magic and pretended to be magicians to help the people on Earth. There were green dragons and red dragons, who protected nature and respected life. There are also white dragons, who are mortal enemies of evil gods and demons. Of course, there are also many evil dragons like Prince Hawksbill and Stoger. But more of them are the equal dragon people in Isolda City. Talking about this, Augusta looked at the group of adventurers on the ground. After experiencing so many things, the muscular man Mr. Augusta suddenly wanted to walk around Dragon Nest City as a magician. Go and see the places that the dragon said, in those areas where the sky people and the ground people live in harmony, and find the future of their hometown. Also looking for the true meaning of the dragon slaying guide. It should be something that ordinary people can use. The two made an agreement. Later, Sorrento would establish a magician association in Augusta hometown, to help Augusta spread magic in his hometown. It is also the territory of the Dragon Sea, where there are many wild dragons. The Dragon Slaying Guide plus the new era magic will surely allow magicians to know how to tame dragons, like the wizards of the 12 great families. And pass this new technology combined with magic to more people. Let many places like Augusta hometown no longer fear the harassment of dragons. Augusta also promised Louis that she would go with Louis to meet the White Queen later. Louis planned to let Augusta be a stepping stone for him. From the prophecy in the previous storybook, he could see that the White Queen family was very likely to become the second great wizard family to join the New Era Magic Alliance. After putting Augusta back on the ground, Louis continued to fly towards the city of Isolde. He was thinking whether to get off the car and look for Xiao Ao directly. The fuselage of the Son of Lant suddenly shook. Louis looked back and found that it was caused by a huge monster that had just passed by the Son of Lant at a very high speed. The shock wave she generated almost changed the route of the Son of Lant. Before Louis could look more, he saw the black female dragon turn a corner in the sky and suddenly flew towards this side. He grabbed the fuselage of the Son of Lant and roared, "What on earth have you done?" "Louis, I saw the collapsed two-headed mountain." Annabelle had just flown over from the lava land. The scene there was like a doomsday. The two-headed mountain had not collapsed yet. Many rubbles flew into the sky. They might become small floating islands in the future. The topography of this area of Dragon Nest City has changed completely since then. After seeing that scene, Annabelle almost fainted from shock. She knew Louis's magic was powerful, but she didn't expect him to be so powerful after wearing French armor. That knife might hurt the body of the ancient god. But even if he was a real ancient god, facing the entire dragon clan, he would have to retreat. If Louis really became the world boss and fell into social death, then everyone would have no fun in the future. Now His Majesty Hogg must have gone to the Gallic Council. And you have also promoted the Red Dragon Prince. If these things get out, it will be a big deal. Get out of this Tenkin quickly. And come home with me. And Xiao. Let beg Grandpa. Maybe there is still hope. Annabelle's words made Louis look embarrassed. But he was going to solve this matter now. There's no rush to go to your house. Annabelle, before talking to your grandpa, I have to talk to other people about this matter first. Chapter 280 The Bad Queen. After hearing what Louis said, Annabelle almost fainted. Still talking to others? You have to talk to all the leaders of the 7 dragon tribes. You will be satisfied? Seeing that Annabelle still didn't let go of him, she looked like she wanted him to go home with her. Louis simply planned to turn her into a figurine and put her in a bottle. But Louis found that the Son of Lant had some problems due to the high-power operation today. And Annabelle was not those red dragons that were more than 10 meters long. With Annabelle's terrifying body that was 17 or 18 stories high, if he didn't wear French armor, he couldn't collect her and take her with him in a short time. While he was dealing with Annabelle, he was doing some tricks in his sleeves. Then he controlled the Son of Lant and landed on the ground with Annabelle. Then, he teleported the Son of Lant back to the magic circle in the base for repair. And appeared, stood on Annabelle's nose, looked at Annabelle, who was looking at him with cross eyes, and started to talk. It not that bad. Annabelle. Mr. Hogg and I actually had a good chat. Just now when I was rushing over, I happened to see Hogg fighting the faceless man. His Majesty Francesco, and I helped Hogg drive away the faceless man. And then explained to him the death of his nephew. Annabelle was a little cute because of Louis' nonsense. His Majesty Francesco? She is still alive? The faceless man? Did you just run into that demon king? Yes. Really? What a coincidence. Then, how did you explain the death of Tortoise to Hogg now? It really hard to explain. No matter what. I killed Tortoise. So he got angry. His Majesty Francesco asked me to. Louis suddenly looked around and whispered in Annabelle's ear, Delphinia is spying on us with the magic mirror. This guy has been trying to make the black dragon and the red dragon fight. You are too conspicuous now. Change back to human form, and let go find Xiao Ao. As for the details, I tell you on the way. Louis' plan confused the simple-minded Annabelle. She listened to Louis' words with doubt, and turned back into human form. The dragon armor on her body also turned into a set of armor. Then, before Annabelle could say anything, Louis suddenly laughed grimly. And then Annabelle felt dizzy. When she woke up, she found that she had turned into a Thumbelina, and was put into Louis's sleeve. The situation inside the sleeve was very strange. Like a distorted black and white world. No matter how she transformed, she was still the size of a thumb. No matter how she walked, she could not get out of the sleeve. She could only lie near the sleeve and bite Louis's arm fiercely, while cursing at Louis's arm, until a big hand reached into the sleeve and ravaged her for a long time. Annabelle finally became obedient. At this time, Louis, while playing with the figurine in his sleeve with a smile, teleported to the top of Isolde Palace. The city below was full of people. In a mess. The death of the Red Dragon Prince had a great impact. Many people had hoped that this evil dragon would be killed by a warrior one day. But they were also worried that the prince's death would arouse the anger of the people in heaven. But more people vented their long-suppressed anger in this turmoil. They looked for the criminals who had persecuted their families. Many nobles were dragged onto the streets. There were also some armed dragon hunters and some dragons who transformed into dragons in the city, forming a team to hunt down the fleeing red dragons. At some gates on the inner wall of the Isolde Palace, it seemed that there were many dragon guards waiting in full battle array. In the palace, Louis also saw some red dragon elders, directing the guards with dragon-catching tools to capture the red dragon dukes and cabinet ministers who wanted to escape from the Isolde Palace. Many of these red dragon dukes and cabinet ministers are the remnants of the red dragon prince, and are evil dragons that are harming the city of Isolde. Of course, they are also the red dragon rulers who have overthrown the red dragon council of elders. Louis couldn't help but glance at Delphinia's bedroom. She seemed to have returned a long time ago. It seems that the unrest in the city is partly caused by public anger, and partly by Delphinia. Louis doesn't know what she is going to do. But it seems that Francesco has just contacted her, and His Majesty the Black Swan, who is now watching the replay of the situation in the lava land in the magic mirror, has a livid face. It seems that Xiao Dai has been hiding in the palace today, and she originally seemed to be planning to plot against you and your mother. But her plan seems to have a little problem. It turns out that Xiao Dai, who happened to leave the Isolde Palace when you went out this morning, has been paying attention to what is happening in Isolde City. And the moment her mother left the palace, she immediately rushed back. You always felt that Delphinia would not really tell you her plan, and suspected that she was plotting against you. But you didn't know what she was doing. Anyway, she was definitely not on the same page with her mother. And she was definitely not on the same page with you. Not to mention that she is on the same page with little Ao. After all, judging from the plan she mentioned before, it was all for her sister, mother and Sorrento, and she herself would not get any benefit. This is not in line with her nature. How could Louis give up Osicris? Watch her marry that stupid prince. And mother will never allow Louis to ruin her business. The two will definitely fall out. And mother will definitely be angry, and put the hat of the Dark Lord on Louis's head to clear herself. But I'm sorry, mother. Hogg already knows your true identity. I told him. Otherwise, why did he hold a press conference and meet Byron today? So mother, you have secured the title of Dark Lord. You have been the king of Sorrento for long enough. It is time for someone else to change. I have given up those wizard kingdoms for you. You should hand over Sorrento to me. A city of Isolde controlled by the Red Dragon Council of Elders. A kingdom of Sorrento controlled by Queen Delphinia. Add to that Louis, who had to follow him like a dog for his sister. And a mother who reappeared as the great demon king and constantly created threats, making wizards and dragons all over the world ask for help from her. This is what Xiao Dai wanted to do. But unfortunately, Hogg, in his panic, did not reveal his mother's identity in the end. Because there are two Dark Lords in this world. And the second Dark Lord has warned him today that if he talks too much, that mountain will be his end. The daughter is always thinking about cheating her mother. And the mother is always thinking about cheating her son-in-law, while the son-in-law always cheats the daughter. Anyway, it seems that Xiao Dai is well prepared. She will probably help you clean up your ass, and clean up her mother, and then make a wedding dress for her sister. I just don't know. When you take Osicris to see this bad guy and tell her that you have fulfilled your promise, what kind of expression she will have. Chapter 281 Your Highness, don't be like this. Why does this child always think about scheming against her mother? What a bad girl. And my mother-in-law, can you please stop thinking about scheming against me every day? Can our family still live a good life? Louis shook his head, feeling a little tired. Little Ao is still the best, the most obedient. Louis stopped looking at the livid Xiao Dai, and started looking for the tower where Osicris was. Soon, Louis found the tower. He found that, in the area near the tower, there were many dragons guarding, as if they were protecting the princess, and not letting the turmoil in the city disturb her. Whether it was the rebels, the guards, or the reformists, they all seemed to be deliberately avoiding that area. It seemed that the prince was very unpopular, and was like an evil dragon that weighed down everyone's head. This made all the red dragons, regardless of which faction, look forward to Xiao Ao becoming the princess of Isolde. Sister finally made a wedding dress for sister. Louis looked at the tower carefully. The tower seemed to be sealed by Francesco magic. This made it difficult to see the situation inside, but Louis could sense that Xiao Ao was in the bedroom. Louis stretched out his hand and drew magic circles and runes in the air, unlocking the tower in the distance. As the spell of the tower gradually faded, the scene inside could be seen clearly. Louis saw that Xiao Ao was sleeping soundly on the bed in the bedroom. His face was full of tears. He was grinding his teeth in his sleep, and mumbling with a sad and angry face. It is estimated that when Francesco left, he left some bad news for Xiao Ao, such as even if she could not marry the Red Dragon Prince, she would be given a son-in-law in the Dragon Clan, and Louis would be the one to take the blame. But now the mother-in-law should have given up this idea. Now Isolda City is in chaos. The revolutionary army that has been hiding for many years has emerged. Everyone has joined the uprising, and many nobles have been arrested. Xiao Ao has to show up and say a few words. Well, then we will go back to Nafa City and talk to the Black Dragon King. Does this count as taking Xiao Ao to Nafa City? Does this count as fulfilling Annabelle's promise? So I don't have to spend time cracking the agreement. Did I stand her up and make her angry? Hey, I said I would never go this morning. Did I slap myself in the face again? I should have gone there earlier with Xiao Ao. Then I would have come back secretly to kill the prince. Then I wouldn't have to go to Hog Place. There wouldn't be so many troubles. But if this is the case, what will happen to my mother-in-law? After the Red Dragon Prince died, would she secretly throw dirty water on me to Hog? What would happen to Xiao Dai? Did she successfully plot against my mother-in-law? Louis thought as he unlocked the seal. And soon the spell on the tower gradually faded away. My mother-in-law seemed to be in a hurry when she left. So the spell I set was not very complicated. It saved a lot of time. Annabelle, be honest and don't make a sound. I take you to see Xiao Ao. Louis reached out and teased the figurine Annabelle in his sleeve. And then with his terrifying dexterity, he jumped dozens of meters from the tower under his feet like a dragon beast, and gently landed on the balcony of the Princess Tower. After gently opening the window, Louis went into the room and came to the princess' bed. The princess was still talking in her sleep, as if she was praying that Louis would not be killed by her grandfather, and that he would come back safely. She also prayed that her mother would let Louis go. Hearing the princess dream talk, Louis covered his eyes fiercely. Today, I almost killed her great-grandfather. As for my mother-in-law, she seems to be trying to keep things quiet now, and hopes that I can spare Dragon Nest City. It makes me look like a bad guy. But no matter what, I am back safely. Right? But it seems that things have gotten a bit out of hand. I am fulfilling the agreement between me and Xiao Dai. Right? Look at the chaos in Isolda City now. I guess the Black Dragon, the Green Dragon, etc. The whole Dragon Nest City is in a mess now. I don't know if my wife Xiao Dai can be dealt with. And I don't know if the Black Dragon King can agree to marry two people at once. But no matter what, the curse that Xiao Dai cast on Annabelle was lifted by me. Is this a good thing? She seems to reject men now. Isn't this what the old Black Dragon has been worried about? So everyone should marry me together. It reasonable. Right? In Louis' annoyance, Xiao Ao seemed to hear Louis's voice. But she was still dreaming in her dream. Perhaps she dreamed that her grandfather was furious after discovering the evil deeds of the Red Dragon Prince. Praised Louis. And then let Louis come back to marry her. Let go. Louis. Let fly away. In this half-asleep and half-awake state, the princess, with tears on her pretty face, pouted her lips slightly in excitement and shyness. She seemed to be looking forward to the kiss of her prince. And lines of narration suddenly appeared in front of Louis. After a difficult journey, you finally lifted the curse of the evil queen and came to the tower where the sleeping princess was imprisoned. The beautiful princess looked shy, quietly raised her face. And at this time you, elopement, gently kiss her, wake up the princess pretending to sleep, and then start a love affair that is not recognized by the king. Completion reward, princess body *1, several gold coins *1. B. Fulfill the agreement with the Black Dragon sister. Your Highness, don't do this, I was hired by the evil dragon. Completion reward, dragon treasure *1, Black Dragon sister pilot license *1. C. Fulfill the promise of the evil queen. Slowly pick up the princess and give her to the evil queen. Completion reward, sexy queen *1, Muggle king green hat *1, Sorrento magic kingdom *1. Coincidentally, these three options are all the ones Louis swore he would never choose. As a result, they all came out together today. Louis rubbed his face fiercely. Finally, he looked at the shy, secretly pouting princess, bent down and kissed her little mouth, then gently picked her up and went to the queen's bedroom. Your Highness, don't be like this, I was hired by the dragon. Oh, Sicries? Annabelle in the sleeves became excited after hearing Louis's words, but Her Highness looked at Louis with a cute face. She was now certain that Louis, who was holding her, was real, not a dream. But she was now in a state of confusion. She couldn't help but think of what Annabelle said after Louis killed the Red Dragon Prince today. Louis, no matter what, you have fulfilled our agreement. So quickly take Xiao back to my house. What agreement did Annabelle have with Louis? Before she could ask more, Louis had already taken a step forward, and came to the door of the evil queen bedroom, and stretched out his hand to open the door, looking at the furnishings in the room, and the lidded Delphinia sitting there. Sicries was full of black question marks. It seemed that her sister knew that Louis was coming with her, and when her sister looked at Louis, she squinted her eyes and nodded deeply, as if to say that you did a great job. Louis scratched his face, looked at the lidded Majesty Delphinia, coughed and said, Your Majesty, it agreed that I have brought the princess here. Ahem. The dragon clan is in chaos now. How do you think we should end it? These words almost pissed off Delphinia to death. I kill you. Chapter 282 Your Majesty. Your Highness, just wear this set. Delphinia is a person who can judge the situation very well. She knows that her plan has been completely ruined by Louis, so it is too late to say anything now. And there is a new plan in front of her that can benefit you, me and everyone, so she has already made up her mind to be a good person in this matter. Although this decision has no benefit to her personally, she can only be a good person in vain. But it can actually allow Sorrento to take another step forward, so the benefits are not lost to outsiders. By the way, she could also show off her face and improve her reputation as a queen without a wife. Therefore, she had calmed down and planned to help and sell her mother, Louis and Xiao. It was just that Louis's words just now were too irritating, which made her a little upset. But no matter how angry she was, when Xiao broke free from Louis's arms and came to her sister to narrate the story, Delphinia had stabilized her emotions again and figured out what to do. She saw everything that happened today. Or maybe there is no one in the whole Dragon Nest City who knows the situation better than her. After all, many things were designed by her, but there were some big deviations. So Delphinia is very clear about the current situation. Hogg is also very clear about the current situation. Delphinia thinks that the key to the matter is not the truth, but a story that everyone wants to see and some reasonable evidence. The old dragon was very cunning. He knew that once the matter got out of hand, it would be the least of his troubles. So the death of a distant nephew was nothing. He had thousands of descendants. Sooner or later, there would be a dragon with the blood of Flower Gallic. Besides, Xiao was the one who had manifested the most outstanding blood in history. As for the alliance between Sorrento and the Red Dragon, Hogg would definitely agree with it. After all, today, Mr. Louis, the great magician of Sorrento, joined forces with Francesco to help him repel the faceless man who came to his door. What? Diamel is dead, how can we form an alliance? Mr. Hogg has a legitimate granddaughter. She is the princess of Sorrento, and the princess of Isolde Red Dragon. This alliance is natural. As for the reporters, Xiao Dai has already dealt with them. Or rather, although not all the reporters are Xiao Dai's people, the entire press conference was arranged by her, so this press conference is naturally under her control. Among the reporters, there are also wizards and hunters arranged by her to prevent any accidents, so as to prevent the reporters from reporting things she doesn't want to report. Now, the reporters who should be talked to, her people have already gone to talk to them. Mr. Hogg was furious today. The fire dragons in the lava land were also frightened. Not to mention the faceless man who made a big fuss. So it is normal for some reporters to die. In order to rescue Augusta, the faceless man did everything he could. There was indeed a newspaper a few days ago, which said that the faceless man made a big fuss in the devil prison. But the newspaper did not say who he saved. So it is reasonable for the faceless man to cause trouble in Dragon Nest City. However, the faceless man matter needs to be discussed with the teacher, after all. This is throwing dirty water on her, and her cooperation is needed. But because her son has been rescued by Louis, there is this benefit: the teacher will agree to throw dirty water on her. Therefore, she only needs to cooperate in the play, come to Dragon Nest City to make trouble again, and things will be almost done. This time, The teacher must not attract all the sea monsters from the North Sea Kingdom again. But if the teacher had not taken this opportunity to search Dragon Nest in the name of helping the Dragon Clan, Augusta would probably not have been transferred to the demon prison. Delphinia believed that after she had made up all these stories and collected the evidence, Mr. Hogg would be satisfied. After all, in this world, in addition to the Dark Lord, there are also two faceless men who are unhappy with him. So Hogg would know what to do. After sorting out her thoughts, Delphinia put on a poker face, raised her head, squinted her eyes, and looked at Louis. Louis, I will clean your ass for you, and I will find someone to take the blame for you, but remember you owe him a favor. Hearing that his sister would help, Xiao Ao was overjoyed, and kept winking at Louis, and even pulled his sister to help Louis speak well of him. As for what Delphinia said about owing the faceless man a favor, Louis also agreed. After seeing Louis's full promise, Delphinia's face finally looked better. I talk to you about this later. It just so happens that my teacher, a friend of mine, needs some help. Louis blinked. He didn't know who this friend or teacher was referring to, but from Xiao Dai's mind, he heard that this person seemed to be the White Queen. It seems that the White Queen has a grudge against Francesco. Right? But the White Queen actually has such a relationship with Xiao Dai? How many things did Xiao Dai hide from her mother? I heard from Archie before that Augusta was sent in by Francesco himself. Although this was a political compromise with the wizards, the White Queen must remember this grudge. And Francesco also mentioned today that the death of his father-in-law was related to an assassin. Could it be that the White Queen killed her husband in order to let Francesco experience the feeling of losing a loved one? Louis's eyes widened. If that's true, then this is going to be interesting. But if the White Queen was really the one who killed Iger, why was Xiao Dai so close to her? Could it be that Xiao Dai asked the White Queen to kill Iger? Or the White Queen was not the real murderer? Louis couldn't help but become confused again. From Francesco's words today, Louis could tell that Francesco had always suspected that the White Queen had killed Iger. So the relationship between the two is very bad. But sooner or later, I will meet the White Queen. On the one hand, the White Queen is likely to be Augusta's mother. I promised Augusta to solve the mystery of his life. On the other hand, the White Queen family seems to be an important supply point on the North Sea route. Or it is in the North Sea country of more than 60 million square kilometers. And the White Queen seems to be familiar with the crooked-mouthed uncle, or some of the uncle's rebellious subordinates, even to the extent of helping the uncle's subordinates to plunder the Dragon Nest city. So if I want to open up the route to the North Sea Kingdom, I have to go to the White Queen family. The area where Crowley once served as governor is actually within the jurisdiction of my cousin. The Kingdom of Aralinda, which Crowley fleet accidentally visited, is the kingdom of Helen Father, Grand Duke Orin, and is actually a wizard country that makes a living near my cousin territory. I have been curious about the North Sea Kingdom for a long time. It is not bad to go home for a stroll without delaying my work. With Augusta and Xiao Dai around, it is not difficult to establish a relationship with the White Queen. But if you want the White Queen family to join Sorrento, or open up the trade routes they control, and serve as a node for the Muggle world to trade with the North Sea, it is a bit difficult. The White Queen has always hated Sorrento, and Francesco has always hated the White Queen. Francesco suspected that she killed her husband, and the White Queen was also upset about Francesco sending her son to prison. During the war between wizards and Muggles, the White Queen family also fought fiercely with the Kingdom of Sorrento. So although the White Queen had a good relationship with Xiao Dai in secret, the White Queen family had a great entanglement and hatred with Sorrento. From the storybook, she seemed to be a person of Anthony era, a disciple of Anthony, my senior sister. Was Iger killed by the White Queen? What kind of entanglement is there between the White Queen, Dragon Nest City, North Sea Kingdom, and Sorrento? Louis was thinking about it, and the two sisters had been discussing for a while. At this time, Delphinia had communicated with her subordinates in front of the magic mirror, and Osicris also held the crystal ball and contacted some dragon guards and red dragon nobles. The two sisters arranged and contacted each other, and came to the balcony together to check the situation outside. Then they whispered to each other. After a while, they came to the mirror and changed their clothes. Because the two sisters were thinking about something, Delphinia forgot to avoid suspicion when she changed her clothes. Just like she changed her clothes in front of Louis every time, very naturally. And Osicles didn't notice this for a moment, and helped her sister to adjust the drawstrings. Seeing the two sisters changing clothes there, Louis blinked. Delphinia, which dress is the sexiest? Louis will like it the most? Louis? Well, your majesty and your highness both wear the same set, and it looks good whether they wear it or not. But what the situation now? Aren't the two sisters going out? But why are they changing their underwear? Are they planning to take a rest, and then go out after the commotion outside is over? If that the case, Your Majesty, Your Highness, don't worry. I will protect you well. Chapter 283 Love Me Don't Go. In order to avoid any misunderstandings, making any jokes, making the two people despise him, Louis did not dare to speak, but just listened to the conversation between the two sisters with his ears erect. He found that the two sisters were secretly talking about their mother, asking Louis to marry Xiao Dai. It seemed that Xiao Ao was testing her sister. Xiao Dai was full of contempt, but she said that it was her mother's forced request, and she could not disobey. Xiao Ao was satisfied with her sister's answer. During the chat, Xiao Dai also mentioned whether the Dragon Clan would arrange a blind date between Xiao Ao and Annabelle with the King of the Nine Dragon Sea. Xiao Ao originally thought that his sister was testing him, but he found that his sister was sincere. Xiao Dai felt that this would have a great impact on the future situation. First of all, Louis is the prince of the Nine Dragon Sea of the North Sea Kingdom, and Sorrento now needs external forces. So the sister thought that her sister should no longer be unclear with Louis, but should establish a relationship. Secondly, if Louis marries the Dragon Clan, it will stabilize the situation in Dragon Nest City. The North Sea Kingdom will become a bargaining chip in the negotiations between Sorrento and Dragon Nest City. In addition, Xiao Dai has a little idea that she didn't tell her sister. She doesn't want Louis to marry Sorrento as a son-in-law, but hopes that Louis will marry multiple princesses as the Prince of Jiulongzhenhai. In this way, her sister's inheritance rights in Sorrento will be lower than hers. As long as she can win Louis's heart, his power and the forces behind him, won't they all be used by her? Sorrento will be controlled by her mother for a long time. But the 12 wizard kingdoms belong to her. She needs Louis to help her recover those kingdoms. After all, in the eyes of the wizards, their queen is no longer there. The elder sister has many evil thoughts, and the younger sister, as a princess, also has many thoughts. But she doesn't think as deeply as her elder sister. After going through so much with Louis, Xiao Ao has already faced up to the relationship between the two. If she wants to be with Louis, she is definitely willing. But what she has been thinking about is the primary and secondary relationship between the two after they get together in the future. Xiao Ao once thought about asking Louis to marry him, but all his things were obtained by Louis. He even went to great lengths to get his things back, and he was willing to do the same for him. Louis, this bastard, only wanted to marry more wives. Although if he married him, he would be the king. And if he married him, he would be the queen. But Louis has no ambition for power, so he will take care of his own home in the future. He can marry more wives, and it won't hinder his career. That bastard got it for free. Annabelle is indeed a good choice for choosing a concubine for his king. She is a girl with a very good character, a noble status, and listens to him very much. She is suitable to be his good helper like Yingling and Kate. And in this way, Black Dragon will not be alienated from Sorrento because of marrying Louis. But Annabelle seems to have always hated Louis. So this is a bit of a headache. Hearing that the first and second wives were thinking about arranging a wife for him, Louis was very moved and felt that he should do something. The two sisters who changed clothes while chatting, when they turned around, also found that Louis was also taking off his clothes there. Oh, Sicries? Delphinia? Delphinia gave Louis a look. You are not right. Louis? Louis, you stay in your room and don't change your clothes to go out. Oh, Sicries glared at Louis, sat on the chair, put on high socks and a clean coat. It seemed that she changed clothes just to go out. As we all know, underwear should match outerwear, and it is obvious that the princess and the queen are very particular about this, so they change clothes. Ahem, oh. Louis pulled up his pants with an embarrassed look on his face. It's dark now. You two are going out? Ahem. The city is in chaos now. Why don't you wait until the rebellion outside is quiet before going out? Your Majesty, Your Highness, don't be afraid. You can rest well here. I will protect you. Just as Louis was speaking, there were footsteps at the door. It seemed that the musketeers of Sorrento and the dragon guards of the Red Dragons had arrived. After hearing what Louis said, Sicries became serious. She raised her head and said to Louis seriously, "It is precisely because there is a big chaos outside that I need to go out. The people of Isolde are asking where the princess is, and I will punish the evil dragons who have harmed this city in the name of the Red Dragons of Isolde and the eldest son of Gallic." After saying that, Osikris dropped her skirt, pushed Louis away in a bad mood, and walked out the door. But then she pricked up her ears to listen, turned around, frowned and looked at Louis's sleeves. There was a thumb-fingered girl lying on the cuffs, shouting little Ao. Save me. Louis is going to do something weird to me, and so on. Osikris looked up at Louis with a perverted look, and reached out to take Annabelle out, and then helped her to remove Louis' spell, and walk out. She did not open the door, but went straight out. Then, the sound of the dragon guards and musketeers saluting in unison came from outside the door, and the words of public justice were also heard. A moment later, there were waves of distant footsteps outside, as if the princess had left here with her followers. Delphinia, wearing the Witch Queen formal dress and holding a scepter, also held a meeting with her subordinates in various dragon cities in front of the magic mirror, and communicated with the dragon clan and dragon forces that had secret connections with her. Obviously, both of them were doing something serious. Why change underwear for no reason? It was so embarrassing. It was a mistake. Louis rubbed his face hard and went out to the balcony. The city outside was full of people holding torches, and Osikris was in the palace, discussing things with the people loyal to her. The princess seemed to be planning to do something big, and the elder sister also lent the terrifying god hunter group in her hand to her younger sister. There were more than 40 of these people, enough to try to open up a god-level boss. These wizards, as well as those dragonborns in Isolda's city, who were either loyal to the princess, or hated the power of the evil dragon prince. And the lower-level red dragons knelt on one knee in front of the princess, listening to the princess telling the ancient Gallic code, and also listening to the princess angrily denouncing the evil deeds of the evil dragon prince. It seems that this is a pre-war mobilization. This afternoon, the Red Dragon Elders will follow the inheritance law and establish one of Prince Tortoise as the new prince of Isolda. But Xiao Ao refused this matter. Now Hog is hiding somewhere, and it is time for her to unite with the revolutionary army to clean up the evil dragon in Isolda City, restore Isolda City to its proper appearance, and deal with the Red Dragon Elders Council, so as to make things a done deal and become the new king of Isolda. Perhaps today will start a July revolution in this world, the revolution in France to overthrow and restore Crown Prince Pompey. Louis Philippe will be the new king, and establish a new dynasty. It is now May. Perhaps it should be called the May Revolution. Not long after, the wizards of the god hunters, the dragon warriors, the red dragon nobles loyal to the princess, the leaders of the civilian revolutionary army and other reformists, all followed the princess' instructions and left the palace. They went around the city and captured the remnants of the princes who had been causing trouble in Isolda City over the years. With the god hunters, things were very efficient. 3 or 5 god hunters could easily deal with a Gallic red dragon. No wonder the dragons were afraid of wizards. It seems that Xiao Ao will be busy tonight. After all, the residents in the city have been waiting for the princess to help them with justice. Shaking his head, Louis walked into the room from the balcony, intending to go back to the room to read for a while. Looking up, he found that Her Majesty had turned off the magic mirror. It seems that she has finished her work. Don't get me wrong. Xiao Dai will also be out soon. You are a guy with perverted thoughts in your mind. You always think about others. Well, Your Majesty, you go and do your work. I will go back first. Louis coughed awkwardly, bowed slightly to His Majesty, and then planned to go back to his room. Stop! Did I let you go? This angry shout behind him made Louis look a little confused. He turned around and found His Majesty the Black Swan, sitting on a chair, holding his head high, crossing his legs, and squinting his eyes to look at him. After seeing Louis gaze, she hooked her finger at Louis, and one of her black crystal high heels fell off. Louis? Chapter 284 Black Swan. Your Majesty, it you who is wrong, isn't it? Come here. The noble Black Swan raised her head. It seemed that she was holding back some anger, and one of her black crystal high heels was kicked off by her. Louis's face was full of black question marks. In order to avoid any more misunderstandings, letting others think of him as a pervert, Louis didn't say much this time. He came to His Majesty like a knight, saluted slightly, raised his head, and waited for the Queen order. However, Her Majesty the Queen frowned, showing a puzzled look, then slowly stretched out her finger, pointing at her feet. Louis. Delphinia, am I not wearing something sexy enough? Doesn't he like me to wear formal clothes the most? Kiss my feet quickly. Louis. You who has the problem. Right? You changed your clothes just to seduce me. Right? I didn't make any mistakes. Did I? It this woman who wrong. Louis squatted down speechlessly and patiently massaged his wife's feet. Louis, you bastard. Do you know how much I have paid for you today? At this point, His Majesty the Black Swan had tears in his eyes and almost cried. It all this damn guy fault. He ruined all his good things. You should just ruin the marriage. Why kill the tortoiseshell prince? It's fine if I kill him. But if you don't, I will get rid of this annoying guy sooner or later. But do you have to kill him in public? That fine, come back and tell me. I can also find a way to deal with it. But why did you go to Hogg for no reason, and intimidate him? And in front of reporters from all over the world. Thinking of this, Xiao Dai wanted to cry. It all Louis's fault. Originally, my mother should have retreated behind the scenes after today, but now I have helped my mother to successfully whitewash herself. In a few days, the whole world will know in the next newspapers that she has been secretly attached to her husband by using the identity of Byron. What a touching story. How many ministers will be won over by this? It will not be long before His Majesty IG will suddenly die. According to convention, I should have been the assistant to the government. But now, I can't fight my mother, I can only let her become the Queen of Sorrento. And my sister will also become the Princess of Isolde Red Dragon, only I will remain the same. The sidelined Wizard Queen. At most, my mother will confer the title of Prince of Sorrento. Thinking of this, His Majesty the Black Swan, who had painstakingly done all this, had tears in his eyes, and angrily looked at Louis. It was all this damned guy's fault. Originally everything was in his plan. But who would have thought that in just one afternoon, things would take a 180-degree turn. He became the best and kindest person, and helped everyone to get married in vain. Now that his mother will not arrange a blind date for his sister, this bastard will definitely be distracted again, thinking about having 2 relationships at the same time. No, not 2 boats, but 8 boats. Ha, now you can finally be happy. Everyone will be happy. In the whole world, I am the only one who is unhappy. Louis, do you know how many good things you have ruined for me? You owe me a favor. You have to help me gather my 12 wizard kingdoms. They no longer have their queen in their eyes. Louis didn't know why Her Majesty the Queen suddenly said this to him with a wrong look on her face. But the atmosphere was here. If he talked and asked more, it would seem like he was talking about something that was not related to the topic. But it a bit too much to win over the great wizard family. I almost died when I dealt with the Red Queen family. Finally, I used the beauty trap to get the job done. And from what Xiao Dai said, it seemed that she wanted me to help her deal with the White Queen family next. How much effort would it take for the White Queen to deal with it herself? And the relationship between the White Queen and Francesco was so bad. If things didn't go well, I would be in trouble. Louis hesitated. Did you hear that? The proud Black Swan raised his head. Louis, who was squatting there with a headache, suddenly felt a foot put on his shoulder. At this moment, Louis couldn't help but widen his eyes and look straight ahead. It not a misunderstanding. Right? Ah? You are not serious. Right? You are not wearing anything at all. Why are you still standing there? Lower your head and kiss me. The arrogant Black Swan raised her head and looked at Louis, and then she put her other leg on Louis's shoulder. Louis? Well, it enough to make her sad by messing with the concubine. No matter if it a serious matter or not, you should at least comfort her. Right? This scene seems familiar. Just as Her Majesty the Black Swan Queen said, she has plenty of ways to hook you. Your Majesty, your knight, you can command him. Louis lowered his head with a burning gaze. Knight Louis' actions touched Her Majesty very much. She raised her head, straightened her waist, exhaled, wiped her tears, then she hugged Louis, and almost cried, described her difficulties. In this empty room, we are all family. Once we close the door, there is nothing we cannot talk about, so Xiao Dai is not afraid of losing face. She is indeed a bit miserable now. Since the incident in the Rainbow Country, Xiao Dai has gradually become completely opposed to the 12 great families. And after the 4 Flowers Country, the noble wizards, who are increasingly dissatisfied with His Majesty the Black Swan, are increasingly rejecting her. Now, Xiao Dai has reached an agreement with Dragon Nest City on behalf of Sorrento. This made even Xiao Dai teacher, the White Queen, drift away from her for the sake of self-preservation. If it weren't for their former friendship and the fact that Augusta was saved by her, the White Queen would probably not contact Xiao Dai again in private. After all, the power of the other 10 great families is too strong. If Louis hadn't brought the Red Queen family over, Xiao Dai would have been left alone. As for the Dragon Clan, after reaching an agreement with Sorrento, at most they would remain neutral when Sorrento and Wizards conflicted in the future. The Red Dragon and the Black Dragon would lean towards Sorrento. But the Red Dragon and the Black Dragon still needed the wizarding world. The other 5 dragon clans also had close ties with the great families. Therefore, the agreement between Sorrento and the Dragon Clan can only prevent the wizard country that is loyal to Xiao Dai from going to complete social death in the future. At least on the Dragon Clan side. Some magic materials can be traded. However, this is not bad. After hearing this, Louis felt sorry for His Majesty. He made up his mind and decided to meet the White Queen later to see what was bothering her. Xiao Dai believed that Louis could do more and said that after the Gallic Council, she would tell Louis in detail about the situation of the White Queen family and their most urgent matter now. As long as Louis can help solve it, it will be almost done. Talking here, Her Majesty, who had been busy all day, was a little tired. After Louis promised to help her in the future, Her Majesty was finally relieved. So after crying for a while, she fell asleep in Louis's arms. The unhappy Majesty was finally happy today. Louis was also very happy. Sexy Queen +1. Muggle King Green Hat +1. Sorrento Magic Kingdom 1/12. You have changed now. The Kingdom of 4 Flowers, Red Queen Family. Patting her buttocks, Louis held Her Majesty on the bed attentively, covered her with a quilt. Louis pulled up his pants, and did not dare to stay in Her Majesty's room. Because he was thinking about Xiaoyao. He came to Xiaoyao's room, but found that she didn't come back. There was a lot of noise outside the city. Louis came to the balcony of the princess' study, and checked the situation outside the city. The view here was just right. You can see the King's Square. It was almost dark outside, and there were people holding torches everywhere in the city. Her Highness Osicles, holding the 7-colored flag, was already standing on the high platform of the King's Square, surrounded by many reformists, ministers, and nobles, and accepted the title of regent. This will be a May revolution in Isolda City. In the amplification of the magic, Osicles began her speech, telling about the code of Gallic that has been passed down for thousands of years, and also about the duties of the eldest son of Gallic, and the crimes of those evil people, evil dragons. She vowed to build a real Isolda City, so that the people of heaven and the people of earth can each perform their duties, and no evil dragons like Prince Hawksbill will appear again. The princess' actions shocked many people in heaven. She ignored the council of elders, and ignored His Majesty Hogg. But more and more people gathered around her, and the name of Princess Isolda Osicles was shouted everywhere in the city. The princess ordered the dragon guards to put these sinners on the platform. The remaining red dragons who were executed today were all sealed into human form by wizards. People recognized their appearance. These criminals were still arrogant when they were caught. Even when they were put on the platform, they were still arrogant. They spoke out against Osicles and the people on the ground below. And they did not believe that the princess would really execute them today. They also did not believe that the reptiles had the courage to do anything. But when the angry shouts from the reptiles rushed towards them like a tsunami, when countless rotten eggs and stones were thrown at them, these people suddenly felt a fear they had never felt before. Chapter 285. Teach the dragons to be dragons. Her Highness Osicles ordered the criminals, who had caused trouble in Isolda City, to be dragged to the guillotine and beheaded. And at the moment they were pressed to the guillotine, these people suddenly became as soft as mud. They kept crying and begging for mercy. Amidst all the ugly scenes, these people were finally beheaded and put on display. The crowd shouted and rushed to the guillotine. The severed heads were hung high up and paraded in the streets. On this day, the angry people were no longer afraid of the people in heaven. But just this morning, people were still swallowing their anger and working hard. Like reptiles, they crawled at the feet of the people in heaven and lived a humble life. Looking at the crowd surging in the streets and alleys, listening to the sound of the riots in the whole city, those people in heaven who had ulterior motives suddenly felt great fear. Her Royal Highness' eyes swept over them coldly, and these people lowered their proud heads in fear. This fear may come from the princess' previous righteous words that they could not refute, or because of the death of Prince Tortoise today, or because of the collapsed two-headed holy mountain that was split open by the Princess Night. Or perhaps, their fear is simply because of the dragon-slaying outline that once appeared, and the thousands of people on the earth who suddenly learned to be angry in the Dragon Nest City. In the crowd, Augusta looked at the crowded people in the city, looking at the red sky reflected by the torches. On this day, he suddenly realized the true use and meaning of the dragon slaying guide. Just as Lewis said to him, the true dragon slaying guide should be something that everyone can understand. In the hustle and bustle outside the city, Lewis stood on the balcony of Xiao Ao's study and flipped through the storybook with his mind. He just received a prompt that a task was completed. Task: teach the dragon clan to be a dragon, completed. Goal: save Augusta and take him with you to teach the dragon clan to be a dragon. Explanation: 1. Save Augusta. Completed. Augusta regained his life during this journey and found his ideals and the meaning of the dragon slaying guide. You did save this person who originally wanted to die. 2. Teach the dragons to be dragons. Completed. The evil dragon in Isolda City has died. The red dragon nobles are trembling. Even the red dragon King Hog was scared to death today. Although today is just a beginning, and you have only brought a little spark to this change, your mission has been completed. Perhaps after today, Augusta will find Wallace and conduct an exclusive interview about the outline of slaying dragons. And when this newspaper, and what happened in Isolda City, spread throughout Dragon Nest City, many things will happen in various parts of Dragon Nest City. The dragons will think carefully about how to be dragons, and thousands of Augustas will also remind them. Rewards: 1. Augusta Dragon Slaying Guide *N target, all ordinary people. 2. Black Dragon Sister *1, Sundra Princess *1, Sexy Queen *1. 3. All attributes plus 15, experience plus 500, presence plus 30,000. The Dragon Clan already knows about the two-headed Holy Mountain. 4. Cloud Country North Sea Country Route *1, to be collected. The Grand Counselors of the Gallic Council have maps of the route in their hands, including the Black Dragon King, and as long as you bring some good wine, this guy will talk to you about everything, and tell you a lot about the North Sea Country. 5. Dragon Clan Friendship *1 today. You helped Hog repel the Faceless Man, and split the two-headed mountain with a sword, and you will indeed gain the friendship of the Dragon Clan, especially Hog. 6. The friendship of the White Queen family, which is worthy of respect. Side quest to be claimed, Xiao Dai will find you later. You have reached level 5 again, or in other words, you have been recognized by this world once again. You casually injected the energy collected from the 5 storybooks into the magic power, and kept the power of the 5 fragments of the Star World, skill points for understanding magic, to prepare for learning some new magic to LV15. The one who really taught the dragons how to be dragons was not me, but Augusta and the millions of people on the earth. Lewis suddenly understood the regret of Teacher Anthony. Killing a red dragon prince may not have any meaning. Even if Hog was killed, it would be meaningless. Just like when Anthony led the 12 wizard families to defeat the gods. What was created might just be a group of new evil dragons. Just like the Dragon Slaying Guide, what can really make the world evil dragons behave themselves is not a god of war, but tens of thousands of Augustas. And the future of the magic world does not lie in a god of magic, but tens of thousands of magicians, and there are no muggles in the world. And everyone has the right to learn and use magic. Closing the storybook of nothingness, Lewis looked outside the balcony. The city of Isolda was still not completely quiet in the middle of the night. The guards were dealing with corpses in the square, and the Gallic nobles returned to their respective residences with fear and awe. For them, tonight, it will be a sleepless night after all. But for the people of Isolda, today is a new beginning. It is conceivable that in the future, in the shops on the streets of Isolda, there will no longer be those puppet-like shopkeepers. People will no longer have to wear those damn silks and gold and silver. And they will no longer be like zombies. Instead, there will be lively people who preach in the streets and alleys, hand out flyers and newspapers. Many shopkeepers have even started to clean their shops overnight. They need trade too much, and need to obtain what Dragon Nest City lacks from the outside world to fill their household expenses. This time, they no longer have to worry about being executed for not placing enough goods in front of their doors. Perhaps it won't be long. Perhaps early tomorrow morning, many shopkeepers will open their doors, showing their mercenary smiles, watching the revolutionaries and magicians preaching on the street, and welcoming the real guests from Sorrento and the dragon hunters. And tonight, the long-closed taverns in Isolda City, and many places in the Golden Dragon Lice district, have opened their doors to welcome guests. The bards sang stories, and the revolutionaries stood on the tables and loudly preached the needs of the people, and the reforms that the Garrick Council and Dragon Nest should carry out. The sparks ignited by the city of Isolda, and the fires lit by the princess herself, will spread over time and gradually ignite the entire dragon nest. And Augusta outlined for slaying the dragon, and the stories told by Augusta partner also spread rapidly in various taverns from this day on. There was a sudden noise from the balcony on the next floor. Louis looked up in surprise at the big flag that blocked the gap between Xiao Ao's study and the meeting room on the next floor. On the other side of the big flag, Louis vaguely saw two exquisite figures. It turned out that Xiao Ao and Annabelle had returned at some point. Chapter 286 Black Dragon Sister, I am a dragon licker. Xiao Ao and the others seemed to have been chatting for a long time, and it seems that a group of reformists have just left the meeting room next door. The princess should have just finished a meeting with her followers in the meeting room. These reformists, some are dragonborn or human nobles, some are ministers, some are adventurers, leaders of dragonborn hunters, leaders of folk opinions, university scholars, and even some are red dragons. Many of them are low-level red dragons, who have been oppressed by evil dragons, and many are red dragon nobles, who have long been fed up with the tortoise dynasty. Where there is oppression, there is resistance. These people are the protagonists of the May Revolution. Or, for this day, they have actually been preparing for a long time. Many people died in failed revolutions, and many people have joined in over the years. Now the princess has raised the torch and ignited this real fire. And the revolutionary power that has been accumulated in Dragon Nest City for a long time has also erupted like a volcano on this day. From the words of some of the ministers who left, Louis could hear that this afternoon, the Red Dragon Elder Council, in accordance with the inheritance law, pushed the offspring of a certain Hawksbill prince to the position of Prince Isolde. But Osicris refused to acknowledge it. And now, the Elder Council seems to have become honest, partly due to Xiao Dai mediation, and partly due to the collapse of the two-headed Holy Mountain. But the most important thing is that Osicris completely convinced them tonight. They were convinced. The entire Isolde district, from top to bottom, now hopes that she will become the new Isolde prince, including the current Elders Council. In a few days, even if Hogg has a cramp in his head, and is not afraid of Louis coming to his door, and does not care about the opinions of the people and nobles, and opposes Xiao Ao's succession in the Red Dragon House of Representatives, his words may be useless. Today, Louis has made a start, and Xiao Ao has completely killed her grandfather. Now she is the heart of the people. Today, her determination, decisiveness, courage and justice are worthy of Louis's support. Just now, Xiao Ao had arranged the next affairs for everyone overnight. Isolde City needs to establish a new order in law. After the reformists left, they also worked hard overnight. The Red Dragon Elders will fully cooperate. 5 days later, Xiao Ao will attend the meeting of the Red Dragon House of Representatives. Or the House of Representatives will summon Prince Osicris to the throne as the Grand Archon of Isolde. Annabelle. Isolde City tonight is completely different from yesterday. It is really noisy, Osicris said as she looked out the window at the bustling Isolde City. There was a lot of fatigue in her voice, and also a long-suppressed excitement. Rubbing her swollen forehead, little Osicris sipped the liquor in the glass. She needed some alcohol to fall asleep. She was too tired and too excited. She still wanted to continue working, but today was too exhausting. She needed a good rest. She had already arranged many things, and the next step was to wait for the response from the city and the Senate, and to slightly correct some things that went wrong. Not knowing what Louis was doing, she seemed to share her thoughts with Louis. When she thought of Louis, Xiao Ao's heart couldn't help but beat. Just as Louis said, he helped her get back what belonged to her. Or, Louis gave her courage. He let her get back what belonged to her. She really hoped that Louis could be by her side at this time. She couldn't sleep. She hoped that Louis could talk to her like usual. He always told many fantastic fairy tales. Which were her favorite ones? Annabelle? What are you doing? Osicris pushed away her best friend Annabelle, who was hugging her from behind. Your Highness, I don't mean anything else, Annabelle said awkwardly. Just now, she seemed to want to hug Osicris from behind and give her some comfort. But she didn't expect that little Ao would have such a big reaction. Today Princess made Annabelle feel admiration. Now that the princess is finally done, the female knight thought she could finally hug her goddess and say something from her heart to her, but the goddess scolding made her timid. Just this morning, Annabelle had never felt such awe for Xiao Ao. But today she suddenly discovered that this small body actually contained such great power. Annabelle. I'm tired. I'm going back to my room to rest. Don't follow me. With that, Xiao Ao left the balcony of the meeting room. Annabelle followed him with a burning gaze. Just as Louis was eavesdropping, a line of narration suddenly appeared in front of him. Attention! You still have 2 rewards to claim today: the princess body and the Black Dragon sister driver license. What do you mean? Are you saying that the 2 sisters, are you going to come to me together? That impossible. Xiao Ao is so thin-skinned. Annabelle is also very proud. And my beloved figurine Lady Annabelle, every time she sees me getting a little close to Xiao Ao, she gets furious. How could they come to me together to tell them bedtime stories? Well, why don't you talk to Xiao Ao about this tonight? Xiao Ao and Xiao Dai seem to have talked about it today. Louis couldn't help but prick up his ears with a strange look on his face, listening to the footsteps and conversation of the 2 people going farther and farther away. It seems that Annabelle is still pestering the princess, but the princess scolded her several times. But it seems that she can't get rid of this sticky look. Damn, just like Sticky. Annabelle. This stinky girl, when she is with me, why does she always have a cold face, as if I owe her something? Not long after Xiao Ao's room door was opened, there was a sound of footsteps in the hall, and the attentive words of Miss Figure. Annabelle were very similar to what Louis said to everyone today. I don't know if she learned it from Louis. Your Highness, the city is in a mess right now. You have a good rest. I will stand at the door of the bedroom to protect you. You can call me at any time if you have any problems. Annabelle was very attentive, but His Highness Xiao Ao seemed very cold, and didn't say a word. Outside, there was only the sound of Xiao Ao high heels, and the sound of Annabelle following. Louis scratched his face awkwardly, and closed the door of the study, otherwise it would be so embarrassing for the 2 of them to see him later. And if Miss Nupentang found that Xiao Ao saw her, she would throw herself into his arms in surprise. She didn't seem to know that she and Xiao Ao had a relationship. Xiao Ao didn't know about his relationship with Annabelle. Just when Louis's face was strange, he heard the bedroom door outside the study open, and Xiao Ao seemed to have returned to the room. Annabelle! Why did you come in? Didn't you say to stay at the door of the bedroom? Little Osicris was a little angry. When they were young, the 2 sisters always slept together. But when she grew up a little, she found that Annabelle was a little bit wrong. She always wanted to do something weird to her. So she never let her enter her bedroom again. Sorry, don't be angry with me, I meant to stand in the bedroom. Get out. Osicris seemed a little angry. Please, just let me stand in the bedroom. Just watch you sleep peacefully. Annabelle begged. Louis, who was eavesdropping on the study door, couldn't help but complain in his heart, damn, this little dragon licker. But Osicris, you are too much. We are all family, why can't we sleep together, one on the left, one on the right? It seems that Osicris also felt that she was a little too much. Finally, she rubbed her forehead helplessly, and said, You sleep on the sofa. Go back to your room, and get your clothes. Don't wear armor. Chapter 287. The goddess must have a reason for doing this. Okay. Your Highness. Annabelle was excited by Xiao Ao's permission. She was as happy as a little bird and ran back to her room happily. After taking off her armor, Annabelle found that she had some sweat on her body. Although it was not obvious, it would be bad if it soiled Osicris' sofa. Annabelle thought seriously. She took a simple shower in the room and washed her hair well. After changing into her casual clothes, she put on her sword and her pillow. But before leaving, she felt something was missing. Oh! Osicris didn't eat much tonight. Thinking of this, she went to the palace kitchen and made some snacks that Osicris liked with the help of the cooks. In this way, if Osicris got up in the middle of the night and was hungry, she could eat something. While making snacks, Annabelle was extremely happy. That damned Louis finally said today that he would fulfill the agreement between him and her. Now that the evil Hawksbill is finally dead, Xiao Ao can finally be with her. She had paid so much, even agreed to so many weird requests from Louis, the pervert, just to be with Xiao Ao. Now this wish can finally come true. As for Louis, he should get out of here as far as he can. Well, it's not like I won't contact him forever. Forget it. Allow him to follow me and Xiao Ao. Anyway, Xiao Ao said he would never be with him, and I will never have anything to do with him again. So let him follow me and Xiao Ao like a follower, and watch me and Xiao Ao show affection. He must be mad to death. This is the biggest punishment for him. While thinking about it, an hour has passed, and Annabelle has already prepared snacks. She took these things and went to Xiao Ao's room happily. Xiao Ao should have fallen asleep. Right? Annabelle carefully carried the things into the living room. And then she tiptoed to open the bedroom door, afraid to disturb Xiao Ao's rest. But the goddess seemed to sleep very lightly, even though Annabelle was so careful. Xiao Ao, who was lying in the gauze curtains of the big bed in the room, seemed to hear her coming in and hummed softly a few times. Damn it. I still disturbed her rest. Annabelle felt extremely guilty after realizing that she had disturbed the rest of the goddess. She quietly opened the bedroom door and walked in. She looked up and saw that the veil around the bed not far away had been lifted, and the veil was shaking all the time. She could vaguely see a person kneeling and crawling inside the veil, seemingly tidying up the sheets. It turned out that he was not asleep yet. Annabelle breathed a sigh of relief and walked in. Oh, Sickeries. I saw some snacks in the kitchen, so I brought some over. Do you want to eat some before going to sleep? Annabelle whispered. But the person in the veil seemed to be busy, so she didn't hear it. The veil in her peripheral vision was shaking more and more. Annabelle vaguely heard that little Sickeries seemed to be whispering something, and even mentioned her name. She looked up over there with some doubt. Louis. Annabelle will be back soon. Don't be like this. It done, hiss. Hurry. Hurry, good boy, open your mouth. Hateful. Princess body +1. With a clang, all the snacks in Annabelle's hand fell to the ground. This sound made the shaking veil suddenly stop. Then the veil shook violently a few times. A moment later, the sound of sparsely putting on clothes came from inside. At this moment, Annabelle's face turned pale, and her head was buzzing. She walked over, pulled open the veil, and the scene inside shocked her mind. At this time, Sickeries was facing away, covered with a blanket and pretending to sleep. And Louis was kneeling there, holding up his pants, and smiling awkwardly at himself with his hateful face. Ah, what a coincidence, Annabelle, I also brought some snacks your highness has just eaten, so you don't have to worry. Oh! Annabelle nodded woodenly, and slowly drew out the long sword from her waist. Hey, why did you draw your sword? To kill you. Louis quickly grabbed Annabelle's wrist, put the long sword in her hand back into the scabbard, and said, Hey, Annabelle, calm down. I just talked to Sickeries. She agreed to go to your house. Louis' sudden words made Annabelle a little confused. Could it be that the two of them were just chatting in bed just now? Yes. My goddess. Xiao Ao pays so much attention to etiquette, and she has always said that she and Louis are just ordinary friends. How could she do such a dirty and shameless affair with Louis? I had wrongly blamed the goddess. It must be Louis, the bastard, who had been pestering Xiao Ao, and Xiao Ao didn't want to pay attention to him, and she was a little tired today. So she kept talking to him with her back to Louis. As for why the goddess pulled down the veil, there must be a reason for doing so. And Louis should have brought some snacks. His Highness should have eaten just now. Thinking of this, Annabelle's anger subsided by half. You are not allowed to get so close to Sickeries in the future. Annabelle scolded with tears in her eyes. Seeing that Xiao Ao moved unnaturally, Annabelle became cautious again. I didn't disturb Sickeries' rest. Did I? Annabelle said in a low voice. Well, it's not a disturbance. Is Sickeries really willing to go to my house? Did you explain it to her? Well, she didn't say much. She said that you have to agree to this matter. I agree? Annabelle was a little confused. Of course I agree. The two were talking about something that was obviously irrelevant. Ahem, Annabelle, you have misunderstood. Louis coughed and said, What we are talking about is not about Sickeries going to the treasure in your dragon nest to be a figurine, but about you marrying me. I marry you. Annabelle's head was buzzing, and she was a little confused for a moment. She looked at Xiao Ao, and found that she was quietly pulling the quilt. Xiao Ao will also marry me. So I will fulfill the agreement with you, right? How is it, are you happy? Annabelle? You two will marry me together in the future. Oh! Annabelle nodded woodenly, pulled out her long sword, and slashed at Louis fiercely. The sword slashed down fiercely. Louis cried out in pain, and stretched out his arm to block it. The fine gold sword produced many sparks on Louis's arm, but only a few white marks were left on Louis's arm. And the long sword in Annabelle's hand was bent. Seeing Louis rubbing his arm, and smiling at her, Annabelle was so angry that tears welled up in her eyes. What made her even more angry was that after hearing the sound, Xiao Ao suddenly sat up, and looked at Louis's arm with concern. Seeing Xiao Ao's pale face and her concern for Louis, Annabelle's tears immediately flowed. What made her even more angry was that Xiao Ao was indeed naked. So Annabelle jumped up in anger, stretched out her hand and grabbed Louis's neck, and strangled him tightly. I will kill you today. Kill you in front of Osicris. Annabelle! Don't do this. Don't do this. Osicris anxiously grabbed Annabelle's wrist and tried to stop the fight. Seeing the white thing shaking in front of Xiao, Annabelle was so angry that tears flowed down. And her hands, that were strangling Louis's neck, became more fierce. But what made her even more angry was that Louis, who was being strangled by her, was not only like nothing happened, but also made faces at her and reached out to touch Xiao. I will go to your house to propose marriage tomorrow. Just wait to be my concubine. You must call Osicris sister from now on, Annabelle. After saying that, Louis made a face, touched Annabelle's horn with a smile, and then operated away. This last sentence and Louis's two actions completely broke Annabelle's defense. She sat on the ground, wiped her tears, and burst into tears. Little Ao wrapped her in a blanket and comforted her, but seeing the white milk stains on the corners of little Ao's mouth, Annabelle cried even harder. Whoa! Wait for Louis, wait for me. I let my grandfather kill you. Chapter 288 White Queen. I shook my head yes, and nodded no that night. Louis contacted his brother-in-law, Black Dragon Prince Zeke, to discuss the visit. His Highness Zeke had been looking forward to the visit of his future brother-in-law for a long time. Speaking of Annabelle and Louis, others would certainly think that the two of them could never have a deep relationship. But in the eyes of her brother Zeke, it was not the case. He had always suspected that his sister and Louis had a complicated relationship, because the little girl was an estrus for the past 2 years. But her emotions were unusually stable, and she went to Sorrento too often. This estrus problem could never be solved by Xiao. When he was in the Isolde Palace a few days ago, Zeke discovered that his little follower sister seemed to like following Louis' buttocks, and she always secretly glanced at Louis's buttocks. At that time, Zeke began to pay attention to the situation between his sister and Louis. But he didn't find anything until one day when Zeke, Louis, Augusta, and the other two went to stroll under the Isolde city. The three of them encountered a large number of heart-shaped red flame stones. Zeke discovered Annabelle and Louis's situation. On the other side, when Zeke and Louis saw those stones, they felt like they had found a treasure. Zeke took more than 30, and Louis took 8 or 9. Zeke, who had been through it, also taught Louis how to trick girls, and how to polish the things better. And a few days later, Zeke found that there was a treasured little stone in his sister's boudoir, which should be one of the 8 or 9 stones. Although Louis is a bit of a jerk, Zeke, who is also a dragon king, hopes that his sister can marry a good dragon. And if we look at the Dragon Nest City, who is the person that Zeke values the most? The first one is undoubtedly Mr. Louis, who is so strong that he is afraid. Not to mention that he is the Prince of 9 Dragons of Beihai Kingdom. The Prince of Beihai Kingdom is such a good son-in-law. Today, after the tortoiseshell that he always wanted to kill was killed by Louis, Zeke saw his sister's anxious look and knew that the curse that she was inexplicably cursed with in her childhood, actually it was cast by Xiao Dai. But only Xiao knew about it, was broken by Louis. This also made Zeke determined to help Louis finish the work. And after he returned home, he communicated with his grandfather. When he heard about the Prince of the Cloud Kingdom, the old man's eyes glowed green. He still remembered the fine wines brought by the North Sea Kingdom when it visited Dragon Nest City hundreds of years ago. In the past few hundred years, in order to taste the good foreign wines from time to time, the old black dragon flew to the west every once in a while. This road was not easy to travel. Every time, he would meet many strange people, and some even persuaded him to be their mount. For this little hobby, the old dragon had no idea how many big monsters he had fought with, and how many gods had entangled him. Every time he went there, he would experience many headaches. But if he had a son-in-law from the Kingdom of Clouds, which dragon in Dragon Nest City would most want to re-establish contact with the Kingdom of North Sea, it would undoubtedly be the Black Dragon King Jafar. The Kingdom of North Sea is the only way to the Kingdom of Clouds. If the trade route of the Kingdom of North Seas is always blocked like this, how many ships can go there every year? What the point of drinking? You can't fly over there every few years. Right? That too much trouble for my old bones. It would be nice to wait for my son-in-law to show his filial piety. So not only Zeke is looking forward to Louis's visit, Old Dragon is also looking forward to it. Today, his eyes have been glowing green all day. When Zeke mentioned that he should bring some wine over, Louis knew that it was his brother-in-law who informed him. That night, he contacted the craftsmen in the magic secret manner. Among these craftsmen, there are people who know all kinds of crafts. And Louis remembers that one of the craftsmen said that he was a winemaker. That guy knew all kinds of good wines. So Louis asked him to go out and collect some. As a result, this connection brought an unexpected surprise, which was Ross, who would go back to the manor to idle around and grow vegetables. This deputy director, worthy of being the second lackey under his command, was very concerned about all kinds of things in the manor. Just like a butler, under his care, the manor not only grew leeks and other magic potions exceptionally well, but Ross also paid great attention to everything from the Cloud Kingdom. During this year, the Blood Parrots brought back a lot of things. In addition to various magic potions from the Cloud Country, there were also various specialties. Some of them were good wines from the Cloud Country. After making some arrangements, Louis contacted the Magician Herald and told him about the situation in Dragon Nest City, and planned to have him assist Xiao and Augusta in promoting the reform movement in Dragon Nest City. Then he contacted Isabella and found that she was meeting with the night owls such as Scarlet Wizard. The two chatted for a while. Louis asked her what she was busy with recently, and told her about the Dragon Nest City. To Louis' surprise, Isabella had learned some news from Xiao and was preparing to come to help in the near future. The top elders of the Red Queen family were the first generation of dragon slayers in this world. They were already familiar with how to reform. They had stopped their reforms when the 12 major families had to open the gate to the subplane. These people have both experience and extraordinary strength, and their combined strength is equivalent to 1.5 god hunters. Moreover, as the former 12 great families, they are very familiar with noble wizards and dragons, and have many friends in Dragon Nest City. Therefore, it is very appropriate for the Crimson Wizards to come here. With their help, I can go to the Black Dragon with confidence and communicate with them about alliance and trade. Louis, I'm a bit busy these 2 days, but I send someone suitable first. After the chat, Isabella made a hard sign to Louis, then closed the crystal ball and went back to the meeting. Putting down the crystal ball, Louis unsealed the magic oil painting, threw it on the table in the living room, and went back to the bed in the bedroom to rest. In the morning, wizards had already crawled out of the painting one by one, using their magic wands to direct the boxes in the painting, and move them from the painting to the room one by one. Ross counted the wines while putting them into the small bag on his waist. When the boss finished washing and came to chat with everyone, Ross had finished his work. Sir, Ross said flatteringly, the winemaker knows wine. And I know wine too. To be honest, I am actually versatile. I know a thing or two about how to mix drinks. When the companions heard that the great potion master was so shameless, they all took out their wands and set off fireworks at him. In the fireworks, Ross looked at his boss smiling and satisfied face, and knew that he was going to be promoted again. And these fireworks were everyone's way of celebrating for him. Louis asked Ross and several wizards who knew the habits of dragons to stay. Then he used the magic mirror to check the situation at Xiao Dai's side. He didn't know how she arranged it. If he hadn't been successfully whitewashed, he wouldn't feel at ease to go to the old black dragon side. After taking a look, Louis found that Xiao Dai was chatting secretly with a woman in the room. It was unknown when this woman came over. He didn't even feel the magic fluctuations of an extra person in the palace. This woman had a lot of jewelry on her body. Her overall appearance was similar to that of women from Persia or Southwest Asia. She was as white as paper, barefoot, with white jade rings on her arms, and white anklets on her feet. On her snow-white forehead, she had a red eye and 2 large gray horns with patterns on them. They were very strange. Louis noticed that there were divine patterns on the horns. Louis is a little weird. This person is not a human, but a god. A real, natural god. The storybook says that she is my senior sister. What is the basis for this? Could she be from the time of Anthony? Is she a god? A god who was pulled by Anthony to fight against the gods? And she also became Anthony's disciple? It seems that Xiao Dai is talking to her about stories and evidence. Teacher, my subordinates have found out where Hog might be hiding. I will use the magic mirror to check it out and tell you the situation later. After you finish your work today, you can show your face in front of Hog, depending on the situation. After he meets the third faceless man, I will talk to him with stories and evidence, and things will go more smoothly. After listening to Xiao Dai's words, the White Queen just said good. The word good has a strong and strange accent, which reminds Louis of some ancient language styles. When the White Queen said good, Louis also noticed that this guy was shaking his head. It seems that her shaking head means yes. Xiao Dai chatted with the White Queen for a while. It seems that the White Queen doesn't talk much, but her words and actions are very gentle, and it seems that she is a gentle person from the bottom of her heart. And the interesting thing is that, when she is happy, she likes to tilt her head. In addition, her dress is very exotic. It seems that the White Queen family is very far away from Sorrento. After seeing these little actions of the White Queen and her dress, Louis remembered a place that Crowley once mentioned. Tianjin State in Sanzhou Prefecture. Because Louis remembered that there were several maids from Tianjin State in Crowley Manor, they all dressed like this, and liked to do the same little tricks as the White Queen. And according to Crowley, the people there worshipped gods very much. And there were hundreds of gods to worship. And it might be that the White Queen was a great god that they had been worshipping since ancient times. Chapter 289, Magician Gallic. From the conversation between Xiao Dai and the White Queen just now, Louis could hear that the White Queen always acted recklessly. No wonder, the White Queen, as the eldest of the 12 great families, is one of the 12 evil dragons that rule this world. Unlike Isabella Red Queen family, the other great families are very old and have more qualifications. So Isabella can only be a small evil dragon, while the other great wizard families are all big evil dragons. The White Queen is such a big evil dragon. A big evil dragon that no one dares to talk nonsense to. No matter what she does, she can be extremely arrogant, because this world is controlled by these big evil dragons. It is their playground. The big family that the puppet bowl belongs to even controls half of the underworld. Therefore, a big evil dragon like the White Queen is not afraid of the control of public opinion like the Red Queen family, nor is it like Francesco, afraid of being exposed for what he did and being placed in the position of the world public enemy. Even if someone points out that she is the faceless demon king who caused a big disturbance in Dragon Nest and killed Tortoise. As long as she is not the one who advocates the magic revolution. Other great wizard families will just laugh it off and say kill her if you want. Or, they will say, you are the demon king. And we are the demon king. On the contrary, if the White Queen suddenly expresses that all beings are equal one day, or shouts that muggles are not ants, then she will be isolated by everyone like Isabella, or even become the world public enemy like Francesco. Therefore, it is very difficult to pull the White Queen to Sorrento camp, because it means letting her fight against the whole world. While Louis was thinking, the White Queen also finished talking with Xiao Dai. Louis saw that the White Queen suddenly looked over here and shook her head, nod to him lightly, which was considered a nod. She also made an okay gesture, which was considered to tell Louis, who saved her son, that he could rest assured. Louis nodded politely in response, and made a forbidden wizard etiquette, which was a V-shaped gesture, symbolizing dawn. After seeing this etiquette, the White Queen was slightly startled, and shook her head nod, which was considered a nod in response. After communicating with Louis, the White Queen changed her face into a faceless person. It was a face without a face. The eyes were empty black, and the mouth was also empty. This faceless appearance was very distinctive. It seems that the White Queen, who always blew dirty water on herself, did not dress like Louis at all when disguising herself. But this is enough, because the faceless man originally has 1,000 faces. This time, the White Queen also intends to tell Hogg that there is a third faceless man in the world. After seeing the situation on Xiao Dai's side, Louis has no worries, and he also knows how to brag when he goes to the old black dragon. Just when Louis was thinking, Ross told Louis that Iger wanted to bring some friends to see Louis. After getting Louis's permission, Iger, the leader of the Grey Gloves of the Magic Revolution rebels, came out of the magic secret realm with a few unfamiliar wizards. Eagle introduced several of Louis's friends. Some of them were famous leaders of magic revolution in certain wizard countries, and some were actually scarlet wizards. When those scarlet wizards saw Louis, their faces were very strange. They covered their faces, fearing that Louis, the Queen Man, would recognize them. It seemed that they did not expect that Eagle and Louis actually knew each other. Louis was also a little confused, because those scarlet wizards were obviously the traitors of the Red Queen family. They were loyal to Eagle, not to Isabella. It seems that during the time when I was a spy in Eagle, I have already persuaded several of Isabella followers to defect. Of course, it doesn't matter who they are loyal to now. After all, they are all family. My lord, Her Majesty Isabella contacted me last night and told me what happened in Dragon Nest City yesterday. I also have some old friends in Dragon Nest City. Hearing this, Louis looked a little strange. Isabella said yesterday that she would come over in a few days. and she would send someone to help Xiao today. Louis didn't expect that the person Isabella was talking about was Eagle. Eagle spent his whole life promoting the movement for wizard equality. Although Eagle movement for wizard equality did not really succeed. Or in the end. Because of Francesco's resignation. The fruits of the revolutionary victory were stolen by the great wizard families. But this person who had experienced many failures had rich experience. Even Isabella treated Eagle as an important boss and treated him with respect. Iger is looking forward to joining the Dragon Nest reform movement. In his opinion, although the revolutionary army in Dragon Nest has achieved success in Isolde City, this is because of Louis and Xiao. They still lack a lot of strength. And the movements in various parts of Dragon Nest also have a lot of work to do. Iger hopes that these people can succeed. Louis also has this intention. On the one hand, the reformists in Dragon Nest need more support from external forces to make changes in the Gallic Council and the entire Dragon Nest. Let Xiao and Augusta work not be in vain. After the whole incident in Dragon Nest is over, Iger will be able to connect with the reformists here completely and help Xiao and Augusta to integrate the reformist forces in Dragon Nest together to establish a truly tight structure. Then, the scattered reformist forces around the world will be gradually organized. On the other hand, with Iger and others following, Louis can keep abreast of the dynamics of Dragon Nest at any time, to prevent Xiao Dai from causing trouble and stealing Augusta innovations. Iger, Stuart will take you to see Princess Osikris later. In addition, there is another friend of mine in Isolde City. He participated in the movement last night and seems to have made many friends, Louis said, while letting the magic mirror search for Augusta. Not long after, Louis actually saw Augusta in a tavern of the Revolutionary Army, and Helen and Lilith were interviewing Augusta and the Revolutionary Army. It seems that early in the morning, Xiao asked Helen to go to the city to do some interviews, so as to do some positive publicity later, so as to influence the entire Dragon Nest city in public opinion, calling on people with lofty ideals to stand up together and liberate various cities from the hands of the evil dragon. The old butler Stuart was accompanying them. There were also several members of the hunting god group who were secretly following them. I think they were sent by Xiao. Yesterday, these two followers were sent away by Annabelle and followed the delegation to Blue Dragon City and failed to join in the fun. This made them beat their chests and stamp their feet. But today they finally caught up. And under Stuart guidance, they met many leaders of the Dragon-born Revolutionary Army in this tavern and the companions of Augusta, the dragon-slaying pioneer respected by everyone, Augusta himself. After watching for a while, Louis found that Augusta seemed to have joined the Revolutionary Army in the name of his companions. But it seems that many people seem to have recognized who he is. He has many admirers in Dragon Nest City, and it is precisely because of everything Augusta has done that the people of Dragon Nest City have the courage to resist the evil dragon. Everyone respected this pioneer very much. And under Augusta's call, more people joined the reformists. In that tavern, Louis also saw many magicians joining in the fun. Harold had also arrived. The Dragon Revolutionary Army had long known Harold's name. They often paid attention to newspapers and had great respect for the magicians of Sorrento. The reformists were very welcome to these foreign aides to join in and provide help. Xiao is the leader of the reformists, and the magicians are nominally followers of Xiao. So everyone is a family, and they have a common goal. So the atmosphere is very harmonious. The May Revolution in Isolde City will definitely cause a lot of big news. I don't know what kind of changes will happen to other dragon cities in the future, but the Isolde City rebuilt by Xiao may become a new Sorrento British city in the future, where there will no longer be words such as reptiles and muggles. Magicians will also learn a lot here. Through research and magical exchanges, the magic of transformation will be greatly developed. Perhaps in the future, with the combination of some potions containing magic and the divine elements of Gallic, magicians will be able to transform into dragons for a period of time. In the future world, there may be a new word Gallic magician, a group of super magicians who understand dragon language, forbidden magic, and master a transformation skill. They may have been reptiles, maybe muggles, or even dragons. This will be a profession that anyone can become. When muggle magicians all over the world can learn the transformation of Gallic, then there will be no need to worry about the invasion of subdimensional demons. Since ancient times, the duty of the Gallic dragons is to resist the invasion of foreign lands. After the magic revolution, the number of guardians like this is no longer only 20,000, but tens of thousands. Just like the productivity change from the agricultural age to the industrial age. At that time, the World Guardian Gallic Dragon will also know how to get along with muggles, after all. Any muggle can become a magician. Perhaps this era of universal magic is the era that Teacher Anthony was most looking forward to. Chapter 290 The King of the Nine Dragons Sea. After telling some things to Iger and others, Lewis prepared to go to the Black Dragon. Lewis planned to talk to the old Black Dragon about the North Sea Kingdom. It seems that Dragon Nest City has been harassed by the Siren Tide. Lewis did not want the North Sea Kingdom to go to war with the Eastern Continent. And there seemed to be some troubles in the old cousin place. Lewis was very curious about it. As for the North Sea Kingdom, the people who are most familiar with it are, the first one is the White Queen, the neighbor of the Crooked-Mouthed old cousin, and the second one is the Black Dragon, who always wanders around the Cloud Kingdom. So Lewis planned to talk to the old Black Dragon. Lewis didn't want the North Sea Kingdom to fight with Dragon Nest City in the future. He also had to talk to the old Black Dragon about himself and Annabelle, so that he could bring the Black Dragon ticket to Sorrento. Last night Annabelle said she would tell her grandfather to kill me. Has this guy already said something bad about me? Before leaving, Lewis glanced at Xiao Ao. Xiao Ao had already gotten up to comb his hair. Yingling and others also went to Xiao Ao's room to join in the fun. As for Annabelle, she did not leave, and was also with Xiao Ao. Judging from the dark circles under her eyes, she must have not slept all night last night. And it seemed that she had changed a new sword. It seemed that in order to prevent Lewis from sneaking over again, Annabelle must have sat on the sofa and watched Xiao Ao all night. She was now gritting her teeth and telling everyone about Lewis's evil deeds last night, while watching Yingling, Kate, and the palace maids combing Xiao Ao's hair and dressing him. After hearing Annabelle's words, Yingling and others nodded in understanding. Yingling, I knew it. The boss is having an affair with Annabelle. How many good sisters do I have? Yingling comforted Annabelle with a smile on her face, and cursed Lewis. This scolding made Annabelle feel much better. Annabelle suddenly found that Miss Yingling and Miss Kate seemed to be closer to her. This made her a little confused, but she thought she was indignant about Lewis's evil deeds. Xiao Ao explained to her last night that she was forced. I must kill that demon. He must never think of getting close to my goddess again. Seeing the harmonious family over there, Lewis smiled. It seems that Xiao Ao has calmed Annabelle down. I don't know what Xiao Ao said. Xiao Ao has a lot of things to do in the city recently, and the meeting of the Red Dragon House of Representatives will be held in 5 days, and she will officially take the throne on that day. And Annabelle will follow Xiao Ao for a few days, so that she will have no time to say bad things about herself in the old dragon ear, and it should be smoother for me to visit her home. When she returns home, she will be very happy to hear that Grandpa asked her to marry me. At that time, I will take Xiao Ao to stay at Annabelle's house for a few days. This will be considered as fulfilling Annabelle's agreement. Right. After making up his mind, Lewis called Stuart and asked him to take Iger to meet Xiao Ao. Then he contacted Zeke and confirmed the location of the Nifa Palace, and planned to go there. Originally, Lewis planned to drive the magic mirror to go there, but Zeke's words, I will bring people to welcome you, reminded him. Zeke hinted to Lewis, asking Lewis to show his true appearance to the Black Dragons. Indeed, everyone said that he was the Prince of Beihai, but many people doubted it. Even my mother-in-law had some doubts in her heart. I also doubted whether I was a fake. Lewis had speculated about his identity for a long time. Before that, Xialong the cousin said that the crooked-mouthed uncle seemed to recognize him as his chief nephew, who was born from the vitality of heaven and earth because of the heavenly tablet. Lewis guessed that what Xialong had said might be true. It was very likely that when the storybook inserted himself into this world, the uncle sensed it through the heavenly tablet, because he, a nameless person who was born from the vitality of heaven and earth, needed an identity. So the uncle made a relative for some benefits and sold a favor. After all, from a historical perspective, things born from the vitality of heaven and earth are all pretty awesome. So Lewis felt that the identity assigned to him by the storybook might be true, and his uncle also helped him a little. He also gave him a fiefdom. This was considered a great honor. In the words of the Cloud Country, his uncle had made a good friend, and he and his uncle were destined to be together. So it was okay for him to take advantage of his reputation. And in the future, when his uncle asked him for help, he would not stand idly by. He had no time to deal with those rebellious younger brothers, but he could still help with the magicians. I heard that there are some special things that often appear in the mysterious sea. Some of them will be recruited by my cousin. But they always do bad things after being recruited. The North Sea Kingdom calls them warlords, which seems to be one of the reasons for the chaos in the North Sea Kingdom. I don't know what the North Sea Kingdom calls these warlords. Leaders of the cottage forces. But wizards and muggles have a name for them. Fallen angels. Gods born in dreams. These guys not only bring disaster to the North Sea Kingdom, but also bring disaster to the Wizard Kingdom. Lewis felt that. Whether it was to help Sorrento, to help his uncle, or to open up the North Sea route, he had reason to see how arrogant these warlords were. Lewis felt that he could still help his uncle a little. If he could bring in the White Queen, the Faceless One, he would have 4 god-level wizards, 3 god-hunting groups, and 2 Gallic dragons. This was the power of 3 or 4 wizards from great families, which was more powerful than many warlords in the North Sea. Today, my mission is to win over the second dragon tribe, the Black Dragons. Therefore, Lewis decided to use the proper form of the King of the 9 Dragons, and show his face in Nifas City. He wanted to completely pull the Black Dragons to his side. Smart Austrians. Oh no. Smart Lewis. Let others fight. We will get married. Ignoring the storybook narration, Lewis let the other wizards get into his sleeves. After that, Lewis flipped through the magic notebook in his hand about how to cultivate an ancient god of the Archabyss, and reviewed something he hadn't used for a long time. I don't know what the dragons in this world look like, but my cousin doesn't seem to be an ordinary dragon. He looks very strange. Lewis looked at his current strength of more than 300 points, jumped out of the window, and flew to the clouds. In the air, his body became bigger and bigger. That morning, the clear sky of Isolda City suddenly became overcast. Some people said that they saw with their own eyes a black dragon-headed monster snake, actually a monster dragon, more than 300 feet long. Ferocious and terrifying, the influence of the ancient god Iraq, and went straight up to the clouds from the direction of Isolda Palace. He exuded the evil and terrifying aura of an ancient god. Where he passed, dark clouds covered the sky, lightning and thunder roared. The flying dragon beasts and red dragons in the sky were frightened and trembled. Coincidentally, that morning, many people in Nifas City also saw such a scene, and confirmed the situation in Isolda City. Because that day, when Prince Syke of Nifas saw the dark clouds in the distance spreading beyond the city, he flew to the sky to greet them. People saw Prince Syke, who was more than 200 feet long, following the behemoth like a half-grown child, trembling, and chatting with his big brother with a flattering smile. If those trembling black dragon followers dared to fly a little closer and take a look at Chica's expression, they would see a few words written on his face. You said you were not an ancient god, but you finally showed your true face. It seems that these rumors are true. The person who came to visit is the Prince of 9 Dragons, Sea Guardian of the North Sea God clan. He is indeed very big, like a king. It is said that the giant dragons there are very rare, but each one has divinity, and its body is extremely huge. The legendary ancient god Aoi is a living Gallic, with 9 heads and a body like an island, divided into 7 layers. Many residents of the North Sea Kingdom live in the 7 layers of his body. According to rumors, there is a stone tablet on the body of this great god. It seems that the duty of the North Sea Kingdom is to use this stone tablet. This stone tablet contains many secrets about this world, and the duty of the gods of the North Sea Kingdom is to suppress the terrifying things that often run out from the deepest layer of this world according to the contents of this stone tablet. Chapter 291 is the Black Dragon so terrifying. The Nifas district of Dragon Nest City is across the lake from the Isolda district, but unlike the Isolda district, the entire Nifas district is a swamp wetland, surrounded by a volcano with underground lava. Compared to Isolda City, Nifas City is not so prosperous, but it is very down-to-earth. The city is a little messy, there are many sheds, because the climate is humid and hot. People are also dressed coolly. People holding burning herbs and slapping their bodies can be seen everywhere. Mosquitoes, leeches, and annoying blood-sucking spiders have always been the mortal enemies of the Nifa people. Adventurers in the city, dragonborn hunters can be seen everywhere, and there are many half-dragonborn with big tails. These big guys with big lizards in the lower body look like large centaurs, and seem to be a kind of dragonborn with atavism. According to Zeke, there are actually many half-dragonborn in the whole Dragon Nest City, but because some dragons regard it as a shame, such as Mr. Hawksbill Turtle, these unlucky guys are treated as beasts and expelled from the city of Isolda as soon as they are born. But in Nifas City, these half-dragons are very popular, because these honest guys are very easy to communicate with, fooling. Plus they are born with supernatural powers. Very good at long-distance travel in tropical swamps. Which makes every half-dragon the backbone of the family. In the Dragon Adventure Guild, the half-dragons are also very famous, and are reliable and loyal partners. They are respected by adventurers almost as much as human wizards. In this Nifa city, Lewis saw a lot of things, which made him feel like he was in a tropical tribal city. The Palace of Nifa is also very interesting. It looks like a temple or a tropical pyramid. Moreover, although the Palace of Nifa is as huge as the Palace of Isolde, it is very popular. In the ground buildings of the palace, people with strange clothes are everywhere. Lewis even saw beggars, tramps, and prostitutes in the palace. There are also half-dragon prostitutes with tails, and the maids in the palace. They are full of vitality. The faces of these half-dragons are okay. But when Lewis saw their huge bodies, he felt a chill. They were just like little Maras. How perverted a person must be to like half-dragons. The whole palace was like a vegetable market or a red light district. It seemed that the residents in the city had always regarded the Palace of Nifa as a large trading area. There were even some messy grocery auction houses inside. No wonder Xiao Ao had a lot of fun playing here when he was a child. There were new things and new people everywhere. The area below the palace is the famous Black Dragon area, which is a huge lava cave, or the underworld. There is a big hole on the top of many areas, and black dragons and dragon beasts fly in and out along the sunlight shining in from the hole. Each area is full of exotic flowers and potions. Some areas have flowing hot springs, waterfalls, and the largest areas even have small lakes. Although the environment here is very lively, the Nifa people are dressed very decently, giving a feeling of tropical Mayan nobles. The people of Nafa decorated this place quite well. Luxurious red curtains can be seen everywhere, although they are a bit tattered. Furniture, lamps, and other things are also quite complete. This place is very strange. It seems that the people of the entire Nafa city are one big family. Each area is the home of a small family. The doors of these homes are also wide open, allowing people to walk around freely. It looks like a bustling tavern. I heard that in the underground Black Dragon area of Nafa city, there is a huge sacred vine, which is connected to the mountain of Galak in the sky. People on the ground often kill dragon beasts and pull goods up there. As he went deeper, Lewis finally saw what a real palace should look like, or what a temple should look like. This is the real palace of Nafa city. Although it is quite lively, people here speak much more quietly. There are also gold-plated statues on many walls, and Nafa dragon guards wearing golden armor can be seen everywhere, which makes Lewis feel like he has come to the palace of the Egyptian pharaoh. The old black dragon is undoubtedly the pharaoh here. Because Lewis showed up today, after entering the palace, the black dragons who greeted him were extremely polite and respectful, treating Lewis as a prince of a great country. But Lewis felt guilty, because he was a fake, although the Cloud Country was slightly similar to his hometown in culture. But this was a different world, a fantasy world. Therefore, he did not fully understand the Kingdom of Clouds and the Principality of the North Sea, and was afraid that he would be exposed if he said anything. However, these guys kept asking Lewis about various questions about the Kingdom of Clouds and the Kingdom of Clouds, including the wizards, who usually stayed idle in the Palace of Nifa, who were also asking these questions. This gave Lewis, the fake, a headache. They were all asking what happened under the Kingdom of Clouds. This caused chaos in the Kingdom of the North Sea in recent decades. Wizards and dragons seemed to be very concerned about the North Sea Kingdom. Indeed, the North Sea Kingdom and Dragon Nest City share weal and woe. Once there is a problem in this world, the North Sea Kingdom is the first line of defense in this eastern world, and Dragon Nest City is the second line. And once the North Sea Kingdom and Dragon Nest City are broken, from the mysterious sea south of the 3 southern states to the giant Dragon Sea in the north, many large and small Muggle kingdoms and wizard kingdoms will encounter major events. Such a big mess happened 3,000 years ago. 1,000 years ago, it also happened. Of course, the first time was a natural disaster, and the second time was man-made. As for these questions from the locals, Lewis, a foreigner, could only deal with them by changing the subject. However, Lewis became more and more curious about the relationship between the North Sea Kingdom and various overseas wizard countries. Because he was afraid of saying too much, Lewis did not dare to ask anyone about the North Sea Kingdom, which made him a little worried. But Lewis felt that if he could get the old drunkard Black Dragon drunk, He would definitely be able to get a lot of information from this drunkard. Louis could not help but look forward to the meeting with his father-in-law. Unlike Hogg, the Black Dragon King Jafar lived in the palace of Nafa as his own home. No wonder Nafa City was so vibrant. It seemed that this old drunkard was quite concerned about this place. And this guy usually either lay beside the lava river deep underground, or wandered around the city in human form, or went to the city to have sex with prostitutes. Occasionally, he would go to the swamp outside to try something new. It was said that this guy's first favorite was wine, and his second favorite was those half-dragon maids with big tails and full of energy. Black Dragon Prince Zeke thought that Louis would definitely be able to chat with Grandpa. After all, it seemed that Grandpa and Louis had a lot in common in their interests. Hearing this, Louis's face darkened. First, as a magician, in order to maintain his sanity, he was very averse to alcohol. He was not a warrior. He would go crazy when he saw alcohol. Second, although he liked beautiful sisters, he had a bottom line. He did not like the big-tailed dragon maid orc. He was not that weird. So Prince Zike's words made Louis very unhappy. If he hadn't wanted to get the old dragon drunk, he wouldn't have brought any wine this time. Just as Louis was secretly complaining, the two of them had already arrived in front of the door of the room where the old black dragon lived. This door was magnificent and huge. According to the proportions, the person living inside was probably a giant of 4 or 5 meters tall. Standing in front of this door, the Black Dragon Prince Zike and his followers were trembling with fear, and tremblingly took out a sobering medicine from his arms. They started to share the food in a panic. Seeing the look of these guys, Louis' face looked a little strange. It seems that the old black dragon is a big alcoholic, which is a good thing. But I won't drink with him. I came here to ask questions this time, and I will never drink. When the time comes, let my wizard and Prince Zeke go to drink with the old black dragon. The door gradually opened. Louis straightened his collar, recalled the various elegant etiquettes of his cousin Xiao Lungnu and the panda man Li Ming, and looked up at the door that was gradually opening. A dazzling white light shone on Louis's face. He squinted his eyes and looked curiously at a vague figure inside. It seemed to be a bearded and strong old man with a naked upper body, who looked like a giant, lifting dumbbells. As a result, in the blink of an eye, Louis's eyes went black and he lost all consciousness. In his last consciousness, Louis only remembered that his ears were full of singing and laughter. In front of him were the beautiful faces and big tails of the half-dragon maids. I was cursed? Black Dragon. It turned out to be so terrifying. Chapter 292. What on earth is going on? As soon as Louis entered the room, his eyes went dark and he lost consciousness. When he opened his eyes, he found a group of sleeping dragon women around him, and 2 dragon maids with big tails that were much bigger than Sharma, who were gently wiping his face with a hot towel. It looked like a public rest hall. The sunlight from the opening above the cave fell on the bed. Louis took out his pocket watch with a weird look on his face, and saw that it was a little after 8 in the morning. And he remembered, when he came here, it was 12 o'clock. What happened? Did Annabelle report it? So the old black dragon taught me a lesson right away, knocked me out. Louis found that his head really hurt. But it didn't seem like he was knocked out by physical means. What kind of spell did I get? Why did I suddenly come back here as soon as I entered the door? The great time and space reincarnation barrier? Or did I encounter a mysterious incident? I actually had no power to fight back in front of him. You don't even remember what he looks like? Could it be that this is the Black Dragon Master? Louis was extremely shocked. He touched his dizzy and swollen head with a strange look on his face. He felt a buzzing in his head and couldn't remember anything. He suddenly pushed away the strange dragon maids and rushed to the area where the old black dragon lived. And the group of particularly tall dragon guards in front of the gate, when they saw Louis coming, also bowed slightly, and then used a fork to prop the gate open. It was still the door that gradually opened, it was still the golden light, and it was still the strong old man who was more than 3 meters tall and holding dumbbells barrels. You are finally here. Uh-huh. Look at me. In the dazzling light, Louis squinted his eyes and danced, and suddenly he stopped, with an expression as if he had seen a ghost. Wait, why am I dancing? What kind of spell was cast on me? Louis blinked, and then he knew nothing. When he opened his eyes, he found that it was another morning. The sunlight was more gentle. It seemed to be around 7 o'clock. There were a few more dragon maids around, and 5 more with big tails. What is going on? The black dragon is so terrifying. Bang, bang, A wine barrel fell out of his arms. Louis looked at the wine barrel, as if he had seen a ghost. Why am I holding a wine barrel? Wait. I am blacking out from drinking? So you can't remember anything? How could I drink? What does my father-in-law look like? What happened yesterday? Wait, why do I say again? Louis looked around in confusion. There were disheveled beautiful dragonborn women lying on the big bed, and 5 or 6 shy half-dragonborn maids with big tails. What did I do? Louis's face was dark. Dragons of all sizes flew in and out of the entrance above the cave. People drinking and having fun came and went around. Louis, lying on the bed, lifted the big red veil, looking at the surrounding scene with a messy face. Where is this? Am I not in Isolde City? Wait. This is the Black Dragon Temple. What happened? Several huge shadows suddenly fell, and those figures gradually became smaller, and turned into several handsome and tall young men and women. They were Zeke and his distant cousins. When these guys saw Louis, their eyes lit up. With smiles on their faces, they came over to pull Louis up. Get up quickly, Louis. It already 8 o'clock. A girl who looked about 50% like Annabelle patted Louis's shoulder vigorously and said, You can really drink. This is the first time I've seen a boy who can drink with his uncle for the 3rd round. Everyone started to discuss enthusiastically, and some people regarded Louis as a savior and had high hopes for him. After hearing everyone's discussion, Louis was sure that he had indeed drunk alcohol and had blacked out. He was drunk with such a terrible physique. How much did he drink? The first time I went to my father-in-law house, I was drunk twice. What did I do? How could this be possible? How could I drink? I came to do business. It must be that old dragon who forced me to drink. Louis looked at this group of familiar strangers, opened his mouth, and was confused. He didn't know any of them. But why did everyone seem to be familiar with him? Finally, Louis's eyes fell on Zeke. Where are you going? Didn't you say yesterday that we go there at 8 o'clock? Let go to Grandpa's place, Zeke said in a strange tone. Louis? Seeing Louis's confused look, everyone looked at each other and shook their heads, knowing that this guy had drunk too much. Seeing that the agreed time had come, Louis had boasted yesterday, if he didn't go, everyone would be in trouble. Without saying a word, everyone carried Louis up and dragged him to Old Black Dragon residential area, while persuading Louis to drink less today. Don't play little whirlwinds, tornadoes, etc. with Grandpa anymore. Louis, please control yourself a little today. I know you had a great time chatting with Grandpa. Zeke patted Louis's shoulder and said with concern, Drink less. Grandpa is old, drinking too much is harmful to his health. Don't force him to drink like that. Also, don't teach him magic like tornadoes. Louis? How is this possible? How can I drink like this? This group of people must have drunk too much. I can't remember clearly. That right. It must be he who forced me to drink. Louis swore, no matter what happened this time, I would never drink a drop of wine again. In order to prevent the problematic old dragon from casting a spell on him, Louis also secretly added a few buffs that can make people sober. Soon everyone came to the gate again, and Ross and others were already waiting here. It seems that these real wizards were very restrained yesterday. Boss. Ross took out a small test tube with concern, and looked at Louis with concern. Louis subconsciously frowned and pushed Ross away, and said subconsciously, Don't give me this kind of crap, I will be looked down upon, real man. Etc.? Louis stood there like a goose, not understanding why he said such a thing, and he seemed to say it very skillfully, as if Ross had persuaded him many times in the past 2 days. Her Royal Highness will come with Her Royal Highness Annabelle tonight. She was angry when she contacted you last night. Please listen and drink this. Ross brought the potion over again, looking at Zeke and others who were trembling as they divided the potion. Louis stretched out his trembling little hand, took the potion from Ross, and drank it. Fortunately, you finally listened to Ross' advice today. It seems that you don't have to lose your memory today. Looking at the narration of the storybook, Louis's face was full of weirdness. How could such a thing of blacking out due to drinking happen to him? I am a rational magician, right? But this room seemed to have some terrible magic. When the door gradually opened and the cheerful music came out, Louis couldn't help but want to dance. He pinched himself hard and stared at the scene in the room. He wanted to see what kind of tricks this room had. What was different from before was that, this time, there was no dazzling golden light shining from the door. And Louis found that it was just an ordinary room without any spells or barriers. The whole room was bustling with guests from all over the world, and the children of the Black Dragon King Jafar. The 5-meter-tall old man with a big beard sat shirtless on the seat, looking like a small mountain. His hair and beard were white, and he seemed much older than Hog. His hair was tied into big braids, and his beard was also tied into a big braid, covered with gold rings. Very Caribbean pirate style. The solid body was bronze, with many tattoos and scars, all of which were medals of his bravery. This old man was really tall. The large oak barrels were like wine glasses in his hands. Occasionally, he would lift up several super large barrels around him, and pour some wine for himself or the friends and children who came to toast him. There were also several tall half-dragon maids serving him. No wonder this old man liked half-dragons. These half-dragons were bigger than horses. Except for them. It was not easy for others to match his number. I finally met my father-in-law? Doesn't this old guy sit here and drink every day? The whole hall is full of alcohol smell, so bad, I hate alcohol the most. But what going on? Why, when I smell this smell, I feel excited, so happy. This room doesn't have any spells, but it seems to have magic. Louis felt very happy as soon as he entered the door. Just when Louis had a weird look on his face, old Black Dragon looked over, and at this moment, Louis actually found himself smiling foolishly. Just feeling very happy. You are finally here. Good boy. Jaffer lifted his big white beard that was braided into a big braid, and looked at Louis with shining eyes. Show me your skills. H.A. Old Grandpa Jaffer, look. I will show you a new trick. The water tornado. Louis jumped to the center of the hall, opened his mouth, and waved his hand towards a pile of wine barrels, and then the dozens of wine barrels began to shake. Amid the attention and applause of the crowd in the hall, Louis became more and more excited. A magic called waterspout is about to take shape. Rumor has it that Jaffer is the best dragon in the world at persuading people to drink. But he never seems to force you to drink. Oh my God! Louis threw his hand down fiercely, and complained loudly, I am here to do business? I am not here to drink. Chapter 293 North Sea Gods. Ahem, Grandpa Jaffer, my magic failed. Louis scratched his head, and said with a red face, let drink slowly. Jaffer showed a look of disappointment and regret, and the crowd in the hall booed. Amid the boos and contemptuous gestures, Louis raised his eyebrows. As a result, on this day, amid the applause of the crowd, Louis drank a lot again. But fortunately, he finally did not lose his memory today. Although Louis had forgotten the serious matter of the rhetoric, his lackey Ross and others were still thinking about it. In their sweet talk, old Black Dragon was also able to get a lot of words out of him. Oh, I left home to study abroad when I was young, and I miss it very much. Yes, I talked about it yesterday. The Cloud Country? I am very familiar with it. Where did I talk about yesterday? While drinking and chatting happily with Jaffer. Louis had a very happy chat with him. But every time Jaffer talked about the Cloud Country, Louis was confused. He thought that the old dragon must have drunk too much and was talking nonsense. Or maybe he was drunk and heard it wrong. But no matter what old man Jaffer said was a little too exaggerated. Whatever. The Cloud Kingdom must be a kingdom above the clouds, because those people always come here by spaceship. It's a kind of flying sailing ship. Some are made of wood. Some are jade boats, and look like shuttles. Some are on clouds, or magical creatures. Louis was confused. If you say that the ships of the Cloud Country can fly in the sky, or come here on clouds, then Louis would believe it. After all, Xylong the cousin came here on clouds that time. The Cloud Country is a country where everyone knows magic, and there are many god-level bosses. It is the monster house of this world. But how could the Cloud Country be far away? It is a continent in the middle of a mysterious sea at the center of the world. Although there are many clouds drawn above the Cloud Country on the map. According to the records of St. Anthony Cathedral, there are 18 states there. And it is a real continent. But old man Jaffer said it with great confidence. After listening, Louis understood a little. The old Black Dragon said, the Kingdom of Clouds is like Dragon Nest City. It has cities in the sky, and cities on the ground. Most of the cities on the ground are in the eastern world, and the cities in the sky are in the clouds in the center of the world. It is called Yunmingshao, and it connects the eastern and western worlds. The old Black Dragon also said, the whole world is flat, like a big pot. The middle of the cauldron is cracked, and the cracked part is a huge ravine surrounded by mountains and a mysterious sea. The world is divided into two parts by the ravine, the Great Abyss, and the mountain range, the Great God Mountain. One part is in the east, and the other part is in the west. Yunmingshao is the only safe passage between the eastern and western worlds. and there is no way to take a detour. Yunningshao is in the clouds between the ravine and the mountain range, and below it are ravines and mountains. The Great Ravine is surrounded by the sea, and there are many super waterfalls. Inside the Great Ravine, there are 3 chaotic time and space areas. It is called the Eternal Abyss. This Eternal Abyss also connects 2 other worlds, the River of Hell and the 7 degrees of Purgatory. And every mysterious force in this world has its own responsibilities and tasks. Dragon Nest City has 1. North Sea Country has 1. And Cloud Country has 1. Cloud Country is responsible for sealing the 3 chaotic areas. Or in other words, responsible for the sea, and dealing with those things that try to escape from the Great Abyss and cross the God Mountain. The North Sea Kingdom is responsible for the sea. They are responsible for guarding the north of the mysterious sea and dealing with things that run from the Great Abyss to the mysterious sea. The deep seabed of the mysterious sea is connected to the abyss. There is also a group of ancient gods living in the south of the mysterious sea. Their existence makes the mysterious sea in the south inaccessible to people, and also makes it impossible for monsters in the abyss to come to the continent through the mysterious sea in the south to wreak havoc on the world. The original god of Galak in the Dragon Nest City is an ancient god in this mysterious sea in the south. However, in a great war tens of thousands of years ago, the god of Garrick fell. His body drifted to the Dragon Sea in the north, and the blood of the ancient god Garrick, which contained huge magical power, gave birth to many species. It also affected many sea monsters. After the death of the god of Garrick, the crooked-mouthed cousin of the North Sea Kingdom once helped the eldest sons of Garrick to build the Dragon Nest City, and gave the dragons a lot of help, allowing them to grow up. Later, under the guidance of the crooked-mouthed cousin, the dragons of Garrick took the initiative to take responsibility for protecting the world, specialized in dealing with demons and sirens that run from the abyss and outland to the eastern world. Therefore, the Dragon of Galak is called the World Guardian Dragon. The myths told by the old black dragon Jafar made Lewis more and more confused. Lewis didn't know which of the old dragon drunken words were true, but there were a few points that were certain. Because of the Great Ravine, Great Abyss, the Eastern Continent and the Western Continent are completely isolated, and the special duties of the Cloud Country, which also prevented the Eastern Continent and the Cloud Country from going to war. But there are often all kinds of terrifying monsters running out of the big ravine. Some of these monsters will be recruited by the Crooked Cousin, such as the many warlords, who are causing trouble in the North Sea. However, for these warlords, the big monsters in the Cloud Country, wizards, muggles and Moon Court have another name for them. Fallen angels, or gods running out of dreams. Lewis once killed one. A fallen angel who had not yet fully grown up. He was most likely from a great wizard family, and was planted by his wife, because he was afraid of Admiral Crowley during the war. In addition, North Sea Kingdom and Dragon Nest City have a history. The ancestor of the Dragon of Galak was my uncle, former comrade in arms and colleague. So North Sea Kingdom and Dragon Nest City originally had trade relations. When people from Cloud Kingdom went to the Eastern Continent for trade, they would often arrive at Dragon Nest City first. Originally, people from Cloud Kingdom often arrived at Yunming State, the Sky State on the Great Ravine Clouds, through the God Vine, and then passed through the North Sea Principality of Cloud Kingdom, and came to Dragon Nest City, or various wizard countries, Muggle World, mainly Moon Court and Sorrento, for trade. But in recent years, there seems to be some trouble in the North Sea Kingdom, which has blocked the route. Old Black Dragon believes that the trouble in the North Sea Kingdom is mainly due to the problem in the Great Ravine. This will cause many mysterious phenomena to appear in the mysterious sea, such as the incident in the Rainbow Kingdom. Mysterious incidents like this often cause trouble in certain areas of the North Sea Kingdom. Moreover, in areas where mysterious phenomena occur, a sea area will be completely closed, completely blocking a certain route. Recently, the White Queen family seems to have encountered some problems. The old Black Dragon hopes that Lewis can help the White Queen family solve the problem, because Dragon Nest City and the Great Wizard family are interdependent. At the same time, the old Black Dragon also feels that Lewis can indeed do something. After all, the things in the abyss and the sea monsters in the mysterious sea are most feared by the North Sea God clan. Of course, the old Black Dragon thinks that this matter is not urgent. After all, the problems of the White Queen family have not been a day or two, and these few days are not a big deal. And this North Sea route, it is not something that can be opened in a short time. Of course, if the North Sea Kingdom and Dragon Nest City re-establish contact in the future, trade and complement each other, then the entire Dragon Nest City and the North Sea Kingdom will benefit, and if the Prince of the North Sea Kingdom can marry a dragon in Dragon Nest City, then after the route is opened, this dragon will definitely be the one that benefits the most. The old black dragon believes that. He is very fond of his son-in-law, but the black dragon elders have some differences on this matter. Whether Louis is a prince or a big monster, it remains to be confirmed, so the elders believe that this is at least a formal marriage, and the North Sea Kingdom and Dragon Nest City are old acquaintances. Since Louis is a prince, the North Sea Kingdom should send an envoy to propose marriage. As long as Louis can open up the North Sea Kingdom route, Hogg will also approve of marrying his granddaughter. The Gallic Council and the 12 great families will not say anything more about the alliance between Sorrento, Black Dragon, and Red Dragon. Mother-in-law Francesco will also accept Louis' marriage to Annabelle and little Ao. Of course, if Louis now agrees to marry the old Black Dragon, instead of marrying little Ao as the king of the sea and letting Annabelle be a dowry, then the old Black Dragon can make the decision now. But in this case, he can only marry one. Regarding this matter, Louis, who was drunk, patted his chest and promised that his family would come back to propose marriage. And then he would marry all the wives, big and small, in a grand manner. The old Black Dragon also gave him a look and said, "I believe you. Although the marriage is still far away, the blind date can come first. You have to meet first. Get familiar with each other. Right?" So the old Black Dragon mentioned his little granddaughter at the end of the conversation. He said, "Princess Osikris will visit Nafa City on behalf of the Red Dragon today to seek the support of the Black Dragon for her. And the granddaughter of the old Black Dragon will naturally come with Xiao Ao." He asked if Louis and Annabelle were familiar with each other. The old Black Dragon had heard from others that Louis seemed to have met Annabelle several times. Obviously, the reason why Princess Annabelle returned to Nafa City tonight was related to the summons of her grandfather. So, the old Black Dragon is planning to arrange a blind date between his granddaughter and you. It seems that you should have made your father-in-law very happy these 2 days. The old Black Dragon said that he hoped Louis and Annabelle could have a simple meeting first. After all, Louis and Annabelle didn't seem to be familiar with each other at all. I don't know what kind of expression Princess Black Dragon would have when her grandfather arranged for Annabelle to meet Louis. But Louis, who was already dancing with joy, was very happy. "Ha! Grandpa Jaffer. Let me show you another tornado." Chapter 294. Sister, your boyfriend is actually quite good. While Louis was talking to the old Black Dragon, Xiao Ao had already led the delegation into Nafa City. Back in Nafa City again, Xiao Ao was very moved, and couldn't help but think of many things. In the 10 years when Sorrento began the magic revolution, and gradually confronted the wizard families, Francesco was worried about being found by enemies every day. So her young Xiao Ao was sent to Francesco's friend, the Black Dragon King Jaffer, to accompany Princess Annabelle. Because of this, Osikris, who was still a little muggle at the time, was in this wonderful city of Nafa, and was truly exposed to the world of magic for the first time, and had a very fantastic and beautiful childhood. Now Osikris has returned here again. The Nafa city in front of him is as lively as it was more than 10 years ago, and there are strange people everywhere. For Osikris, this Nafa city can be regarded as his second home. His mother was targeted by the whole world for the magic revolution. Although she did not really complete the magic revolution that year, the movement has brought many influences to the world. It also makes the revolutionary road of later generations wider and easier to walk. Xiao Ao is now walking on this road, following the path her mother once walked, and continues to move forward. Xiao Ao knows that the reason why he can get a lot of support in Isolda City these days is undoubtedly because the influence of the Francesco era still remains in people's hearts. And this time, if the Black Dragons can support me, then my first step in the magic revolution in Dragon Nest City will basically be secured. The so-called enthronement of Prince Isolda and becoming the Archon are not important. The things I called for, the new proposals that the Gallic Council is considering, and the so-called giving more rights to the people on Earth by the people in the sky are all Xiao Ao fake plans. Xiao Ao knows that real rights are not given by others, but people fight for them because what others give is always fake. So what Xiao Ao really wants to do is to make all the people on Earth learn and study magic. As long as the people on Earth in Dragon Nest City are wizards, then true respect and rights will come naturally. In this Dragon Nest City, the only ones who can sit on an equal footing with the dragons, participate in politics, and even be respected by the dragons are wizards. And the ones who can really teach dragons how to be dragons are also those wizards who regard dragons as tameable magical creatures. Therefore, magic is the key to making the heavenly people and the earthly people in Dragon Nest City truly live in harmony. But all along, magic has been a tool of the rulers of Dragon Nest, in order to make the people on the ground crawl under their feet like reptiles. They almost blocked magic, just like what those noble wizards did. They fooled people, saying that many magics were the source of disasters. And from the perspective of policy and thought, they prevented ordinary people from contacting these things. They only let them learn some daily magic spells. But in this dragon nest, the upper dragons are all learning and studying advanced magic. Even if some of the dragon noble families see this matter very clearly, they can only use their connections to send their children to the Holy Oak to learn magic because of policy. In this magical world, if you don't know magic knowledge, it means you are ignorant. It means you will never have a way to rise, and you will always be an ignorant reptile. I will break the seal. Looking at the Nifa Palace getting closer and closer, Xiao Aohard gradually became excited. Magic revolution, this is what Xiao Ao really wants to do. Just like my mother back then, I am also carrying out a magic revolution, so that everyone in the world can learn and use magic. This is the ideal I have been holding since I can remember. But what Xiao Ao never thought was that his first revolution would be in Dragon Nest City. And it would be successful. Without a doubt. He was luckier than his mother back then. And the timing of this magic revolution was just right. It was the right time, the right place, and the right people. The blue dragons have been calling for the opening of dragon language magic knowledge for many years. But in the Gallic Council of the 7 major dragon tribes, only the blue dragons agreed to this. Previously, the people on the ground, because of the policy of keeping the people ignorant for thousands of years, also held a rejection attitude towards magic. But now, due to the spread of new ideas, more and more people on Earth have realized the significance of magic. They have begun to desire magic and their true rights. The increasingly chaotic mysterious sea and the increasingly terrifying siren tide have also made many people in the sky think that Dragon Nest City should have more magical power. Dragon language magic is precious. Even my mother and Louis, and even the great sage Anthony, believe that it was the greatest treasure and pearl in the world. This kind of magic is not recorded in books, because it is sealed in the memory of the Gallic dragons, so it needs to be taught by a living dragon. However, how to make those dragons use their magic needs to be done step by step. Augusta went to Emerald Crater the day before yesterday, joined up with the reformists there, and persuaded the green dragons. They will definitely persuade the green dragons. And just yesterday, the opposition among the red dragons of Isolda had been basically eliminated by himself and his followers. My sister friend will also talk to Grandpa Hodzu about opening up magic. Now, in Dragon Nest, 3/7 of the people have realized the necessity of opening up magic, and are willing to share their magic knowledge to teach the people on Earth. As long as the Black Dragon is dealt with today, March 7th will become April 7th. At that time, even if the 12 major wizard families oppose it, the Gallic Council will pass this motion. As long as this motion is passed, I can legitimately use this chicken feather to gather the undercurrents in Dragon Nest. By then, even if everyone realizes what they really want to do, it will become meaningless, because everything will become vulnerable in the torrent of this magic revolution. At that time, the Dragon of Gallic will follow the tide of the times. Dragon Nest City will become the second force to carry out magic revolution after the Kingdom of Four Flowers. Xiao Ao came to trick the Black Dragon King into taking his own life today. Grandpa Jaffer has always been very good to him. But in the heart of the big Lyre Osikris, there is no psychological burden. After all, the Gallic dragons should not have cared about mundane things. They should not have interfered with the governance, people, livelihood, and politics of the various kingdoms in the Dragon Sea. The people of the sky and the Dragon Sea should really do what they should do to resist the invasion of the subplane. And like some magical creatures, they should stand at the top of the food chain to hunt sea monsters. So these dragons should just eat and wait for death, and should not participate in politics. But they had to learn from the 12 great families, and messed up the various kingdoms in the Dragon Sea. So today I am not trying to trick Grandpa Jaffer into stepping down, but to persuade him to enjoy himself and live out his days in peace. Thinking of this, Xiao Ao's mouth slightly curved up. Xiao Ao has already thought about how to trick Grandpa Jaffer. Of course, he can't tell Grandpa Jaffer that you should retire. Any topic of this kind cannot be mentioned. She still plans to make a plank road to Chinsong secretly, starting with Annabelle engagement. The old black dragon was thinking about the marriage with the North Sea Kingdom all day long, in order to make the black dragons more prosperous and powerful in the future. And he also knew that both Annabelle and Louis would listen to him when it came to the marriage. So as long as he refused the king of the 9 dragons sea to marry, in order to make him agree to this, the old black dragon would agree to some of his small requests, such as building a small steam and magic school named Osicris in Nifas City, to promote the magic exchange between Sorrento and the black dragons. How many things can a small magic school affect? What wrong with wanting to build a small magic school in your own territory? Why are you singing against me? Grandpa Jaffer, who never pays attention to politics, naturally doesn't know what this means. He also doesn't know how powerful those Garrick magicians with low magic power, but terrifying knowledge will be in the future. The old black dragon only knows that the Garrick Council does not allow the emergence of a magic school in Dragon Nest City. That right, it's not good to let those little guys learn too much magic. They always like to mess around with research. But what is more important than the marriage with the North Sea Kingdom? And the Nifa people all learn magic, which is not a bad thing. Look at the things that Sorrento has developed now, which is beneficial to the prosperity of the Black Dragon clan. The old Black Dragon has many reasons to sing a different tune from the other dragon leaders. After all, among the 7 leaders, 3 have already agreed to open up magic knowledge. So the old Black Dragon is not a big deal, right? As Grandpa Jaffer, most beloved granddaughter, Osicris knows this lovely old drunkard very well. If this matter is handled well, the old Black Dragon may become the principal of this academy if he is happy. He may even teach the magicians of Gallic how to tame dragons. After all, his ranch needs many people to tame dragons. However, if he agrees to the marriage, but Annabelle disagrees, then Grandpa Jaffer will not need to establish a magic academy. However, why is the relationship between Louis and Annabelle so bad? How can we improve their relationship? He thought it would be no problem to deal with Grandpa Jaffer. But what made Xiao a little depressed these 2 days was that she had hit a wall with Annabelle. Xiao didn't dare to talk to Annabelle about the dowry. After all, Annabelle seemed to hate Louis. It seemed that Annabelle did not confess to Xiao. After all, she felt guilty. She couldn't say to her beloved Xiao, I have been your maid for a long time. Don't worry. Your boyfriend is very useful. Chapter 295, The Little Jealous Dragon. While thinking, Xiao led the Red Dragon and Solano delegations, following the Black Dragons who came out to greet them, and gradually entered the Nifa Palace. The joint delegation and the Black Dragons chatted very harmoniously along the way. The Red Dragons and Black Dragons are dragons that often get along with each other, and the Red Dragons that Xiao brought this time are also dragons that are closer to the Black Dragons. The Solano people and the Black Dragons are also old acquaintances, and because of Xiao, the Black Dragons are very enthusiastic. But what surprised Xiao was that the Black Dragons seemed to be particularly enthusiastic and curious about the magician group in Sorrento, which made Xiao a little puzzled, because after the Stog Arena, the Black Dragons would not chat with the magicians. After all, some of the magic and words that the magicians performed in the arena were very offensive to the dragons, and these straight male magicians were also very bad at chatting. But today, the Black Dragons seemed to be very interested in the magic of the magicians, saying that the magicians in Sorrento could perform magic such as tornado. The magicians didn't know why the Black Dragons were interested in this magic, but when it came to magic, everyone couldn't help but start talking about it. They talked very clearly, and the Black Dragons were stunned when the Black Dragon said that they would let the magicians demonstrate it later. The magicians also patted their chests. Everyone felt that as long as they didn't drink too much because they hated alcohol, it was very good to talk about magic. Xiao blinked his eyes and felt happy for the harmonious atmosphere. If the theme of today could be successfully turned into a magic show by the magicians, then he could drink less to prevent Louis from taking advantage of his drunkenness and running over to do bad things in the middle of the night. Soon, the group arrived at the door of the hall where Grandpa Jaffer was, standing in front of the door that seemed to have magic. Xiao secretly took the hangover potion, smelling the aroma of wine coming from the crack of the door. He felt nauseous, excited and uneasy. Grandpa Jaffer was the dragon who was best at persuading people to drink. As he often said, what the point of drinking alone? It's the most fun to have fun together. He did it. Even the gambling addict Francesco, who frowned and swore that he would never drink, would come out lying down with a smile after entering the door, who made her always lose to this old drunkard in gambling. Xiao didn't know how Louis had been doing these past 2 days, But he seemed to hate drinking, and was not addicted to gambling like his mother. So Xiao thought that since he was here to do serious work, he shouldn't drink too much. As a result, when he opened the door, Xiao saw that Louis, who was drunk, was hugging a few dragon maids, tap dancing in front of Grandpa Jaffer. Xiao's face was dark. This guy obviously hadn't done any serious work these days. When the magicians saw Louis perform the magic of tornado water, they also looked at the black dragons expectantly, and their faces turned pale. Teacher Louis is really a liar. I told you long ago. Annabelle looked at Louis, who was hugged by many women, and said to her goddess Xiao with gritted teeth, he is a scumbag. Little jealous dragon jealousy plus 100. Osikris looked a little strange about Annabelle's words. It felt like Annabelle was jealous after seeing Louis being surrounded by women. Shaking her head, Xiao felt a little amused by this weird idea she had. How could she be jealous of Louis? She must be speaking up for herself. Thinking of this, Xiao felt a little warm in her heart. However, although Annabelle's words touched Xiao's heart, she felt that her knight could speak for himself. But others could not. Stop saying bad things about Louis. Annabelle, I believe in my knights, Osikris said seriously, and then led the team into the hall. Looking at Ao back, and Louis dancing not far away, Annabelle's eyes were full of anger again. You always say bad things about Louis. But now I can't say it? Huh. It turns out to be your boyfriend. No. He is not your boyfriend at all. He doesn't like you at all. Jealousy of little jealous dragon plus 100 asterisk 2. Obviously. Xiao's protection of her boyfriend just now made little jealous dragon jealous twice. And gave birth to a terrible and evil idea. An evil fire rose in Annabelle's heart. And she couldn't help but think of the scene she saw last time. She wished that the situation that day was the opposite. And then let Xiao see Louis' face. And then break them up. Yes. And kiss Xiao in front of Louis. Thinking of this, Annabelle felt relieved. But she was frightened by her own thoughts. She shook her head, suppressed her anger, and followed Xiao like a loyal knight to meet her grandfather, who was taller than herself. Her brother and Louis. The old black dragon did not pay much attention to etiquette. So the whole audience process was not complicated. After that, the old black dragon who liked the excitement was like a Euphrosyne, the god of celebration and happiness, who spread happiness. He used his interesting stories and clever words to share his wine and happiness with everyone. This old drunkard was full of witty remarks. And he always made those little Ao, who waved his hands to indicate that he couldn't drink anymore, raise their glasses with tears and laughter. Annabelle, who had originally blocked the wine for little Ao, was now completely different from the sulky look when she first entered the door. She quickly got drunk and laughed foolishly in the various interesting words of her grandfather. As for those magicians who had repeatedly expressed their hatred of alcohol, they ran to the center of the hall not long after the opening, happily dancing with the members of the delegation and the black dragon partners, and drawing magic circles with their fingers, and performing a tornado for everyone. Sorrento and the red dragon envoys saved Louis, allowing this guy who suddenly realized his social death to sit back in his seat and rub his face. But no matter what, the atmosphere in the entire venue was harmonious and cheerful. And the things that Xiao talked about with Grandpa Jaffer went smoothly. Xiao, who had the most serious things to do, still remembered to talk about something with Grandpa Jaffer every time she raised her glass. When she finished her glass of wine, she had already finished talking about the serious things with Grandpa Jaffer with a flushed face. And Grandpa Jaffer was very happy to be coaxed by Xiao, and agreed to everything. But when Grandpa Jaffer mentioned Annabelle dowry to Xiao, Xiao became a little worried. He had sold Annabelle out today. Look! Grandpa Jaffer had asked the drunk Annabelle to pour wine for Louis, although he didn't know what Grandpa was thinking. Annabelle, who was originally quite happy, had a dark face after hearing this, and looked at Louis fiercely. Louis also looked over at this time. Xiao couldn't help rubbing his forehead. Look at the fire in Louis and Annabelle's eyes when they looked at each other. How bad is the relationship between these two people? Even though Annabelle and Louis were drinking under Grandpa Jaffer's persuasion today, they started to smile foolishly after drinking. When they looked at each other, they both wanted to pin each other to the ground and strangle him to death. This made Xiao, who had already regarded himself as his legal wife, very worried that his king would not be able to get along well with his dowry sisters. Maybe I should have a good chat with Louis tonight. Although Annabelle is older than me on the surface, she is only 19 years old according to human standards. She is a little sister who has just reached adulthood. She is still young, a little willful, and Louis, as a man, should be more proactive in easing the relationship. Is Louis unable to accept Annabelle because he loves me too much? But this is a political marriage. Louis, I know you hate Annabelle, but you have to make some sacrifices. Coincidentally, Annabelle also plans to chat with Louis tonight. Chapter 296. Your Highness, please be serious. At this time, the drunk Annabelle had already reluctantly poured wine for Louis at the request of her grandfather. But Louis, who had sobered up, seemed not to want to drink any more wine. This made the little drunk dragon unhappy. She grabbed his collar viciously, as if to say, I'm toasting you. How dare you not give me face? Look at how happy you were when you clinked glasses with Xiao Ao in public just now. Little drunk dragon jealousy plus 100. It seems that this little drunk dragon seemed to have forgotten what he was thinking when he entered the door. But she didn't seem to have forgotten her hostility towards Louis. At least that what Xiao Ao saw. Look at the way she looked at Louis fiercely. Her drunken face was red with anger. Her eyes were full of murderous intent. Louis looked embarrassed by Annabelle's behavior. He heard his little wife's voice, and comforted her. He drank the wine. But Louis found that Annabelle seemed to be deliberately getting him drunk, and her angry eyes also made Louis a little scared. This little pervert always did bad things when he drank too much. She wouldn't have any bad ideas. Would she? She wouldn't want to get herself drunk, and then do something weird to herself. Would she? And then what would she say? Xiao Ao. Look at Louis' face? Thinking of this, Louis felt sick. If Xiao Ao saw this, the marriage might be ruined. At this time, Louis saw Xiao Ao's eyes, which seemed to ask him to coax Annabelle. Although the engagement is a matter for the future, it is considered a blind date today. This relationship needs to be fixed first. Louis could not help but rub his face fiercely. If Xiao Ao knew about his relationship with Annabelle, they would have fixed it long ago. She had to kill him. Louis also felt that he and Annabelle should have a chat. He had to make Annabelle behave for a while. Don't mess around. And speaking of it, it seems that the relationship between him and Annabelle is not very good. The relationship between the two of them progressed very quickly, but they almost never talked. And the relationship is very bad. This kind of relationship is not right. So maybe I should take this blind date opportunity to get along well with Annabelle. Then improve the abnormal blind date relationship to a normal blind date relationship. Also, although the marriage is still far away, but when proposing marriage, I want everything and the like, I have to tell Annabelle that I don't want to be her dragon knight anymore, I want to marry her as a concubine. But for this matter, Louis didn't know how to start, after all. Annabelle seemed to be very angry with him these past 2 days. He rubbed his face hard, and said to Annabelle, Annabelle, we should talk about it. I think our agreement. Humph, Louis, I knew it. Drunk Annabelle said with disdain. Louis? This is the last billionth time. Also, you are not allowed to lie to me. Annabelle said with a sneer. Her eyes were filled with words, like you forced me to do these things. The last billionth time? What do you mean the last billion times? What did I force you to do? Your Highness Annabelle, you have always forced me to do it. Right? You perverted little pervert. You always come here drunkenly in the middle of the night when I'm asleep. Okay. Louis blinked. His face was full of black question marks. He was a little drunk, and for a moment, he could not figure out what Annabelle meant. She is drunk. It seems she is planning to give you a surprise. Just as Louis was holding Annabelle to ask something, Annabelle had already shaken off Louis's hand with a look of contempt, turned around and walked out of the venue. Louis? As a result, that night, the two drunken beautiful princesses came to Louis's room one after another, and the three of them could never have imagined that the plot that happened that night was even more outrageous than the last time. After Annabelle turned and left, Louis, who was confused, stood there for a long time, and then the alcohol took effect. He looked at Xiao Ao and found that she seemed to be still chatting with Lao Hei Long, so he said hello to Xiao Ao and Lao Hei Long and left early. After returning to the room, after washing off the alcohol, Louis walked out of the bathroom in shorts and a bath towel, and prepared to lie down on the bed and go to sleep early. As a result, when he entered the bedroom, Louis was surprised to see Her Highness Osikris, who was dressed in a gorgeous dress, sitting by the bed with a solemn face. Louis couldn't help but be a little surprised, because Xiao Ao was very face-conscious, and would never take the initiative to come to his room. However, she seemed to have drunk a little too much today. Her pretty face was flushed, and Louis's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that she was using the alcohol to deliberately find an excuse to come to him? But looking at the way His Highness crossed his hands on his chest, He was serious. This made Louis a little confused. Louis, I have something to talk to you about. Xiao Ao talked about hair and explained why she came here. What did she say? She just came from the banquet and had been sitting for a while. As for why she drove away the servants in the room, it was because she had something serious to talk to Louis about. When he heard that it was something serious, Louis also became serious. After listening, Louis found that Xiao Ao was talking about Annabelle. The last time, it was Xiao Ao who took the initiative to ask about this matter after talking with his sister. Xiao Ao hoped to make the relationship between Beihai Kingdom, Black Dragon, Red Dragon, and Sorrento closer through marriage. He also hoped that Louis could play a scene with old Black Dragon in front of her. At that time, Xiao Ao said that no matter whether Louis was willing or not, he hoped that he could go to old Black Dragon to express his admiration for Annabelle. When the two talked about this that day, they were interrupted by Annabelle. So Louis deliberately teased Annabelle in front of her, and said that he would go to old Black Dragon to propose marriage. So Louis hadn't told Xiao Ao about his relationship with Annabelle, which made Xiao Ao think that Louis and Annabelle always hated each other. It was true. In addition, Annabelle's performance today made Xiao Ao more convinced of this. She originally thought that for Louis, he would approve of marrying another wife, no matter what Annabelle's temper was. She was so beautiful. She had such a good figure. So she should be Louis' type. The most important thing is that Xiao Ao feels that Annabelle is obedient to him. If he makes her the princess, she will support him no matter what happens in the future. But Louis' deliberate alienation from Annabelle today and Annabelle's anger made Xiao Ao very worried. He was worried that Louis would not be satisfied with this marriage. So he took the initiative to talk to Louis. Hearing this, your face was a little embarrassed. You wanted to take this opportunity today to explain this matter to Xiao Ao. But Xiao Ao's words made you not know what to say. After thinking about it, you finally decided. A. Confess and be lenient. Aha. Don't worry, we've actually been hooking up behind your back for a long time. Surprised? Unexpected? Ha ha ha. Completion reward. Xiao Ao livid face and turning away *1. Xiao Ao questioning of Annabelle *1. Don't listen to his nonsense, he forced me. Woo woo woo. 1. Black Dragon sister refusal to get a driver license. 1. Black Dragon son-in-law -1. Xiao Ao favorability -30. Permanent. Marriage with Xiao Ao *1. Random attribute +3. B. Euphemistic expression. I still like Annabelle very much. Completion reward. Inquiry about the agreement *1. Annabelle's self-preservation *1. Osikri's anger *1. The copy of the dragon employment agreement accidentally discovered by Xiao Dai *1. Xiao Dai report to her mother *1. Francesco's secret obstruction of marriage *1. Your tragic love story with Xiao Ao *1. Black Dragon son-in-law -1. Red Dragon son-in-law -1. Xiao Dai son-in-law +1. All attributes +3. C. Trick the first wife. I only like you. Annabelle is not a serious person. Completion reward. Osikri's satisfaction +999. I forgot to ask Xiao Ao everything *1. It getting late, I should go back to my room to rest. Come to my room at night. *1. Xiao Ao slapping. Scolding and begging *1. It will be exposed sooner or later *1. Experience +300. Seeing the lines of narration in front of him, Louis' face became strange. As expected. If you think I agree to the dowry, I'm dead. Right? How can you persuade me to agree to your dowry? You clearly want me to show that I am reluctant, and have to do it. I almost believed you. I fell into your trap. And that thing about coming to my room at night. You are a hypocritical guy, you are really not serious. Right? How come you are the same as Annabelle, every time you act as if I force you? Louis decided to save his dignity, and be a serious person. Use the opportunity tonight to prove his innocence. After all, if this matter is not handled well today, it seems that he will die. Chapter 297 Miss Dragon, don't do weird things. It seems that today is not a good day to confess and get leniency. Even if I confess and get leniency, I can't be so angry. Right? But I always deceive others like this. I feel too guilty. So this matter must be explained sooner or later. Cheating can only conceal for a while, but not forever, right? It seems that because Louis didn't speak for a long time, Xiao Ao noticed something unusual. She looked at Louis with a strange expression. Finally, in Xiao Ao's eyes that said, I hope you tell the truth. I will kill you if you tell the truth. Louis rubbed his face and said, Your Highness, I am a prince of the North Sea Kingdom. My uncle told me since I was a child that I cannot decide my own destiny. In order to control my own future, I left my hometown. Moved by Xiao. Louis followed the standard answer in her mind, and continued to recite the lines that Xiao had given in her mind. I came here, and I met you. You are enough for me. I have never thought of marrying more wives. Really. However, O Sikris, your words today have awakened me. I must take my own responsibilities. For you, I am willing to make some sacrifices. But I hope you know that I don't like Annabelle at all. You are the only one in my heart. Experience plus 300. After saying this, Louis could not help but cover his eyes fiercely. He was simply lying with his eyes open. Not to mention Annabelle. Let alone Yingling and Kate. Xiao also knew it. But Xiao loves to hear these words. These words have been repeated in Xiao's heart for several times. If I don't say what she thinks in her heart, I will definitely make Xiao angry today. After all, she just told me that she hopes you tell the truth. And the subtext of this sentence is often that if you tell the truth, you are dead. For Louis's words, Xiao was very moved and happy. And it seems that because the answer is too standard, Xiao did not say the words "it's getting late. I should go back to my room to rest." She sat there and continued to pretend to talk to Louis, but she seemed absent-minded when she was talking, and she seemed to be deliberately making conversation. And his eyes kept looking at Louis' perfect fishman line. Louis, you are really not serious. Right? Xiao, why does it feel that Louis's figure is more perfect than before? He is really a warrior. Right? Seeing the rosy face of his wife, Louis scratched his hair in embarrassment, understanding that she wanted to stay here tonight. But Louis had already made up his mind, rejecting the not-serious Princess Xiao, to prove his innocence. Otherwise, it always like this, making it seem like something wrong. It like he a bad guy, trying to take advantage of her all day. I have a temper. Too. Right? Ahem, your highness. Louis stood up, and bowed slightly. Saying, "It getting late, you should go back and rest early." However, Princess Osikri seemed to have heard something wrong, and her face turned cold when she saw Louis stand up. "It getting late? So you should rest here?" "Louis, although my mother wants me to marry you, you can be so rude because of this. After all, our current relationship has not been settled yet. Your Highness, you are right. You should go back and rest early. I mean, you sleep in your own room, I sleep in my own room, and I won't bother you." At this point, Louis showed a somewhat aggrieved look, as if he was ashamed of what you said. The princess was slightly stunned, and it took her a long time to react that what Louis said seemed to be the truth. But when she saw Louis making a gesture to ask him to leave, she got angry. She looked at Louis with such eyes. "What wrong with you? Is there someone waiting for you tonight?" Louis looked back. "Who do you think I am? Can't I sleep alone?" Xiao. "Bullshit. You are such a person." Louis. "I am not." At this time, there were bursts of high-heeled leather boots outside the door. Xiao's eyes widened. "You still say no one is waiting for you?" "Louis?" The person seemed to be very familiar. After entering the living room, she dressed up in front of the mirror and made herself a glass of wine. From her movements and footsteps, she seemed very excited. After listening to the sound of leather boots, Xiao suddenly looked at Louis with a strange expression. "Is it Annabelle? Why is she here so late? She is waiting for you? The person who is coming tonight is Annabelle." Xiao was confused. Louis's heart suddenly skipped a beat. "Oh no! Sure enough. This guy so-called last time, is he coming to see me? What on earth does she want to talk to me about? But don't talk about any agreement. I just told Xiao to sacrifice for a while. Now everything is exposed. No, 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 no. Your Highness. How could it be her? Pa. No one is waiting for me. Yes, I remember. Annabelle said she wants to talk to me tonight. Serious business." Xiao didn't believe that Annabelle would take the initiative to find Louis. But after seeing Louis' panicked expression, she originally planned to leave in a phantom, but decided not to leave. She suddenly became curious about what the two people were going to talk about. Seeing the sound of high-heeled leather boots outside, she began to walk towards the bedroom. Osikris cast an invisibility spell, sat on the inside of the bed, raised her head slightly, and looked at Louis. "You guys chat. I watch." Louis. "Xiao, why does Annabelle look like she going home? This is indeed her home, but this is Louis's bedroom. She must be drunk. She must have gone to the wrong place. Impossible? Louis' clothes are hanging outside." Xiao. Something is wrong. It can't be wrong. Xiao in her voice. Louis's eyes widened. Annabelle came here in the middle of the night. What on earth did she want to talk to him about? She looks very angry today. Don't talk nonsense. But how should I tell her? Tell her with my mind that Xiao is here. She must be crazy. Maybe she will tell Xiao in person. About the agreement between her and me, then the reward, punishment, of option B will be followed. Louis rubbed his face fiercely. He prayed to the moon goddess in his heart. Sister Alia, this is the first time I pray to you. Please give me some face. After Annabelle comes in, don't talk nonsense. It better to say something like you want to kill me after you come in. While Louis was praying, the doorknob had been turned. It seemed that the moon goddess had heard Louis' prayer. After Annabelle opened the door and came in, she really didn't say a word. She just stood at the door with her hands on her hips, looking at Louis with a cold face, her eyes full of contempt and disdain. Louis was a little surprised. He looked at the tall figure at the door, and then looked at her pretty face that was red because of drunkenness, and found that his bathrobe seemed to be a little messy. Louis couldn't help but adjust his bathrobe awkwardly. Your Highness Annabelle, what are you visiting so late for? Louis said as he stood up. Seeing Annabelle standing at the door, Osicris blinked her eyes. She felt a little sleepy, so she patted her drunken face, and lazily changed to a comfortable position on the bed with the pillow. Little Osicris was very curious about what Annabelle was talking to Louis about so late. She also told herself today that she hated Louis the most. That was also the case from her current expression. They should not fight as soon as they meet. Just as Xiao was thinking, she saw that Louis had stood up and walked to the fireplace to pick up the teapot, as if asking Annabelle to sit on the sofa. The drunk Annabelle looked at Louis with disgust, and then walked into the room without saying a word. Her Highness the little drunk dragon princess brushed past Louis, without even looking at him, and went straight to the bedside. Louis blinked his eyes, and felt as if Annabelle had just walked past him from behind. He turned his head with a strange expression, and saw Annabelle sitting on the bed. Annabelle sat on the bed. Xiao leaned in, and secretly fanned away the strong smell of alcohol coming from Annabelle. Annabelle supported herself on the bed behind her. In Xiao's blank eyes, she saw Annabelle turned her head away, looked out the window, and slowly reached out to unzip her pants. The pair of snow-white eyes were freed, and exposed to Xiao's eyes. Osicris? Louis. Chapter 298. The show made my scalp numb. Under Osicris' dull eyes, Louis walked over with a teacup in his hand, sweating profusely, and threw a blanket on Annabelle in a panic, turning his head away and saying, Ahem. 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 Your Highness Annabelle. What are you doing? Pull it up quickly. You've drunk too much. Annabelle exhaled a breath of alcohol, sneered and threw the blanket away. Don't pretend. Louis. Ha, I know you want to hear me say this. Right? Yes, it all me. I deliberately came to seduce you today. I'm a bad girl. Are you satisfied? Little Ao looked at Annabelle blankly. Annabelle. What are you here to talk about? What are you doing? Louis looked at Annabelle blankly. Aren't you? Do you want to hear me say this? Saying this, Annabelle's eyes were burning with anger. She looked at Louis fiercely and said, Don't you like me to say this the most? Come on. I let you do it on behalf of Osicris. But you forced me to do it. After saying that, the drunken little pervert excitedly pressed Louis on the bed, drooling as he rode on him and kissed him. Osicris patted her drowsy face woodenly, wondering if she was hallucinating because she was drunk. I am a little pervert who likes to be dirty by you. Are you excited? Are you happy? Annabelle said excitedly while kissing her. At this moment, Louis wanted to kneel down to Annabelle. He jumped up, pushed Annabelle away, and hurriedly reached out to zip up her zipper. Your Highness Annabelle. You've drunk too much. You must have misunderstood what I said to you tonight. I never had any bad intentions towards you. Annabelle opened Louis's hand, looked at him with a smile, then said oh suddenly, and nodded. I understand what you mean. As he said that, little drunk dragon grabbed Louis's hand in the goddess' stunned eyes, and pulled the zipper down again, with a look of contempt on his face. Look. You've drunk too much. Go back. It's so late. A man and a woman alone. If Osicris finds out, she will misunderstand. Louis was completely convinced by Annabelle's actions, and Xiao on the side was also numbed by the two people's show. Little drunk dragon jealousy plus 100. Louis's words seemed to completely infuriate Annabelle. She grabbed Louis's neck viciously, and pressed him on the bed. While she was crying, she pinched his neck tightly and said, "Don't mention Osikris again. You don't really love her at all. Shut up. You are not allowed to talk. I will kill you. I will kill you today. Your Highness Annabelle. Let me go first." Louis's face turned blue from being pinched, but Annabelle's hand was pinching harder and harder, and as she was pinching, Louis's face became strange. He felt Annabelle's movements were getting weirder, his heart skipped a beat. He looked at Xiao Ao with an unpleasant expression. "Your Highness is here. Let's sit together and have a good chat." "Your Highness, please come out." "She drunk." Louis had to remind Annabelle. But this guy was drunk. He ignored Louis. When Xiao Ao saw that Annabelle's actions were getting more and more vicious, he became anxious. The drunk Xiao Ao sat up quickly, untied his invisibility spell, and revealed his figure. He wanted to stop the fight between the two, but found that Annabelle was pinching Louis while taking off his bath towel. Xiao Ao's face became weird. She pinched her drunk face woodenly, wondering if she had seen it wrong. After blinking, she looked at Annabelle woodenly. "Aren't you going to kill him? Go ahead and kill him. Go ahead and kill him. How are you going to kill him? You liar." Annabelle burst into tears. She felt very aggrieved, and seemed to be quite emotional and drunk. She didn't care about the sudden appearance of a person around her. "You are just using me. You don't like me at all. Before Osikris agreed to marry you, you called me sweetie, and now you call me your Highness Annabelle." Xiao Ao reached out woodenly to push Annabelle down, but he didn't push her down. However, Xiao Zuilong seemed to gradually realize that there was suddenly another person beside him. She wiped her tears, and thought it was her hallucination. She cried and looked at Xiao Ao. "Did you see it? Did you see it?" Xiao Ao was stunned by this action. She nodded woodenly. "I saw it." Louis secretly zipped up Annabelle, but Annabelle pulled it down again. "Osikris, I am today." "Today?" Annabelle fiercely unzipped her zipper, wiped her tears, and said to Xiao Ao, "I want to show you what kind of person he is." "Okay, Annabelle." Xiao Ao numbly pushed Annabelle again, and said, "You come down first." "No, I will help you kill him. He doesn't love you at all," Annabelle said while drooling at Louis' naked upper body. Xiao Ao almost fainted from anger. "What on earth are you doing here in the middle of the night?" "Ha, I understand. You want to tell me that he doesn't love me, but loves you, right?" At this time, Annabelle pouted her lips and tried to kiss Xiao Ao, but was pushed away by Xiao Ao woodenly. This made Xiao Zuilong burst into tears. Then she vomited with a wow. Louis quickly took the opportunity to get up, put the towel in front of Xiao Zuilong's mouth, patted her back to comfort her. Amid this comfort, Annabelle finally stopped pinching Louis's neck, and just kept wiping her tears. She pouted and lay in Xiao Ao's arms, crying. Xiao Ao hugged his sister with an ugly face and comforted her. During the comfort of the two, Xiao Zuilong finally got tired. She was drunk and drowsy, and was about to fall asleep. Louis, whose face was blue from being pinched, finally breathed a sigh of relief. He touched his neck and found that it was already blue and purple. Seeing Annabelle, who was asleep, still smiling foolishly and touching Louis's chest, Osikris gave Louis a look. "What wrong with you?" Louis' scalp was numb when he saw this look. He quickly took the little pervert hand away and blamed the sleeping concubine with an innocent look. "Your Highness, you know how much Miss Annabelle hates me. You also know that when she drinks too much, she always does some weird things and says some weird things." As for what Xiao Tiantian said, Louis suddenly slapped his forehead and said, "Aha! I know. It a big misunderstanding. When I visited His Majesty Jaffa these 2 days, I made up a lot of lies, saying that we had been together for a long time, and I often called her sweetie. Ahem. I guess His Majesty Jaffa talked to her tonight. I didn't expect that Miss Annabelle hated me on the surface, but she agreed to the dowry in her heart, so she came to talk to us about this tonight. Plus, she drank a little too much, so she confessed her feelings. I was really surprised." Xiao Ao gave Louis a look. "Are you kidding me?" Chapter 299 Louis the Great Devil. "Louis, I agree to the dowry, but if you don't tell the truth, this matter ends here. I will not marry someone who lies to me all the time." Xiao Ao put Annabelle on the bed with a cold face. She knew Annabelle too well, and felt that under normal circumstances, she would not be like this. "Well, okay. Your Highness, I actually like Annabelle very much. Once she came to me drunk. All attributes +1. Ao's head was buzzing with a clamor. She looked at Louis and nodded slowly. I won't marry you. Louis. We won't marry you. Louis rubbed his face fiercely. I knew it. The female liar's words made Louis hurriedly explain. He said that the whole thing was because of an accident a few days ago. When I was in Isolde Palace a few days ago, Annabelle got drunk once and came to your room to find you. You were talking to your sister that night and didn't come back. I slept at your place waiting for you. She drank too much and mistook me for you. I also drank too much with Prince Zeke that night and thought it was you who came back. It was so late at night. After waking up, we were both a little confused. But it was too late. Louis' nonsense meant the same thing to Xiao. We have been together for a long time. Surprised or not? Unexpected or not? Magic +3. Seeing that both rewards were triggered by himself, Louis's heart skipped a beat. He looked at Xiao cautiously and said, Well, this is actually quite good. Didn't we discuss this today? When he thought of what Louis had just said. As a Sea King, I have never compromised for fate since I was a child. I will sacrifice for you today and marry Annabelle. Xiao wanted to strangle Louis to death. The accident that night made Xiao completely furious, saying that the marriage was completely off, and he kicked Louis out of the room, making him sleep on the sofa in the living room. And Annabelle made a few more noises in the middle of the night, and said a lot to Xiao. She was full of guilt and admiration for her sister, and the entanglement and regret of sleeping with her sister boyfriend. The sister hugged her little sister, who had grown up with her, and she was very entangled in her heart. Perhaps all this was indeed an accident. From Annabelle's sleep talk, it seemed that this was a stupid thing Annabelle did during the estrus period. This can't be blamed entirely on her. Only Louis. Maybe Louis also had his own reasons? It seemed that Annabelle's spell had been solved. She fell in love with Louis. It seemed that her wish that Annabelle would agree to marry her had come true. But today's accident was too infuriating. In this chaotic thought, drunk Xiao was also tired, and fell asleep with Annabelle in her arms. But she couldn't sleep well. In that half-asleep state, Xiao dreamed that Louis kept confessing to her, and when she thought of all the things Louis and Annabelle had done for her, Xiao couldn't help but wipe away tears in her dream. As a result, while crying, Xiao was awakened by a series of noises. She opened her eyes and found that Louis, the bastard, was hugging her. He was also smiling at her. In this half-asleep and half-awake hatred, Xiao pushed Louis hard, asking him to stay away from her. But she couldn't get rid of him. What made her most angry was that after Annabelle was woken up, this guy, who was still hungover and didn't understand the situation, actually kissed her. As a result, Louis also took the opportunity to hug him. You completed the employment of the evil dragon. Black Dragon Sister Driver License +1. Lying in the arms of the two, Little Drunk Dragon was extremely happy. Louis was also extremely happy, but seeing Louis' happy face, Little Ao was almost angry and cried. Louis, you still lied to me. You were not unwilling to do what happened with Annabelle last time. When she came to you, you obviously had a way to stop her. You really can't hide anything from me. Your Highness, Louis said with a smile, you are a bastard who doesn't take advantage of the opportunity. This almost pissed off Xiao to death. She pushed Louis hard. Don't even think about marrying me. Don't even think about it. Annabelle won't marry you either. Don't put pressure on me. Get out of here. Hee hee. Your Highness, this is not up to you. Louis grinned happily, revealing his true face. When I open up the North Sea route, you two can wait to marry me together. Don't dream. Even if we have to marry you, you will never sleep with us again. That night, while Xiao was crying, she and Annabelle, who was asleep, were finally hugged by Louis. Little Drunk Dragon slept happily, but Xiao always wanted to push Louis away reluctantly. But the poor princess could not break free from the arms of the devil Louis. Even Miss Dragon suffered, and finally Xiao fell asleep in tears and scolding. A love affair that the princess didn't want +1. Early the next morning, Annabelle, who was still sleeping soundly, was pulled up by Little Ao in a daze and returned to Little Ao room. Originally, Little Ao had some grievances against Annabelle, but now she didn't blame Annabelle after all. Everything was due to that bad Louis. After listening to the princess' words, Annabelle, who was still a little guilty, nodded vigorously. Miss Dragon promised the princess that she would be her personal bodyguard. This made Miss Dragon, who had been feeling uncomfortable, finally happy. After all, she finally spoke out what she had been holding back. And Xiao was finally no longer angry with her. After this day, The princess and Miss Dragon began to share the same hatred for the enemy. Whenever they saw the great devil Louis, Princess Xiao and Miss Dragon looked at each other fiercely, as if to say, even if we have to marry you in the future, you will never sleep with us. But when the devil Louis saw his two wives were angry, he was very happy. I don't know what evil plan he had in mind. Sure enough, within a few days, the two weak alliances were subdued by the devil Louis. However, the princess and the dragon lady realized that sleeping together would not end well. But they did not dare to sleep separately. After trying every possible way and trick, they could only tell Louis that even if you get our people, you can't get our hearts. But for this matter, the devil Louis seemed to be indifferent. He had the idea that I just want to get your people. This made Xiao and Annabelle almost angry to death. But although they were angry, the underwear they changed every night became more and more beautiful. Perhaps this so-called confrontation, in the devil unscrupulous tyranny, went in another weird direction, and became a fun game for the family. Anyway, the following days, Xiao and Miss Dragon were quite fulfilled. They were busy with things during the day, running around Dragon Nest City, and looked noble in front of people. But no one could have imagined that. The two princesses were fiercely discussing how to fight against the big devil every night. The contents of the discussion were very many, such as how to prevent the big devil from coming in the middle of the night, or where the two of them hid at night, or how to make him unhappy after all the routines failed. But what made the two of them a little discouraged was that, no matter what method was used, the big devil Mr. Louis seemed very happy and enjoyed it, and often said something like you are just playing games with me on purpose, and even discussed how to play various tricks all day long, which would make the two of them very angry. Chapter 300 The Mystery of the Great Whirlpool. The two weak alliances are still a little bit inferior to the big devil. It seems that they lack some power. The worried Xiao even suggested that Sakura Ling and Kate should be brought over to sleep together. In her opinion, Louis should not do such a shameless thing in front of Ling. When Annabelle heard this, she looked at Xiao with a strange expression. It was a little unclear whether she was deliberately trying to make Louis happy. That was indeed the case that day. Kate and Yingling, who were originally happy, were also pissed off by Louis's words that night. What did he say? They were just concubines. How could they be concubines? The weak alliance had two more poor little ones. It was not until Her Majesty Queen Isabella led a team to visit Dragon Nest City, and Xiao slept with this terrifying female warrior that the situation began to change. Xiao cried to his best friend Isabella. And when Isabella heard that Osikris said that Louis wanted to force them to marry, she seemed to be even angrier than Xiao and Annabelle. She said fiercely that she would have a good talk with the demon who provoked the princess. Xiao believed in the words of her best friend Isabella, because the Scarlet Wizard was the best at subduing demons. Sure enough, the unscrupulous big demon Mr. Louis became completely honest the next day, and never dared to come secretly to harass everyone again. I don't know if he was secretly dealt with by Isabella. And within 2 days, Louis ran to live with the old black dragon, and seemed to prefer drinking to not going out for a while. This made Xiao feel proud. It seemed that Sister Isabella was very good at mediating family disputes. And Isabella was very considerate, which made Xiao blush sometimes. With the arrival of Isabella, the wizards from the 12 great families also came. In the eyes of those wizards, the Scarlet Queen was a traitor, but although they hated the Red Queen, they were afraid of her to death. This guy would attack at the slightest disagreement. No one dared to provoke her. And Isabella also brought a large group of people with her, which gave Xiao a lot more confidence. Xiao Dai, who often secretly teased her sister, was also made to lose her appetite and sleep by Isabella. So Xiao, who was often secretly bullied by her sister, was relieved. Especially those elders who had been secretly working with Xiao Dai. After seeing that Isabella firmly supported Xiao, they all became honest. Some stubborn red dragon elders also became completely honest after being punished by Isabella, which saved Xiao a lot of trouble. Gradually, Isabella became the big sister who supported everyone. And everyone liked this big sister very much. But this big sister who was more than 1,000 years old liked to act young and called everyone sister. This made Xiao and others cry. But no matter what, Isabella's arrival brought a lot of fun to the girlfriends. On the other hand, the arrogant Louis had settled down. He lived with the old black dragon for a while, drinking every day, reading newspapers, and resting for a while. A few days later, Louis saw some big news in the newspaper. The first headline was about the two-headed holy mountain. It was an interview with Hog, who posed in various ways and looked very powerful. There were also photos of Francesco, Hogg, and the faceless man fighting. There was also an ugly crimson angel in the photo. Louis could tell at a glance that it was a model. These photos should have been posed during this period. The content was also about Sorrento Ace Pilot and Francesco helping Hogg to repel the faceless man. As for the two-headed holy mountain, it was Hogg who, in a fit of rage, knocked it down with a giant dragon slide, and even broke one of its horns. After looking at a few dynamic photos on the news for a while, Louis' face became strange. He remembered that he only cut off half of the two-headed holy mountain, but now it seems that the mountain is completely gone. And it seems that the faceless man, White Queen, seems to have really fought with Francesco. As for the old red dragon Hogg, it seems to be watching the fun. The hatred between my mother-in-law and the White Queen seemed to be quite big. They started fighting after just 2 sentences. Shaking his head, Louis looked at other news. Among these news, there were some interviews about the gem dragons, which were all good news about the awakening of the Mother Earth. Louis was not interested in this, and continued to put it down and flip through it. The following news was about the blue dragon and the bronze dragon calling on the dragon of Gallic to return to his own duties and stop interfering in the affairs of the ground. There are also some news about the reformists, which are all the things that Xiao Ao and his group are secretly doing. It seems that the heavenly people of Gallic are afraid and have compromised with the reformists. What caught Louis's attention was a photo in the newspaper, which seemed to be the one Helen took of Augusta. In this photo, Augusta was chatting with everyone in a tavern. He was not wearing a wig or a beard in the photo. He was interviewed as Augusta's teammate. But guys like Prince Zeke would definitely recognize who he was. Prince Zeke probably can't sleep these 2 days. He has been on good terms with him for such a long time. This is like keeping company with a tiger. He also told many jokes about Augusta in front of him, and often made up stories about Augusta in front of him. Damn, Louis didn't say a word. He is really not a good brother. In addition to Zeke, many Gallic nobles probably can't sleep either. Below this news, there is a wanted order for Augusta that was just issued yesterday. The heavenly people of Gallic compromised with the reformists, but they had no intention of stopping managing earthly affairs. And Xiao Ao's work was not over, because she had successfully ascended the throne as Prince Isolde, and became the Grand Archon of the Red Dragon. It seemed that the White Queen and Hogg had a good chat, but it was not perfect, because Hogg did not give Xiao Ao a seat in the Gallic Council. Previously, because Hogg slept all day, he gave the seat to his distant nephew. But according to what Hogg said now, he doesn't plan to sleep recently. He probably won't sleep until the 3 faceless men are dead, and he won't sleep well. So he held the seat in his hand, and also said that, once he died, the seat would be jointly held by the Red Dragon Elders. This was a way to keep a hand. He was worried that one day Louis or Francesco would secretly kill him. But now it's different, because he holds a vote of the Gallic Council, so Louis and Francesco will be friends with him. What is worth paying attention to is a small piece of news about the establishment of a magic academy in Nifa City and Isolde City. Old Black Dragon mentioned this matter in the past 2 days, saying that he asked Zeke to take him to the Gallic Council to vote, and several motions were passed. I heard that the quarrel was quite serious that day, and after several motions were passed, the 12 major families seemed to express great dissatisfaction, but this matter had already been passed in the Gallic Council, and the arrogant dragons naturally did not pay much attention to the wizards. After all, the pressure of the mysterious sea is too great. Many dragons are in favor of opening up magic and increasing the strength of Dragon Nest City. As for whether the future Gallic magician will learn to tame dragons after growing up, the dragons don't believe it. Just like they didn't believe that a mortal like Augusta could kill Stog. No one believed this. It seems that the dragons are just like humans. The only lesson they remember from history is that they can never remember the lesson. Decades later, when the threat of the mysterious sea disappears, the grown-up Garrick magicians will surely be able to turn those Garrick nobles, who like to manage earthly affairs, into sensible dragons. Just as Xiao Ao hopes. After reading it, Louis was attracted by the last piece of news, which was about the visit of the King of the 9 Dragons to the city of Nifa. It mentioned the route of the North Sea Kingdom, indicating that the King of the 9 Dragons came for this purpose and brought the goodwill of the North Sea Kingdom. In recent years, due to the harassment of the warlords from the North Sea, many people in Longchao City have developed negative emotions towards the North Sea. According to Old Black Dragon, those wizards from the big families with ill intentions, in order to cause more friction between Longchao City and the North Sea, and thus weakened the power of both sides, had previously created a lot of negative public opinion, making people believe that among the warlords and demons who came to burn, kill and plunder, there were official forces from the North Sea. However, Lewis felt that the negative public opinions created by the 12 great families might not be wrong. After all, the crooked-mouthed uncle had many sons. Who knows which of them really colluded with the warlords, and then came to collect money. In any case, Lewis' use of the tiger skin this time was also a good thing for his uncle, expressing the position of the North Sea Kingdom in the name of the official. It eliminated a lot of negative public opinions, and the Gallic people had great expectations for the North Sea route. If you want to talk about strong dragons, they can fly to the North Sea like the old black dragon. But this route is very dangerous on the one hand, and there are fewer and fewer places to rest on the other hand. And how much can a dragon bring back and forth? So it is not enough to rely on a few dragons for trade. In recent years, neither dragons nor ships have been able to go to the North Sea. Even the old black dragon has not been there in recent years. According to the old black dragon, there are many nodes on this route, and many nodes are currently blocked. As for how many nodes are blocked, the dragons are not very clear, but what they can be sure of is that some islands of the White Queen family have had problems recently. The White Queen family is the first node from Dragon Nest City to the North Sea country. If you want to open up the route, this problem must be solved. It is said that in the deep sea of the White Queen family's territory, a large whirlpool seems to have appeared, which not only makes the sea there very violent, but also makes the sea area more and more weird. The White Queen has been looking for someone who is good at swimming to help check the situation in the whirlpool. This person is Lewis.